The boy was originally an average martial artist with no exceptional talent, but unexpectedly awakened to a transcendent level gift one day, setting him on a path to defy fate itself. In the year 283 of the new era on the Blue and White Star, in the safest central villa district of Xiadu, the capital of the Xia Kingdom, resided a prominent family that had made significant contributions to the nation. From within a heavily guarded villa came the sound of rhythmic pounding. Peering through the treetops into the window revealed a finely decorated training room. Inside, a 7 or 80-year-old boy with tousled red hair and a handsome, delicate face was ceaselessly punching a heavy sandbag in front of him. Beads of sweat dripped like rain, soaking his sleeves. While punching, he counted aloud, 9,991, 9,992, 9,993. When he reached an even 10,000, the boy exhaled deeply and straightened up, his posture relaxed. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Daily task completed for 3 consecutive years. Daily sign-in system fully loaded. Would you like to bind and activate it? The boy's expression remained unchanged as he had heard this voice 3 years ago. Quickly, he shut the window, drew the curtains, and locked the Duran Alto familiar routine. Once everything was secured, he sat cross-legged on the floor and spoke softly, activate. The system introduced its sign-in functionality and reward mechanism. As this was the initial activation, it included a special 10-draw gift pack. Without hesitation, the boy opened it, acquiring a transcendent level martial artist talent, the supreme ice art, the Ice Emperor's ring, the frozen throne, and other rare treasures. When he opened his personal status panel, the system displayed, Host, Xuan Yuan Li, age, 6, possessing mythical level martial artist talent and mythical level ice element controller unawakened. Strength, peak apprentice martial artist. Skills, advanced breathing technique. Martial arts, basic fist technique, basic movement technique, and basic sword technique. After reviewing all the rewards and understanding their functions, Xuan Yuan Li's deep eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately commanded the activation of 3 abilities: martial artist, ice element controller, and spatial wormhole. The system warned him that the process would involve a tiny bit of pain. Sure enough, an unknown energy surged through his body, and the excruciating pain caused his very soul to tremble, his blood to boil, and his entire being to undergo unimaginable transformations. For 2 hours, a miraculous light spread upward from his feet, erasing the pain wherever it passed. When the transformation was complete, Xuan Yuan Li's red hair had turned into long, icy blue locks, and his eyes now shimmered with the same frosty hue. Like a rabbit, he leapt to the mirror and, after confirming his physical condition, let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Xuan Yuan Li smiled. To reach the level of a Stage 1 martial artist and Stage 1 controller at just 6 years old was truly extraordinary. In a flash, he appeared before the sandbag again, delivering a punch that effortlessly pierced through the bag, which would have required the strength of a Stage 3 martial artist to destroy. He tested his ice-controlling ability, casually forming a sharp, bone-chilling icicle and launching it at the wall, where it shattered into sparkling shards. The spatial wormhole ability also amazed him, allowing him to transport an apple 10 meters away with ease. Afterward, he began extracting and binding the remaining items one by one. With the martial vision, he could see the intricate details of a mosquito's wings from afar. The Extreme Soul Manual, one of the 2 techniques, required the martial emperor level to practice. The Frozen Throne provided a rich supply of spiritual energy, while the Ice Emperor's ring contained a vast internal space. Just as he was about to explore the mysterious Ice Emperor Palace listed among the system's new rewards, an urgent knock and a tearful, childish voice came from outside the door. Brother, brother. Xuan Yuan Li's expression changed instantly, and he hurried toward the door. Gently pushing open the door to the training room, a flash of red darted by in the next instant. A young boy with fiery red hair and teary eyes dashed toward Xuan Yuan Li, clinging tightly to his legs. Brother, why did you train for so long today? Uncle Yuan wouldn't even let me come find you. No one played with me all day. The childish voice, tinged with grievance, was soft and heart-melting. Xuan Yuan Li looked down at his younger brother, who was 3 years his junior. A trace of fondness flickered in his eyes as he reached out to gently stroke the boy's red hair. With their parents away for long periods, this clingy little one's first task every morning was to search for his brother. He bent down to pick up his little brother, speaking softly. Xiaoche, something happened during my training today, so I came out a bit late. Forgive me. Okay? Brother will play with you now. It was only then that Xuan Yuan Jue noticed the changes in his brother. His round, curious eyes widened as his small hands grabbed at Xuan Yuan Li's long, ice blue hair. Wow, brother, why is your hair this color now? And your eyes are different too. He tugged at the long hair continuously, his red pupils fixed on Xuan Yuan Li in amazement. Long hair. Did brother turn into a big sister? Xuan Yuan Li's face darkened, and he seriously corrected, "Don't talk nonsense. This is because of my awakened talent, not because I turned into a big sister." "Got it, Xiao Che." The little boy tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then replied in an adorably clueless tone, "I don't get it." A few veins seemed to pop on Xuan Yuan Li's forehead, but he reminded himself that the boy was only 3 years old, even though he himself was just 6. Carrying his brother, he headed downstairs, continuing his fruitless explanations along the way. In the spacious living room, the family's butler, Uncle Yun, stared in shock at Xuan Yuan Li's transformation. Such changes in hair and eye color typically only occurred during a bloodline awakening, and yet the young master was merely 6 years old, far too young for such an event. "Young master, is this?" "It's nothing, Uncle Yun. My bloodline talent just awakened early. It hasn't caused any problems," Xuan Yuan Li explained, holding up his hand to reveal a cluster of ice crystals radiating an intense chill. Meanwhile, little Xuan Yuan Jue was gleefully chiming in, "Brother turned into a big sister." Haha. Uncle Yun ignored the young one's teasing, his body trembling with excitement. "What? Is this true, young master? This is the first early bloodline awakening since the great upheaval. I must inform the family head at once." Seeing the old butler hurriedly pulling out his communication device, Xuan Yuan Li quickly interrupted, "Uncle Yun, let me tell Mom and Dad myself later." Exactly. Such a joyous occasion should be reported to the family head by the young master himself. The elder slapped his forehead, berating himself. He then added excitedly, "The family head should be returning today. I'll go arrange a banquet to celebrate for the young master." "Thank you, Uncle Yun," Xuan Yuan Li said as he took out a communication device and skillfully dialed a number. "What's the matter, son?" A commanding voice came through the device. "Dad, my bloodline ability has awakened." There was sudden silence on the other end, followed by the faint sound of something falling. "What? Say that again?" The voice was filled with disbelief. "I said, my bloodline ability has awakened," Xuan Yuan Li repeated. "Son, you're 12 years old this year, right?" Xuan Yuan Li's face darkened, and he enunciated each word, "Dad, I am 6 years old." He couldn't help but wonder if he was adopted. In truth, since the great transformation of heaven and earth, no one had ever awakened their bloodline ability before the age of 12. This was the real reason for his father's reaction. After a flurry of noise on the other end, his father's voice came through quickly, "I'm notifying your mom right now. We'll head back immediately." With that, the call was abruptly ended. Meanwhile, at the residence of the first guardian of Shanhai Pass, the stronghold of humanity, Guardian Xin Yuaning, known for his commanding and decisive demeanor, was trembling as he dialed a number. "Xin Yuaning, what do you want from me? Out of pills again?" "No time. I'm gathering herbs in the wilderness," came an irritable female voice, accompanied by the growls of fierce beasts in the background. "Yin Yin, Shaoli said his bloodline has awakened," Xin Yuaning stated bluntly. "You say that again." The voice on the other end stammered. "Our son's bloodline has awakened. Drop whatever you're doing and come home with me now," Xin Yuaning said, his tone firm. "All right. I'll come find you immediately," the red-haired woman, Yin Yin, replied in shock. Then, as if snapping out of it, her tone suddenly turned icy. "Xin Yuaning, I didn't like the way you just spoke to me. Say it again properly." Feeling the chill in his wife's words, Xin Yuaning shivered and quickly softened his tone. "Honey, we need to hurry back. Our son needs us to confirm this." Much better. Get the warplane ready and wait for me." "Always ready, just waiting for you," Xin Yuaning replied cautiously, relieved there were no onlookers. Otherwise, his years of accumulated authoritative image would have been utterly ruined. Over 200 years ago, an unknown mist enveloped the entire world. Humanity's proudest technological advancements failed to uncover its origins, and theories of apocalypse and conspiracy spread like wildfire. When the mist finally dissipated, the world had transformed. A mysterious substance now permeated the air, nurturing the land and bringing about earth-shaking changes to the blue planet. The expansion of land and the revival of all living things marked the onset of an unprecedented mutation that completely altered the world's structure. Ordinary beasts, after absorbing an unknown substance, rapidly mutated into massive, ferocious monsters. Breaking free from human control, they unleashed their primal instincts, rampaging through cities and villages, leaving a trail of blood and destruction. Even more terrifying, these monstrous creatures began forming massive hordes, assaulting human fortifications. Wherever they went, no life remained, and the ground was littered with corpses. Initially, humans relied on modern technological weapons to barely hold them off. However, as the beasts grew stronger, even the most advanced weaponry proved ineffective against their onslaught. Human civilization teetered on the brink of annihilation. In this dire moment, a glimmer of hope emerged. Waves of awakened individuals appeared among humanity, possessing the ability to wield powerful elemental forces such as fire, lightning, and wind. At the same time, ancient families, long thought to have vanished, resurfaced, bringing with them a wealth of ancient martial arts techniques. These methods were not only used to suppress the beasts, but also to teach the new generation the true essence of martial arts. Under the unified leadership of global leaders, humanity launched a full-scale counterattack. After years of bloody battles and the sacrifice of countless brave warriors, the monstrous hordes were finally driven back to the wilderness. This victory marked the dawn of a new era, the age of universal martial cultivation. Over the next 2 centuries, martial arts civilization flourished. Each century brought about a dramatic transformation of the world, leading to the lifting of restrictions and an explosive surge in spiritual energy. Humanity unearthed knowledge and techniques from ancient secret realms and relics, gradually constructing a comprehensive martial arts system. Power levels became clearly defined. Following the First World Transformation, a 90-year hierarchy emerged, ranging from apprentice martial artist to the Mountain River realm. After the Second Transformation, 3 additional realms, Skywalking realm, Battle King realm, and Martial Emperor realm, were established. The Third World Transformation loomed on the horizon. In this era, human youths underwent martial aptitude tests and bloodline awakenings at the age of 12. The types of awakenings included elemental control, special constitutions, immense strength, extraordinary speed, and beast transformations, among others. Talent levels were graded from D to SSS, spanning 7 tiers. Awakening marked an immediate promotion to a first-tier martial artist, with those possessing rare high-level talents becoming highly sought after by major factions. Talent dictated the future trajectory of a martial artist. Those with exceptional abilities gained access to abundant cultivation resources and ascended to the upper echelons of society. Conversely, those with mediocre talents were left to struggle at the grassroots level. While a few individuals managed to alter their destinies through extraordinary opportunities, such cases were exceedingly rare. Night fell. The lavishly set dining table was laden with tempting delicacies. Little Xuan Yuan Jue sat on a chair, his round eyes fixed intently on a golden, crispy chicken leg closest to him, his mouth nearly watering. His small hand stealthily reached for it, only to be swatted away repeatedly by his older brother, Xuan Yuan Li. Xuan Yuan's big, round eyes instantly welled up with tears as he looked pitifully at Xuan Yuan Li. "Brother, when are Mom and Dad coming back?" he asked, patting his round, little belly. "I'm starving. Just wait a bit longer." "They should be back soon," Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly, though his frequent glances toward the window betrayed his own anticipation. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind roared past, and a sleek silver aircraft hovered steadily outside the window. Xuan Yuan Li's eyes lit up. There were only a handful of people in Xia Kingdom capable of piloting a craft with such precision, especially at such a significant moment. "Mom and Dad are back," little Xuan Yuan Jue cheered, hopping off his chair and wobbling toward the door. Xuan Yuan Li followed closely behind, worried his younger brother might trip. At the door stood 2 familiar figures. On the left was their father, Xuan Yuanying, a black-haired man with a commanding presence. Known as the God of Slaughter, he was Xia Kingdom's first guardian and a formidable Wu Huang-level warrior. On the right was their mother, Yin Yin, a breathtaking woman in red combat attire. A fire element controller, she was not only a Zhan Wang-level fighter, but also a renowned royal-grade alchemist nicknamed the Fiery Medicine Queen. "Little Che, come here to Mommy," Yin Yin said with a warm smile, crouching down and opening her arms. Little Xuan Yuan Jue, tears glistening in his eyes, ran straight into her embrace. "Mommy, I missed you so much," he exclaimed. As the tender reunion unfolded, Xuan Yuan Li suddenly broke the moment. "Che is hungry. Shouldn't we eat first?" His words drew everyone's attention. Xuan Yuanying, though keeping a stoic expression, couldn't hide the concern in his eyes as he looked at his son, feeling a mix of emotions. Fortunately, Uncle Yun stepped in to ease the moment. "Madam, the young master is right. The food is getting cold." "Yes, let's eat first," Yin Yin agreed, holding Xuan Yuan Jue in one arm while taking Xuan Yuan Li's hand with the other and leading them to the table. Feeling the warmth of his mother's hand, Xuan Yuan Li was overjoyed on the inside but maintained his composed, aloof demeanor on the outside. Watching his son's light, eager steps, Xuan Yuanying shook his head with a soft chuckle. "This boy," he muttered, "cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I wonder who he takes after." Little Xuan Yuan Jue had a mountain of delicious food piled in front of him, devouring it with great enthusiasm. Yin Yin kept adding dishes to his plate, her maternal love evident in her every action. "That's enough, Mom. Xiao Che is still young. He shouldn't eat too much at night." Xuan Yuan Li finally couldn't help but speak up. Yin Yan's chopsticks paused midair before she redirected the food to Xuan Yuan Li's plate. "I've been so focused on Xiao Che, I almost forgot about my wonderful eldest son." Before long, Xuan Yuan Li's plate also resembled a small mountain. Xuan Yuanying chuckled quietly from the side, amused at his eldest son's helpless expression. After coaxing little Xuan Yuan Jue to sleep, Xuan Yuan Li was brought to the training room by his parents. They had been eager to ask about their son's situation, but didn't want to spoil the rare moments of family reunion. Son, hit me with a punch, Xuan Yuan said straightforwardly in the training room. Xuan Yuan Li understood immediately and threw a full-force punch. Xuan Yuan effortlessly caught the blow, feeling the strength behind it. A pleased expression appeared on his face. Show me your elemental talent. Judging by your hair color, it should be ice, right? That's right, ice, Xuan Yuan Li replied as he waved his hand. An ice spike shot toward his father, making contact and rippling across his body before melting away. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mutual astonishment. A genius. My son is an unparalleled genius, Xuan Yuan exclaimed excitedly, lifting Xuan Yuan Li high into the air. Thankfully, the training room was soundproof. Xuan Yuan then pulled out an awakening stone covered in runes. Here, son, let me test your talent level. Just drip a drop of blood onto it. Following his father's instructions, Xuan Yuan Li did so, and the awakening stone instantly emitted a dazzling light. Energy lines danced above it, forming words, SS level martial talent, SS level ice element mastery. The couple was utterly stunned. Yin Yin, overwhelmed with excitement, hugged her son tightly and kissed him. Son, you are your mom's pride and joy. Once they calmed down, Xuan Yuan brought up the topic of enrollment. However, Xuan Yuan Li firmly refused, even when his parents suggested having Aunt Long, a Battle King level expert, as his teacher. He adamantly declined, even going so far as to act uncharacteristically childish. No, I won't go no matter what. Faced with their son's unprecedented stubbornness, the couple had no choice but to temporarily give in. A faint smile played on Xuan Yuan Li's lips. She knew very well that with his system, long-term interaction with others wasn't an option. Solo training was the optimal path for him. Besides, he had other plans in mind. Early the next morning, as the sun began to rise and the sky glowed faintly red, the roar of fighter jets echoed above the villa, signaling that Xuan Yuan and Yin Yin were about to depart. Though reluctant to leave, the weight of their mission compelled them to move forward. Xuan Yuan Li carefully took his younger brother, who had just woken up, from their mother's arms. The little boy, Xuan Yuan Jue, still had tears clinging to the corners of his eyes. Waving his chubby little hands, he said with a sobbing voice, "Goodbye, Mommy and Daddy. Next time, stay with Xiao Che longer." Seeing her son's innocent face, Yin Yin could no longer hold back her tears. She burst into sobs and threw herself into Xuan Yuan's arms. Gently comforting his wife, Xuan Yuan handed a spatial ring to Xuan Yuan Li's son. Inside the ring are martial techniques and the elixirs your mother prepared, all with instructions. You've always been smart and independent. Take good care of yourself and your brother. I will. You and Mom must also stay safe in Shanhaiguan, Xuan Yuan Li replied softly as he accepted the ring. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xuan Yuan turned and boarded the fighter jet. With a deafening sonic boom, the jet sped away, quickly becoming a small black on the horizon before vanishing completely. Carrying his younger brother back to their room, Xuan Yuan coaxed him with candy and slipped a special aptitude-enhancing pill into his mouth. Big brother lied. It's not sweet at all, Xuan Yuan protested unhappily, though he soon yawned and fell asleep. The top-grade pill was gentle in its effects, with no prerequisites for consumption. It subtly enhanced the user's potential without any side effects, allowing Xuan Yuan, still young, ample time to absorb its benefits. Once his brother was soundly asleep, Xuan Yuan quietly returned to his training room. System. Sign in. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, you've obtained the Supreme Martial Tower. The reward has been placed in the system space. The host may retrieve it at any time. Xuan Yuan focused his consciousness into the system space, retrieving an ancient-looking small tower and an intricately designed ice palace. After performing a blood recognition ritual, the functions of the two treasures became clear in his mind. The Ice Emperor Palace was a residence artifact crafted by a supreme powerhouse. It featured spatial formations that allowed its size to be altered at will, along with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. The Supreme Martial Tower, on the other hand, was a sacred training ground containing countless small worlds. It offered a cultivation mode rich in spiritual energy and a challenge mode that generated opponents based on the user's strength. Gazing at the two powerful artifacts, Xuan Yuan murmured to himself, "Looks like he'll have to form a faction after all." Then, shaking his head, he added, "But first, I need to focus on improving my own strength." Supreme Martial Tower. Activate cultivation space. After storing the Ice Emperor Palace, he tossed the Supreme Martial Tower into the air. Its surface shimmered with radiant light as Xuan Yuan transformed into a streak of energy and entered the tower. Instantly, the scenery around him shifted dramatically. When Xuan Yuan regained his senses, he found himself in a mountainous area that resembled a celestial paradise. The air was thick with spiritual energy, forming a mist that floated gently around him. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their canopies disappearing into the clouds. Beneath his feet, vibrant greenery thrived, and the distant calls of birds and beasts echoed from time to time. Curiously, Xuan Yuan Li surveyed his surroundings. The space within the tower was indeed extraordinary, with spiritual energy so dense it had condensed into a faint fog. He noticed that the creatures around him were not particularly powerful, likely matching his current level of cultivation. Finding an open clearing, Xuan Yuan Li sat cross-legged and began practicing the Taishang extreme ice technique. As the technique circulated through his body, frost spread outward from him, and ice-blue spiritual energy shimmered and swirled around him. It illuminated his sharp, handsome features, making him appear like a spirit born of ice and snow. Time passed, and the frost gradually encased his entire body. From afar, he resembled a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the ice was covered in countless fractures, and with a loud boom, it shattered, sending shards flying like fireworks. Opening his eyes, Xuan Yuan Li felt the surging power coursing through him. Even after such a brief period of cultivation, his strength had noticeably increased. Clenching his fist, he struck a nearby ancient tree. With a resounding boom, his fist left a deep imprint in the trunk, and cracks spread outward until the massive tree toppled with a thunderous crash. Shaking his slightly numb fist, Xuan Yuan Li frowned slightly, surprised by how realistic the pain felt in this space. He then conjured a sphere of ice-blue energy and hurled it toward a nearby stream. At that moment, a red carp leapt out of the water, only to be frozen along with the entire stream in an instant. My attacks are still too simplistic, Xuan Yuan Li murmured to himself. He recalled the spatial ring his father had left him. Delving into its contents with his mind, he found a vast collection of jade slip manuals spilling forth. Techniques like the 5 elements 8 trigrams palm, black tiger fist, wind god kick, and phantom steps were laid out before him. After some consideration, he chose the controller cultivation technique and the carefree sword technique. What was truly astonishing was that Xuan Yuan Li mastered the essence of these techniques in mere moments. The frost he conjured transformed effortlessly in his hands, taking the shapes of spears, swords, serpents, and more. Such talent was enough to leave anyone in awe. Cultivation methods that would take ordinary practitioners weeks or months to grasp were wielded by him with ease and precision. All form, but no spirit, Xuan Yuan Li muttered softly, shifting his focus to swordsmanship. Summoning an ice sword, he began practicing in the woods. His movements were swift and fluid. His sword strikes at times resembled a serpent's flickering tongue, and at others, a dragon's soaring leap. Every gesture exuded elegance and agility. This was the stark difference between a genius and the average person. What might take others a lifetime of arduous training, a prodigy like him could achieve in a single day. After all, comparing oneself to those with such extraordinary gifts only brings unnecessary frustration. Why bother? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. This evening, the 4 members of the Shanhaiguan family were finally reunited, sitting around the dining table enjoying dinner together. Shanhaiguan Ying and Yin Yin beamed with joy as they looked at their 2 increasingly handsome sons, their eyes filled with tender affection. Crunch, crunch. Xuan Yuan Jue was wolfing down his food noisily, making loud chewing sounds. Such unruly behavior didn't earn him any scolding from his parents. On the contrary, they kept piling food onto his plate, doting on him endlessly. After being apart for so long, they couldn't bear to reprimand their child. Watching his parents spoil his younger brother so indulgently, Xuan Yuan Li cleared his throat lightly. The subtle reminder worked instantly. Xuan Yuan Jue immediately straightened up and began eating more slowly and properly. This was a clear case of one person keeping another in check. With his parents, Xuan Yuan Jue felt free to act spoiled and unruly, knowing they couldn't resist pampering him after being away for so long. But when it came to his elder brother, he wouldn't dare cross the line. Ever since his 6th birthday, for the past 2 years, his brother had become stricter in disciplining him, no longer indulging him as before. If he misbehaved or neglected his studies, he'd even face punishment, which made him hold his brother in both awe and respect. Why are you so hard on your brother? He's still young, Yin Yin said, giving Xuan Yuan Li a disapproving look. Xuan Yuan Li took a sip of tea gracefully before replying, Mom, good habits need to be developed from a young age. Have you ever seen me act like that? We can't let him get away with bad behavior. Just as Yin Yin was about to retort, Xuan Yuan Ying interjected in time. All right, Li has a point. I know you feel sorry for Che, but we can't let bad habits take root. Let's focus on eating. The dinner continued, but suddenly, Xuan Yuan Li spoke calmly. I've decided to go out and train myself. Oh, where do you plan to go? Xuan Yuan Ying asked casually while taking a bite of meat. The wilderness. The words seemed to freeze time. The dining table fell silent as his parents and brother all looked up, staring at Xuan Yuan Li in disbelief. What? No, absolutely not. Yin Yin rejected him firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Xuan Yuan put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Are you sure about this? I'm sure, Xuan Yuan replied with unwavering determination. Ever since you awakened, it's as if a shroud of mystery has surrounded you. Even I, as your father, can't fully grasp your strength. Everyone has their own destiny and secrets, so I've refrained from asking. But if you're determined to train in the wilderness, you need to let us understand your capabilities. You're really considering letting Li go to the wilderness? He's only 12. Yin questioned her husband anxiously. Xuan Yuan gestured for her to stay calm. Let Li finish. Xuan Yuan Jue, too, was curious and stared at his brother. Despite living together every day, he had never heard his brother mention his abilities. All he could sense was an overwhelming, ocean-like aura emanating from him. Faced with everyone's expectant eyes, Xuan Yuan no longer held back. A surge of powerful energy radiated from him, shaking the room. The sheer intensity of it caused Xuan Yuan and Yin to rise abruptly from their seats, staring at their eldest son in utter shock. A ninth-rank warrior. Xuan Yuan's voice trembled, and she could barely form a complete sentence. Son, you've reached the 9th rank. Her face was filled with shock, and beside her, Yin and Xuan Yuan Jue were equally stunned. In this era of dramatic changes, 12-year-old children were usually just awakening their innate talents. Even those with bloodline abilities typically only reached the 1st rank. Yet Xuan Yuan had already achieved the 9th rank. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire Lombai star. 9th rank. Xuan Yuan kept repeating the number. To think, the highest record for geniuses in Xia country is only early 3rd rank. The Western Federation and Northern Russia peak at late 2nd rank, and even ancient Egypt only reaches mid-2nd rank. After calming herself slightly, she asked, if your warrior strength is 9th rank, what about your controller abilities? Also at the peak of the 9th rank, Xuan Yuan replied calmly. I've already felt a bottleneck in my cultivation. Coupled with a lack of real combat experience, I want to go to the wilderness to train. With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat some powerful beasts, but I can definitely protect myself. Xuan Yuan pondered for a moment. Lear, it's good that you have such an idea. You can't become a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. But you should have a few guards accompany you. This time, Yin had no objections. Although she usually managed the household affairs, major decisions were always finalized by Xuan Yuan, who would still consult her opinion. There's no need. Xuan Yuan shook his head. Having protection would only make me complacent and defeat the purpose of training. Besides, I want to use the life and death trials to achieve a breakthrough. What? Are you saying you want to break through to the mountain and river realm? The couple was once again shocked. Seeing their son nod firmly, they exchanged glances and chose to trust him. Xuan Yuan said, then go to Wilderness Zone 016. It's relatively safer there. When do you plan to leave? I'll arrange for a combat aircraft to take you to the nearest city. Tomorrow, Xuan Yuan replied. So soon? Yin muttered. We just got a break to spend time with you. And after only 2 days at home, you're leaving again? Despite her words, she immediately contacted people to prepare the necessary supplies. She then began to remind her son to be careful in every aspect, not only to guard against ferocious beasts, but also to be wary of human intentions. Xuan Yuan listened attentively, showing no impatience. That night, Xuan Yuan Jue insisted on sleeping with his brother. Xuan Yuan affectionately agreed, watching his younger brother happily run into his room with a pillow and blanket. The next morning, Xuan Yuan quietly left while his brother was still sound asleep. As he went downstairs, he found his parents already waiting for him in the living room, with supplies piled up everywhere. Yin adjusted his collar and instructed, store all these essentials in your spatial ring, but carry a backpack to make it less conspicuous. When it was time to say goodbye, her eyes turned red. Xuan Yuan comforted her. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. As they watched their son disappear into the sky aboard the combat aircraft, Xuan Yuan put his arm around his wife to console her, but she pushed him away. Save it. I'm not worried at all. Don't think I don't know you secretly arranged for someone to follow him. I was just acting earlier so Lear wouldn't notice. A streak of silver light flashed across the sky as a futuristic, high-tech fighter jet smoothly landed on the outskirts of Base 016 in the wilderness. The hatch opened, and Xuan Yuan stepped out of the jet. Turning to the escort team, he said, all right, you can head back now. Great work. Once the jet ascended and disappeared into the sky, Xuan Yuan let out a faint sigh as he stood still for a moment. He cautiously released his spiritual sense to scan his surroundings, ensuring there was no surveillance. Suddenly, a stream of air surged beneath his feet. In the next instant, his figure soared into the sky. Surprisingly, instead of heading toward Base 016, he veered directly toward the more perilous Base 003 in the wilderness. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise building in Base 016, 2 guards assigned by Xuan Yuan anxiously scanned the distant horizon. Something's not right. The young master should have arrived by now, one of them said, his expression uneasy. Maybe he got delayed on the way, the other suggested, trying to offer a plausible explanation. Impossible. The general confirmed the jet departed on time. It should have arrived by now. We'll go check it out. Without further delay, one of the guards hurried to the designated landing site for Xuan Yuan Li. Although he found traces of the jet's landing, there was no sign of Xuan Yuan Li himself. The two guards immediately reported this development to Xuan Yuanying. What? He's missing? Deploy a search team immediately. Xuan Yuanying roared in anger from within his villa. Just as he was about to head out personally to search, his communication device buzzed. The screen displayed a message from Xuan Yuan Li. Hey Dad, I figured you'd probably assign someone to watch over me, so I switched routes. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xuan Yuan Li. After reading the message, Xuan Yuanying couldn't help but chuckle. That little rascal. So cunning. Though he decided against searching for his son himself, he didn't rescind the search orders either. At this moment, Xuan Yuan Li was flying high in the sky, a streak of blue light cutting through the clouds, keeping pace with the birds. His true strength far exceeded the 9th tier level he had shown to his parents. She had achieved the Skyborn realm a year ago. Hiding his abilities wasn't out of fear of startling his parents, but rather to advance a plan he had been secretly working on. Following the map's guidance, Xuan Yuan Li sped forward relentlessly, eventually arriving at Base 003 in the wilderness. He passed through the bustling base and stepped beyond the safety zone's protective fence. A desolate land came into view first. Weeds grew wildly over the cracked ground, while jagged rocks were scattered with the ruins of dilapidated buildings and rusted mechanical debris. In the distance stood an expanse of lush, towering ancient forests, seemingly vibrant yet hiding deadly dangers. The bloodshed, cruelty, and battles within that forest were already an open secret. Xuan Yuan Li gazed into the distance for a moment before striding forward without hesitation. System, sign in? As his words fell, the system's notification sounded immediately. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the star contract. The reward has been placed in the system space for the host to check. Opening his personal panel, a series of information appeared. Host, Xuan Yuan Li. Talents, Transcendent Martial Artist, Transcendent Ice Controller, Spatial Wormhole. Power level, Peak of the Void Realm. Techniques, Supreme Ice Codex. Inventory, Ice Emperor Throne, Extreme Martial God Tower. Aptitude Transformation Pill, 12 Zodiac Contracts, Star Contract. Available sign-ins, 0. Available draws, 0. 6 years of sign-ins and draws had elevated Xuan Yuan Li's power to a terrifying level. With the presence of the Extreme Martial God Tower, he was far from being a sheltered flower who only had the title of his realm. This time, leaving Xiadu served two purposes: to fulfill a plan in his heart and to explore new sign-in locations, as those around Xiadu had already been thoroughly searched. After reviewing the reward from this sign-in, Xuan Yuan Li showed a hint of surprise. Gaining such a reward just upon stepping into the wilderness zone was indeed an unexpected delight. Within Xia Nation, there were 108 wilderness zones of varying sizes, numbered from 001 to 108. Zone 001 was the most perilous, teeming with countless Beast King-level creatures, while Zone 108 was relatively safer. Zones 003 and 016 were located to the south and north of Xiadu, respectively. Despite their proximity, the power levels within them differed drastically. Xuan Yuan Li walked steadily along the path within the wilderness zone. Suddenly, a menacing rock snake shot out from beneath a nearby stone, gleaming coldly as it lunged at him. Yet he remained unfazed and continued walking. When the rock snake approached within a meter, a wave of icy chill accompanied by a light breeze swept past, freezing the creature midair in an instant. As Xuan Yuan Li moved further away, the frozen statue shattered into pieces, scattering shards of ice on the ground. As he delved deeper into the wilderness zone, the beasts he encountered grew increasingly powerful, but none managed to pique Xuan Yuan Li's interest. Wherever he passed, frost spread like a storm, leaving nothing unchallenged in his wake. In this region, he continued to train, sign in, and strengthen himself, gradually loosening the bottleneck of the King realm. Meanwhile, at the edge of Zone 003, a chase was unfolding. A pair of siblings, a tall man with purple hair and a petite girl with blue hair, were fleeing desperately, pursued by a group of armed attackers wielding swords and knives. You can't escape. Just come back with us. Any further, and you'll be in the beast's territory. The pursuers taunted relentlessly. Ziyue, hold on. If we can survive this, we'll live to fight another day. The purple-haired man, crackling with lightning, shielded his sister fiercely. Brother, this is Zone 003. With our strength, there's no way we'll get to avenge Mom and Dad, the blue-haired girl shouted as she ran. Don't say that. I will get you out of here. Even if there's an abyss ahead, nothing will stop us. The man's resolute words reignited the girl's determination. Brother, I believe in you. You're the greatest talent of our family. Their speed suddenly surged, gaining some distance from their pursuers as they raced deeper into the wilderness zone toward the direction where Xuan Yuan Li was, though the path ahead was still long. On this particular day, Xuan Yuan Li strolled leisurely along a winding path. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their canopies alive with chirping birds darting low through the air, painting a vivid picture of nature's beauty. Suddenly, a rich and enticing fruity aroma wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to pause. This fragrance, could it be a rare heavenly treasure? Xuan Yuan Li's heart stirred, and he followed the scent to a secluded valley. From a distance, he saw that the valley was already teeming with ferocious beasts. Each exuded an intimidating presence, yet they all remained quiet, encircling a central pool of water as if awaiting something. Activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, Xuan Yuan Li's light blue pupils glimmered with runes, and the scene within the pool became crystal clear. Hovering above the water was a fruit, its skin patterned like serpent scales and adorned with alternating hues of blue and red. This was the source of the alluring aroma, the ice jiao dragon fruit. Xuan Yuan Li's eyebrows lifted in recognition. This was a supreme treasure, formed over decades at the site where an ice jiao perished. Not only could it greatly enhance one's physical body, but it also contained the entirety of the ice jiao's cultivation from its lifetime. Such a treasure was irresistibly tempting to both humans and beasts alike. After observing for a moment, Xuan Yuan Li decided to remain still. Though he was unafraid of the beasts, there was no need to draw their collective hostility, especially since the fruit had not yet fully ripened. As time passed, the fragrance grew increasingly intense, attracting even more beasts to the valley. Massive predatory birds darkened the skies, while fierce creatures prowled the ground with menacing auras. Suddenly, the ice jiao dragon fruit emitted a dazzling burst of radiance, and within the glow, a mournful dragon's cry seemed to echo. The fruit detached from its stem and floated in midair. It had ripened. In an instant, chaos erupted in the valley. A crimson feathered eagle was the first to make its move, its iron talons gleaming coldly as it reached for the fruit. But before it could succeed, a purple flying serpent darted out, engaging the eagle in a fierce battle. The crimson feathered eagle spread its massive silver wings in a sweeping attack, which narrowly missed cutting the serpent in two thanks to its incredible speed. On the ground, a silver giant wolf clashed violently with a black, demonic panther, their razor-sharp claws rending flesh as blood sprayed across the battlefield. Other beasts soon joined the fray, their energy ripples shaking the entire valley. Standing at the sidelines, Xuan Yuan Li observed the chaos with keen interest, occasionally offering his thoughts. That purple spirit-flying serpent is truly remarkable, able to hold its own against the crimson-feathered eagle, which is nearly at the Battle King level. And the speed of that lightning wolf and demon spirit panther is astonishing. Without my martial Dao Heavenly Eye, I wouldn't be able to track their movements at all. The slaughter continued, with the cries of the ferocious beasts echoing through the air. Blood pooled across the battlefield, flowing into what was once a crystal-clear pond. In an instant, the pond transformed into a pool of blood, its pungent metallic scent rising to the heavens. The brutal battle raged on for hours. The ground was littered with corpses, and the carcasses of beasts were piled high. Yet, unexpectedly, the ultimate prize was snatched away by an unknown small creature. It was a snow-white beast, darting north like a streak of lightning. Behind it, a horde of enraged beasts gave chase, their roars shaking the earth. Xuan Yuan Li sprang into action, pursuing the creature. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched the pursuing beasts, who were already weakened from the prolonged battle. Exhausted and far from their prime, they crumbled under his strikes like fragile toys. One by one, the beasts fell, their bodies freezing into intricate ice sculptures that glinted coldly under the sunlight. When Xuan Yuan Li finally caught up with the small beast, he took a closer look at the peculiar creature. It resembled a white, fluffy ball of flesh, with features that seemed to combine those of a tiger, leopard, and lion, yet none of them entirely. Its limbs were unusually short, giving it an adorably odd appearance. The tip of its tail was shaped like a lightning bolt, flicking back and forth. Its large, vigilant eyes locked onto Xuan Yuan Li, clearly sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Though well-read and knowledgeable, Xuan Yuan Li couldn't identify the origins of this creature. With a faint smile, he asked, "Why did you stop running?" The small beast let out soft, baby-like cries, releasing the ice jiao transformation fruit it had been gripping in its teeth. Its front paws clutched the fruit tightly as it urgently gestured toward a certain direction, its eyes welling up with tears. When Xuan Yuan Li asked if it wanted him to follow, the little creature immediately retreated warily. At that moment, a faint, weak roar echoed in the distance, and the small beast swiftly picked up the fruit and dashed toward the source of the sound. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of a small stream. There lay two massive beasts. One, an ice-blue leopard, was already lifeless, its body pierced by fatal wounds. The other, a lion-head, tiger-bodied beast, was barely clinging to life. However, upon seeing the small creature, it gazed at it with a look of deep affection. When it noticed Xuan Yuan Li nearby, the dying beast mustered its strength to stand, fixing him with a fierce glare. It let out a threatening roar and growled, "How dare you? Human, leave now, and I may spare your life. Humans, leave, and I will spare your life." A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains and forests, causing Xuan Yuan Li to flinch slightly. The sight of the emperor-tier beast capable of human speech was indeed intimidating, but he managed to remain composed. While a severely injured and dying emperor-tier beast was still dangerous, it wasn't entirely insurmountably at the very least. Escape was still an option. Xuan Yuan Li surveyed the scene before him and quickly identified the beasts. A lion-tiger beast and an ice thunder leopard. So you two must be this little one's parents. It seems some sort of mutation has occurred. He ignored the lion-tiger beast's threat and gestured toward the spiritual fruit in the mouth of the small white beast. I mean no harm. This little one took something of mine, and I merely chased it here to retrieve it. The lion-tiger beast turned to its cub, its gaze falling on the fruit in its mouth. It exclaimed in surprise, "An ice flood dragon transformation fruit." The small white beast immediately placed the fruit in front of its father, letting out an urgent cry, urging him to consume it to heal his injuries. The lion-tiger beast gently licked its cub, its voice tinged with helplessness. "Alas, if only it had been earlier. It is of no use to me now. Son, return it to its rightful owner." Hearing this, the small white beast refused, rolling on the ground in protest, determined not to give up. It turned its gaze toward its deceased mother, the ice thunder leopard, and let out a sorrowful whimper. The pain of losing its mother had not yet subsided, and it could not bear the thought of losing its father as well. The lion-tiger beast watched its cub's actions, its heart aching, yet it was powerless to change the situation. It knew all too well that its time was running out. Its greatest concern now was its son's survival. This wilderness was fraught with danger, filled with countless threats, not to mention the powerful enemies lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, its gaze shifted to Xuan Yuan Li, sensing the human's aura. A glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. It slowly stepped forward, its massive lion head looming before Xuan Yuan Li. "Human, I wish to make a deal with you." "Oh, what kind of deal?" Xuan Yuan Li asked, intrigued. "Take care of my son. In return, you may have both my body and his mother's, along with our beast cores." Xuan Yuan Li shook his head. "That doesn't seem like enough compensation." The lion-tiger beast grew agitated. "Two emperor-tier beasts' bodies and beast cores aren't enough? Human, your greed knows no bounds." Unfazed, Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly, "You and I both know that you're already at death's door. If we were to fight, you likely wouldn't be able to defeat me. Once you're gone, all of this would be mine anyway. Besides, considering the enemies that drove two emperor-tier beasts to such a state, they must be incredibly formidable. Taking on such a risk, how could this meager reward suffice?" The lion-tiger beast was shaken by his words, unable to deny the truth in them. It indeed had a powerful adversary still hunting it. "Ah, so be it. Perhaps my son is not fated for a peaceful life after all." The lion-tiger beast sighed deeply. It then opened its mouth and released 3 drops of golden, shimmering blood. Instantly, an ancient aura swept across the surroundings, and an inexplicable pressure blanketed the heavens and earth. The snow-white little beast slowly stood up, its eyes filled with longing as it gazed at the 3 drops of blood, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Despite its intense desire for this power, its instincts warned that it was not yet capable of withstanding such immense energy. The aura of the blood spread through the forest, causing every ferocious beast nearby to crouch low in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Dozens of miles away, a massive beast sensed this aura and let out a thunderous roar, charging rapidly in the direction of Xuan Yuan Li. "What is this?" Xuan Yuan Li asked curiously, leaning closer to the 3 drops of blood radiating an ancient and primal aura. The lion-tiger beast panted heavily as it explained, word by word, "These are 3 drops of blood that accompanied my child's birth. Their origin is unknown, but their energy is immense. My child is still young and able to absorb or contain them within its body. For now, I have been safeguarding them. 6 years ago, my mate and I were merely beasts at the Void Realm. Just by being nourished by the energy these drops emitted daily, we broke through to the King Realm and then the Emperor Realm. But somehow, word got out, and a powerful clan from within the Beast Den sent their warriors to seize them. We fought to the death and ultimately had to flee with our child." Blood continuously flowed from the lion-tiger beast's mouth as it continued. "A few days ago, they found us again. To protect our child, its mother fought to her death. I barely escaped using the power of the blood, but I am gravely injured and won't last much longer. Now, I offer these 3 drops of blood as payment. I beg you to take care of my child." Seeing the lion-tiger beast's miserable state, a trace of respect flickered in Xuan Yuan Li's eyes. "I promise you, and I will ensure this blood is left for your child. However, there is one condition: it must form a master-servant contract with me." Without hesitation, the lion-tiger beast agreed. It growled softly to the little beast, and though the young creature seemed reluctant, it eventually approached Xuan Yuan Li under its father's persuasion. The contract was swiftly completed, and a small beast-shaped mark appeared on the back of Xuan Yuan Li's hand, accompanied by the emergence of a vast space in his consciousness. "Master!" A soft, childlike voice echoed in Xuan Yuan Li's mind. Xuan Yuan Li stored the 3 drops of blood within the space connected to the mark on his hand and picked up the fluffy little beast. Looking at its snow-white fur, then glancing at the dying lion-tiger beast and the already deceased ice thunder leopard, Xuan Yuan Li solemnly declared, "From this day forward, I name you Xue Shang. Xue is your surname. Shang is your name. From now on, you shall remain by my side as we conquer the world." The lion-tiger beast cast one last glance at its beloved child and its fallen mate before slowly closing its eyes. Xue Shang leapt from Xuan Yuan Li's arms, approached its parents, and let out a heart-wrenching howl of grief. After a long moment, Xuan Yuan Li gently picked up the trembling Xue Shang and used his ice soul power to preserve the bodies of the 2 beasts. "They were great parents. When you become strong enough, avenge them." "Thank you, Master," Xue Shang whispered softly through their spiritual connection. Just as Xuan Yuan Li was about to leave, a deafening roar suddenly echoed across the sky. A massive figure descended from above, landing heavily before them and kicking up a storm of dust. Roar! A deafening beastly roar erupted from within the smoky haze, echoing like thunder from the heavens. Xuan Yuan Li frowned slightly and waved his hand. A powerful gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist in an instant. Before him emerged a colossal creature, a sky-splitting lion, its entire body covered in brown fur. It stood 10 meters tall, its limbs thick as massive pillars, exuding the overwhelming aura of a battle king-level beast. At that moment, the small creature in his arms, Xue Shang, suddenly became agitated, baring its teeth and claws, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light. "Must to revenge." A broken yet determined voice echoed in Xuan Yuan Li's mind. Looking down at the hatred-filled Xue Shang, Xuan Yuan Li quickly understood the sky-splitting lion before him was one of the fiends that had participated in the ambush and slaughter of Xue Shang's parents years ago. "You should return to your beast companion space for now," Xuan Yuan Li said, gently stroking Xue Shang. "Don't worry, I will kill it." "All right." Xue Shang understood that it would only be a burden at this moment. It transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the mark on Xuan Yuan Li's hand. Once back in the beast companion space, Xue Shang gazed upward at 3 radiant drops of ancient blood, shining like miniature suns. Its eyes filled with resolve as it began to cultivate with unwavering determination. It vowed to grow stronger quickly, no longer willing to be powerless in the face of danger. In the outside world, the battle between Xuan Yuan Li and the sky-splitting lion had already begun. Enraged by Xue Shang's retreat into Xuan Yuan Li's body, the lion let out a furious roar. It had spent so much time tracking Xue Shang, and now, just as it was about to succeed, its plans were thwarted by this human. The sky-splitting lion roared again, swiping a gleaming, razor-sharp claw as it lunged at Xuan Yuan Li. Its massive form loomed over him in an instant. Xuan Yuan Li sneered coldly. "Battle King late stage. Let's see how long you can last." Though he was only at the half-step Battle King level himself, his dual transcendent grade talents made him far beyond what a mere cultivation level could define. Channeling the supreme frost art, Xuan Yuan Li summoned icy blue spiritual energy, which coalesced into a roaring ice dragon that shot skyward. The ice dragon collided with the lion's claws, causing the void to tremble and shards of ice to scatter like blooming fireworks. The extreme frost spread along the lion's claws, enveloping its massive body and making it shiver involuntarily. Realizing its mistake and underestimating its opponent, the sky-splitting lion became more cautious. Spiritual energy surged around it as its enormous form began to shrink, condensing into a 2-meter-tall figure. Its aura, however, grew even more intense. This was its true combat form. Xuan Yuan Li's expression remained calm. With a flick of his hand, he conjured an exquisite ice sword, twirling it gracefully before positioning it defensively. The sky-splitting lion, now as swift as lightning, lunged at him, unleashing an energy beam of astonishing power from its mouth. However, as the energy approached Xuan Yuan Li, it condensed into ice spheres and fell to the ground, failing to harm him in the slightest. With a swift movement, Xuan Yuan Li engaged in an intense clash with the sky-splitting lion. The two figures collided like lightning, claws and sword shadows intertwining and flashing in the air. "Magnificent!" Xuan Yuan Li shouted during the fight, exhilarated by the rare opportunity for such close combat. It had been a long time since he had faced such a fierce opponent, and meeting the sky-splitting lion today sparked a rare sense of excitement. The clang of metal striking metal echoed continuously, the battle exceptionally intense. After a prolonged fight, the two finally separated. The sky-splitting lion's body was covered in sword marks, blood dripping incessantly as it panted heavily. In contrast, Xuan Yuan Li remained composed, with not a single wound on him save for his slightly disheveled sleeve. The victor was clear. The sky-splitting lion, aware of its defeat, refused to retreat due to its pride as a member of its race. It still had one final move to unleash and decided to act on it before making any further decisions. With that thought, it leapt into the air and let out a thunderous roar. Terrifying spiritual energy gathered in its forepaws, so powerful that even the void rippled under its might. Xuan Yuan Li's gaze turned serious. Being well acquainted with the ferocious beasts of the blue-white star, he instantly recognized this as the sky-splitting lion clan's innate divine ability, the sky-splitting claw, the very origin of their name. "Let me witness the power of the sky-splitting claw," he murmured. His ice sword swung, and an equally formidable aura began to coalesce along its blade. The sky-splitting lion swiped its claws fiercely, unleashing a dark claw slash that tore through space itself. Xuan Yuan Li let out a soft cry. Ice slash. A streak of sword energy shot forth, transforming everything it touched into a frozen wasteland. The two forces collided with a deafening explosion, sending out waves of terrifying energy that reduced everything around them to ashes. The smoke and dust lingered for a long time before dissipating, revealing Xuan Yuan Li walking out unscathed, his spiritual energy shield intact. "Heh, think you can escape?" he chuckled lightly. The sky-splitting lion had taken the opportunity to flee, leaving only a black on the distant horizon. As it desperately raced toward the depths of its lair, a sudden sense of dread gripped its heart. The space ahead rippled, and a dark passage appeared out of nowhere. A giant icy hand emerged, seizing it firmly. Xuan Yuan Li summoned Shueshang to his side, cradling it in his arms as it struggled to contain the captured sky-splitting lion. "Go now, avenge your parents," he said softly. Shueshang barked excitedly twice. "Thank you, master." Leaping to the ground, its eyes turned blood-red as it relentlessly launched bolts of lightning at the heavily injured sky-splitting lion. Unable to resist while trapped, the once mighty beast could only endure the attacks from the small creature it had once dismissed as insignificant. At last, after prolonged torment, the sky-splitting lion showed a look of relief and exhaled its final breath. Xuan Yuan Li stored the corpse in the Ice Emperor ring and was about to check on the now exhausted Shueshang when two ancient contract lights suddenly flared from within the ring, causing his face to light up with joy. In the wilderness of Area 003, 10 miles away from the fierce battle between Xuan Yuan Li and the sky-splitting lion, an intense chase was unfolding amidst the dense forest. A figure clad in purple darted swiftly through the trees, carrying a slender, unconscious figure on his back. Though the number of pursuers had dwindled significantly, each of them exuded an intimidating and overwhelming presence. The man was none other than Feng, who gritted his teeth and growled under his breath, "Damn it! Even the wilderness has their people." Days of relentless escape had left Feng mentally strained, and his younger sister, Yue, had fallen unconscious from the depletion of her spiritual energy. Suddenly, a sharp wave of energy surged from behind, forcing Feng to dodge awkwardly. Exhausted, he stumbled and fell, tumbling to the ground with his sister. In an instant, the pursuers encircled them. Feng scrambled to his feet, his body crackling with lightning as he shielded his sister behind him. The pain from the fall roused Yue, who, upon realizing their dire situation, forced herself to stand. Back to back with her brother, she assumed a combat stance and said bitterly, "Brother, it looks like we're out of options." Feng didn't respond, his eyes scanning their surroundings for any chance to break through, though he knew it was futile. Well, Feng and Yue, you've finally fallen into my hands." A sharp, mocking voice rang out. The crowd parted, revealing a man dressed in luxurious robes, his face shadowed with malice. "Situxian, you bastard! Give me back my people's lives!" Feng roared, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged forward, only to be struck back by one of the guard's punches. Situxian sneered coldly. "Feng, blame your family for their insolence. I only killed a few worthless commoners, yet you dared to report me to the enforcement hall, defying the Situxian family? Utter foolishness." He smirked arrogantly, continuing, "With just a fabricated excuse, my family wiped out yours and seized everything you'd achieved. The so-called top talent of Suching? Humph, after today, that title will belong to someone else." Situxian's gaze turned lecherous as he leered at Yue. "But before I deal with you, let me enjoy the beauty of Suching's most stunning woman." He stepped towards Yue as he spoke. Feng immediately positioned himself in front of his sister, but Situ Xian moved with lightning speed, striking Feng with a palm and sending him flying. If Feng had been at full strength, Situ Xian would have stood no chance. But now, utterly drained, Feng could no longer resist. A disgusting, lecherous grin appeared on Situ Xian's face as his eyes roved shamelessly over Ziyue. What I want to do? What do you think? Feng, I'll let you witness your dear sister serving me under my command. You beast. Feng's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he roared hoarsely, you heartless monster. If you dare harm her, I swear I won't let you go, even if I have to come back as a ghost. Huh. Then I'll be waiting for your ghostly revenge. Situ Xian sneered coldly, striding confidently towards Ziyue. Faced with the looming threat, Ziyue swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against her neck. Situ Xian, let my brother go, and he'll do whatever you want. If not, I'll end my life right here, and you'll gain nothing. No, Ziyue, don't. Feng struggled to rise, but Situ Xian's men pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Situ Xian threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha ha, Ziyue, you're so naive. With your brother's meager talent, do you think I would let him escape alive? Look at the situation. Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate with me? He spread his arms wide, his eyes glinting with arrogant confidence. Go ahead, do it. Let's see if you're serious. And if you actually die, well, I may not have such tastes, but my men? Who knows? A bitter smile crossed Ziyu's face as the last glimmer of hope faded from her eyes. Brother, we'll meet again in the next life. Even in death, I won't let this beast have his way. With unwavering resolve, she raised the gleaming dagger and slashed toward her neck. Situ Xian was caught off guard by her sudden action and quickly reached out in an attempt to stop her. At that critical moment, a cold, detached voice echoed in Feng's mind. Do you want to become stronger? Who's there? Feng looked around in shock, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Do you want to save your sister? The voice spoke again. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, Feng shouted into the void. If you can save my sister, I'll do anything you ask, even if it costs me my life. Everyone froze in astonishment at the unexpected turn of events, including Ziyue, who paused mid-action. Situ Xian sneered. Ha ha ha. Feng, still clinging to false hope? Wake up. No one can save you two today. Before his words could fully settle, the temperature around them plummeted sharply. A blue figure approached from the distance, leaving trails of frost and ice crystals in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood before Feng, its voice as chilling as its presence. Remember what you've promised. It was Xuan Yuan Li. Situ Xian stared at the youthful figure, then burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, where did this little brat come from? Playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress? His guards joined in with mocking laughter. Feng, concerned for the stranger's safety, urged, leave now. It's dangerous here. Situ Xian ignored Ziyue behind him and strode toward Xuan Yuan Li. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a strange bird in the forest. Haven't your parents taught you not to meddle in things that don't concern you, kid? Suddenly, the temperature dropped even further, the air so cold it seemed to freeze the breath in their lungs. Xuan Yuan Li's deathly calm voice rang in Situ Xian's ears. You dare speak of my parents? Do you think you're qualified to lecture my parents? Xuan Yuan Li's cold voice rang out, his icy blue eyes radiating a bone-chilling frost as they locked onto Situ Xian. The sheer intensity of his killing intent made Situ Xian's courage crumble, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Though being intimidated by a mere teenager's gaze was a humiliating blow to his pride, Situ Xian swallowed his fear and twisted his face into a snarl. He barked at the guards behind him. Idiots! Are you blind? Capture him now. Don't let a single one escape. At his command, the guards drew their weapons and prepared to charge, yet they abruptly froze in place. Terror filled their eyes as they looked down to see an eerie layer of frost spreading silently from their feet to their entire bodies. Panicked, they tried desperately to break free, slapping and striking at the ice encasing their legs, only to find that any damage they inflicted instantly repaired itself. What was even more horrifying was that this mysterious ice not only immobilized their bodies but also sealed their internal energy, rendering them unable to summon any power. Trapped in this unknown terror, the guards could only let out futile screams as they were gradually transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. This horrifying scene left Feng, Ziyue, and Situ Xian utterly speechless, their faces pale with disbelief. They stared at Xuan Yuan Li, whose expression remained indifferent. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying ability could come from someone so young? Situ Xian felt the ice creeping up over his own feet, and his terror reached a breaking point. He stumbled backward, his voice trembling as he shouted, I'm from the Situ family. You can't kill me. My father is a martial emperor. If you dare harm me, they will never let you go. But Xuan Yuan Li remained utterly indifferent to his threats. Instead, the ice spread even faster. As death loomed closer, Situ Xian completely broke down, bursting into tears as he begged, "Please, don't kill me. I can give you so much money. I swear I'll never bother you again." Just as the ice reached the point where only Situ Xian's head remained exposed, it suddenly stopped spreading. He exhaled a shaky breath of relief, foolishly believing that his pleas had worked. In his mind, he was already plotting how to seek revenge with his father's help once he escaped. However, Xuan Yuan Li turned his gaze to the stunned Zifeng and Ziyue's siblings and said calmly, "Think of them as my gift to you. They're still alive, just frozen. You can decide what to do with them." Ziyue pointed at herself in disbelief, her voice cautious and hesitant. "Really? Are you really handing me over to them?" Situ Xian's face turned pale as he watched the approaching Zifeng and Ziyue siblings. In a panic, he shouted at Xuan Yuan Li, "No, you can't do this. Don't give me to them. I beg you, kill me instead." Zifeng and Ziyue walked forward slowly, their eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. The gruesome images of their clansmen's tragic deaths flashed repeatedly in their minds. A cruel smile, starkly contrasting with her angelic face, crept onto Ziyue's lips. "Wanna die? Not so easy." Ziyue sneered coldly, raising her dagger and drawing a bloody line across Situ Xian's face. "This cut is for my father." Blood trickled down the wound, and Situ Xian grimaced in pain. "This one is for my uncle." Another slash followed. With each strike from Ziyue, Situ Xian's screams of agony echoed louder. Xuan Yuan Li waved his hand, conjuring an icy throne to sit on as he silently observed the unfolding vengeance. It wasn't until Situ Xian and the remaining guards were executed that Zifeng and Ziyue approached him. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives," Zifeng said with a respectful bow. "May I ask what you meant earlier?" Before he could finish, Xuan Yuan Li flicked his hand, and two ancient contracts floated before the siblings. "Sign them." His tone was commanding, leaving no room for negotiation. "What are these?" The siblings looked at the contracts with confusion. "Didn't you just say you'd agree to any condition?" Xuan Yuan Li's cold gaze swept over Zifeng. "With just a drop of blood, you can gain unparalleled opportunities and the power to destroy a martial emperor-level clan. What do we have to give in return?" Ziyue asked warily. "Your loyalty to me. Your fates will be under my control." Without hesitation, Zifeng let a drop of his blood fall onto the contract. Seeing this, Ziyue exclaimed, "Brother, are you insane? If not for the senior's help, we would already be dead," Zifeng said firmly. "I always keep my word." After a moment of hesitation, Ziyue also pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the contract. Instantly, a divine light shot into the sky as a dragon-shaped shadow entered Zifeng's forehead, and a phoenix-shaped shadow entered Ziyue's. Ancient knowledge surged into their minds, leaving them both in awe. "We greet you, my lord." The siblings knelt in unison. Xuan Yuan Li nodded in satisfaction. "Rise." He gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "Two are found. I wonder when the others will appear." Then, he led the siblings away from the area. In an unknown mansion, high above the heavens, two figures shrouded in chaos were engrossed in a game of Go. The black pieces initially held the advantage, but with the placement of a single white piece, the situation suddenly became unpredictable. "Old man, that move truly caught me off guard." "Heh, just a stroke of luck." "Umph, clearly you've been planning this for a long time." The aged voice grumbled, disrupting the board as he gazed into the distance. 10 massive planets floated into view, their paths shrouded in chaos and uncertainty. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. A new chapter is about to unfold. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of a valley shrouded in ice, Zifeng and Ziyue were diligently carrying out their guard duties. Ziyue occasionally glanced into the valley, her eyes filled with admiration. The master's talent is truly terrifying. To reach the realm of Battle King at just 12 years old, it's indeed inspiring, Zifeng responded with a tone of admiration, a trace of envy on his face. As the most talented individual in Suching, he had only reached the Mountain River realm at the age of 19. The siblings couldn't help but recall the shock they felt when they first learned of Xuan Yuan Li's identity and power. Though their lives were now under Xuan Yuan Li's control, the opportunity to follow a master with unparalleled potential brought them genuine joy. Suddenly, an earth-shattering wave of energy erupted from the valley. The siblings' eyes lit up as they immediately abandoned their guard post and rushed toward the valley's center. There, a majestic ancient frozen throne hovered in midair, and Xuan Yuan Li sat cross-legged atop it. Stretching his limbs, he felt the surge of immense power within him. A faint smile appeared on his otherwise calm face. "I've finally broken through." Zifeng and Ziyue quickly dropped to one knee. "Congratulations, master, on advancing to the realm of Battle King." In high spirits, Xuan Yuan Li waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind lifted them to their feet. It's just the Battle King realm. No need for such formality. The inheritance you've received, study it well. Don't let it go to waste. Yes, we will not disappoint you, master. We will strive to follow in your footsteps. The siblings replied in unison. Xuan Yuan Li nodded in acknowledgement, then silently recited in his mind, System, check-in, ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received one ascension pill. The host has one more lottery chance this month. Would you like to use it? Draw, ding. Congratulations, you have received one bloodline awakening pill. Rewards have been placed in the system storage space for the host to review. Xuan Yuan Li quickly inspected the rewards and had already decided on their allocation. I've been out for nearly 2 months. It's time to go home. Turning to the siblings, he instructed, Feng, Ziyue, from now on, stay in the wilderness and focus on your cultivation. Work hard to improve your strength. Report your progress to me once a month, and I will provide resources as needed. As for your family's revenge, don't rush. When the time is right, you will have the chance to personally settle the score. Yes. Thank you, master. After settling the siblings, Xuan Yuan Li soared into the sky and disappeared from their view in an instant. Arriving in Xiadu, Xuan Yuan Li changed into casual attire and strolled through the bustling streets. After a while, he turned in the direction of his home. In the shadows, a figure used a communication device to relay messages while discreetly following him. Xuan Yuan Li had already noticed but chose not to expose the person, knowing they were a shadow guard from the Xuan Yuan family. As a top general in the military, Xuan Yuan naturally had intelligence personnel under her command, tasked not only with transmitting battlefield information but also with monitoring internal affairs within the human race. Xuan Yuan had already instructed that he be notified immediately upon Xuan Yuan Li's return. As Xuan Yuan Li walked back to the villa, he spotted Uncle Yun sweeping the courtyard. Young master, when did you get back? Uncle Yun's wrinkled face broke into a wide smile, and he almost dropped his broom in surprise. Just now. Uncle Yun, where's Xiao Che? Young Master Xiao is in the training room. It's strange, ever since you left, he's become obsessed with training. He practices diligently every day. Even Madam and the Master have praised him for being so sensible. Uncle Yun's smile grew even brighter. Xuan Yuan Li gave a slight nod and, after bidding Uncle Yun goodbye, headed straight for the training room. As he opened the door, he saw Xuan Yuan Jue dressed in a red training outfit, wielding a specially crafted short spear. The little boy was so focused that he didn't even notice the door open. His chubby face was dripping with sweat, and though his movements were still a bit clumsy, there was an undeniable determination in his stance. When Xuan Yuan Jue finally finished his routine and stood still, a crisp round of applause echoed through the room. The boy turned his head, and his eyes lit up instantly. Dropping the short spear, he dashed toward the figure at the door. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Xuan Yuan Li affectionately ruffled his younger brother's fiery red hair and pinched his sweat-covered cheeks. Didn't I come straight to see you? The two of them sat down on the sofa in the training room. Xuan Yuan Jue eagerly asked, Brother, did you encounter anything interesting this time? Did you bring me a gift? Open your mouth, Xuan Yuan Li said with a smile. Xuan Yuan Jue obediently opened his mouth, and a smooth, round object was placed inside. Brother, what is this? It's not sweet at all, Xuan Yuan Jue asked, puzzled, after chewing and swallowing it. You'll find out soon, Xuan Yuan Li replied with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, Xuan Yuan Chi's face turned red. Brother, I feel so hot, like I'm being cooked. No matter what happens, you must endure it. Do you hear me? Xuan Yuan Li's expression turned serious. Okay, but it's so hot. Brother, help me. Xuan Yuan Li immediately raised his hand, encasing his brother in a layer of icy coldness. Moments later, the ice shattered with a loud crack, and a surge of intense flames erupted from Xuan Yuan Chi's body. His fiery red hair instantly grew down to his shoulders, and his clothes turned to ash under the extreme heat. He's awakened. A first-tier fire element controller. Brother, I've really awakened. Xuan Yuan Chi's eyes widened as he felt the energy coursing through his body. Do you like this gift? Xuan Yuan Li asked with a smile. I love it, Xuan Yuan Jue exclaimed, about to leap toward his brother, but Xuan Yuan Li deftly dodged. Xiao Che, your little bird is showing, Xuan Yuan Li teased. Realizing his predicament, Xuan Yuan Jue let out a shriek, hurriedly covering himself with his hands as he bolted into the nearby changing room. In the evening, inside the training room, Xuan Yuan and Yin Yan stood beside Xuan Yuan Jue, their eyes fixed on the awakening stone in his hand, filled with astonishment. The results were clear. SS-level martial talent. SS-level fire element controller. The couple had rushed back upon receiving news of Xuan Yuan Li's return, only to be met with this extraordinary surprise. However, given Xuan Yuan Li's prior experiences, they managed to accept the reality much faster than expected. Xuan Yuan Li then handed the ascension pill to his mother, Yin Yan, explaining that it was an unexpected discovery in a cave within the wilderness. Although Yin Yin initially declined several times, she eventually accepted the pill under her son's insistence. During dinner, the family sat together in warm harmony. Xuan Yuan Li animatedly shared his adventures in the wilderness, while Shui Shang, the little beast, playfully engaged at the table, quickly winning Xuan Yuan Che's affection. Of course, Xuan Yuan Li refrained from mentioning anything about Feng and Ziyu. After dinner, Yin Yin took Xuan Yuan Che to select a suitable cultivation technique. Since both mother and son were fire element practitioners, it was only fitting for her to guide him. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan Li accompanied his father to the second-floor balcony, savoring the rare father-son bonding time. Xuan Yuaning gazed at the distant starry sky, a trace of worry etched on his brow. Noticing his father's expression, Xuan Yuan Li softly asked, "Dad, is there something on your mind?" Sigh, Xuan Yuaning sighed deeply. "I can't shake the feeling that great changes are coming to the world. The ferocious beast clans are growing stronger by the day. If something truly happens, how will the billions of citizens of the Xia Kingdom survive? Dad, you don't have to bear all the burdens on your shoulders. Besides, not everyone is worth protecting," Xuan Yuanli said, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes as he thought of the Situ family. Xuan Yuaning caught on to his son's thoughts and chuckled lightly. "It seems you've experienced quite a bit during your time away. With such a large population in the Great Xia, these things are inevitable. But remember, most of the common people are worthy of protection by our Xian Yuan clan. It's our ancestral duty. You'll understand when you're older." Xian Yuanli pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up with resolute determination. "Dad, let me help you." "Ha ha ha." Xian Yuaning laughed heartily, filled with pride. "All right, I'll be waiting for that day. With your talent, I'm confident it won't take long." Little did Xian Yuaning know, his son's seemingly simple promise that night would one day bring him unimaginable astonishment. 10 years later, in the extreme northern lands, on an endless white plain, a towering snow-capped mountain rose abruptly. Layer upon layer of silver-white peaks stood like giants, as countless snowflakes drifted gently through the air, settling softly on the vast snowy expanse. At the foot of the mountain, a few snow-white creatures were frolicking, their delicate footprints dotting the pristine snow. Suddenly, a strange disturbance rippled through the void. A black dot, no larger than a fist, rapidly expanded in the sky, casting a massive shadow. Sensing the anomaly, the small creatures scattered in panic, as a powerful aura surged from the black hole. The space twisted, and a burly figure wearing a mask stepped out of the wormhole first, standing firmly in midair while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Following closely behind, 14 similarly masked men and women emerged in succession, forming a neat line. All 15 figures dropped to their knees in unison, shouting in a loud, synchronized voice, "We welcome the Ice Emperor." The wormhole trembled slightly, and a figure seated on an icy throne descended slowly. His long hair flowed in icy blue waves, and half of his mask was etched with mysterious patterns. Though he exuded no discernible aura, his presence emanated an invisible pressure. The figure slowly raised a hand and removed the mask, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. It was none other than Xin Yuanli. A decade had passed, transforming the once youthful boy into a mature and composed man. He cast a calm gaze around the area, his eyes finally settling on the snow-capped mountain. "Here will do," he said softly. Before the words fully settled, a streak of violet light flashed across the scene like lightning, leaving behind a dazzling purple glow. Before anyone could react, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The towering snow-capped mountain split cleanly in two, with the upper half collapsing toward the group. A muscular figure wielding a massive hammer charged forward from behind, striking the falling section of the mountain with a single blow. With a thunderous crash, the snow mountain disintegrated into fine powder, swept away by a fierce wind into the distance. All that remained was the lower half of the mountain, its smooth cross-section standing as if in silent protest. With a wave of Xin Yuan Li's hand, an ice palace emerged from his palm. It expanded rapidly as it descended, transforming into a magnificent ancient palace that settled securely on the snow mountain's platform, perfectly occupying the space. This earth-shattering scene was witnessed only by the dozen or so individuals present. If word of it were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the world. Above the grand gates of the ice palace, the bold and majestic words, "Ice Emperor Palace," shimmered brilliantly. As the palace slowly descended, an invisible formation spread outward, its runes concealed within the void, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward the palace like rivers converging into the sea. "This will be our home from now on," Xin Yuan Li's gentle voice resonated, and as soon as the words left his lips, a cheer erupted from the group behind him. After wandering for so long, they had finally found a place to truly belong. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves within the grand and imposing hall deep inside the ice palace. Xuan Yuan Li reclined lazily on the icy throne, his right hand supporting his head as he gazed down at the crowd. On his left stood 3 figures, while 12 others stood in orderly rows to his right. Yunli, Xuan Yuan Li called softly. From the 12 on the right, a green-haired woman wearing a rabbit mask stepped forward. Even the mask couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. She knelt on one knee, her captivating eyes fixed on Xuan Yuan Li as she respectfully said, "Yunli greets the Ice Emperor. Rise and report the situation." "Yes." Yunli stood up, a flash of silver light appearing in her hand as she projected an image onto the hall. She provided a detailed report on the current state of the Ice Emperor Palace. Over 100,000 members spread across the Blue-White Star, with precise statistics on warriors of various levels. The Frost Pavilion Merchant Guild had become one of the top 10 merchant guilds on the planet, and the wormhole nodes in various locations had been set up, awaiting activation. Hearing the scale of the Ice Emperor Palace's development, the crowd couldn't hide their excitement and looked expectantly at Xuan Yuan Li. He gestured for Yun Li to return to her position and fell into deep thought, his fingers lightly tapping the icy throne. He first sent the 3 figures on his left to reinforce defenses, then addressed the recent disturbances in several beast lairs. He assigned Zifeng, Mingyu, and Hongwan to guard the major lairs, even dispatching the little beast Shueshang to assist. "Yunli, aside from the wormhole construction, is there anything else that requires my personal attention?" Xuan Yuan Li asked. Yunli checked briefly, her expression turning slightly peculiar. "My lord, there is indeed one matter." "What is it?" he inquired. "My lord, you need to return to school." This statement immediately gave Xuan Yuan Li a headache and caused the entire hall to stifle their laughter. "My lord, you need to return to school." The voice echoed through the grand hall, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. The 12 individuals standing below displayed subtle expressions, caught between wanting to laugh and suppressing it. Xuan Yuan Li watched the scene unfold, feeling a splitting headache coming on. As the leader of the most powerful faction on Lombai Star, the idea of returning to school was utterly ridiculous. If word got out, it would be the joke of the century. Yet, this was something he couldn't refuse. For years ago, at the age of 18, he was faced with his mother's unyielding demand. Either go on blind dates or return to school. Left with no choice, he opted for Qianlong University, the most prestigious institution on launching. Now a senior, he had deliberately restrained his strength to the level of a 9th-tier martial artist, which only placed him at an above-average level in this school teeming with prodigies. However, his striking appearance made it impossible for him to keep a low profile. The moment he enrolled, he claimed the title of the most handsome student on campus, earning the nickname Cold-Faced God. Countless girls were enamored with him, while many male students harbored jealousy. Yet, due to his uniformly indifferent attitude toward everyone, no one dared to trouble him. "Yunli, stay. The rest of you leave." Xuan Yuan Li waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, my lord. We take our leave." The others quickly vanished, leaving the vast hall with only Xuan Yuan Li and Yun Li. "By the way, Yun Li, has there been any news about Xiao Che recently?" Xuan Yuan Li suddenly asked. His younger brother, Xuan Yuan Jue, had displayed extraordinary talent ever since Xuan Yuan Li triggered his awakening at the age of 8. Despite their efforts to keep a low profile, news of an 80-year-old awakening his bloodline ability had caused a sensation in the outside world. To protect his brother, Xuan Yuan Jue adopted the alias Xiao Che, and all traces of his family background were meticulously erased by Xuan Yuanying. When approached by various factions, Xuan Yuan Jue had consistently used, "I'll decide after starting university," as an excuse. Now, at 18 and about to enter university, his strength at the Void Realm had made him the target of many covetous factions. "My lord, while many forces are vying for your brother, none have dared to resort to coercion so far," Yun Li replied. Yun Li blurted out without hesitation. "Additionally, apart from the people your father sent, there are 2 other forces secretly protecting your younger brother. Everything is going well at the moment." Sitting on the imperial throne, Xuan Yuan Li pondered briefly before speaking in a calm voice. "Arrange for a few people to protect Xiao Che. Unless it's a matter of life and death, they shouldn't act rashly. He's had it too easy these past 10 years. It's time he faced some challenges. I've already dispatched 2 battle kings to watch over him in secret," Yun Li replied with a slight bow. "Good. I trust your arrangements." Xuan Yuan Li descended the imperial throne with measured steps, an aura of immense power emanating from him. "Mark all the spatial nodes and begin constructing the spatial wormholes." "Understood." The scene shifts to the imperial capital in September, where the scorching sun beats down on the earth. At the gates of Qianlong University, 2 young women stood with heavy luggage. One of them, a red-haired girl with a ponytail, kept patting the sweat off her body as she complained in a soft, exasperated voice, "The imperial capital is way too hot. I feel like I'm melting." "Yin Yin, you've been complaining the entire way," her companion teased, unable to hold back. "You're a fire element controller, this heat should be nothing to you. Admit it." You're just upset your parents didn't come to drop you off. Yin Yin put her hands on her hips and retorted, who said it's because of them? Can't a fire element controller feel hot? Do you even know what it means to have the heat of the sun burning in your heart? Before she could finish, a blur of blue swept past them. The figure had flowing blue hair, an ethereal face, and an aura of refreshing coolness that instantly lowered the temperature around him. It was as if he had brought an oasis of relief to the scorching heat. Yin Yin froze in place, staring blankly at the figure, her gaze fixated in awe. She didn't even notice a trail of drool slipping from the corner of her mouth. Just as she snapped out of it and prepared to chase after him, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed behind her. A large group of girls rushed past, their voices overlapping as they shouted, "Wait for us, handsome. We love you." Yin Yin stopped one of the senior girls to ask what was going on. Initially annoyed, the senior's demeanor changed the moment Li male god was mentioned. She became animated, eagerly explaining, "That's Xia Li, the ultimate heartthrob of Qianlong University. His looks are unmatched, his demeanor is aloof, and there's never been a single scandal about him. From freshmen to seniors, countless school beauties have confessed to him, but he's turned them all down." As she spoke, the senior glanced at Yin Yin, sizing her up. Noticing her striking appearance, the senior instinctively stepped back and hurriedly joined the crowd chasing after Xia Li. Male god? The ultimate heartthrob? Yin Yin clenched her fists, speaking to herself with determination. "I've made up my mind. I'm going to be the woman of the ultimate heartthrob." Nearby, a few girls overheard her declaration. They exchanged knowing looks and shook their heads, their lips curling into amused smiles. "Another freshman has fallen for Xia Li. She'll figure it out eventually. We've all been there before." Xuan Yuan Li walked indifferently through the campus of Qianlong University, completely ignoring the crowd following him. His tall, elegant figure attracted countless gazes, but it also sparked envy in some. Isn't it just because he's good-looking? This is an era where strength matters most. He's merely a ninth-tier martial artist, which is only average in Qianlong University, a sarcastic voice sneered. Exactly. These people obsessed with appearances are ridiculous. Someone nearby chimed in. The young women trailing behind Xuan Yuan Li turned their heads upon hearing this. The next moment, they collectively bent over, retching. "Oh my god, what is that hideous thing? My eyes are going blind." They gagged and cursed as they spoke. The man who had made the snide remark grew furious, his aura flaring up. But when he noticed a few women in the group glaring at him coldly, women whose strength far surpassed his, immediately deflated and fled in embarrassment. Xuan Yuan Li remained unfazed by the commotion and walked straight back to his dormitory, a beautifully furnished villa. Such a luxurious residence shouldn't have belonged to someone with his seemingly average abilities. But money talks. Whether it was the resources from the Ice Emperor Palace or the astronomical allowances his mother, Yin Yin, sent him every year, he had wealth to spare. With some irresistible resources, he had easily persuaded the original occupant to part with the place. Just as he settled onto the sofa, his communication device buzzed. Upon reading the message, a faint smile appeared on Xuan Yuan Li's lips. He promptly dialed his younger brother, Xuan Yuansa. "Brother." Xuan Yuansa's voice was brimming with excitement. "You saw the message, right? Can you go with me?" "Xiao Su. You know I don't like those kinds of events, and this spot is something your school arranged for you." Xuan Yuan Li replied gently. "Brother, I've already taken care of all that. The academy approved it." Xuan Yuansa interrupted. "Besides, with my current standing, they wouldn't dare say anything. This time, the secret realm is limited to those under 25, and I can't find anyone suitable to accompany me. We haven't seen each other in ages, and you've already broken your promise twice before." "Oh, and..." He smirked mischievously. "You wouldn't want mom to find out you've been skipping classes, would you?" At this, Xuan Yuan Li stopped resisting. It wasn't so much his brother's threat that swayed him, but rather the realization that, apart from helping Xuan Yuansa awaken his bloodline prematurely at the age of 8, he hadn't done much for him since. Perhaps it was time to make up for that, especially since his brother's strength still lagged behind. This was Xuan Yuan Li's own thought. If anyone were to learn that he considered an 18-year-old cultivator at the Yukong realm to still be weak, they would probably think he was crazy. Thinking of this, he felt a slight pang of guilt, so he agreed. "All right, I'll go with you. But let me make one thing clear." Before he could finish, Xuan Yuansa's excited voice interrupted him from the other end of the line. "That's great. With you around, there's no way this secret realm will be a problem. See you in 7 days. Gotta go, bye." The line went dead with a hurried busy signal. Looking at the disconnected call, Xuan Yuan Li shook his head with a helpless smile and muttered, "This brat is still so impulsive." He then dialed another number, his tone calm. "Yun Li, Xiao Su is planning to enter a secret realm. Look into it." "Yes, sir." 7 days later, outside the gates of Shadu No. 1 High School, a noisy group of students had gathered, seemingly waiting for someone. At the front stood a red-haired young man with a small braid tied at the back of his head. Handsome and confident, he was none other than the now-grown Xuan Yuan Jue. The crowd behind him, eager with curiosity, was hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious helper he had brought along. A sleek black car slowly pulled up to the school gates and came to a stop. The door opened, and Xuan Yuan Li stepped out. Xuan Yuan Jue immediately rushed forward, throwing his arms around his brother in an enthusiastic hug. "Brother, long time no see." Xuan Yuan Li patted his younger brother on the shoulder. "Indeed, it's been almost a year. Not bad, you've grown taller. I thought you were going to bail on me again," Xuan Yuan Jue said, a hint of reproach in his tone. It was evident that he still held a grudge over his brother's 2 missed appointments last year. Caught off guard, Xuan Yuan Li could only offer an awkward smile. Behind them, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some marveled at Xuan Yuan Li's appearance, others questioned his strength, and a few discreetly instructed their subordinates to investigate his background. As they entered the campus, Xuan Yuan Jue began explaining the details of the secret realm to his brother. This newly discovered realm, found a month ago, only allowed entry to individuals under the age of 25, and each academy was given a limited number of spots. Soon, the brothers arrived at the principal's office. As they pushed the door open, they were greeted by the sight of a burly middle-aged man, Principal Wang Ming, a formidable latest-age war king realm cultivator. When his gaze landed on Xuan Yuan Li, his pupils narrowed slightly. Despite Xuan Yuan Li's outward appearance of being just a 9th-tier martial artist, Wang Ming could sense a dangerous aura emanating from him. After a round of introductions and brief pleasantries facilitated by Xuan Yuan Jue, Wang Ming, though still harboring doubts about Xuan Yuan Li, reluctantly accepted the arrangement, given that he was Xuan Yuan Jue's elder brother. The next day, under the guidance of Wang Ming, Xuan Yuan Li and Xuan Yuan Jue traversed the rugged mountain paths and arrived at a bustling valley. Scattered across the valley were groups of varying sizes. Some were seated on the ground, while others gathered in small clusters, conversing in hushed tones. Yet, all eyes were invariably drawn to a seemingly ordinary mountain peak. Above the peak hovered a mysterious vortex portal, with ancient seals flickering faintly on its surface. The passage of time had weakened these seals, and from time to time, waves of scorching heat escaped, distorting the surrounding space. As the seals continued to deteriorate, the gaze of the onlookers grew increasingly fervent. When Wang Ming led the 2 young men into the valley, they immediately attracted attention. While some were surprised to see high school-aged youths, recognition of Xuan Yuan Jue quickly dispelled their doubts. As the foremost prodigy of his generation, having reached the Void Flight realm at the age of 18, Xuan Yuan Jue's reputation had long spread far and wide. Although this secret realm imposed an age limit of 25, both Qianlong Academy and White Tiger Academy had made special exceptions to allocate a spot for this fire element genius. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from Qianlong Academy's group. "Look! Who is that?" Following the voice, the crowd turned their gaze to the blue-haired boy behind Wang Ming. For the students of Qianlong Academy, that strikingly handsome face was all too familiar. Despite his unremarkable strength, his unforgettable visage had already made him a well-known figure within the academy. "Am I seeing things? Xiali? What is he doing here?" someone exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Xuan Yuan Li. A young woman in red covered her mouth in astonishment, murmuring, "It's really Xiali. But why is he with Wang Ming, the Battle King? And he seems to be quite close to the top prodigy." Suddenly, the woman seemed to piece things together. "Xiache, Xiali, could they be related?" Her words sparked a wave of curiosity as the crowd scrutinized the 2 young men's features, noting several striking similarities. This unexpected revelation left everyone present in shock, especially the female students from Qianlong Academy who already admired Xuan Yuan Li. Their eyes now gleamed with even greater intensity. Given Xuan Yuan Jue's exceptional talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached the pinnacle of Xiaogua. This background of connections attracted many admirers, but also sparked considerable criticism. Among the ranks of Qianlong Academy, a young man clad in a fitted outfit wore a dark expression and said coldly, "Who would have thought that the cold-faced idol of the academy, who always looked down on everything, would rely on connections one day? Even if he enters the secret realm, a 9th-tier martial artist is just there to make up the numbers. What a waste of a spot. Manu, are you this bitter just because the person you recommended didn't make it? Besides, this spot belongs to Shadu No. 1 High School, so it has nothing to do with you." A girl standing nearby retorted, unable to hold back. "Oomph. Am I wrong?" Manu scoffed and turned his head away, refusing to engage further. As the girl prepared to argue further, the Qianlong Academy team's leading instructor shouted angrily, "Enough! Are you here for training, or to quarrel? If you don't want to enter the secret realm, I can arrange that for you right now." At this, everyone immediately fell silent. Opportunities like this were rare, and no one wanted to risk losing their chance over petty disputes. On the other side, Xuan Yuan Li noticed the group from Qianlong Academy, but, having rarely interacted with them before, didn't bother to pay them any attention. As time passed, teams from various prestigious institutions arrived one after another, including prodigies cultivated by the military and influential families. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Suddenly, the entrance to the secret realm erupted with a powerful surge of energy. A dazzling burst of light radiated from the vortex, runes swirled, and scorching energy rippled outward, forcing the crowd to step back. Moments later, the chaos subsided, and a staircase formed entirely of flames extended from the vortex to the foot of the mountain. Everyone immediately understood and dashed toward the secret realm like arrows released from a bow, eager to seize the first opportunity. The secret realm has opened. You should head in as well. Be cautious at all times, Principal Wang Ming instructed. Following his signal, the two brothers quickly joined the others. As he stepped into the vortex, Xuan Yuan Jue felt the world spin around him, and the temperature suddenly soared. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a crimson-hued world. The barren plains stretched endlessly, resembling scorched earth, and the sky was veiled in a blood-red haze. Brother, which direction should we go? Xuan Yuan Jue asked, glancing around curiously. North, Xuan Yuan Li replied, pointing into the distance with certainty. He had sensed a faint yet watchful gaze scrutinizing them, lingering particularly long on Xuan Yuan Jue. More importantly, the overwhelming energy emanating from the north was enough to make even Xuan Yuan Lion of the top-tier powerhouses on Lanbai Star feel a deep sense of unease. Whatever lay in that direction was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity in this secret realm. Without hesitation, Xuan Yuan Jue started heading north. Since childhood, he had placed unwavering trust in his brother. If not for Xuan Yuan Li helping him awaken his bloodline at the age of 8, he wouldn't have achieved his current accomplishments. Along the way, the two brothers encountered numerous fierce beasts, all of which were handled by Xuan Yuan Jue. These minor threats didn't warrant Xuan Yuan Li's attention, as this journey was meant to hone Xuan Yuan Jue's skills. Xuan Yuan Jue's mastery of fire techniques had reached an extraordinary level. He could summon fire serpents, dragons, phoenixes, and lotuses with ease, all packing immense destructive power. Paired with the crimson flame spear crafted by their father, Xuan Yuan Ying, his capabilities were further amplified. Under Xuan Yuan Li's subtle guidance, Xuan Yuan Jue's physical prowess and proficiency with weapons had also become formidable. The brothers pressed onward, leaving behind a trail of scorched earth and beast corpses. Yet, after their departure, an eerie white frost silently formed over the charred remains, rapidly covering the entire body. When the temperature dropped to a critical point, the beast corpses shattered like exploding ice sculptures, resembling bursts of frozen fireworks. The fragments melted into icy water upon hitting the ground and vanished into the parched earth, leaving no trace behind. In a tranquil valley, Xuan Yuan Jue sat cross-legged on the ground, looking bored and wearing a sullen expression. His elder brother, Xuan Yuan Li, leaned against the treetop of a large tree nearby, gazing into the distance with a pensive look. It had been 3 days since they entered the secret realm. Although they had encountered numerous rare spiritual herbs and gained a lot, the ferocious beasts they came across were surprisingly weak. As someone who thrived on combat, Xuan Yuan Jue was frustrated that he hadn't had the chance to engage in a thrilling battle. At first, Xuan Yuan Li also found the situation odd, suspecting that his aura might have scared off the more powerful beasts. However, he soon noticed a faint, lingering gaze frequently directed at his younger brother. This made him suspect that the owner of that gaze was likely the master of this secret realm, someone who seemed to have a particular interest in Xuan Yuan Jue. A cold glint flashed in Xuan Yuan Li's eyes. If the other party harbored any ill intentions, he would not stand by idly. Brother, Xuan Yuan Jue suddenly complained. This secret realm is so vast, but all we've encountered are low-level beasts. That scarlet flame turtle in the midstage of the mountain river realm earlier was the only one that put up a bit of a fight. Xuan Yuan Li chuckled lightly. What's this? Just after your breakthrough, you're already looking down on mountain river realm beasts? Xuan Yuan Jue scratched his head and grinned. Not exactly. It's just that they don't feel challenging. Little Che, how about you shout a bit, and he'll conjure up a beast at the soaring sky realm for you? Xuan Yuan Li suddenly suggested. Huh, shout. Xuan Yuan Jue looked confused. Yes, shout twice and it'll appear immediately. All right, I'll do it. Xuan Yuan Jue stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the valley, bring me a powerful beast. As soon as his words fell, 2 thunderous roars echoed from the distance. A massive red figure streaked across the sky. It was a twin-headed flame dragon in the late stage of the soaring sky realm. Its enormous wings stirred up fierce winds, sending sand and rocks flying in all directions. Awesome. Just what I wanted. Xuan Yuan Jue exclaimed excitedly. Brother, how did you do that? Xuan Yuan Li merely smiled faintly without answering. He knew this was the work of the mysterious figure, and he had simply played along with the situation. The beast is here. It's up to you now. Got it. Watch me. Xuan Yuan Jue, gripping his scarlet flame spear, leapt into the air with boundless fighting spirit. As he locked eyes with the twin-headed flame dragon, tension filled the air. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan Li remained relaxed, leaning against the tree, holding a cup seemingly formed of ice, leisurely sipping from it as he observed the scene. The next moment, the battle erupted. Xuan Yuan Jue and the twin-headed flame dragon clashed fiercely. The scarlet flame spear collided with the dragon's massive, sturdy body, sending sparks flying and producing a series of resounding metallic clangs. Two enormous dragon heads spewed flames relentlessly, creating waves of scorching heat that engulfed everything in their path. The twin-headed flame dragon attacked with ferocious intensity, but Xuan Yuan Jue remained undaunted. His crimson flame spear radiated a dazzling brilliance as he charged heat against the dragon's fiery breath. Explosions erupted one after another, flames sweeping across the sky, and the battle reached an extraordinary level of intensity. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, inside an ancient grand hall, a translucent figure floated silently. Dressed in white robes adorned with red patterns, with short crimson hair and a resolute expression, the figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on several glowing screens before him. The largest of these screens displayed the scene of the two brothers in combat. Not bad at understanding and utilizing elements, but their fighting style is still somewhat immature, the mysterious figure murmured softly. The world has only begun to recover for 200 years, and reaching the void realm at just 18 is indeed remarkable. His gaze then shifted to the screen showing Xuan Yuan Li, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Reaching the half-step realm in your early 20s, such talent would be considered exceptional even in that place. It's a pity their attributes counter each other. Otherwise, this inheritance. Back on the battlefield, the duel between Xuan Yuan Jue and the twin-headed flame dragon had reached its climax. Despite the dragon being two minor realms above him, Xuan Yuan Jue, hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Xia kingdom, held the upper hand. The twin-headed flame dragon was now covered in wounds, its blood raining down like a storm as it let out an earth-shaking roar, preparing for a desperate final strike. Both dragon heads simultaneously gathered immense energy, forming a colossal fire dragon that blotted out the sky and charged directly at Xuan Yuan Jue. With a resounding shout of "Crimson Flame Strike!" Xuan Yuan Jue transformed into a blazing arrow of fire, piercing through the fiery dragon and striking with precision through the two heads of the twin-headed flame dragon. The massive dragon crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Xuan Yuan Jue, though slightly regretful, retracted his crimson flame spear. He quickly collected the beast core and any useful materials, leaving behind a bare dragon carcass. Rejoining Xuan Yuan Li, Xuan Yuan's face lit up with anticipation as he sought recognition. "Brother, my self-created technique, Crimson Flame Strike, isn't bad, right?" Xuan Yuan Li initially responded with a calm, "It's just all right." Seeing his younger brother's crestfallen expression, he then smiled and added, "Kidding. You did well, your skills are getting stronger." Hearing the praise, Xuan Yuan's face broke into a bright grin. With renewed energy, he cheerfully continued heading north. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed. As the two brothers ventured deeper into the heart of the secret realm, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly powerful, and the treasures they obtained became ever more precious. Xuan Yuan Jue was unusually exhilarated along the way, seemingly crushing everything in his path. What he didn't realize was that the beasts beyond his capabilities had already been silently dealt with by Xuan Yuan Li, who left only suitable opponents for him to train against. Though this went against Xuan Yuan Li's original intentions, he couldn't afford to let his brother miss out on crucial opportunities. Before long, Xuan Yuan Jue noticed the peculiarity of the situation and quickly deduced that his brother must have been secretly helping him. He was inwardly shocked his brother hadn't revealed his cultivation level to the family in years, and given his natural talent, Xuan Yuan Li must have reached an extraordinarily terrifying level of power. What puzzled him even more was that Xuan Yuan Li had remained in his line of sight the entire time. Suddenly, a vast and majestic complex of buildings appeared in the distance, catching Xuan Yuan's attention. "Brother, look over there. What is that?" He pointed toward the distant structures, his expression filled with excitement. "Such massive and ancient architecture. Just looking at it from afar makes me feel an inexplicable sense of unease. This must be where the greatest opportunity in this secret realm lies." Xuan Yuan Li's expression remained calm as he replied softly, "I see it. This architectural complex is indeed ancient. It even resembles the style of the era described in the old records. However, what?" Xuan Yuan Jue asked in confusion. Xuan Yuan Li didn't answer. He simply fixed his gaze on the direction of the palace and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Xuan Yuan Jue refrained from pressing further. He knew that when the time was right, his brother would tell him what he needed to know. The two brothers quickly approached the palace complex. By now, A large number of groups had already gathered here, mostly composed of prodigies from prestigious academies and top-tier noble families. Given their formidable strength and the resources of their clans, it wasn't surprising that they had made it this far. Even if they had initially headed in the wrong direction, they would have had time to adjust their course. Arriving at the entrance to the palace complex, the brothers discovered that this enormous structure had only a single entry point, which was heavily fortified with powerful restrictions. They found an empty spot nearby, sat down on the ground, and waited for the right moment. Although Xuan Yuan Jue didn't recognize anyone here besides his brother, and Xuan Yuan Li seemed to ignore the group wearing Qianlong Academy uniforms, their arrival immediately drew attention. After all, Xuan Yuan Jue's reputation in Xia Kingdom had long preceded him. Behind him, Xuan Yuan Li appeared unfazed by the situation. Among the crowd, a man from Qianlong University named Wan Yu was staring intently in their direction. When he noticed Xuan Yuan Li casually sitting down to rest after spotting them, without even a greeting, his face turned dark with displeasure. Anger welled up in Wan Yu's chest as he strode over to Xuan Yuan Li, glaring down at him from above. So, the so-called campus heartthrob of Xia University thinks so little of others? You don't even bother to acknowledge the Qianlong University team? Xuan Yuansa glanced at the overbearing man with curiosity and asked, "Brother, who is this?" Hearing the word brother, Wan Yu's pupils contracted, his body instantly tensing. However, he quickly relaxed, thinking to himself that although Xia Che was the #1 genius, he had yet to fully develop his potential and posed no immediate threat. But Xuan Yuan Li's response completely ignited Wan Yu's fury. "I don't know you. By the way, who are you?" Wan Yu suppressed his anger, enunciating each word with deliberate force. "Xia Li, don't you think you're being a bit too dismissive? I, Wan Yu, am ranked 19th among the geniuses of Qianlong University and am in the same college and class as you. And yet, you claim not to know me." His raised voice immediately drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who began to gather, eager to watch the drama unfold. Feigning a moment of thought, Xuan Yuan Li replied coldly, "Wan Yu? Never heard of you. You said we're in the same class?" He continued. "I rarely interact with others. Aside from the registration day, I haven't even attended class. Why would I know you? Besides, you're only ranked 19th, not first. Why should I remember you?" Wan Yu's forehead veins bulged as a whirlwind of energy gathered around him. Sensing the tension, Xuan Yuansa stepped in front of his brother and said, "You're really something. We didn't provoke you, yet here you are, trying to make a scene. Are you looking for a fight? I'll gladly oblige. At your age, you're only at Mid-Void Realm. Where do you even get the confidence?" The crowd began murmuring in disapproval, accusing Wan Yu of stirring up trouble. But instead of anger, Wan Yu laughed mockingly. "Huh, I'm in my 20s and at Mid-Void Realm. What about your brother? He's the same age and still just a 9th level martial artist. The only reason he got a spot in the secret realm is because of your connections. You may be the #1 genius, but until you grow into your potential, you're nothing." As he spoke, Wan Yu assumed a fighting stance, clearly prepared to clash with Xuan Yuansa. The onlookers gasped, questioning how a mere 9th level martial artist could have secured a spot in the secret realm. Xuan Yuan Li slightly raised his head, his gaze calm and unfathomable, like a bottomless abyss, sweeping over Wan Yu. That single glance sent a chill down Wan Yu's spine, his hair standing on end as though he were facing a terrifying force. He frantically looked around but found nothing out of the ordinary. Xuan Yuansa summoned his crimson flame spear, its fiery glow surging and radiating intense heat. "My brother's spot is none of your business. The school gave it to me, and I can give it to whoever I want. It's not for you to question. If you want to fight, come on. Let me see what kind of genius Qianlong University has to offer." Wan Yu snorted coldly. "Fine, let's do this." Just as the tension reached its peak and the two were about to clash, a stern voice rang out from the distance. "Stop!" Several figures swiftly approached at great speed. "Wan Yu, stop!" A stern shout echoed from afar as several figures arrived in an instant. Leading the group was a man wielding a long sword, his purple hair standing upright, his face resolute. Dressed in the uniform of Qianlong University, he exuded an imposing aura. This was Lei Tian, the second strongest at Qianlong University and the young master of the prominent Lei family in the Magic City. The crowd immediately stirred, with many showing subtle changes in their expressions. Sensing the shift, Wan Yu quickly retracted his aura and respectfully saluted Lei Tian. "Senior Lei Tian." Lei Tian let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze briefly sweeping over Xuan Yuan Jue before he sternly rebuked, "Wan Yu, acting recklessly again while I'm not around? Do you think I wouldn't find out?" Wan Yu lowered his head, not daring to speak. As a member of a family dependent on the Lei clan, he was well aware of Lei Tian's strength, which had reached the threshold of the Battle King realm second only to the top-ranked student in the academy. After reprimanding Wan Yu, Lei Tian turned with a smile and cupped his hands toward Xuan Yuan Jue. "Brother Xia Che, it's been a while. I apologize on behalf of Xuan Yu for offending you. As his senior, I take responsibility. He then turned back and barked. What are you waiting for? Apologize now. With a grim expression, Xuan Yu stepped forward reluctantly. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Seeing Xian Yuan's cold smirk and feeling the weight of Lei Tian's icy glare, he hesitated before turning to Xuan Yuan Li and forcing out, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xuan Yuan Li, still sitting on the ground, remained silent. Xuan Yuan Jue waved dismissively, his tone full of disdain. Get lost. Lei Tian's lips twitched slightly, and after exchanging a few polite words, he led his group away. The onlookers, realizing there was no more drama to witness, also dispersed. Xiaoche, do you know that Lei Tian? Xuan Yuan Li asked. I've met him a couple of times. We're not close. His father is the head of the Lei family in the Magic City. They've been trying to recruit me into their clan, so that's probably why he's being so polite. Xuan Yuan Jue replied nonchalantly. Xuan Yuan Li chuckled knowingly. No wonder. That little performance of his, scolding Xuan Yu, was just to leave a good impression on you. Too bad it was all for nothing. In a secluded spot far from the palace gates, Lei Tian stopped with Xuan Yu and the others. A crisp slap broke the silence as Xuan Yu clutched his reddened cheek, silently enduring the humiliation. Worthless. You almost ruined everything for me. Lei Tian glared furiously at Xuan Yu standing before him. Xiaoche is someone our Lei family has invested everything to recruit, and you dared to provoke him. Don't you realize that every rival force knows you're one of my people? If a fight had broken out today and word got out, our Lei family would lose any chance with the #1 prodigy. Do you think your Yuan family matters more to us than Xiaoche? Xuan Yu trembled all over, pleading for mercy repeatedly. Young Master Lei, I'm sorry. It was a moment of impulsiveness. Please forgive me this one time. After venting his anger, Lei Tian, realizing Xuan Yu still had his uses, waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, this is the only time. There will be no next time. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Understood. Understood. I'll remember this. Xuan Yu nodded submissively on the surface, but a malicious glint flickered in his lowered eyes as he gritted his teeth inwardly. Xiali, this is all your fault. I won't let you go. Xiaoche can't stay by your side forever, and as for that wretched woman, for the next 2 days, all was calm, and everyone waited for the restriction to dissipate. As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered at the site, and the barrier at the palace complex's entrance grew increasingly fragile. On the 7th day, with a deafening explosion, the restriction shrouding the palace complex shattered. Crimson light enveloped the entire palace complex as the ground trembled and cracks spread everywhere. In the stunned gazes of the crowd, the palace complex slowly rose, its massive shadow looming over them all. When the dust settled, everyone realized that the gate they had seen earlier was merely a tenth of the structure's true size. This was not just a palace complex, it was an enormous palace buried underground. From the radiant portal, a grand voice echoed, the trial begins. Immediately, a large number of cultivators surged forward and rushed inside. Some cautious individuals chose to observe, but after seeing no one exit for a while, they eventually entered as well. Xuan Yuan Jue appeared anxious. Brother, should we go in? After attempting to probe with his spiritual sense to no avail, Xuan Yuan Li pondered for a moment before decisively saying, we go in. He left a mark on Xuan Yuan Jue and headed for the gate. Seeing the #1 prodigy enter, someone in the crowd shouted, even the #1 prodigy went in. What are we afraid of? Brothers, charge. Our opportunities await. As Xuan Yuan Jue stepped through the gate, his vision cleared, and he found himself in an expansive white space. Xuan Yuan Li's figure was nowhere to be seen, clearly separated by the teleportation. The first trial. Talent assessment. The majestic voice rang out again. Drip your blood onto the testing stone. A massive stone engraved with runes appeared out of thin air. Xuan Yuan Jue followed the instructions, and 2 lines of text emerged on the stone. Martial talent. Legendary. Fire element mastery talent. Mythical. While Xuan Yuan Jue was still puzzled by these unprecedented levels, the voice spoke again. Talent meets the criteria for the ultimate inheritance. Inheritance trial initiated. Proceeding to the next stage. The scene shifted abruptly, and Xuan Yuan Jue found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him, a group of strange creatures was massacring a village, sparing not even the children. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Influenced by his father, Xuan Yuan Jue had always detested such brutality. Watching the defenseless villagers fall in pools of blood, his eyes turned crimson, and his heart filled with only one thought: to slaughter these ruthless creatures. With a roar, he raised his crimson flame spear and charged at the unknown beings. Meanwhile, as Xuan Yuan Jue and the others were still undergoing their trials, Xuan Yuan Li had already reached the deepest corridor of the palace. What was an arduous challenge for others seemed like child's play to him. In the first trial, the aptitude test, he deliberately held back, only revealing dual legendary level talents. The second trial, a test of character, was passed in an instant. As for the most grueling third trial, where he faced an onslaught of thousands of beasts, he dispatched them all in just 3 breaths. Now, a massive stone door stood before him. Xuan Yuan Li extended his hand and pressed lightly against it. The door, as heavy as a mountain, yielded effortlessly under his touch, as though it weighed nothing. A deep rumble echoed as the stone door slowly opened, and a sliver of candlelight spilled through the crack, illuminating his figure. To think you managed to get here in such a short time. Young one, you've truly impressed me. A voice filled with astonishment echoed through the chamber. A faint, ethereal figure floated in the center of the grand hall, coming into Xuan Yuan Li's view. His expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. In a steady voice he asked, "Senior, you must be the master of this hall?" The apparition, surprised by his composure, paused briefly before nodding in approval. Unshaken in the face of anything impressive, truly impressive. It seems this era still has its share of promising individuals. Yes, I am indeed the master of this hall. The world knows me as the Flame Saint. Before the words had fully dissipated, the Flame Saint's form was surrounded by radiant light, and a series of extraordinary phenomena emerged, resembling the descent of a deity. Yet Xuan Yuan Li remained unfazed, his expression unchanging as if none of it could disturb him in the slightest. "Flame Saint," Xuan Yuan Li murmured, "were you also among those who fell in the great battle 10,000 years ago?" At this, the dazzling phenomena around the Flame Saint abruptly vanished. His ethereal form shifted instantly to stand before Xuan Yuan Li. "Boy, how do you know of the battle from 10,000 years ago? All records of it have been sealed away. Even if you've obtained books from other secret realms, the curses and restrictions on them should be unbreakable." "I learned about it from a friend," Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly. "And where did your friend learn of it?" "Through inherited memories." "Impossible!" the Flame Saint exclaimed in disbelief. "Those powerful races left this world 10,000 years ago. Given the current state of blue-white star's environment, how could there still be a race capable of passing down inherited memories?" Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Unless it's that race, yes, it must be them. They were the only ones who remained steadfast on blue-white star, refusing to retreat 10,000 years ago. The Flame Saint silently mouthed the name of that race. When he saw Xuan Yuan Li's pupils contract ever so slightly, he nodded, further shocked. For a long while, he remained silent, then finally spoke with a sense of wonder. To think that even in a world devoid of spiritual energy, that race could still endure until now. After regaining his composure, the Flame Saint's curiosity deepened as he continued his questioning. "You're young, but your experiences are quite rich," Yin Shang remarked as he sized up Xuan Yuan Li with curiosity. "How did you come to know that clan?" "By fighting, of course," Xuan Yuan Li replied bluntly. "We met by chance, had a fight, and it ended in a draw." Yin Shang was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the straightforwardness. "Senior," Xuan Yuan Li asked seriously, "I want to know what really happened 10,000 years ago. Why has Lanbai Star become what it is now? Didn't your friend already tell you? His inherited memories are fragmented due to some special reasons. He only knows it was a cross-realm war. The rest is incomplete." "I see." Yin Shang nodded thoughtfully before changing the subject. "By the way, I was a mighty figure 10,000 years ago. Instead of asking for treasures or inheritances from me, you're more interested in ancient history. That's unusual. Even though your strength is already at the peak of the current world, the next great upheaval is just around the corner. Aren't you worried?" Xuan Yuan Li chuckled lightly and replied, "I don't lack resources, and besides, my attributes don't align with yours, so inheriting from you is out of the question. Not to mention, haven't you already set your sights on my younger brother?" "Your younger brother? What makes you think that?" Yin Shang clasped his hands behind his back, striking a pose of an esteemed master. "Who in this secret realm has talent that can rival my brother's? He's clearly the most suitable for your inheritance. Moreover, ever since we entered the secret realm, your attention has never left him." Yin Shang smiled faintly. "You have a sharp eye. Your brother's talent would indeed be considered top tier even in the central world, and his attributes match mine perfectly. He is indeed the ideal successor. Since you don't seek anything, I will tell you the truth about the battle 10,000 years ago." "Senior," Xuan Yuan Li suddenly interrupted, "it's not that I don't seek anything. It's just that since you're already planning to pass your inheritance to my brother, the treasures and resources you give to him are as good as giving them to me, aren't they?" Yin Shang froze, dumbfounded. That actually makes sense. Once he realized it, he laughed and scolded. "So that's why you don't care. You were waiting for this all along. You sly little monkey. Aren't you afraid I might change my mind and not pass it to your brother? I bet you won't. Fine, fine, you win. Yin Sheng waved dismissively, his expression turning serious. Back to the point. Kid, do you know the realms beyond the martial emperor? Seeing Xuan Yuan Li adopt a humble and eager demeanor, Yin Sheng felt quite pleased. It was a stark contrast to the indifferent attitude he had shown earlier. I know a little, but not in detail. I hope Senior can enlighten me. Beyond the martial emperor are the Nirvana realm, the Supreme realm, the Saint realm, and the Emperor realm. Only by surviving the 10 Nirvana tribulations can one achieve rebirth and step into the Supreme realm. In the Supreme realm, one comprehends the laws, advancing to the Saint realm. Finally, all laws converge. The body merges with the Tao, and the Emperor emerges, invincible in the mortal world. As he listened, a trace of yearning flickered in Xuan Yuan Li's eyes. He softly repeated, Nirvana, Supreme, Saint realm, Emperor realm. Seeing this, Yin Sheng became even more smug. I call myself this saint because in life, I reached the great saint level. How about that? Aren't you overwhelmed with joy to receive guidance from a saint? Xuan Yuan Li, however, remained expressionless and replied flatly, but didn't you still fall in the end? If not for this palace, I doubt you'd even be able to beat me now. This blunt remark left Yin Sheng momentarily speechless before he erupted. Arg, you're infuriating. How dare you speak to your senior like this? If it weren't for my sacrifice to protect Lanbai Star, you wouldn't even be here to spout such nonsense. Seeing Yin Sheng's flustered and exasperated demeanor, Xuan Yuan Li quickly apologized. Senior, you're the best. I was wrong. Please continue. I won't stoop to your level. Yin Sheng flicked his sleeves and resumed his dignified stance. Listen carefully, kid. I'll only say this once. If you don't remember, don't blame me. A trace of reminiscence flickered in Yinsheng's eyes as memories from 100,000 years ago surged like a tide. He began to recount the secrets of this starry expanse. This place, known as the 10-star realm, was formed by 10 massive planets. Blue-white star, dark star, 7 radiant star, scarlet sky star, life star, violet glow star, cyan red star, diamond star, emerald star, and the central core star. The core star was unique, not only because it was situated at the center of the other 9 planets, but also due to its abundant spiritual energy, countless opportunities, and vast territory. Such exceptional conditions drew powerful beings from the other planets, who migrated with their entire clans to settle there. Over time, the strength of the other 9 planets gradually diminished, and they unknowingly became vassals of the core star. Although the 9 planets attempted to resist, the disparity in power was too great, and they were ultimately forced to accept this harsh reality. At that time, however, the core star did not oppress the other planets, but instead provided them with significant room for development. Thus, interstellar order slowly stabilized, and any occasional conflicts were minor and inconsequential. But then, 100,000 years ago, this peace was utterly shattered. Yinsheng recalled the events of that era. He was in the prime of his life, on the verge of breaking through to the Saint realm, during a golden age of cultivation on the blue-white star. Suddenly, a summons imbued with overwhelming imperial might tore through the void and appeared before him. An invasion from the foreign realm. Dark star has fallen. A commanding voice declared in the summons. All supreme-level warriors and above in the 10-star realm are ordered to immediately reinforce the core star without delay. Yinsheng's expression shifted as he continued. That journey lasted several centuries. The foreign Shura royal clan, leading 7 other royal families, was far stronger than we had anticipated. They commanded 8 sovereign-level powerhouses, while we had only 5. If not for a mysterious supreme emperor on our side who managed to hold off 3 of their top sovereigns, the situation would have been even more dire. When the war reached a stalemate, Blue-White Star came under urgent threat, and Yinsheng was called back to defend his homeland against the invaders. Another 3 centuries passed. Though he did not personally witness the upheavals on the core star, he could sense that an unprecedentedly massive battle had erupted across the starry skies. After this conflict, the 10-star realm suffered devastating defeats, vast territories were lost, and countless lives were obliterated. In this dire moment, a mysterious figure proposed a final solution: activate an ancient formation that would channel the energy of the entire 10-star realm to seal away the invaders. Faced with imminent annihilation, there was no alternative, and everyone reluctantly agreed to the plan. Upon the strategy's confirmation, humanity immediately began arranging the formation. Under the leadership of the 4 great emperors, the formation unleashed astonishing power, consecutively slaying 2 alien emperors and severely injuring 2 others. The alien armies were forced into retreat under such overwhelming pressure. In the final battle, although the 10 Directions realm paid the price of 1 emperor's fall and 2 others being gravely injured and entering slumber, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the alien forces and sealing the Gate of Realms. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. When the formation was withdrawn, a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The spiritual energy of the world plummeted dramatically, and the 10 planets began shrinking visibly at an alarming rate. Only then did people realize the terrifying side effect of the formation, which the mysterious figure who provided it had deliberately concealed. It had unleashed such immense power by overdrawing the entire potential of the 10 directions realm. As the spiritual energy dwindled to a mere tenth of its peak, panic swept through the masses. To make matters worse, the mysterious figure who provided the formation vanished the moment the battle ended. At this point, Yin Shang's expression turned pained as he paused briefly. Xuan Yuan Li anxiously pressed. What happened next? What caused the blue-white star to become the way it is now? Yin Shang gritted his teeth and said, the central star revealed the fangs they had hidden for years. At that time, only 3 great emperors remained in the 10 directions realm, 2 of whom were gravely injured and in slumber. The sole active emperor was the ancient ancestor of the central star's ancient clan. With no one able to oppose him, this emperor coerced all formation masters into setting up a formation that drained the spiritual veins of the other 9 planets, channeling all the energy into the central star. What? Xuan Yuan Li interrupted angrily. It's true. Although countless people opposed it, in the face of absolute power, resistance only led to more casualties. While the central star did not fully restore its peak spiritual energy levels, it regained about 70 to 80%. Meanwhile, the other 9 planets were reduced to mortal worlds devoid of spiritual energy, and the heavenly Tao fell into slumber. Subsequently, that emperor supported a powerful figure from his clan to establish an imperial dynasty, gathering the remaining strong individuals from the 9 planets and renaming the central star as the Central Great World. Yin Shang and a few like-minded friends chose to stay on their home star, seeking ways to restore its spiritual energy, but their efforts were in vain. When Xuan Yuan Li inquired about Yin Shang's time of death, the latter's expression turned bitter. Over 80,000 years ago, without spiritual energy to sustain us, even those in the saint realm could not endure. After merely 10,000 years, I turned to dust. Before my death, I left behind this inheritance palace, hoping my knowledge would not be lost. Finally, when Xuan Yuan Li asked why the truth was not passed down to future generations, Yin Shang gave a bitter smile and said, that emperor placed restrictions on the 9 planets to prevent us from revealing the truth and destroyed all related ancient texts. Only by existing in this artifact spirit form could I manage to recount this past to you. What was that emperor's name? Xuan Yuan Li pressed further. Yin Shang's expression darkened as he uttered 2 names that sent chills through the air. Qi Long Emperor, Qi Shao Tian, Crimson Dragon Emperor, Qi Shao Heaven. Xuan Yuan Li murmured the name softly, a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. A blurry image flashed through his mind, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. When he tried to grasp it again, it was completely gone. Watch your words. Yin Shang suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his expression stern. You cannot casually call an emperor by name. Even across endless space, they might sense it. But didn't you just say it earlier? Xuan Yuan Li asked in confusion. I'm different. Yin Shang replied confidently. How are you different? I am not human. Yin Shang declared firmly. Xuan Yuan Li looked baffled. Is this something I should even be hearing? Not in your current state, at least. Yin Shang added. In the vast, empty hall, Xuan Yuan Li and Yin Shang quietly observed every move of Xuan Yuansa on the glowing screen, occasionally exchanging a few words. Suddenly, Yin Shang seemed to recall something important. By the way, next year, the heavens and earth will revive once again. At that time, the blue-white star will undergo tremendous changes. I'm already aware of that, Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly. I forgot you've already met people from that clan, Yin Shang continued, delivering a piece of news that made Xuan Yuan Li's expression turn grim. When the time comes, the central star will send people to plunder resources. You need to be careful. What? How do you know this while being here, senior? Xuan Yuan Li asked in shock. Why now and not during the initial revival of spiritual energy? Yin Shang explained. The initial revival didn't interest them. But this time is different. The revival of the heavens and earth will bring unparalleled opportunities, land expansion, a surge in spiritual energy, and the emergence of ancient ruins. While it won't match the level of 10,000 years ago, it will still recover about 50 to 60%. When wolves smell meat, they naturally come out to hunt. Have you encountered them before, senior? 9,000 years ago, I witnessed firsthand what they did to a life star, Yin Shang said, his tone filled with anger. During the 3rd revival of the heavens and earth, those from the central world descended like bandits, plundering everything, even forcibly uprooting the tree of life. A once thriving life star was turned into a barren wasteland in no time. With a sigh, Yin Shang continued. At the time, I was nearing the end of my lifespan and had hoped to find something on the life star to extend it. Instead, I saw that tragedy unfold before my eyes. The most heart-wrenching part was the presence of traitors from the life star among the plunderers. At this, Yin Sheng spat angrily in disgust. Xuan Yuan Li's face darkened with disdain. If I ever encounter those treacherous scum, they'll make them regret ever setting foot in this world. It's enough that you have the will. While you are at the pinnacle of Blue-White Star, you are far from being significant in the central great world. Yin Sheng warned gravely. I understand, senior. Xuan Yuan Li replied respectfully. Yin Sheng then began to recount numerous past events and important matters to Xuan Yuan Li in the Grand Hall. Once all of Xuan Yuan Li's questions had been answered, he slowly stood up and bowed respectfully to Yin Sheng. Thank you for enlightening me, senior. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. However, before I go, there is a weapon I would like to entrust you to deliver to my younger brother. Why not give it to him yourself? Yin Sheng asked, puzzled. A mysterious smile appeared on Xuan Yuan Li's lips. It is more fitting for you to deliver it. Besides, he doesn't need to know my true strength yet. When the time is right, I will tell him myself. Please let my brother know that I will wait for him at the entrance of the secret realm once I have finished my tasks. As he spoke, Xuan Yuan Li took out a long spear adorned with intricate black patterns from the Ice Emperor ring and lightly tossed it to Yin Sheng. Then, his figure gradually faded away, as if he had never been there. Staring at the spot where Xuan Yuan Li had disappeared, Yin Sheng pondered the meaning of his final words. See you then? When he infused a trace of his spiritual energy into the spear in his hand, his eyes widened instantly. A saint-tier weapon. This is the Crimson Soul Spear. Yin Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. No spirit within, yet it can nurture a soul. It's practically tailor-made for me and my future disciple. So that's what he meant by, see you then. Yin Sheng's eyes burned as he gazed at the Crimson Soul Spear, his heart surging with excitement. This future disciple's brother, his talent, strength, and resources are unfathomable. Perhaps he truly could help me restore my body in the future. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Damn it, I got so caught up in the conversation, I forgot to ask his name. By this time, Xuan Yuan Li had already exited the palace. He could easily imagine Yin Sheng's current expression. The Crimson Soul Spear was something he had just acquired while signing in at Yin Sheng's palace, one of his best recent rewards. Considering the spear's attributes and its ability to nurture a soul, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for his younger brother, Xuan Yuan Jue. Having Yin Sheng attached to the Crimson Soul Spear would also provide an additional layer of protection for his brother. Of course, this was also a test for Yin Sheng. Based on mere words, Xuan Yuan Li could not fully trust him yet. If Yin Sheng were to succumb to greed, he would lose not only a remarkably talented disciple, but also his own future. Having determined his course, Xuan Yuan Li took to the skies, heading toward the exit of the secret realm. After flying a few kilometers, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence and immediately altered his direction. In the direction he had originally intended to fly, Xuan Yu clutched his blood-stained arm. His face twisted in fury as he cursed, damn it. All I did was kill a few insignificant commoners during the assessment, and they won't let me pass. Before he could finish his rant, his voice abruptly fell silent. From the sky above, Xuan Yuan Li's figure suddenly appeared, looking down at him with a faint, enigmatic smile. The sight made Xuan Yu's eyes widen in shock. Xia Li, how is this possible? Xuan Yu gritted his teeth and growled. You're in the void-soaring realm too? You've hidden it so well, fooling all of us. Xuan Yuan Li remained silent, simply smiling at Xuan Yu's accusatory outburst. What is it? Did you come here to mock me? Xuan Yu forced himself to ask, trying to maintain composure. Xuan Yuan Li shook his head slowly, his voice icy cold. No, I came here to kill you. Those words drained all color from Xuan Yu's face. Injured and weakened, he dared not act recklessly against the unfathomable strength of Xuan Yuan Li. Xia Li, we don't have any deep-seated hatred. Why must you kill me? Xuan Yu probed cautiously. Xuan Yuan Li let out a cold laugh. Shouldn't I be asking you that? We have no connection, no prior encounters, no conflict whatsoever. But do you need me to remind you of what you've done? Did you really think I wouldn't retaliate? Xuan Yu's face turned even paler. He and Xuan Yuan Li indeed had no personal grudge. His hostility stemmed from petty jealousy. His goddess had repeatedly confessed her love to Xuan Yuan Li, only to be ignored, and his younger cousin had failed to secure a spot at Qianlong University because of Xuan Yuanzi. These grievances had festered into resentment. Xuan Yu began retreating, but suddenly remembered his own powerful connections. With renewed defiance, he snarled, Xia Li, you can't kill me. I am from the Wan family of the Demon City, and a follower of Lei Tian, the young master of the Lei family. If you kill me, not only will the Wan family come after you, but even the Lei family of Demon City won't let you go. The Lei family of Demon City? Xuan Yuan Li chuckled softly. That's right, the Lei family. They're a clan with a martial emperor among them. But Xuan Yuan Li's next words struck Xuan Yu like a thunderclap. They're nothing but ants. Just an ant. Xuan Yuan Li's words struck like a heavy hammer, jolting Xuan Yu awake from his delusions. For a moment, he forgot the perilous situation he was in and burst into uncontrollable laughter, as though he'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Ha ha ha, Xiali, you're unbelievably arrogant. How dare someone at the mere Yukuan realm look down on the Lei family, which boasts Wuang-level experts? If they find out, you're as good as dead. Xuan Yuan Li watched the smug expression on Xuan Yu's face, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Who told you I'm at the Yukuan realm? You know nothing about me, yet you posture as if you do. Truly laughable. Xuan Yu froze. It was true he knew very little about Xuan Yuan Li's background. Considering the astonishing talent displayed by Xuan Yuan Li and his brother, there must be an extraordinary force supporting them. Just as Xuan Yu hesitated to speak, a bone-chilling cold surged toward him. In an instant, Xuan Yu was encased in ice, his entire body frozen into a crystalline sculpture. His consciousness faded, slipping away until it was extinguished forever. As Xuan Yuan Li turned to leave, the ice sculpture behind him shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a flurry of snowflakes, leaving no trace behind. To think I wasted so much time on an ant, Xuan Yuan Li muttered to himself, shaking his head as he flew toward the exit of the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm remained bustling with activity. Though the trial had been ongoing for several days, various factions continued to guard the area, eagerly awaiting the return of their disciples, hopefully laden with treasures. When Xuan Yuan Li emerged, no one seemed particularly surprised. After all, he had entered as a 9th-level martial artist. Since 2 others had already exited earlier, the general situation in the secret realm was somewhat understood, and no one bothered to question him. Only Wang Ming's expression turned grave as he stepped forward. Why are you out so soon? How is Xiao Che? Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly. Xiao Che is undergoing a trial in a palace. I lacked the strength and was eliminated in the first round. Wang Ming quickly pulled him into a nearby tent, lowering his voice. What palace? A place of inheritance left by a powerful figure. I don't know the specifics, Xuan Yuan Li said, lying without the slightest change in his expression. Hearing this, Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. With Xia Qi's talent, he's bound to gain great opportunities. Naturally, Xuan Yuan Li agreed, his tone unwavering. After a brief conversation, Wang Ming left in a hurry, returning to his post by the secret realm's entrance. Xuan Yuan Li's expression, however, turned icy the moment he was alone. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier to block out any external perception. Then, with a single thought, the space before him split open, forming an enigmatic spatial pathway. Yun Li, come see me at once. Amid the mysterious spatial ripples, a graceful figure stepped out from the passage, dropping to one knee. My lord, you summoned me. Xuan Yuan Li raised his hand slightly. A year passed quietly. After giving Yun Li some instructions, Xuan Yuan Li waved his hand and sent her away. He sat alone in the tent, resting his chin in his hand, gazing into the distance with deep, contemplative eyes, his thoughts wandering. Meanwhile, people were steadily emerging from the secret realm. News of the Flame Saint's inheritance palace spread rapidly among the various factions. Each faction hoped their disciples would obtain the inheritance or valuable information from this mysterious figure. Every time someone exited the secret realm, they were immediately taken aside by members of their faction and interrogated. In the spacious hall deep within the palace, the Flame Saint floated above a large pit filled with crimson liquid, watching with satisfaction as Xuan Yuan soaked in the pool. His injuries were healing rapidly as the liquid, specially designed to nurture disciples, worked its magic. Talent, temperament, strength all top-notch, the Flame Saint mused to himself. Little one, this inheritance is yours. I've decided, and no one can change it. A month later, Xuan Yuan was practicing with a pitch-black spear in the Flame Saint's palace. Each move he executed radiated immense killing intent. After finishing his routine, he stood with his spear and looked up at the Flame Saint floating above him. Master, how is it this time? This disciple, with his extraordinary talent and relentless determination, greatly pleased the Flame Saint. Reflecting on their first meeting a month ago, the Flame Saint recalled how startled Xuan Yuan had been upon seeing his ghostly figure. Even when the Flame Saint offered to take him as a disciple, Xuan Yuan hesitated. It wasn't until the Flame Saint handed him the Crimson Soul Spear and mentioned that his elder brother had been there before, agreeing to the apprenticeship, that Xuan Yuan was convinced. The Flame Saint had even accurately described Xuan Yuan's appearance, leaving no room for doubt. Xuan Yuan knelt and formally accepted him as his master. Under the Flame Saint's guidance, Xuan Yuan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds in just 1 month, crossing several minor stages to reach the peak of the skywalking realm. Beyond mastering fire elemental control techniques, he also learned multiple extraordinary combat skills and techniques, including the demonic spear art he was currently practicing. In just a month, Xuan Yuan had already mastered these techniques. Not bad. That will do. The flame saint nodded approvingly. Master, aside from me, the last surviving test participant has also left the secret realm. It's been a month now. My brother must be worried sick. I should leave too, Xian Yuanzi said with urgency. Following the flame saint's instructions, Xian Yuanzi stored the crimson soul spear and walked out of the palace. With a wave of his hand, the enormous palace shrank to the size of a brick and floated before Xian Yuanzi. The flame saint gifted him the precious palace along with a spatial ring. The master and disciple then turned into a streak of light and flew toward the secret realm's exit. Outside the secret realm, Wang Ming paced anxiously. Watching his disciples from other factions exited one after another, he grew increasingly worried and uneasy about the absence of Xian Yuanzi. While some factions secretly rejoiced, hoping the extraordinarily gifted youth had perished, others speculated he might have obtained the inheritance and began scheming to profit from it. Suddenly, there was a ripple at the secret realm's entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a foot slowly stepped out from the swirling vortex. Suddenly, Xuan Yuan Jue's figure appeared clearly before everyone. His hair was tied into small crimson braids, and he firmly gripped a pitch-black spear in his hand. The combination of his youthful face and his imposing attire made him an impressive sight. The spear, known as the Crimson Soul Spear, was a sacred-tier divine weapon. Its grade far exceeded the capacity of an ordinary spatial ring, which was why Xuan Yuan Jue had to carry it in his hand. However, this situation was not permanent. Once the spear fully recognized him as its master, he would be able to store it within his body. Wang Ming, seeing Xuan Yuan Jue emerge unharmed, burst into hearty laughter, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. But in the next moment, his laughter froze. Xuan Yuan Jue was exuding an aura unmistakably at the peak of the Sky Ascension realm. This discovery not only shocked Wang Ming, but also caused the other powerful figures present to pale with astonishment. Whispers quickly broke out among the crowd. Wasn't Xia Che only just breaking through to the Sky Ascension realm? He was, but now he's already at its peak. The realization sent a collective gasp through the onlookers. Advancing 3 minor realms in just 1 month, this kind of progress was unheard of. What was even more startling was that the moment Xuan Yuan Jue fully stepped out of the passage, the entrance to the secret realm behind him emitted a thunderous roar and collapsed entirely in an instant. This signified that the greatest treasure of the secret realm had likely been claimed, and those who hadn't managed to escape in time were probably doomed. Some examinees broke into sobs, devastated by the loss of siblings who had perished within the collapsing realm. Yet, at this moment, the attention of all the major factions was entirely fixed on Xuan Yuan Jue. The sudden collapse of the secret realm, coupled with his astonishing leap in strength, strongly hinted at one thing. The inheritance of the mysterious palace had most likely fallen into his hands. After a brief silence, a representative of one of the families could no longer hold back and directly questioned him. Xia Che, tell me honestly, did you obtain the inheritance of that mysterious palace? While the question seemed redundant, everyone present held their breath, eagerly awaiting Xuan Yuan Jue's response. Facing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Xuan Yuan Jue, experiencing such intense scrutiny for the first time, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. The next moment, Yin Shang's voice echoed in Xuan Yuan's mind. Don't be afraid. Just pretend you know nothing. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Although Yin Shang was currently hiding within the Crimson Soul Spear, he still forced himself to speak with authority to maintain his dignity as a master in front of his disciple. In truth, the power he could lend Xuan Yuan Jue was extremely limited and would damage his own soul's essence. Even if he provided assistance, Xuan Yuan Jue would struggle to handle so many formidable opponents. The reason Yin Shang spoke so confidently was because he had sensed Xian Yuanli's presence and wanted to use his reputation as a deterrent. After all, these people were insignificant compared to Xian Yuanli's terrifying power. Encouraged by his teacher's words, Xuan Yuan Jue instantly felt more confident. He adjusted his emotions and responded calmly. Indeed, this junior obtained some opportunities within the secret realm, which allowed my strength to improve. However, as for the palace inheritance you mentioned, this junior truly knows nothing about it. The one questioning him sneered. Some opportunities? That's quite the understatement. In all my years, I've never heard of anyone advancing from the early stage of the Yukuan realm to its peak in just 1 month. Perhaps you could share this miraculous encounter with all of us. His words were cunning, subtly turning his personal interrogation into a shared curiosity among the crowd, earning him disdainful glances from other factions. Xuan Yuan Jue chuckled lightly. This senior seems unfamiliar. May I ask which clan's expert you are? Puffing out his chest proudly, the man declared, I am Situ Xing, from the Situ family of Sucheng. Thanks to others' recognition, I carry the title of Little Sword King. Oh. Xuan Yuan Jue appeared to ponder for a moment before replying. Never heard of it. Situ Xing's face instantly darkened, his features almost unrecognizable in his anger. Unfazed, Xuan Yuan Jue continued. Whatever opportunities one might have gained hardly seem to concern you, senior. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. But stop pretending. We've already confirmed that no one else obtained the palace inheritance before you. The secret realm collapsed the moment you left if it wasn't you. Then who? Situ Xing shamelessly pressed on. This inheritance is no trivial matter, and it's far beyond what a mere junior like you can handle. If you truly obtained it, wouldn't it be better to share it? If you refuse, don't blame me for taking action. Xuan Yuan Jue smirked coldly. Oh, really? Whether I obtained the inheritance or not, what does it have to do with you? There are many factions present, and none of them have spoken up. Since when does an obscure family like yours get to make such bold demands? How dare you? Such insolence towards a senior. Situ Xing's expression twisted with rage. Seemingly abandoning all pretense, he unleashed a powerful aura and snarled, Xia Che, hand over the inheritance, and I may let this slide. Otherwise, before he could finish, Wang Ming had already stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xuan Yuan Jue. How shameless can you be, Situ Xing? Threatening a child? Someone angrily rebuked. Situ Xing's aura was sharp and menacing as he pointed the tip of his sword directly at Wang Ming. His voice was icy as he commanded, step aside. Wang Ming, you know very well you're no match for me. Wang Ming stood protectively in front of Xuan Yuan Jue, his expression shifting repeatedly. He was painfully aware that, as a high school principal, his cultivation level and combat skills were far inferior to those of Situ Xing, a scion of a powerful family known as the Young Sword King. Situ Xing had honed his skills through years of experience in the wilderness, making him a formidable opponent, while Wang Ming had grown rusty from being bogged down by administrative duties at the academy. Even so, Wang Ming straightened his back and met Situ Xing's gaze with unwavering determination. So what? If you want to harm Xia Che, you'll have to step over my dead body first. At that moment, various factions, including the four great academies, the Lei family, the Feng family, and the Northern Frontier Ancient Clan, stepped forward to declare their support for Xuan Yuan Jue. Situ Xing scanned the crowd, his expression twisting into a ferocious sneer. Situ clan, you've crossed the line. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. Ha ha ha. Situ Xing let out a cold laugh. A bunch of hypocrites. Who wouldn't want such a powerful legacy? You're all trying to win over Xia Che, the #1 prodigy, but the Situ clan has no need for him. A genius who hasn't matured yet, why go to such lengths? The factions he called out looked visibly displeased, with some even resorting to shouting insults. But Situ Xing turned his attention elsewhere, continuing his mockery. Now that I've spoken, you all stay silent? A bunch of cowardly rats with ambition but no guts. I'm ashamed to even be in your presence. If you won't give it willingly, then I'll take it myself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Situ Xing's sword lashed out like a venomous snake, its shadows enveloping Wang Ming and Xuan Yuan Jue. His actions seemed to provoke others, as several figures in black suddenly leaped from the crowd, wielding weapons and charging directly at Xuan Yuan Jue. The surrounding factions were stunned. While some tried to intervene, they were already too late. Wang Ming's spiritual energy surged, forming a protective shield around him as he assumed a defensive stance. Just as the situation reached the brink, a chilling light streaked across the sky. Boom! A Tang Dao descended from the heavens with thunderous force, instantly blasting Situ Xing and his group away before embedding itself into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Then, a deafening voice roared across the heavens. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Xuan Yuan Ying? Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Xuan Yuan Ying's child? This thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth, compelling everyone to instinctively look up at the sky. There, a towering figure stood suspended in midair, radiating an overwhelming aura that bore down on everyone present like a palpable force. The crowd widened their eyes, fixating on the figure above. When the face from their memories aligned with the man before them, their expressions froze in shock. Xuan Yuan Ying, the first Guardian Commander, the legendary, fearsome god of slaughter. Dad, what are you doing here? Xuan Yuan Jue's face lit up with joy as he swiftly leaped into the air, hugging Xuan Yuan Ying tightly. On the ground, Situ Xing, who had been sent flying by Xuan Yuan Ying's earlier attack, was now coughing up blood, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. This can't be happening. Around them, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Someone analyzed aloud. So, Xia Che was just an alias. It makes sense. Xuan Yuan is such a rare surname in the Xia Kingdom, and with the first Guardian Commander's prominence, using an alias would be understandable. The influential families who had once considered recruiting Xuan Yuan Jue now secretly felt relieved that they hadn't taken any drastic measures. Forget Xuan Yuan Ying, just his formidable wife, Yin Yin, the fiery medicine empress, was someone they couldn't afford to offend. As the father and son descended back to the ground, Xuan Yuan Jue curiously asked, Dad, how did you know something happened to me? Xuan Yuan Ying affectionately ruffled his son's hair. I have people watching over you, of course. I was informed as soon as there was trouble. Does that mean you have people watching over my brother too? Xinyuan Ying's face froze for a moment. He couldn't exactly admit that his men always lost track of his eldest son. Quickly changing the subject, he said, let's not talk about that now. Let me deal with these fools who don't know their place. He strode over to Situ Xing, towering over him with an imposing presence. Situ Xing staggered backward in fear, his voice trembling. I'm a core member of the Situ family from Su City. Our patriarch is a mid-stage martial emperor. Tu didn't kill him, I was just trying to scare him. You're the first guardian commander, you can't just kill people indiscriminately. Xinyuan Ying let out a cold laugh. It seems you've forgotten my title. The Situ family of Su City? Go ask your patriarch if he dares to speak to me like that to my face. His tone shifted abruptly. Though, you won't be going back to ask him. That smile, in Situ Xing's eyes, was like a ferocious beast baring its bloody fangs. He trembled uncontrollably, watching helplessly as the Tang sword, deeply embedded in the ground, instantly returned to Xinyuan Ying's hand. No. Please no. Situ Xing fell to his knees, pleading with a voice full of terror. But Xinyuan Ying, with a swift motion, brought the blade down. A silver flash, a sharp cry, and then silence. Situ Xing's head rolled to the ground, his wide-open eyes forever frozen in his final moment of horror. Sensing the danger, the remaining black-clad figures scattered in all directions. Xinyuan Ying watched coldly, his lips curling in disdain. Ugh! The rats from the dark temple are scurrying around again? I could smell your stench from afar. Xinyuan Ying spread his hands, then clenched them forcefully. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward in an instant. Muffled groans echoed from the sky as the fleeing black-clad figures exploded like fireworks, dissolving into a bloody rain. The onlookers gasped in shock. These were all powerful warriors at the Battle King level. Yet they were as fragile as clay dolls under Xinyuan Ying's hand, annihilated in mere moments. Xinyuan Ying, however, remained unfazed, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. He turned to Xinyuan Li, still not coming over? Xinyuan Li shook his head helplessly, seemingly guessing his father's intent. With a few quick steps, he appeared by his side. Father. Xinyuan Ying responded with a smile, thinking to himself, you little rascal. Always so secretive. Even I, your father, have been kept in the dark. You don't want to be in the spotlight? Well, today, I'll make sure you get all the attention. Noticing the sly glint in his father's eyes, Xinyuan Li instinctively took 2 steps back. Xinyuan Ying's face darkened as he grabbed Xinyuan Li with one hand and Xuan Jue with the other, then soared into the sky. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly. There's no need for me to introduce myself, I presume. With representatives from all major factions present today, it's the perfect time to introduce these two by my side. This is my eldest son, Xinyuan Li, and my youngest son, Xuan Jue. They previously went by the aliases Xia Li and Xia Che, but there's no need to hide anymore. Pausing briefly, he continued, my eldest has a reclusive personality, so not many of you may know him. My youngest, on the other hand, is exceptionally gifted. I am sure you've all heard of him. As for the deeds of your respective families, I have all the information on my desk. Be grateful none of you crossed the line, or you wouldn't be standing here today. As Xinyuan Ying turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and added one final warning. I won't interfere with the younger generation's clashes, but if the older generation dares to meddle, don't blame me for paying you a personal visit. With that, he took his 2 sons and vanished like a shooting star, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. After watching Xinyuan Ying and the other 2 leave, the valley erupted into a thunderous buzz of conversation. The students from Qianlong University gathered together, excitedly discussing the shocking news they had just learned. My God, Xia Li is actually the son of the first guardian. One student exclaimed, eyes wide. He's been at the school for over 3 years, and no one ever discovered this part of his identity. He was already popular enough, but if this news spreads back to the school, the girls are going to go crazy. Another male student said, patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness I never offended him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd lowered their voice and said, it's lucky Xuan Yu died in the secret realm. Otherwise, if he found out Xia Li's true identity, he might have been scared to death. This comment immediately sparked another round of discussion. Do you think it's possible that Xia Li killed Xuan Yu? Someone asked mysteriously. Otherwise, with Xuan Yu's strength, how could he have just died in the secret realm for no reason? This speculation was immediately met with rebuttals. Impossible. Xuan Yu was a genius at the Yukong level, while Xia Li is only a 9th-tier martial artist. How could he possibly do that? But what if he's been hiding his true level? The person who raised the question continued. He is the son of the first guardian, after all. It wouldn't be surprising if he had some special methods. Think about it, if the younger brother is this exceptional, how could the older brother be just an ordinary person? This analysis caused everyone present to take a sharp breath and fall into deep thought. Nearby, Lei Tian quietly nodded to himself, already calculating how he could use this narrative to explain Wan Yu's death. After all, given Xia Li's background, even the Lei family wouldn't dare to provoke him lightly, let alone the insignificant Wan family. Just then, a sudden rumbling noise came from the sky. A silver warplane hovered above the valley, and two figures leapt from the cabin, landing beside Wang Ming. Dean Wang Ming, the general has sent us to escort you back, one of them said, gesturing politely. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. After bidding farewell to a few of his friends, he smiled and boarded the warplane, leaving behind the envious gazes of the crowd. That old dog Wang Ming is really lucky, isn't he? Who would have thought Xia Che is actually the son of General Xuan Yuan? Only Wang Ming could have that kind of personality to stand up for Xia Che even without knowing his background. He truly deserves all of this. Setting foot on the grand ship, Xuan Yuan marks the beginning of smooth sailing from now on. The journey through the secret realm had come to an end, and the various factions were retreating one after another. This thrilling adventure quickly spread throughout the Xia kingdom, causing a massive uproar in the entire cultivation world. At this moment, within the majestic hall of the Situ family's mansion in Sucheng, the sharp sound of shattering porcelain broke the silence. Situ Yun, the head of the family, stood in the center of the hall, his face dark with fury, his hands trembling slightly with anger. What did you just say? The Star Sword King is dead? And he was killed by Xianyuan Ying? The subordinate kneeling on the ground trembled all over, not daring to lift his head. Reporting to the patriarch, it was because the Star Sword King attacked Xianyuan Ying's son. Xianyuan Ying's son? Situ Yun frowned deeply. That so-called #1 prodigy, Xia Che, is Xianyuan Ying's son? Exactly. Xia Che was just an alias. His real name is Xianyuan Che. The Star Sword King suspected he obtained a significant inheritance in the secret realm, which led to stand up and recount the whole incident in detail. As the subordinate reported the events thoroughly, the entire sequence of events became clear. Situ Yun paced back and forth in the hall, his expression growing increasingly grave. Soon, several highly respected elders were summoned into the hall. Xianyuan Ying shows no respect for our Situ family. The great elder slammed the table in anger. To openly kill one of our strong warriors like this, how can we let this go unpunished? But Xianyuan Ying's strength? Situ Yun's face showed hesitation. A glint of cunning flashed in the great elder's eyes. Patriarch, if we can't confront Xianyuan Ying directly, why not target his son? As long as it's done discreetly. Brilliant idea. Situ Yun's eyes lit up, and he was about to give the order. Wait. The great elder lowered his voice. This matter shouldn't be rushed. Why not ally with other families that also suffered losses in the secret realm, such as the Dark Clan? Meanwhile, in a mysterious hall shrouded in darkness, countless figures in black robes knelt respectfully. On the high seat, a shadowy figure cloaked in a black hood let out a raspy laugh. Xianyuan Ying, you've revealed the identities of both your sons. The #1 prodigy, Xuan Che, and the star of Qianlong University, Yuan Li. The figure issued a cold command. Keep a close watch on Xianyuan Ying and his two sons. If he makes a move toward Shanhai Pass, report immediately. Understood. The group acknowledged the order and dispersed. Though the Xia kingdom appeared calm on the surface, turbulent undercurrents were surging. A storm capable of shaking the entire cultivation world was quietly brewing. In the central villa district of Xiadu, Xianyuan Ying and his two sons had just returned home. In the kitchen, Yin, dressed in casual home attire, was busy cooking. One dish after another, filled with enticing aromas, was brought to the dining table. Xianyuan Che, staring at the feast before him, couldn't help but swallow hard and called out toward the kitchen, Mom, that's enough, that's enough. Stop cooking and come eat with us. Che, hold your horses. Yin poked her head out of the kitchen, her face glowing with a loving smile. It's rare for the whole family to gather. Of course, it has to be a little more extravagant. Just wait a bit longer, only 2 more dishes to go. Xianyuan Che kept his eyes fixed on the dishes on the table, patiently waiting. Before long, Yin brought out the last 2 dishes, and the family gathered around the dining table. After Xianyuan Ying said, let's dig in, Xianyuan Che immediately began devouring the food enthusiastically. Watching her youngest son eat so ravenously, Yin felt a surge of contentment and occasionally added food to her son's plates. While Xianyuan Li maintained a refined demeanor while eating, his pace was no slower, clearly enjoying this rare, warm family moment. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room. Xianyuan Ying began asking Xianyuan Che about the results of his recent journey. Xianyuan Che deliberately skipped over the matter of the Flame Saint's legacy within him and instead recounted other details, including the history of the blue-white star from 100,000 years ago and the earth-shattering changes anticipated to occur a year later. To think that there are so many realms beyond the martial emperor level, Xianyuan Ying marveled. Che, Obtaining the inheritance of a saint-level expert is no small feat you must cultivate diligently and never let arrogance take hold. I understand, Dad. However, upon hearing about the upheaval predicted for the following year, Xuan Yuan Ying's expression darkened. He immediately stood and began pacing the room, his brows furrowed deep in thought, clearly strategizing a response. Che, is this information reliable? Did that senior mention any way to handle it? Yin Yin asked anxiously. Xin Yuan Che shook his head. Master said it's likely to be the same as what happened on other planets. Although he told me all this, he passed away tens of thousands of years ago and left no specific solution. It's up to us to figure it out. Xin Yuan Ying's face grew somber as he quickly gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. I must report this to the ruler immediately. The Xia Kingdom needs to prepare as soon as possible. Yenner, stay home and look after the children. Now that their identities have been exposed, those lurking enemies who harbor resentment toward me may not let this slide. Be extremely cautious when going out. I understand. Normally, Yin Yin would have given Xuan Yuan Ying a good scolding. Yin Yin watched as Xuan Yuan Ying hurriedly left, her heart filled with unease. She was well aware of the dangers of exposing her son to the watchful eyes of various forces, but she also understood the urgency of the situation. Stepping forward quickly, she carefully adjusted Xuan Yuan Ying's collar and softly said, "Be careful in everything you do. Our son and I will be waiting for you at home." Xuan Yuan Ying nodded firmly, bidding a quick farewell to his two sons before leaping into the air. His figure soon disappeared into the night. Xuan Yuan Li and Xuan Yuan Che stood by their mother's side, watching until their father was no longer in sight, then turned and headed back inside. "Mother, you've had a long day. You should rest early. Leave the kitchen matters to Uncle Yun," Xuan Yuan Li said considerately. Yin Yin looked at her two sons, nodded in agreement, and slowly made her way upstairs. After their mother entered her room, Xuan Yuan Li turned to his younger brother with a serious expression. "Che, do you feel the urgency of the situation? Do you want to be able to help father a year from now?" "Of course I do, brother." Xuan Yuan Che nodded vigorously. "Good. Then here's your goal before the great upheaval. You must reach the martial emperor level." "What? Reach the martial emperor level within a year? That's impossible." Xuan Yuan Che exclaimed in shock. Xuan Yuan Li patted his brother's shoulder. "You have the inheritance of the sacred realm. You need to have confidence in yourself." Seeing Xuan Yuan Che straighten up at his words, Xuan Yuan Li added, "That's the spirit. By the way, lend me your spear for the night. I'll return it to you tomorrow." Xuan Yuan Che hesitated for a moment until the voice of Yin Sheng echoed in his mind. "Give it to him. Your brother won't notice anything." Relenting, Xuan Yuan Che said, "All right, but brother, haven't you always practiced with the sword? Why are you suddenly interested in a spear?" "I just want to give it a try," Xuan Yuan Li replied, taking the Crimson Soul Spear and heading toward his room. "Brother, what level are you at now?" Xuan Yuan Che called after him. Xuan Yuan Li glanced back slightly and said calmly, "Che, I broke through to the Battle King level when I was 12. You still have a long way to go, so keep working hard." His words struck Xuan Yuan Che like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. In the room, Yin Yin was equally shocked. Li was a Battle King at 12? Could the mysterious person who has been secretly helping us all these years be? Xuan Yuan Che snapped out of his daze and shouted, "No way! I need to train. I can't fall too far behind brother." With that, he rushed into the training room. Meanwhile, in his own room, Xuan Yuan Li placed the Crimson Soul Spear in midair and said, "Senior, it seems we meet again after all." The spear trembled, and a red stream of light emerged, forming into the figure of Yin Sheng. "No wonder you were so certain we'd meet again. A saint-tier divine weapon, it's indeed a perfect match for me. I must admit, young one, you're truly an enigma. Even this saint cannot see through you." The next morning, at the break of dawn, a streak of orange light appeared on the eastern horizon, dividing the sky and earth. The rising sun, shrouded in mist, slowly ascended, its warm rays filtering through the villa's windows and softly illuminating the faces of a family of 3 enjoying breakfast. The Crimson Soul Spear had been returned to Xuan Yuan Che. As for the conversation between Xuan Yuan Li and Yin Sheng the previous night, no one but the two involved knew its content. "Xiao Li, Xiao Che, now that your identities have been revealed, what are your plans?" Yin Yin asked while sipping her nourishing soup. "I plan to stay home for a while and not attend school," Xuan Yuan Li replied calmly. "All right, that's probably for the best. You never liked school anyway," Yin Yin said before turning to Xuan Yuan Che. "What about you, Xiao Che?" "They'll head back to school in a couple of days. The dean was already asking about me this morning," Xuan Yuan Che replied with a chuckle. "I'm actually curious to see how lively things will get now." "You two brothers are complete opposites," Yin Yin sighed, shaking her head. "One is indifferent to everything, and the other loves stirring things up." She looked at Xuan Yuan Li with concern. "Your brother is so aloof, how is he ever going to find a wife? I want to hold my grandchild someday." Xuan Yuan Li, who was sipping porridge, nearly choked at her words and lowered his head without responding. Xuan Yuan Jue, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back his laughter until his older brother shot him a sharp glare, quickly silencing him. After breakfast, Yin Yin called the two brothers over, her expression tinged with reluctance. Xiao Li, Xiao Che, they'll be heading back to Shanhaiguan. You two need to be extra careful at home. Got it, Mom. You take care of yourself too, Xuan Yuan Jue replied in a low voice. Don't worry, your mother's not that easy to mess with, Yin Yin said, ruffling her younger son's hair with a playful show of confidence. What about Dad? Xuan Yuan Li asked softly. He's still with the national leader, discussing some matters. He'll return to Shanhaiguan later, she replied. As Yin Yin left the villa, she murmured into the air, protect them. From the shadows, several hidden figures responded in unison. Understood. These were highly skilled warriors trained by the Xuan family, all of whom had strength surpassing that of battle kings. They had been secretly assigned by Xuan Ying to ensure the brothers' safety after their identities were exposed, though their presence did not escape Xuan Li's sharp senses. Yin Yin boarded the waiting warplane and departed. Although her strength as an imperial-level fighter allowed her to travel long distances unaided, the warplane was undoubtedly faster and more comfortable. 7 days later, at dawn. Brother, I'm off to school. Xuan Yuan Jue called out as he headed for the door. Be careful on the way, Xuan Yuan Li replied. I will, Xuan Yuan Jue said cheerfully. Over the past few days, Xuan Yuan Jue had been enjoying himself at school, surrounded by admirers and earning favor from his instructors. Yet, he remained unaware that a looming crisis was quietly approaching. At this very moment, in an extremely secretive hidden chamber, 7 or 8 mysterious individuals exuding powerful auras were seated around a heavy wooden table, engaged in a heated discussion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a scout rushed in swiftly. Report. Xuan Yuan Jue has left. He is expected to arrive at the school in 20 minutes. A figure cloaked entirely in a black robe abruptly stood up and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, the target is on the move. Proceed according to the original plan. Now, assign the personnel. He scanned the room and continued. According to intelligence from the Dark Temple, Xuan Yuan Jue is accompanied by 8 War King-level bodyguards, 2 from the Qinlong and White Tiger Academies. 4 are Xuan Yuan Ying's shadow guards, and 2 others with unidentified identities. However, this might not be all. Given Xuan Yuan Ying's nature, there is likely at least 1 Emperor-level expert secretly protecting him. A collective gasp filled the room. An individual at the Yukong realm having such a formidable escort. Xuan Yuan Ying truly values his son. The more he values him, the more pain he will feel after today, someone sneered coldly. The black-robed figure continued. To ensure absolute success, the Dark Temple has dispatched 2 Emperor-level experts and 5 War King-level masters for this mission. These words shocked the crowd once again, marveling at the Dark Temple's strength. Following this, various factions reported their forces. The Situ family has 1 emperor and 3 war kings on standby. The Li family has 4 war kings ready to act. The Wan family has 3 war kings in position. In the end, they amassed 3 emperor-level experts and 20 war king-level masters, forming a force far stronger than Xuan Yuan Jue's protection detail. The participants included not only rival families from the secret realm but also many factions harboring grudges against Xuan Yuan Ying. The black-robed figure gave a final reminder. Tonight, success is the only option, failure is not. Execute swiftly and do not reveal your identities. If Xuan Yuan Ying becomes aware, not even all of us combined will escape death. Do not forget the identity of his wife. As night fell, the entrance to Xiadu First High School was bustling with activity. Xuan Yuan Jue bid farewell to a petite, adorable girl amidst numerous admiring gazes. Warner, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Brother Che, the girl responded shyly. Moments later, as Xuan Yuan Jue passed through a park, he suddenly sensed that something was off. The surroundings were eerily deserted, and his phone had completely lost signal. He immediately contacted his master, Yin Sheng, who was currently practicing a soul recovery technique. Disciple, it's a formation. Be cautious. They'll work on finding a way to break it, Yin Sheng warned. Xuan Yuan Jue swiftly adopted a combat stance, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. Who's there? Come out. Amid a chilling gust of wind, a sinister voice rang out, KHKHK. As expected of Xuan Yuan Ying's son, your keen awareness is impressive to notice something was amiss so quickly. Who goes there? Xuan Yuan Jue demanded sharply, sending a blazing flame in the direction of the sound. Yet, before the flames could travel far, a sudden gust of wind extinguished them. From within the forest came the rustling of leaves, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black slowly emerged before Xuan Yuan Jue. Who are you? What do you want? Xuan Yuan Jue questioned angrily. The figure let out a harsh, raspy laugh. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to kill you. Why would you want to kill me? I don't even know you. let alone have any grudge against you. True, you don't. But your father does. A son's debt for a father's sin seems fair, doesn't it? Xuan Yuan Jue sneered at the words. A son's debt for a father's sins? How noble of you. You're just too afraid to face my father directly. Picking on the weak, aren't you? The man in black remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. You have quite the sharp tongue, but I won't fall for your tricks. Are you trying to buy time? Don't bother. Let me be honest with you, those protecting you from the shadows are already trapped in the formation. 2 emperors and 12 battle kings, you indeed have a formidable guard. But unfortunately for you, we came prepared. This formation, obtained by our temple's master from a secret realm, is being used on you. A waste, perhaps, but orders from the master must be obeyed. At the mention of the temple master, Xuan Yuan Jue's expression darkened. You're heretics from the Dark Temple. Oh, so you do know a thing or two. That's right. I am from the Dark Temple, known in the martial world as the Crow Emperor. Consider it a kindness, I'm letting you know my name before you die. Cold sweat trickled down Xuan Yuan Jue's temples. As the son of Xuan Yuan Ying, he was well aware of the enmity between his father and the Dark Temple. Over a decade ago, when the Dark Temple wreaked havoc in the Xia Kingdom, Xuan Yuan Ying led a campaign to destroy their stronghold and personally killed the Temple Master's only son. The Temple Master, defeated and gravely injured, had gone into hiding, only to resurface in the martial world in recent years. Teacher, is there a way to break the formation? Xuan Yuan Jue urgently sought help from Yin Sheng, who resided within the Crimson Soul Spear. In a low, steady tone, Yin Sheng replied, the time is almost right. Follow my instructions. Understood. This man is at the mid-stage martial emperor level. Even if I transfer my remaining strength to you, you'll only be able to hold him off for a short while. However, the formation has a weak point in the direction of the western gate. Once I transfer my power, attack that spot with all your might. If you can break the barrier and signal your brother, we'll be safe. Got it. Seeing Xuan Yuan Jue standing motionless, the Crow Emperor smirked darkly. Have you already given up? So, this is all the son of Xuan Yuan Ying amounts to? Give up? Not a chance. Xuan Yuan Jue roared, his spiritual energy surging as his aura climbed higher and higher. From the Battle King stage, he broke through to mid-stage, then latest stage, and finally the peak. With a final burst, he crossed into the martial emperor realm, reaching the early stage of its power. The cold Crow Emperor's face was filled with shock at this moment, unable to comprehend how Xuan Yuan Jue could possess such immense power. His eyes flickered as he calculated inwardly. As expected of Xuan Yuan Ying's son, his methods are indeed extraordinary. He must have some kind of enhancing artifact or secret technique. No wonder he dares to act so recklessly. However, such external power is ultimately not one's own cultivation and cannot truly reach the full strength of the martial emperor realm. There must be a time limit. Let me show you what true martial emperor strength looks like. The cold Crow Emperor roared fiercely as blue-black light erupted around him. He reached out, forming a massive claw of energy shrouded in a sinister wind, which hurtled directly toward Xuan Yuan Jue. Xuan Yuan Jue stood his ground, swinging his Crimson Soul Spear horizontally. The sharp spear light collided with the energy claw, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the air. Not bad, boy. You've got some skill. The cold Crow Emperor's words had barely fallen when his figure flashed like lightning toward Xuan Yuan Jue. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of fists and kicks clashing echoing non-stop. After dozens of exchanges, the two separated. The cold Crow Emperor sneered, as expected of the top prodigy. Even with the aid of secret techniques, you're still impressive. However, your secret technique won't last much longer, will it? Allow me to send you on your way. Raging Wind Ice Crow. With a sharp cry, a massive ice crow formed entirely of spiritual energy soared into the sky, surrounded by a black, eerie wind that exuded a chilling, unsettling aura. At that moment, Yin Sheng's voice echoed in Xuan Yuan Jue's mind. Disciple, my energy is almost depleted. You must endure this attack, and then focus all your strength to break the barrier. Master, what if I can't hold out? With me here, don't worry. Xuan Yuan Jue took a deep breath, channeling 90% of his spiritual energy into the Crimson Soul Spear. Red runes instantly appeared across the spear's surface, while the remaining energy formed a defensive barrier in front of him. The two struck nearly simultaneously. Xuan Yuan Jue braced himself against the Ice Crow's attack with his body, while hurling the Crimson Soul Spear with all his might toward the spot Yin Sheng had indicated. With a dulled thud, he spat out blood as he was sent flying, but the Crimson Soul Spear hit its mark precisely. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the surrounding scenery began to distort and shift. However, the cold Crow Emperor smirked coldly. Boy, are you celebrating too early? This formation was designed with 2 layers, one to trap you, and another to deal with your reinforcements. As the surroundings fully came into view, Xuan Yuan Jue's expression darkened. He was still enveloped by a barrier, corpses scattered across the ground, and in the distance, over a dozen figures were locked in fierce combat. Several figures swiftly broke away from the battlefield and rushed towards Xuan Yuan Jue. A middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, was the first to reach him, standing protectively in front of him. "Young master, are you all right?" "Uncle Jean." Xuan Yuan Jue struggled to his feet, forcing a smile as he said, "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." Two more figures appeared beside Xuan Yuan Jue, their eyes sharp and vigilant as they watched the dozen or so powerful individuals in the sky with varying auras. Seeing Xuan Yuan Jue escape from Hanya's ambush, a powerful figure erupted in anger, furrowing his brows and shouting, "Hanya, what's going on? Why is Xuan Yuan Jue still alive?" Hanya spread his hands, looking helpless. This kid is indeed strange. He possesses some secret technique that has elevated him to the martial emperor realm, enough to fight me. He noticed a flaw in the formation, endured one of my attacks hidden, and escaped through the weak spot when I was off guard. On the ground, Xuan Yuan Jue surveyed the scattered corpses around him before turning to the man beside him. "Uncle Jean, who are these people?" "They are the powerful fighters sent by your father and the two great academies to protect you in secret. Some others are from the enemy," Uncle Jean replied gravely. "The enemy came with overwhelming force, both in strength and numbers, and several of our comrades fell within moments. Only a few of us are left holding the line. As for this martial emperor..." His gaze shifted to the masked man beside Xuan Yuan Jue. Noticing the attention, the masked man tilted his head slightly. "I mean no harm. I'm simply following orders. There's nothing more I can disclose." Although Xuan Yuan Jue was filled with doubt, the dire situation left no room for further questioning. Uncle Jean looked up at the dozen or so powerful enemies hovering in the sky and shouted angrily, "The Situ family, the Li family, the Wan family, you dare collude with the Dark Temple? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Law Enforcement Hall and General Xuan Yuan?" The second elder of the Situ family, Situ Ju, sneered coldly. "As long as we kill all of you, who will know it was us?" Xuan Yuan Ying killed the Situ family's heir war king simply repaying the favor by killing his son. "Lin Zhan, be sensible and surrender. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, never. If you want to kill the young master, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Lin Zhan stood firm, unwavering. Hanya smirked at the scene. "He's not even your son. Why so loyal? Join the Dark Temple, and I guarantee you'll hold a high position, above tens of thousands." "Bah!" Lin Zhan spat. "The general once saved my life, and even if he hadn't, I would never stoop to ally with rats like you lurking in the shadows." Hanya's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "If you want drink the toast, then you'll drink the penalty. Go to hell. Attack." At his command, the dozen or so enemies charged. The three remaining guards on Xuan Yuan Jue's side fought desperately to block them. Though their injuries worsened with each passing moment, they refused to yield, standing firm to protect him. "Teacher, have you found a way to break this stalemate?" Xuan Yuan Jue asked anxiously. Yin Sheng replied in a deep voice, "This formation is incredibly complex. My strength is currently limited, and I can't break it quickly. If I had known, I wouldn't have placed restrictions on the Yen Shang ring back then. Any random treasure from it could easily shatter this formation." When the inheritance resources were stored, Xuan Yuan Jue had set up multiple layers of restrictions on the treasury, stipulating that only the inheritor with sufficient strength could unlock them. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected to face such a crisis while his strength was compromised and the inheritor had not yet matured. It was like shooting himself in the foot. A piercing scream tore through the sky as Xuan Yuan Jue lost yet another subordinate. Now, only two remained by his side, the masked martial emperor and Lin Zhan. Both were covered in wounds, their auras visibly weakened. The masked warrior suddenly appeared beside Xuan Yuan Jue, handing him a delicate blue token. Speaking in a low voice, he said, "Reinforcements likely won't make it in time. This token has been fully charged with battlefield energy. When we draw the enemy's fire, activate it to open a spatial wormhole we can escape." Xuan Yuan Jue was both surprised and delighted, but he couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you mention this treasure earlier?" "The token requires immense energy to charge, and I couldn't afford to be distracted during the battle. Besides, you were trapped in another formation at the time. My duty is to protect you, and I would never abandon you to save myself," the masked man explained. Understanding his reasoning, Xuan Yuan Jue nodded. The masked man added, "I've already informed Lin Zhan in secret. The token can only transport 3 people at most, so be ready to move at any moment." This subtle exchange did not escape the enemy's notice. Hanya sneered mockingly. "What's this? Saying your last words? None of you are leaving here alive today." The enemy forces erupted in laughter, completely unaware of Xuan Yuan Jue's imminent escape. As they laughed, Xuan Yuan Jue decisively activated the token. The token rose into the air, merging with the void. Ripples spread through the space, and a black dot appeared before the trio, rapidly expanding. The Dark Temple's forces finally realized what was happening and launched a frantic assault. But it was too late. Xuan Yuan Jue and his two companions had already stepped halfway into the wormhole. Violent energy blasts struck their bodies, and with a deafening explosion, the three coughed up blood and fell unconscious as they were pulled into the wormhole. By the time Hanya and his group reached the spot, the wormhole had vanished. Chaos erupted among them as they began blaming one another. Ultimately, they decided to retreat immediately to report the situation, fearing the wrath of Xinyuan Ying. Meanwhile, in the central villa district of Xiadu, Xin Yuan Li, who had just exited the extreme martial god tower, received a call from Yun Li, informing him of his younger brother's ambush. Instantly, the temperature around him seemed to plummet. How is Xiao Che now? Xin Yuan Li's voice was icy and sharp. He's out of danger but needs time to recover, Yun Li replied. Good. Xin Yuan Li's tone grew even colder. Yun Li, summon the 12 divine generals. Tell them it's time to stretch their muscles. In the far northern lands, at the residence of the Ice Emperor's palace, the temperature inside the main hall plummeted as Xin Yuan Li sat expressionlessly on the imperial throne, his cold gaze sweeping over the figures below. 12 men and women, each with distinct appearances, knelt on one knee in unison, awaiting his command. Greetings, Ice Emperor, they said in unison. Xin Yuan Li gave a slight wave of his hand, and an invisible force helped them to their feet. Mao Tu, he called out in a deep voice. Present. Yun Li immediately stepped forward and raised her head in response. Have you found out which family factions are involved? Xin Yuan Li's voice was laced with frost. It has been confirmed. 6 factions were behind the ambush: the Dark Temple, the Situ family of Suqing, the Wan family of the Magic Capital, the Zhang family from Yinbei, the Li family of the Southern Borderlands, and the Qin family from Qin Island. All of these factions have had connections with your father. Xin Yuan Li raised his hand, cutting Yun Li off. I don't care what ties they had with my family. The moment they targeted Xiao Che, their fate was sealed. Recalling his younger brother's scarred body, his eyes gleamed with an even colder light. With a slight movement of his fingers, Xin Yuan Li conjured 6 ice plaques engraved with the names of the families. The Situ family will be handled by Qinlong and Yuji. The remaining 5 factions, the 10 of you can divide among yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the siblings Feng and Ziyu exchanged a glance, their eyes reddening as they knelt once again. Thank you, my lord. Rise. It was my oversight. For various reasons, I haven't been able to let you avenge your family all these years. My lord's heart is devoted to the well-being of the people. Feng and Ziyu have never blamed you. The others looked at the siblings with expressions of relief. After 10 years of companionship, they had become like family, and everyone empathized with Feng and Ziyu's plight. Now, they finally had the chance for revenge. Within 2 days, leave no trace of these factions, Xin Yuan Li said calmly, though his tone carried a chilling murderous intent. If you need information, consult Mao Tuesday. In 2 days, I want the heads of all the faction leaders. With that, his figure vanished from the throne. It seems the Lord is truly enraged. It's been a long time since he called us by our codenames. Ziyu murmured softly. Nearby, the burly Yushan shivered. Even though the Lord showed no expression, I felt an inexplicable chill. Yushan, it seems your skills have weakened lately. How about sparring with me after the mission? Feng teased with a smile. Please spare me, Captain. This is all just flab. I can't handle your punches the size of sandbags. Yushan backed away, waving his hands in mock fear, causing everyone to burst into laughter, adding a touch of warmth to the icy hall. After the moment of levity, seriousness returned. Yun Li gathered everyone and shared the intelligence on the locations of the major forces. After a detailed allocation of tasks, they bid their farewells one by one, leaving the Grand Hall to embark on their respective bloody missions. The vast hall returned to silence. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan Li had already brought the unconscious Xuan Yuan Jue back home. Thanks to Yun Li, the most powerful life system healer on the Blue-White Star, and the life water Xin Yuan Li had previously obtained, Xuan Yuan Jue's injuries were no longer life-threatening, though he had yet to wake up. Xin Yuan Li tried to awaken Yin Sheng, but found that even this mighty figure had fallen into a deep, exhausted slumber, clearly having drained his strength in battle. Although Xin Yuan Li was capable of handling the crisis alone, he chose not to inform his parents. On one hand, he was mindful of their unique status and position. On the other, he didn't want to worry them. However, others had very different thoughts. Members of the various forces involved in the assassination returned to their clans to report the events in full. In the Sidong clan, the clan leader, Situ Yun, was furiously berating the second elder, Situ Ju. Useless. All of you are useless. So many of you couldn't even assassinate a mere Sky Realm child. You've completely disgraced us. Situ Ju kept his head low, not daring to meet the clan leader's wrath. Only after Situ Yun calmed down slightly did he cautiously explain, clan leader, it's not entirely our fault. Who could have predicted that boy would carry a spatial treasure? Moreover, when he entered that mysterious passage, our attack had already severely injured him. He's most likely not going to survive. This explanation only infuriated Situ Yun further. He kicked Situ Ju away in anger. Not going to survive? Without a corpse, how can you claim he's dead? If you hadn't been so careless, how could the target have escaped? And you were foolish enough to expose our family's identity. As long as even one of them survives, Xinyuan Ying's wrath will be more than you can handle. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Situ Ju asked anxiously, "Clan leader, should we temporarily retreat to avoid the fallout?" Situ Yun glared at him, his eyes filled with disappointment. Retreat? The Sidong clan has lived here for generations. Where would we go? That would be as good as admitting guilt. At that moment, the usually silent great elder spoke up. "Clan leader, I have a plan." Seeing the hopeful look from Situ Yun, he continued, "Since things have come to this, we might as well make the assassination attempt public and pin the blame on the Dark Temple. Their reputation is already in tatters, and one more crime won't matter to them. Even if they try to retaliate, we can claim it was an act committed by someone within our clan colluding with the temple, whom we have already executed. We can then produce a random corpse as evidence." Situ Yun's eyes lit up. Brilliant. This way, even if Xinyuan Ying suspects our involvement, without solid proof, he can't openly act against us. If there are witnesses, it would mean Xuan Yuan Jue is still alive. We can then deny any connection and offer compensation. Given Xinyuan Ying's status, he wouldn't go too far. With that, Situ Yun strode toward the door, but not before delivering another kick to Situ Ju as he passed by. Learn from him. Stop bringing trouble to the clan all the time. After the Sidong family spread the news about their plan to assassinate Xinyuan Jue, the entire Xia kingdom was thrown into an uproar. What? A family dares to team up with the Dark Temple to assassinate the greatest prodigy? What's the current situation with Xinyuan Jue? Is this news even real? Qianlong Academy and White Tiger Academy immediately dispatched their elite teams to investigate. At the park where the incident allegedly occurred, they discovered signs of intense battle and large patches of blood that had yet to dry. Even more shocking was that the investigators sent by both academies had lost contact, their fate unknown. The two academies quickly released the photos of the scene to the public and issued a death warrant against the Dark Temple, vowing to fight until the end. Within the shadow-shrouded Grand Hall of the Dark Temple, a mysterious figure cloaked in black was in a furious rage. "Useless. All of you are worthless. Over 20 king-level warriors, and you couldn't handle a mere child," he roared at Hanya. "And the Sidong family, before anything is even settled, they're already trying to shift the blame onto us. A fine move to divert disaster." The black-robed figure sneered coldly. "If you want to be ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Hanya, release the names of everyone involved in this assassination." "Understood." Hanya replied with a nod. "And what about Xinyuan Ying? Keep a close watch on his movements. Also, issue an order to all core members. No one is allowed to leave without my explicit permission." When the assassination list was made public, the implicated families immediately became the target of widespread condemnation. In response, these families quickly followed the Sitong family's example, offering up scapegoats to take the blame in an attempt to clear their names. Meanwhile, at the first commander's residence in Shanhaiguan, outrageous! A thunderous roar shook Shanhaiguan, sending countless fierce beasts scurrying in fear. Xinyuan Ying and Yin Yin, filled with seething anger, shot into the skies. After inquiring about Xinyuan Li's condition, they immediately boarded a warplane and rushed back. On the warplane, Yin Yin was consumed with worry. "Cheer, you must be safe. If anyone dares harm you, even a little, I will make them wish for death." Her eyes glimmered with a chilling fury. Xinyuan Ying pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry. Xiao Che has always been blessed with great fortune. But if anything truly happens to him, no matter who's responsible, I will make them pay at any cost." Only then did Yin Yin calm down slightly, resting her head on her husband's shoulder. When the two of them finally arrived home in a rush, they immediately spotted Xinyuan Li sitting in the living room and hurriedly began questioning him. "Where is Xiao Che? Where is he now? How is he doing?" Xinyuan Li gestured toward the room upstairs, his voice calm and steady. "He's resting upstairs. His injuries are no longer critical, but he's still unconscious. Mom, you should go check on Xiao Che first." "Dad, please wait here. I have something important to discuss." Xinyuan Ying forced himself to stop in his tracks, his anxious gaze fixed on Xinyuan Li's hesitant expression. Yin Yin froze for a moment before quickly heading upstairs. Once her footsteps faded into Xiao Che's room, Xinyuan Ying sat down, meeting his son's eyes directly. "What is it?" "Dad, you don't need to worry about Xiao Che. Your unique status brings too many restrictions. I've already arranged for this to be handled. After you check on Xiao Che, you and Mom should return to Shanhaiguan. You'll see results soon." Xuan Yuan Ying's expression darkened. Lear, I know you've always kept your true strength hidden, but even so, the laws of heaven and earth remain. At most, you're at the level of a martial emperor. The Dark Temple alone has 6 martial emperors, not to mention the other families. Let me handle this. It's time they were reminded of my reputation. Xin Yuanli didn't respond. Instead, he silently activated the living room's projector. On the screen, C2 Yun of the C2 family was shown holding a corpse while explaining to the enforcement hall personnel. He admitted that some family members had indeed colluded with the Dark Temple to assassinate Xuan Yuan Jue, but the perpetrator had already been executed, and the family was willing to offer compensation. Feigning remorse, he squeezed out a few tears, promising to discipline his family more strictly. Although the act was clearly insincere, the enforcement hall had no choice but to let the matter rest, given the family's cover-up. Now, Dad, can you still intervene? If you take action, people will accuse you, as a high-ranking military officer, of oppressing civilians. You might not care, but I don't want to see that happen. Let me deal with this. Are you confident? Within 2 days, the culprits will pay the price. If I fail, you can step in then. Seeing the unwavering determination in his son's eyes, Xin Yuan Ying decided to trust his ever-mysterious eldest son. All right, I'll wait for your good news. You've truly grown up. After confirming that Xiao Che was fine, Xin Yuan Ying returned to Shanhaiguan at his son's urging, while Yin Yin stayed behind to care for their youngest son. As night fell, the C2 family estate was alive with music and celebration. The courtyard was filled with banquet tables, and the patriarch led his immediate relatives in singing and drinking. Xin Yuan Ying has already gone back to Shanhaiguan. Our plan worked. Let's celebrate the C2 family's escape from disaster. The Grand Elder voiced his concerns. Patriarch, the danger isn't over yet. Acting like this might not be wise. Drunk with excitement, C2 Yun scoffed arrogantly. In Sioux City, the C2 family is the sky. Anyone who dares oppose us is courting death. The gathered family members chimed in with flattery and agreement. Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the night. Is that so? Do you really think you can block out the heavens? In the next instant, a streak of violet light descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion, landing in the midst of the crowd. The immense shockwave sent people flying, killing the weaker ones on the spot. Amid the smoke and chaos, screams erupted. C2 Yun sobered instantly, shouting angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the C2 family estate at night?" Tap, tap, tap. In the stillness of the moment, the crisp sound of footsteps pierced through the mist, each step carrying the chilling weight of death's approach, sending shivers down one's spine. C2 Yun assumed it was someone sent by Xin Yuan Ying. Forcing himself to remain calm, he demanded, "Who are you? Did Xin Yuan Ying send you? We've already given our explanation, and the Hall of Justice hasn't reached a conclusion yet. Surely General Xin Yuan wouldn't disregard the rules like this." Yet, the only response from the mist was the sound of approaching footsteps. Slowly, a figure with purple hair emerged from the hazeat was none other than Feng. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Situ Yun, his mind replaying the agonizing memories of his loved one's brutal deaths. "Situ, you old scoundrel, do you still remember me?" Feng asked coldly. Situ Yun found the figure before him vaguely familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. However, the elder behind him caught sight of the unmistakable purple hair and gasped in shock. "Feng, it's you, Feng. The Feng from the Purple Clan 10 years ago." Hearing this, Situ Yun suddenly remembered, but his face showed no fear. Instead, he asked urgently, "Feng, you're still alive? Then what about Shinner? Where is he?" Feng let out a chilling laugh. "Where? He's dead, of course. I killed him with my own hands." A twisted smile spread across his face. "I carved him up, piece by piece. I lost count of how many cuts I made. All I remember is that, by the end, there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on his body, and he was begging me to end his suffering. Thinking back on it now, it was truly satisfying." From the treetop of a tall tree outside the Situ clan's grounds, Ziyue anxiously watched her brother. She recalled Xin Yuan Li's words. Feng, burdened by the hatred of his clan's annihilation 10 years ago, carried a heart demon. Overcoming it would be his ultimate trial, and once he did, he would soar to unimaginable heights. For the sake of her brother, Ziyue chose to stay back and simply keep watch. "What? My Shinner?" Situ Yun cried, tears streaming down his face. "Feng, you're utterly ruthless." "Ha ha ha ha." Feng burst into a fit of furious laughter. "Situ, you old scoundrel, how dare you speak of ruthlessness? When you slaughtered my entire clan under false accusations, did you not consider your own cruelty?" At these words, the entire Situ clan fell silent. They all knew the truth. The Purple Clan had been wiped out not for any real crime, but because they had offended Situ Xian, and the Situ clan coveted a treasure land belonging to the Purple Clan. When it came to ruthlessness, They had no right to speak. Situ, you old scoundrel, today I will make your Situ clan taste the same suffering my purple clan endured back then. Zifeng stood with his blade in hand, lightning crackling around him. The oppressive aura of a peak martial emperor radiated from him, suffocating the entire Situ clan. Under this immense pressure, Situ Yuan seemed paralyzed with fear, mumbling incoherently to himself. Martial emperor at the peak. Situ Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the young figure before him. No, impossible. You're so young, how could you possibly possess the power of a martial emperor? As a late-stage martial emperor himself, Situ Yuan was all too familiar with this overwhelming aura. Years ago, he had felt this same pressure from another peak martial emperor, but the aura radiating from Feng was even deeper and more formidable. The other members of the Situ family, upon hearing this, turned ashen-faced and began retreating in panic. Patriarch! Situ Ju suddenly shouted. He's just one man. Our family has 5 emperor-level experts and countless battle kings. Attack together and kill him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a streak of purple energy slashed through the air. Situ Ju's head flew skyward, blood spraying in all directions. In his final moments, this martial emperor didn't even see how Feng had made his move. My second and third uncles died by your hands. Today, justice is finally served, Feng said coldly. As the weakest among the martial emperors, how could Situ Ju possibly compare to Feng? Witnessing their family's martial emperor unable to withstand even a single strike, the remaining members of the Situ family scattered in terror. Even Situ Yuan was paralyzed by the brilliance of that strike, knowing full well that he, too, would be powerless against it. Feng slowly ascended into the air, lightning coalescing around him, as if the god of thunder himself had descended. Judgment Day. With a low command from Feng, purple lightning rained down with pinpoint precision, striking down each and every member of the Situ family. The commotion immediately drew the attention of all the major powers in Sioux City. When they arrived, they saw Feng standing as if he were the master of life and death, surrounded by thunder. Just as the city lord's mansion and the law enforcement hall were about to intervene, Ziyu suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path with her icy blue staff raised high. Stop right there. Until the Situ family is annihilated, no one is allowed to pass. Ziyu's domineering declaration ignited outrage among the crowd. How dare you? Who do you think you are? If there's an issue, it can be discussed. Why exterminate an entire family? Step aside, or we will force our way through. Without further words, Ziyu waved her ice staff, and a chilling frost enveloped the area. The aura of a peak martial emperor burst forth, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. I can't believe my eyes. This young girl is actually at the peak of martial emperor strength, someone finally stammered, their voice trembling with shock. Oh my God, is this what my life has come to? Living like a dog? Muttered a bystander, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Staring at the young woman before him, barely in her 20s or 30s, he couldn't help but lament. After half a lifetime of arduous cultivation, he had only reached the midstage of the martial emperor realm, while the latest stage seemed like an unattainable dream. In the distance, the battle was nearing its end. Zifeng's apocalyptic judgment rained down like a torrential storm. Situ Yuan watched helplessly as his clan members fell one after another, despair consuming his heart. Without hesitation, he joined the remaining 3 martial emperors from his family and charged into the sky, desperately trying to block Zifeng's onslaught. However, a battle with such a disparity in power had its outcome determined from the start. Within just over a dozen moves, 2 low-stage martial emperors were reduced to a bloody mist under Zifeng's overwhelming attacks. Situ Yuan and the Great Elder fought with all their might, but they were still no match for Zifeng's relentless ferocity. A flash of blade light, and another burst of blood bloomed. Great Elder! Situ Yuan cried out in anguish, his voice tearing through the air as he watched his last companion's lifeless body plummet from the sky. Looking around, the once grand estate was now unrecognizable, reduced to ruins by the aftermath of the battle. The ground was littered with the bodies of his clan. Feeling the weakness overtaking his body, Situ Yuan seemed resigned to his fate. Zifeng! He shouted, his voice trembling. If I die, will you spare my clan? Did you spare my clan back then? Zifeng replied coldly. Heh, haha, so this is karma, isn't it? Situ Yuan gave a bitter laugh. At least some of your Zifeng clan survived. Can't you leave just one of us alive? My lord has decreed no one from the Situ family shall be left alive. Situ Yuan's pupils contracted in terror, his face drained of color. For Zifeng, a peak martial emperor, to call someone my lord, what kind of terrifying existence could that be? Your lord. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of silver light ended his words. Situ Yuan's severed head hit the ground with a dull thud. You are unworthy of knowing my lord's name, Zifeng said coldly. Thud. Situ Yun's headless body crashed heavily to the ground, and blood instantly spread across the floor in a crimson pool. With endless regret and unwillingness, he fell within the confines of his own family estate. Feng immediately transformed into his thunder god form. Countless bolts of world-ending lightning descended from the heavens, sweeping across the Situ family like divine retribution. Screams echoed incessantly, and the lightning illuminated the entire night sky. In the distance, representatives from all major powers in Sioux City watched the scene unfold, their hearts filled with terror. They were stunned, wondering what kind of terrifying entity the Situ family had provoked to suffer such a merciless annihilation. Yet, even in this moment, their minds began scheming, calculating how to divide the wealth of this soon-to-be-destroyed family. When everything finally settled, the once grand Situ family estate had been reduced to ruins. Standing atop the rubble, Feng felt the 10 years of suppressed hatred finally release, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The oppressive energy radiating from him alone sent shivers down the spines of the distant onlookers. This power far exceeded the level of an ordinary martial emperor. Ziyu appeared beside her brother in a flash, her voice brimming with excitement. "Brother, you've broken through?" "Yes, I have," Feng replied with a faint smile. Then, his thunderous voice echoed across Sioux City, declaring, "What was sown in the past is reaped today." Feng and Ziyu of the Z family have avenged the massacre of their kin by the Situ family. From this moment forth, the Situ clan of Sioux City ceases to exist. Before his words fully faded, the siblings vanished into the night, pursuing the remaining members of the Situ family who were not in Sioux City. Before leaving, Feng left a stern warning. "The assets of the Situ family will be claimed tomorrow. I advise you all to abandon any petty schemes you may harbor. Moreover, if you possess anything that doesn't belong to you, it would be wise to return it immediately." This declaration caused the faces of all the family representatives present to pale. Only then did they recall how, when the Z family was destroyed years ago, they had each taken a share of the spoils. Clearly, Feng was fully aware of these past events. The gathered individuals quickly realized they needed to return the wealth they had plundered from the Z family and offer compensation. Fortunately, most of them had only taken material assets and had not been involved in more egregious actions. Even in the dead of night, the news of the Situ family's destruction spread swiftly to other families who had participated in the Z family's assassination. In the Zhang family of Yinbei, Patriarch Zhang Haiyang was jolted awake by the devastating news. Cold sweat poured down his face as his first thought was of Xin Yuan. Hastily dressing, he rushed outside to summon the family's strongest fighters for an emergency meeting. However, as the minutes ticked by, no one arrived at the meeting hall. He sent guards to urge them, but the sentries he dispatched never returned. The surroundings were eerily silent, so quiet it was unnerving. Zhang Haiyang felt a sudden surge of foreboding. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Someone! Anyone!" Out of nowhere, a tall figure appeared before him. The figure was shrouded in black mist, its face obscured, but the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. A deathly voice emerged from the mist, cold and emotionless. "No need to shout. You're the last one." Zhang Haiyang froze as if struck by lightning, his body stiff. His bloodshot eyes widened as he let out a hysterical roar. "No. Impossible." But deep down, he knew it was the truth. No one had answered his cries. "Why? Why are you doing this?" The man in the mist let out a chilling laugh. "Seek your answers in hell." Just as Zhang Haiyang prepared to resist, a flash of silver light streaked before his eyes, followed by the sweep of a fan-like shadow. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, terror and unwillingness etched on his face. In his final moments, his wide eyes were filled with confusion. Was it Xin Yuan or someone else? The shadowy figure picked up a blood-stained bundle and turned to leave. Moments later, flames erupted, consuming everything in sight. Sea Snake mission complete. The entire Zhang family of Yinbei has been eradicated. Mao Rabbit received. At the same time, in the ancient and imposing mansion of the Qin family on Qin Island, the air was thick with the scent of blood. The courtyard was littered with corpses, and the cries of children and the screams of women echoed incessantly. In the center of the courtyard, the family patriarch Qin Yi stood drenched in blood, his breath ragged. He glared furiously at the shadowy figure before him. This figure, too, was enshrouded in black mist, wielding a long staff engraved with mysterious patterns. Blood dripped steadily from the tip. "Who are you? Why are you doing this to the Qin family? Was it Xin Yuan who sent you?" Qin Yi roared, his face twisted with rage. "Dead men don't need to know too much," the shadow replied coldly. In an instant, the staff lashed out, striking Qin Yi with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yi was hurled dozens of meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he reached out a hand. But before he could utter another word, he was dead. The shadowy figure ascended into the sky with a blood-soaked cloth bag. With a swing of the staff, a massive shadow blotted out the sun, silencing everything around. Shun Monkey mission complete. The target family has been annihilated. Mao Rabbit received. In a secluded valley in the southern borderlands, the Li family was gathered around a bonfire, discussing urgent matters. The valley was brimming with spiritual energy, surrounded by blooming flowers and abundant with mystical fruits, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. Patriarch Li Chongyue sighed deeply. The Situ family has been wiped out. Although it was a matter of family feuds and revenge, I can't help but feel Xinyuan Ying was involved. If only we had foreseen this, we should never have gotten involved in the first place. This all stems from grudges 20 years ago, and it shouldn't have implicated this generation. A middle-aged man to his right chimed in. It's too late to say anything now. Whether or not Xinyuan Ying is behind this, we must proceed with caution. Have the sentries at the valley entrance been increased? Li Chongyue asked. A confident clansman replied, Yes, Patriarch, everything has been arranged. We have over a dozen visible and hidden posts. Not even a fly could get through. No sooner had he spoken than a hoarse voice suddenly echoed, Is that so? Everyone immediately sprang to their feet, scanning their surroundings with alarm. Who's there? Show yourself. What are you sneaking around for in the Li family's territory? Li Chongyue demanded sharply. A sinister gust of wind swept through the valley, carrying with it eerie laughter from all directions. Ha ha ha, what am I here for? Naturally, to wipe out your entire clan. What arrogance! Wiping out my entire clan? Let's see if you can make that happen. Li Chongyue roared, his anger surging as he listened to the mysterious voice carried by the demonic wind. My, such courage. Then prepare to hear the countdown to your death. The mysterious voice began to count down with a chilling, deathly tone. 3. Li Chongyue feigned composure on the surface, but deep down, a cold dread crept into his heart. 2. 1. As the final number fell, a bone-chilling wind swept through the valley. Instantly, agonizing screams erupted all around. The clan members' bodies were suddenly covered in pustules, writhing and wailing in excruciating pain. The weaker ones perished on the spot. Li Chongyue's expression changed drastically as unbearable pain, like countless ants gnawing at his insides, consumed him. Grotesque, bloody blisters rapidly surfaced on his skin. You despicable coward! Poisoning us like this, he bellowed. What kind of poison is this that even my latest-stage martial emperor cultivation can't detect? Show yourself. Enduring the agony, he unleashed his full power, frantically searching for the perpetrator. Look who's talking. The mysterious voice resounded again, dragging the grudges of the older generation onto the younger ones. You know better. You must be from the Xinyuan. Before Li Chongyue could finish his sentence, the poison surged violently within him. He couldn't react in time as the venom spread through his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Even in his final moments, he failed to catch a glimpse of his enemy. In the blink of an eye, silence engulfed the valley. Corpses covered in pustules and blood blisters littered the ground, emitting a nauseating stench. The void rippled, and a man dressed in dark green robes with hair of the same hue emerged. At his waist hung a slightly open black gourd, from which wisps of black mist swirled. Task Z-Rat completed. The target clan is entirely eradicated. Received. Mao Rabbit. Meanwhile, in the Yuan family mansion in the demon capital, a clan member rushed in, panic-stricken, to report to the clan leader Xuan Yuan Jue. The Situ family has been wiped out. None of the other families can be contacted either. I fear. Xuan Yuan Jue furrowed his brows deeply and sighed after a long pause. It seems we truly made a grave mistake this time. Xiaolu, inform the entire clan to evacuate the demon capital. Let's hope they don't come too fast. Xiaolu obeyed and turned to leave, but as he reached the door, his body froze, and his face turned deathly pale. He shakily pointed outside and stammered, See clan leader. Outside. Sensing something terribly wrong, Xuan Yuan Jue rushed to the door, and the sight before him caused his face to fall. Suspended in midair above the courtyard was a tall, slender figure. The person's silver hair flowed in the wind, and they wore a silver mask that obscured their eyes. 8 spinning discs hovered behind them, while they casually toyed with a blood-stained disc in their hand. Quietly, he stood facing Xuan Yuan Jue hidden. On the ground, several corpses lay sprawled in disarray, their blood glistening dark red under the moonlight. So, you've come already? Xuan Yuan Jue muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the entire Yuan family estate. The scene before him was like a knife to his heart. This once grand family was now reduced to just him and Xiaolu as the sole survivors. Though the figure stood alone, the overwhelming aura emanating from him left Xuan Yuan Jue with no will to resist. As he trembled at the opponent's godlike abilities, his mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. Suddenly, A thought struck him: the Lei family. His younger sister, Xuan Yuan Jue, was a concubine of Lei Ying, the head of the Lei family, and was deeply favored by him. The Lei family, with its peak martial emperor-level masters, surely commanded some respect. Clinging to this hope, Wan Yuanwu grabbed Xiao Liu's arm and darted off into the distance. The silver-haired figure did not intervene but silently melded into the shadows, following them like a specter. 10 minutes later, Wan Yuanwu arrived at the Lei family villa. In the distance, several figures were rapidly approaching reinforcements sent by Lei Ying at Wan Yuanchu's plea, including one mid-stage and one early-stage martial emperor expert. At that moment, Lei Ying stood on the rooftop with his son, Lei Tian, watching the scene unfold with an air of amusement. When Lei Tian asked whether the dispatched experts could handle the situation, Lei Ying chuckled and said, "Relax. Even someone like Xin Yuan Ying would have to show my Lei family some respect. Little sister, I'm here." Wan Yuanwu called out loudly as he reunited with his sister. Just as he began to feel a glimmer of hope, the mysterious figure suddenly appeared again. "Attack. Do something. Let's see if you dare make a move in the Lei family's turf." Before Wan Yuanwu could finish his sentence, a silver spinning wheel tore through the night sky. Xiao Liu's life was snuffed out in an instant. "No." Xiao Liu, holding the lifeless body of his illegitimate son in his arms, Wan Yuanwu let out a heart-wrenching cry. This boy, who didn't even know his own origins, had been his last hope. Consumed by rage, Wan Yuanwu charged at the mysterious figure with reckless abandon. The figure merely smirked disdainfully. A mere insect challenging a giant tree. Another spinning will slice through the air. Wan Yuanwu instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. The silver light flashed, blood splattered, and an arm was sent flying. It was his own. Wan Yuanwu clutched his bleeding severed arm tightly, his horrified gaze fixed on the mysterious figure before him. His sister, Wan Yuan Shu, seeing the scene, immediately shouted angrily, "Scoundrel! Who are you? Why are you trying to destroy my family? This is the Lei clan's territory, and you dare commit such atrocities here." She then turned to the two Wu Emperor elders beside her. "Elders, capture this murderer for me." The two Wu emperors exchanged disdainful glances. To them, a mere concubine had no right to command them. If it weren't for the respect they held for the family patriarch, they wouldn't have tolerated accompanying her at all. However, the person before them had indeed committed wanton slaughter within the Lei clan's domain, an act of blatant provocation that warranted punishment. The elder, who appeared older, stepped forward and began to speak. "Young man, lay down your weapon and surrender, and I might consider." Before he could finish, a silver flash streaked through the air, and two scalding heads rolled to the ground. The mysterious figure had dispatched them as if crushing mere insects. The scene fell into a chilling silence, and even the distant onlookers were struck speechless by the shocking sight. The mysterious figure coldly fixed his gaze on Wan Yuanwu. "Fool! The only reason I let you escape here was to find your sister. And yet you were completely oblivious. You're so stupid that killing you would sully my flying blades." Wan Yuanwu let out a bitter, grief-stricken laugh. "Ha ha! Now I understand why you didn't kill me right away. I became the guide to my family's destruction. I, Wan Yuanwu, have failed my ancestors." With those words, he severed his own heart meridian, ending his life. "Brother!" Wan Yuanshu screamed, her voice filled with anguish, her eyes burning with hatred as they locked onto the mysterious figure. But before she could utter another word, a silver flash swept past, leaving a thin line of blood across her neck. She collapsed to the ground, her expression frozen in disbelief. At that moment, the Lei clan patriarch, Lei Ying, finally recovered from his shock. "How dare you!" His thunderous roar echoed like a crashing storm. In an instant, he appeared before the silver-haired man, his face dark with fury. "You wretch! You dare to slaughter my people within the Lei clan's territory? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Yet the silver-haired man paid him no heed, focused solely on collecting the heads of his targets before turning to leave. This blatant disregard infuriated Lei Ying to no end. A dignified latest-stage Wu emperor had never been so insulted. "Stay right there," Lei Ying roared, his claws surging with terrifying momentum as he struck. But with a mere flick of his opponent's sleeve, an overwhelming wave of soul energy sent Lei Ying stumbling back several steps. Three icy, star-like flying blades hovered menacingly before him, exuding an unmistakable killing intent. Staring at the lethal blades, Lei Ying involuntarily swallowed, a deep sense of doubt creeping over him. "I couldn't even take one move. Am I truly at the late stage of Wu Emperor cultivation?" Meanwhile, the silver-haired man had already turned away, continuing on his journey without sparing another glance. "Old man, do you intend to make a move too?" The sudden voice of the silver-haired man echoed, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned, unsure of who he was addressing. Moments later, an aged voice came from the void. You have achieved your goal today. I hope you won't stoop to their level. The silver-haired man smirked slightly, his tone dripping with disdain. If I wanted to take it seriously, your clan would already be reduced to ruins. A declining peak sovereign is no match for me. Do you dare to act? Questioned the voice from the void, but no further response followed. The silver-haired man shook his head and, after uttering a dismissive boring, soared into the sky. Within the Lei family villa complex, the faces of the Lei family members were filled with humiliation. They could only clench their teeth in silence, not daring to speak up. Mission Su Dog completed. The Praise family legacy is severed. Mao Rabbit received. In the desolate Zone 006, shrouded in mist, lay a valley where a palace exuding an aura of darkness and decay stood tall, the headquarters of the Dark Temple. Ever since it was severely damaged by Xinyuan Ying over 20 years ago, the remnants of the temple's forces had entrenched themselves here, quietly rebuilding in secrecy. This remote and dilapidated ruin was not only well hidden but also naturally protected by an illusory landscape, remaining undiscovered by outsiders for the past decade. Even if someone stumbled upon it, they would likely have met their end here. At this moment, within a palace restricted to only the core disciples, the Dark Temple's leader sat high on the throne, his expression one of shock as he questioned the hunched figure of Hanya. What did you say? All the families have been annihilated. Hanya meticulously reported the findings of the investigation and inquired if Xinyuan Ying was responsible. The leader shook his head in denial, explaining that Xinyuan Ying had remained in Shanhaiguan and that none of his subordinates possessed such power. As the two speculated about the identity of the perpetrator, the palace doors suddenly swung open, and a mocking voice echoed through the hall, "Tisk, Teske." Such bold words. This voice sent shockwaves through the leader, a peak martial sovereign, as he realized he was completely unable to sense anything outside. Who's there? Accompanied by crisp footsteps, as if heralding the approach of death itself, three indistinct figures slowly emerged into view under the flickering candlelight, steadily advancing toward the hall. As the three figures approached, their appearances became clear to the Dark Temple Master, 2 men and 1 woman. All three wore animal masks that concealed the upper halves of their faces. From left to right, there was a graceful woman dressed in red with a red ponytail, a tall man in black with black hair and crimson eyes, and a burly man with his hands clasped behind his back. The Dark Temple Master carefully sensed their auras, and his heart jolted in shock. These three exhibited no trace of energy fluctuations, as if they were ordinary people. This could only mean one of two things. Either they truly were ordinary, or their strength was so far beyond his own that he couldn't detect it. As a peak martial emperor, standing at the pinnacle of power on Blue-White Star, what kind of terrifying existence could surpass him? Cold sweat trickled down his body beneath his cloak. Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked, "Who are you? What business brings you here at this late hour?" At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Hanya, who stood nearby. "These visitors are hostile. Summon all the elders immediately." Just as Hanya was about to retreat, the burly man grinned and said, "No need for that. I've already brought everyone you wanted to call." With that, he revealed his hands, which had been hidden behind his back, holding a blood-soaked sack that was still dripping fresh blood. In the next moment, 8 severed heads tumbled out of the sack and onto the floor. The Dark Temple Master and Hanya instantly recognized the Elder Lei, Elder Feng, Elder Xia, and others from the temple. Among them, Hanya spotted the head of his beloved Magpie. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 intruders with unbridled fury. The Dark Temple Master shot to his feet, consumed by rage. These elders were the core of the team he had painstakingly cultivated over decades, and now they were annihilated in an instant. What frightened him even more was the fact that these murders had taken place so close by without him sensing any trace of battle. Such strength was beyond comprehension. Impressive. Truly impressive. He forced himself to appear composed, slowly sitting back down as if he were still in control. The black-haired, crimson-eyed man sneered and said, "Wu Ma Su, didn't you say none of us would leave here alive? Why aren't you making a move now?" The mention of that long-forgotten name startled the temple master. He removed his cloak, revealing a hideous scar that ran across his entire face. "Wu Ma Su, it's been a long time since anyone called me that. Now I'm even more curious about where you came from, to have uncovered such a secret name of mine. Your reach truly knows no bounds." At this moment, the red-haired woman with a ponytail on the right suddenly spoke up, "Wu Ma Su, stop wasting your time. The message you just sent will not get any response." Wu Ma Su's heart sank as he wondered how she could possibly know he had just sent out a request for reinforcements. The Dark Temple still had 6 martial emperor-level powerhouses outside, and he had indeed sent the message immediately after the 3 appeared. However, no reply had come. Just then, 2 distinct voices came through the communication device on the red-haired woman's wrist. "Chou Niu mission accomplished. The Dark Temple's bases in the wilderness zones have been eliminated. Wei Yang mission accomplished. All urban strongholds of the Dark Temple have been destroyed. The Great Hall fell into a dead silence. Wu Ma Su could no longer hold back. His face twisted in fury as he roared, "This is too much. Even without reinforcements, don't think you can take me down. I am the peak of martial emperor strength." Before he could finish, a burly figure appeared before him in a flash. A massive hand, as large as a fan, struck him, sending him flying into the wall of the Great Hall. The muscular man said coldly, "You talk too much. Chingu instructed me to take good care of you. The pain you caused him with your formations all those years ago, it's time to repay it." Bit by bit, Wu Ma C's pupil shrank as if he recognized something. He cried out in shock. "Your Mu!" Before he could finish, the burly man kicked him again, sending him flying once more. At this moment, Hanya put down the severed head he had been holding and launched a frenzied attack on the two at the entrance. Ice Raven Storm. Knowing he was no match, he still chose to fight to the death. The red-haired woman raised her arm lightly, and flames erupted from her palm, transforming instantly into a fiery phoenix that engulfed the Ice Ravens. Amidst the piercing screams, Hanya desperately gathered energy to resist, but he was no match for this overwhelming force. When the flames dissipated, a cold wind swept through, scattering the white ashes across the ground. Wu Ma Su struggled to his feet, dark red energy surging around him. His cracked body radiated a menacing aura. "I refuse to accept this. Decades of planning, ruined in an instant. Even in death, I'll take someone down with me." Dark sacrifice. Facing his self-destruction, the three remained calm. The black-haired, reed-eyed man raised his right foot slightly, and the entire floor of the Great Hall turned into a swamp. Countless tendrils emerged from the mud, wrapping Wu Ma Su into a sphere. No matter how much he roared and struggled within, the sphere remained unmoving. Earth burial. Explode. As the black-haired man clenched his fist, the mud sphere suddenly compressed to the size of a winter melon. The screams inside abruptly ceased. The sphere then exploded with a burst of blood rain, but the three figures had already vanished. Outside the valley, three figures stood in midair. Inhu, Wu Ma, and Haiju missions accomplished. The Dark Temple has been laid to eternal rest. Mao Tu. Message received. With a ripple of spatial energy, the three disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, the valley shook violently, twisting and transforming until it became a flat plain, leaving only faint traces of fresh soil. The great palace of the Dark Temple had been buried forever beneath the earth. Dawn broke. The silver light of early morning gradually turned crimson as the sunrise bathed the city's rooftops in its glow. Beneath the seemingly tranquil morning, an earth-shattering piece of news was spreading rapidly among the major powers of Xia Kingdom. The 5 great clans were wiped out in a single night. This shocking revelation exploded like thunder, reverberating through the factions. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, people were abuzz with discussion. It's only been a day since Xuan Yuan Jue was attacked, and now the 5 great clans have been completely annihilated, someone whispered. The Dark Temple has vanished as well, things don't look good for them, another person added. Speculation ran rampant. Some believed it was the work of General Xuan Yuan, but others quickly refuted the idea. Impossible. I heard General Xuan Yuan was at Shanhaiguan all night, and his wife, the medicine sovereign Yin Yin, was at home taking care of their son. There are countless witnesses to confirm it. Could it have been one of his subordinates? Unlikely. General Xuan Yuan only has one shadow guard under him, mainly responsible for intelligence. How could they pull off something this massive? As the news continued to spread, more rumors surfaced. Word has it that the mysterious figure who destroyed the Wan clan had contact with the Lei family in Modu. Now, all the factions are heading to the Lei family to dig for information. The Wan clan had a peak-level martial sovereign guarding them, and even they couldn't stop it? Maybe they didn't want to risk provoking the other party. Meanwhile, at Shanhaiguan, Xuan Yuan held a report in his trembling hands. Remembering his son's promise from the day before, he murmured to himself, "Liar. Is this the trump card you've been hiding all along?" Just then, his private communication device rang. Seeing the familiar number, Xuan Yuan hesitated briefly before answering the call. "Your Majesty, Xuan Yuan, were you the one behind the destruction of those 5 clans?" The voice on the other end got straight to the point. "It wasn't me," Xuan Yuan replied with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty knows as well as I do without military support, my strongest shadow guard, Yun Shao, is only at the late martial sovereign stage. How could we possibly annihilate the 5 great clans in a single night?" The other end of the line went silent for a moment before asking, "What about Yin Yin? With her extensive connections in Xia Kingdom, if she called in favors?" "It wasn't her either," Xuan Yuan said firmly. "We only found out about Qi's assassination yesterday. Even if Yin Yin wanted to mobilize people, it couldn't have been done so quickly." "Your Majesty, I swear this wasn't us," Yuan, don't be so nervous. I'm just asking. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly softened. Even if it was your doing, it doesn't matter. Their collusion with the Dark Temple was a capital offense to begin with. Your Majesty, it really wasn't us. Yuan firmly denied once again, though he knew full well it was the work of his own son. Cautiously, he suggested, however, Your Majesty, this sudden emergence of such a force shouldn't it be investigated? To destroy 5 families overnight in such a crushing manner, leaving almost no distress signals, is highly unusual. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Investigate it, the ruler replied. You might want to ask your youngest son if he's secretly joined any organization. This incident is surely connected to his assassination attempt. Let's hope this unknown force is on our side. Yuan smirked to himself, thinking how sharp the ruler's intuition was. Still, he maintained a serious tone as he replied, Understood. I'll return home immediately to investigate this matter thoroughly. Good. By the way, the outside world is paying close attention to this incident. Your family is at the center of the storm, so make sure to calm things down. No problem. Would you prefer the truth, or just a resolution, Your Majesty? I'll act accordingly. As the call ended and the busy tone echoed in his ear, Yuan wore a meaningful smile, pondering how to smooth things over. Suddenly, the ruler's earlier words came to mind, and his eyes lit up. Got it. He sprang to his feet. Someone, prepare the plane. Upon returning to the central villa district in Shadu, Yuan didn't bother checking on the now conscious Yuan Jue. Instead, he rushed upstairs and pushed open Yuan Li's door. The room, however, was empty. Only a letter and a ring on the desk stood out. He picked up the letter and began reading it carefully. Mom and Dad, by the time you read this letter, I will already be gone. Yuan Li's handwriting was neat and strong, reflecting his determination through the strokes on the paper. Your son now has the ability to protect himself, so you don't need to worry. The reason I'm leaving now is that there's something important I need to take care of. I won't be able to spend this spring festival with you, and I hope you can forgive me. The letter detailed recent key matters. I've already taken care of the Dark Temple and the 5 families. There's no need to waste more manpower investigating any remnants. As for how to report and conclude this, I'll leave that to you, Dad. He left a spatial ring on the table. Inside the ring are gifts I've prepared for you, and Xiao Che, I hope you like them. There are also some resources, all with detailed instructions on how to use them. The distribution is up to you, Mom and Dad. After reading the letter, Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. That brat, what important matters? He just doesn't want me interrogating him. Shaking his head, he opened the spatial ring. When he saw the mountain of resources inside, his eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help blurting out, What the hell? The next day, Yuan officially announced to the public. Yuan Jue had joined a reclusive sect, and the Dark Temple along with the 5 families had been completely wiped out by this powerful force, leaving no survivors. The sect had also issued a stern warning to all major families. Do not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, or face the consequences. This bold declaration caused an uproar in Xia. People speculated about the origins of this mysterious sect, while many celebrated the downfall of the Dark Temple and the 5 families. The event brought a brief period of peace to Xia, with bullying incidents significantly decreasing, and even the enforcement hall finding itself with less to do. However, no one realized that this was merely the calm before the storm. In the far northern lands, within the main hall of the Ice Emperor Palace, Yuan Li reclined lazily on the Icy Emperor's throne, feigning a light slumber. The ice-blue throne shimmered with a cold, ethereal glow under the light of the hall. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder as 12 figures swiftly entered the hall and dropped to one knee in unison. Zishu, Chonyo, Inhu, Mao Tu at your service, Ice Emperor. Their synchronized voices reverberated through the chamber. Yuan Li slowly opened his sharp eyes, letting his piercing gaze sweep over the 12 kneeling figures. Rise. His attention suddenly focused on one of them, sensing a distinct change in their aura. With a hint of surprise, he asked, Long, have you broken through? Thanks to your grace, my lord. After avenging myself, the inner demons were dispelled, and I achieved a breakthrough. Zifeng couldn't conceal his excitement. Impressive. Yuan Li nodded slightly. The others glanced at Zifeng with varying degrees of envy, though most of their expressions showed genuine joy for their comrades' progress. Mao Tu, at your command. Yun Li immediately stepped forward. Recall all members of the Ice Emperor Palace and have them enter the martial tower for collective training. The world is about to awaken again, and their current strength is far too lacking. It's time to enhance their abilities. Should we leave some intelligence personnel behind? No need. Intelligence is of no use to us right now. We will reorganize after the world awakens. Understood. Yun Li accepted the order and left swiftly. Yu Ji, at your command. Zus stepped forward. consolidate the resources of the Ice Emperor Palace and convert all currency into cultivation materials immediately. Over the next 6 months, focus all efforts on cultivating high-level combat power. The stronger the strength, the greater the benefits during the world's transformation. Understood. Ziyue departed at once to carry out the command. The remaining 10 individuals clenched their fists in anticipation, eager for their next assignments. Xuan Yuan Li looked at them and said, "You will head to the ferocious beast cavern. The world's restrictions cannot be unraveled overnight, and combat experience will better aid your growth. There's less than a year left. Strive to improve yourselves. If needed, you can consult Long. Perhaps a few rounds of sparring might lead to enlightenment." Understood, they responded in unison. Before their voices faded, Xuan Yuan Li's figure had already vanished. In the hall, Feng glanced at his companions, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous grin. "You all heard the Lord's words. Feel free to come and seek my guidance." A black-haired, reed-eyed man glared at Feng's smug expression, grinding his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he shouted, "Brothers, let's get him. If we don't take this chance now, we won't have another." As soon as the words left his mouth, a mischievous glint appeared in the eyes of the other 9. They charged at Feng in unison. Despite Feng's newfound strength putting him half a step ahead of them, he was overwhelmed by their combined assault. In the end, he could only crouch with his arms over his head, enduring the playful beating from his comrades. Time passed, the days flowing steadily, and everything seemed to be heading in a promising direction. The major powers had long foreseen the impending upheaval and began gathering their disciples and secretly amassing strength, fully preparing to embrace the advent of a new era. The calm persisted until the exact day of the year 300 in the new era, when, without any warning, a sudden and dramatic transformation engulfed the world. Above the skies of the blue-white star, the century-old shackles binding heaven and earth vanished in an instant. Spiritual energy surged exponentially, and the land expanded ceaselessly. Countless martial emperors at the peak of their strength simultaneously broke through, facing apocalyptic tribulations of lightning. Some fell, while others ascended to an entirely new realm, nirvana. This realm symbolized breaking free from constraints and embracing rebirth. In the extreme northern lands, the entire continent was enveloped in thunder, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Strangely, this celestial phenomenon seemed isolated from the rest of the blue-white star, unnoticed by anyone. People were too preoccupied with their ecstasy over the sudden opportunities from the heavens, oblivious to the looming danger quietly approaching. At the very moment the blue-white star was awakening, the ancient clans of the northern region in the central grand world began to stir from their slumber. Orders targeting the blue-white star were rapidly issued. In a certain blessed sanctuary, rare and exotic beasts roamed among towering ancient trees. A father warned a black-robed man named Xiao Miao, saying, "The blue-white star has awakened. It's time for you to set out. This time, do not act as ruthlessly as you did with the Qinghong star. Our clan made too many enemies because of it, limiting our growth for tens of thousands of years." Meanwhile, deep within a massive palace shrouded in darkness, numerous figures gazed reverently at a terrifying presence seated on the throne. An elderly man with white hair strongly recommended sending the fallen god's son to lead an expedition to the blue-white star, proclaiming him the most exceptional prodigy of the 5 tribulation nirvana realm. Though many harbored dissatisfaction, no one dared voice opposition. Within an ancient forest, a group of long-tailed alien beings prepared for plunder under their leader's command. On a floating island, angels with 2, 4, and 6 wings readied themselves for action as their 10-winged queen descended, declaring her intention to spread the angel's light across every inch of the blue-white star. Countless forces from the central grand world were stirring restlessly. Some sought to seize resources, others to claim land, and still others to spread their faith. To them, the blue-white star seemed already within their grasp, with no one capable of halting their ambitions. In the vast expanse of deep blue ocean at the center of the blue-white star, an unexpected anomaly suddenly occurred. High above the sky, a pitch-black fissure slowly unfolded as if tearing the heavens apart. A terrifying aura emanated from the rift, instantly causing the majority of sea beasts in the vicinity to flee in panic. Only a few powerful creatures lingered in the depths, observing in secret. These beasts, having recently benefited from the world's resurgence, had seen their strength multiply and now eagerly anticipated the potential opportunities that might arise. The fissure widened further, and a golden light pierced through the darkness. Moments later, a slender, boot-clad leg extended from within. The sea beasts below grew restless, mistaking it for some kind of celestial treasure, and rushed to claim it. After a fierce struggle, a massive giant fish emerged victorious, opening its razor-toothed maw to seize the mysterious object. "Impudent!" A cold, commanding voice echoed from the fissure, accompanied by a surge of terrifying energy. The giant fish was instantly dismembered and dissolved into nothingness. The remaining beasts, alarmed by the display, attempted to flee but met the same fate. Brilliant golden light radiated from the fissure, obliterating every beast in its path. Once the area was entirely cleared, a figure stepped out gracefully. It was a breathtakingly beautiful female angel, her golden hair flowing in the wind. She was adorned in ancient armor, with 6 pairs of pristine white wings unfurled behind her and a gleaming golden sword in her hand. The suppressive force of this realm is truly formidable. I spent a full 7 days in the spatial tunnel before finally breaking through, the angel murmured softly to herself. She then retrieved a small bundle from her bosom. As she prepared to open the package, a figure with fiery red hair suddenly blocked her path. No one has ever dared to slaughter my subordinates in this sea. Hand over the treasure in your possession and swear fealty to me, and perhaps I might spare your life, the figure declared arrogantly. The angel paused for a moment, then a dazzling smile graced her lips. Oh, sure, come and take it then. 5 minutes later, the ocean was dyed an eerie shade of blue and purple from the blood that spread across its surface. The enormous corpse of a 1,000-meter-long octopus floated lifelessly, its tentacles stretched out in vain. The angel stood proudly in the sky, her golden sword dripping with the creature's bluish-purple blood. Pathetic. Just a primitive beast that barely achieved transformation, and it dared to block my path. It truly didn't know the meaning of death. With that, she opened the bundle, and streams of light flew out, transforming into orderly ranks of angels who stood before her with reverence. Lady Fengjia. Fengjia nodded slightly and closed her eyes, extending her divine senses to survey the surroundings. Moments later, she opened her strikingly beautiful eyes. The angel patriarch cast a wary glance towards the east before leading his people westward, with the angel warriors closely following behind. Meanwhile, high above a golden, tower-shaped structure, a sudden spatial rift caused panic and terrified screams from the crowd below. Emerging from the rift was a muscular snakeman with a fiery red snake tail. As soon as he appeared, he let out an exhilarated roar toward the heavens. However, his gaze quickly landed on the pointed building below, and his eyes turned bloodshot as if drawn irresistibly to some treasure hidden within, an uncontrollable desire for possession surging in his heart. This snakeman leader, who called himself Shiman, swiftly pulled out a cloth bag and released a horde of snakeman warriors. Follow Lord Shiman and plunder, he commanded, darting toward the scattering crowd below like a bolt of lightning, with his warriors in hot pursuit. Chaos erupted on the ground, blood flowed like a river, and screams echoed everywhere. Some attempted to resist, but no one could withstand more than 2 moves against the snakeman leader before being torn to pieces. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining people fled in terror, abandoning any thought of resistance. On an icy plain in northern Russia, a burly man suddenly appeared, his upper body bare and draped in animal pelts, standing barefoot on the snow. He surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. With a wave of his hand, countless figures emerged behind him, eerily leaving no footprints as they moved across the snow. In a castle within the Western Federation, a group of individuals dressed in black and red aristocratic attire cowered on the ground, trembling and too afraid to lift their heads. Seated on the main throne before them was a sinister young man clad in a blood-red robe, leisurely swirling a glass filled with crimson liquid. He took a sip, his expression one of bliss, revealing a few elongated fangs as he gazed down at them with disdain. Such weak bloodlines dare to call themselves vampires, he said coldly, releasing a beam of energy that struck one of the individuals at the front. Though the man couldn't understand his words, he trembled and stammered. "What are your orders, my lord?" This mysterious, powerful figure had easily defeated their clan leader, and the mere pressure of his bloodline was enough to instill paralyzing fear. "What gibberish, never mind. I'll figure it out myself," the blood-robed youth muttered impatiently. Making a gesture he considered friendly, he signaled the man to approach. As the man shakily moved within a meter of him, a flash of cold light streaked through the air in an instant. The blood-robed youth's hand was already pressed on his opponent's head before the latter could react. A chilling scream echoed throughout the ancient castle, causing those kneeling below to instinctively lower their heads even further, their bodies trembling uncontrollably in fear. After a long silence, the castle returned to its eerie stillness. The blood-robed man pushed aside the now emaciated corpse in front of him and slowly stood up. Through soul-searching, he had obtained a wealth of information about this world. Xia Kingdom, North Russia, the Western Federation, the ancient Egypt Empire, as well as their technologies, spaceships, fighter jets, and submarines, all of which piqued his interest. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed an unfamiliar presence. Energy surged around him, quickly forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire castle. "Damn it, that birdman is here too," he muttered under his breath, his face dark with displeasure. Meanwhile, Fengjia, a female angel who had just arrived in the Western Federation, also sensed the disturbance. Her gaze turned toward the direction of the castle, a look of disdain crossing her face. "Umph, the shadowy bat has shown up too," she sneered. In the royal palace on the Sun Flag Island, a gruesome massacre was underway. The opulent hall was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood soaking the golden floors. A group of black-clad warriors wielding katana stood frozen with fear, staring at the mysterious and powerful intruders before them. These invaders communicated only in the Xia Kingdom's language. When the warriors attempted to find a translator, the intruders impatiently struck. Even the nation's strongest, who had survived 2 lightning tribulations, crumbled like clay figures, killed with a single strike. On this fateful day, countless forces from the central Great World descended upon the blue and white planet, unleashing chaos and bloodshed across its lands. Yet, the Xia Kingdom remained untouched, as though protected by an enigmatic force. No faction from the Central Stars dared to set foot on Xia Kingdom's soil, as if some forbidden taboo guarded its borders. Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, a series of videos from other nations on the blue and white star began to spread rapidly across Xia's territory. The footage was shocking. Various alien races were mercilessly slaughtering humans, and once thriving cities had been reduced to ruins. The most striking clip featured an angel Fengjia, a female angel seated on the Pope's throne, her gaze filled with disdain. The once arrogant Pope of the Western Federation now stood before her, bowing submissively like a servant. In the video, Fengjia spoke, her fluent Xia language leaving viewers stunned. "Greetings, humans. I know you're curious about who I am." She then went on to explain the origins of the angel race, hailing from the northern region of the central Great World, and their purpose for coming here. The video caused an uproar across Xia. People began to speculate, asking questions like, what is this central Great World? And how can a winged alien presume to educate us? Others marveled at her flawless command of Xia's language. However, the most pressing concern was why other forces had already descended upon the blue star, while Xia remained temporarily unscathed. Meanwhile, footage from other nations revealed even more horrifying scenes. Serpent people, vampires, werewolves, and lion-like creatures rampaging across the globe. Pyramids, the Sun Kingdom's royal palace, deserts, and snowfields known were spared. The blood-soaked images left viewers speechless. Some former citizens of Xia, who had previously immigrated, now sought to return for safety, but they were met with cold indifference, as no one welcomed those who had abandoned their homeland. At this moment, in a heavily guarded conference room in the capital of Xia, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit was presiding over a meeting. His hair was streaked with gray, and his expression exuded both authority and compassion. Around him stood several generals in military uniform. "Gentlemen," the elderly man said, his brow furrowed. "While we may be safe for the time being, the intelligence provided by Xuan Yuan has been confirmed thief come for the resources of the Blue Star. Our Xia nation has deep foundations, and it's only a matter of time before we become their target. Xuan Yuan, Old Lin, Elder Gong, do you have any strategies to counter this threat?" Faced with these formidable invaders from the Great World, even the generals who had reached the Nirvana realm were momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, it was Xuan Yuan Li's father, Xuan Yuan Ying, who spoke first. "Your Majesty." Xuan Yuan Ying stood tall and resolute, his voice ringing with determination. "Though our strength may fall short compared to the enemy, if they wish to invade Xia, they must first step over my lifeless body. At Shanhai Pass, there are no retreating soldiers, only heroic spirits who die in battle." As soon as his words fell, those around him echoed in unison. "Jiayu Pass will fight for Xia to the very end. The southern seafront will defend to the death." The elder looked at the spirited soldiers before him, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. A surge of fiery resolve ignited within his chest. "Good, worthy sons of Xia. To protect our homeland, we shall spare no effort." Despite their shared resolve to face death heedden, the elder quickly regained his composure. "For Xia to endure, we must secretly preserve a spark of life. Even in the face of defeat, we must ensure the continuation of our nation's bloodline. Now, let us plan carefully." As Xuan Yuan Ying observed the group deep in discussion, the image of his eldest son surfaced in his mind. He pondered silently. Where is Shaoli now? How far has his cultivation progressed? Can he rise to meet the current crisis? Will he truly appear at the critical moment to aid us? Meanwhile, in the far northern lands, snowflakes as large as goose feathers swirled in the air. Above the Ice Emperor Palace, thunder roared as countless lightning bolts writhed across the sky. This upheaval of heaven and earth had persisted for days. Suddenly, 2 unwelcome groups broke the serenity of the icy world. One was a tribe of human wolf riders, clad in armor and mounted on snow wolves. The other was the Ice Scorpion clan, an alien race adorned in scale-like armor with menacing scorpion tails. The 2 forces converged before the Ice Emperor Palace, their greedy eyes fixed on the mysterious structure. Both believed it to be a treasure of unparalleled value. As for the thunderous lightning above, they dismissed it as an anomaly caused by the palace itself, never suspecting it to be a nirvana tribulation. Before long, a fierce argument erupted between the two groups. After a heated exchange of words, they reluctantly reached an agreement to explore the palace together. Just then, a rough voice suddenly boomed. Have you two already decided who will be the first to die? Because this general can't wait to kill you both. A burly man wielding a massive battle axe leaned casually against the entrance of the Ice Emperor Palace, his demeanor cocky and unbothered. As the two groups angrily demanded his identity, he began to walk toward them, each step radiating an increasingly overwhelming aura. You ask who I am? The man hoisted his giant axe onto his shoulder and grinned. I am Yuan, the one who holds your fate in his hands. I am Yuan, the one who governs your fate. With a thunderous roar, the burly man Yuan made his move. His massive axe tore through the air, its blade gleaming like lightning as it hurtled straight toward the Wolf Riders' camp. Arrogant fool, the Wolf Riders' leader bellowed, clamping his legs around the snow wolf beneath him and charging forward with a spear in hand. Everyone, hold your positions. Watch as I take his head myself. With a deafening clash, the giant axe and spear collided, sending a shockwave that blasted the snow away, revealing the bare ground beneath. The two warriors immediately engaged in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing relentlessly. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, but the Wolf Riders' leader grew increasingly alarmed. This burly man, clearly at the fourth stage of Nirvana, whole level below him, possessed immense strength and an aggressive onslaught. Even more astonishing, his spear couldn't pierce the man's defense. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. His strength is overwhelming. Quickly, join me in subduing him. The Wolf Riders' leader shouted toward the Ice Scorpion clan. We're on the same side here. If I fall, you'll gain nothing from this either. The Ice Scorpion clan leader squinted, closely observing the battle but remaining hesitant. He had discerned that Yuan must hail from the central world, a prodigy of sorts. It was impossible for such a formidable individual to emerge on the blue-white star so early in its third awakening. Cautiously, he scanned the surroundings, wary of potential reinforcements. If you don't act now, I'll be defeated. The Wolf Riders' leader cried out again, retreating under another powerful blow. Finally convinced there was no one else nearby, the Ice Scorpion clan leader gritted his teeth and charged forward with his troops. Ice Scorpion clan, attack? But halfway there, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, doesn't your Wolf Riders tribe have more men? The comment left the struggling Wolf Riders leader momentarily stunned. Only then did he remember the squad he'd brought along. Turning to look, he nearly choked with rage. His subordinates stood motionless, as if oblivious to his dire situation. What are you all standing there for? He roared, his face flushed with fury. Sir, you ordered us to hold our positions, one of his subordinates replied earnestly. According to military rules, we can't act without your command. An awkward silence fell over the battlefield. Yuan burst into hearty laughter at the response, while the Wolf Riders' leader, fuming with anger at his subordinate's foolishness, felt his head pounding and his face turning crimson as he let out a furious roar. Idiot! Now, right this moment, get over here and help me. At the command, the Wolf Riders charged toward the battlefield in a mighty surge. Yuan watched the two approaching forces with a faint smirk of disdain at the corner of his lips. He clapped his hands lightly, and in an instant, countless figures emanating an aura of terror appeared out of thin air in the skies. These figures were densely packed, stretching endlessly into the horizon, each exuding the overwhelming power of the Nirvana realm. The Ice Scorpion clan and the Wolf Rider tribe were instantly dumbfounded. They had originally planned to rely on their numerical advantage to crush the enemy, but the situation had completely reversed. The leader of the Ice Scorpion clan broke out in a cold sweat, filled with confusion. He had meticulously scouted the area but had failed to detect the presence of these individuals. What he couldn't have known was that he had overlooked the most crucial location right before him, the Ice Emperor's palace. No, impossible. Where did these people come from? The leader stammered. Yuan sneered. There's a lot you don't know. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, kill them all. The battle erupted. Yuan was the first to launch an attack, charging at the two leaders with unstoppable momentum. The powerful figures in the sky dove down like hunting hawks, exuding an air of deadly intent. The outcome of the battle was inevitable. Moments later, all but the two leaders lay lifeless in pools of blood, the crimson staining the pure white snow. The two leaders, backs pressed together, stood trembling, their bodies riddled with injuries as they stared in terror at the towering warrior before them, unscathed and wielding a massive axe. Just as Yuan prepared to finish them off, a silver-haired man surrounded by spinning discs appeared suddenly. With a casual motion, he caught Yuan's descending axe between two fingers. Hold on, Brother Zhu. Don't be so hasty. The silver-haired man, Tong Yuan, said calmly. Let me extract their memories first. Tong Yuan turned and pressed his fingers to the foreheads of the two leaders. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, leaving the two men with vacant, lifeless expressions. Before Yushan could react, a spinning disc flashed through the air, swiftly and decisively ending their lives. Tong Yuan, you sneaky old fox, stealing my kills. Yushan cursed with a laugh. Don't sweat the small stuff, Brother Zhu, Tong Yuan said with a light chuckle. The captain and the others are about to finish their seclusion. I've gathered some valuable intel. Let's head back and share it with everyone. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by. At this moment, the blue-white star, apart from the Xia kingdom, had descended into chaos. Hundreds of forces and clans from the northern region of the central Great World rampaged across the continents, easily seizing control over various nations. These foreign forces looted and created havoc wherever they went, yet they remained indifferent to the Xia kingdom, which had prepared itself for resistance. Outwardly, they appeared to ignore it, but beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Upon learning that the Xia kingdom shared the same language as the central Great World, possessed vast lands, and boasted a long history, their eyes gleamed with fervent ambition. This land seemed to hold countless opportunities, but strangely, all the factions chose to wait, as if biding their time or plotting something sinister. Over the past month, the blue-white star's landmass had expanded significantly, and its spiritual energy had grown denser. New powerful individuals emerged continually, yet they often faced two fates. Either becoming pawns under the guidance of the foreign forces or dying in defiance, their blood staining the skies. Gradually, some breakthroughs chose to hide and cultivate in secrecy, or they sought refuge in the Xia kingdom. However, the foreign forces had established heavy blockades at the Xia kingdom's borders, leaving few able to break through. The upheaval of heaven and earth affected more than just humanity. The beast clans, a massive group on the blue-white star, also experienced a surge in strength. Across the vast oceans, powerful ferocious beasts carved out territories and ruled as sovereigns. Half a month ago, countless sea beasts began launching attacks on the continents. In the face of this catastrophe, the forces from the northern region of the central Great World remained completely uninvolved, leaving the local powers of the blue-white star to deal with the crisis while they focused solely on seeking opportunities. After half a month of sea beast rampages, the continent once dominated by kangaroos had completely fallen, becoming a haven for ferocious beasts. Even the forces from the central Great World failed in their explorations. According to them, the area was teeming with Nirvana realm beasts. Though they were only at the initial stage of Nirvana, their overwhelming numbers were enough to exhaust and overwhelm any intruders. On this day, the eastern seafront of the Xia kingdom experienced a sudden and dramatic change. In the once calm waters near the coastal metropolis of Modu, towering waves surged violently, as if intent on engulfing the entire city. Suddenly, the blaring sound of alarms engulfed the entire city. Although the once glorious metropolis, known as the Magic City, had long lost its former splendor since the upheaval of heaven and earth, it remained a critical coastal stronghold, attracting numerous factions and civilians. As the alarms echoed through the streets, chaos erupted. Panicked crowds scrambled to evacuate towards designated safe zones. In the Great Xia territory, how dare you act so brazenly? Retreat at once by my command. A powerful voice reverberated across the heavens. A towering figure shot into the sky, surrounded by roaring purple flames. With a single wave of his hand, a massive inferno surged toward the sea, its searing heat instantly vaporizing the water and sending dense clouds of mist rising into the air. It's General Yin Nan. Cheers erupted from the crowd. As the most formidable warrior on the Magic City frontlines, General Yin Nan had already reached the peak of martial emperor strength even before the third great upheaval of the world. He had long been regarded as the unshakable pillar of the city. His arrival rekindled hope among the terrified citizens, who paused to gaze up at his savior-like figure. Out at sea, the waves seemed to respond to Yin Nan's thunderous command, rising higher and growing more menacing. Suddenly, an enormous creature emerged from the surging waters, a colossal lobster, towering over 100 meters tall. Its massive claws churned the ocean, sending relentless waves crashing against the city's defensive walls. Emperor Lobster, I thought you were dead after all these years, Yin Nan said coldly. To everyone's astonishment, the gigantic lobster's form began to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into a man clad in crimson robes. This was the first time anyone had witnessed a ferocious beast take on human form, a feat far more extraordinary than the ability of sovereign-level beasts to speak. The crimson-robed man stretched his neck, as if adjusting to his new body. So this is a human form? Doesn't seem all that remarkable. He locked eyes with Yin Nan. I haven't killed you yet, General. How could I possibly die so easily? Yin Nan, it's time to settle the grudge between us once and for all. Before his words had fully faded, Emperor Lobster raised his hand and commanded, "All forces, attack!" In an instant, the sea erupted with an army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, surging forward in an overwhelming assault on the magic city. The battle broke out immediately. Advanced, spirit-infused weapons on the city's front lines unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower against the invaders, causing devastating damage to beasts below the sovereign level. Martial artists showcased their skills, their blades and swords flashing amidst flames and thunder, reaping the lives of the attacking beasts. Meanwhile, the clash between the two peak-level powerhouses had already begun. Yin Nan understood all too well that the sea creature's sheer numbers would make a prolonged battle disastrous for humanity. However, if he could slay Emperor Lobster, everything would fall into place. Over a decade ago, when both were at the peak of their martial prowess, the Shrimp Emperor was no match for him. Even now, the situation remained unchanged. Yin Nan could clearly sense that, like himself, the Shrimp Emperor had undergone 2 nirvana tribulations and was a formidable warrior. Yet, even at the same cultivation level, the Shrimp Emperor was still inferior to him. Shrimp Emperor, today marks your end. I shall use your beastly body to prepare spicy lobster for my army. Yin Nan sneered coldly, twisting his wrist as his sword gleamed, pointing directly at his opponent. Arrogant fool. Let's see if you can have your way. The Shrimp Emperor roared, transforming into his true form. His massive body was covered in a vivid red shell, which, fueled by his rage, appeared even more vibrant like a fully cooked lobster, glistening and tempting from afar. The battle erupted instantly over the sea. The sound of clashing swordlight and snapping pincers echoed ceaselessly, sending towering waves crashing in all directions. At the same time, the brutal fighting on the Demon City front lines raged on. Countless ferocious beasts charged forward relentlessly. As one fell, another immediately took its place, creating an endless tide of enemies. After a fierce exchange, the Shrimp Emperor began to falter under Yin Nan's relentless and sharp attacks. However, to Yin Nan's surprise, there wasn't a trace of fear on the Shrimp Emperor's face. Instead, there was a strange, sinister excitement. Yin Nan, did you really think I came alone to face you, knowing I can't defeat you? The Shrimp Emperor sneered maliciously. I'm not that foolish to throw my life away. Crab Mother, what are you waiting for? Now's the time. At his call, the surface of the sea suddenly bubbled violently, and a massive shadow began to rise slowly from the depths. Yin Nan raised an eyebrow but kept his sword steady, waiting calmly for this unexpected reinforcement to reveal itself. Moments later, another colossal creature broke through the waves, a gigantic black female crab. Her sturdy pincers were poised like a boxer's fists, while her 8 sharp, blade-like legs stood firmly on the turbulent waters, exuding an intimidating presence. Long time no see, General Yin Nan. A chilling female voice rang out, laced with unmistakable hatred. Well, well? Look who it turns out it's you, Mother Crab. Yin Nan hovered high in the sky, his demeanor relaxed and effortless as his gaze landed on the colossal creature before him. The brief tension he had felt earlier, upon learning that the Shrimp King had reinforcements, had now completely dissipated. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. Ah, my apologies. How forgetful of me. Your husband died at my hands a decade ago, didn't he? A slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Mother Crab's fury erupted at Yin Nan's mockery. She roared, Yin Nan, today you will pay with your life for my husband's death. Yin Nan's playful expression vanished, replaced by a solemn look. 10 years ago, I took on both of you, killed your husband, and left you gravely injured. Today, I can do the same. Since you've come right to my doorstep, I might as well rid Xia of you, this scourge. Tonight, I'll feast on seafood stew. Before his words even finished, Yin Nan swung his long sword, sending blazing sword energy streaking skyward. With a thunderous shout, he charged at the 2 massive creatures, wielding flames capable of setting the heavens ablaze. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in a storm of flashing blades and searing fire. Meanwhile, the entire coastal front of Xia was embroiled in fierce battles. On the Yellow Sea Line, a Nirvana Tier 2-headed sea serpent led a horde of sea beasts in an assault, only to be held back 10 nautical miles from shore by a seasoned general of the military, with the clash raging furiously. In the South Sea, a ferocious flood dragon wreaked havoc, but Gong Su, one of Xia's 9 guardian commanders, personally stepped in. The surrounding 100-mile radius transformed into a deadly zone of interwoven lightning and raging waves. On the Bohai battlefront, a terrifying electric eel had just surfaced, rallying its sea tribe for an attack, when a pitch-black blade light from Shanhaiguan Gate sliced it in half in an instant. Its blood dyed the sea red, and its subordinates scattered like frightened birds. The scene stunned countless inland experts observing the battle through various means. When it was revealed that the strike came from Xia's first guardian commander, awe and reverence surged among them. Back on the EC battlefield, after hours of grueling combat, Yin Nan finally emerged victorious. Though his body was covered in wounds, he stood tall in the sky, gazing down at the two massive corpses beneath him, the scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air. "Looks like I'm still the better one," he remarked, wrinkling his nose. "Though the seasoning wasn't quite right, I'll have to recook them." In the distance, the shrimp and crab soldiers, now leaderless, were fleeing in panic back into the sea. Under the admiring gazes of countless soldiers and civilians, Yin Nan summoned two fiery chains, binding the bodies of the two beast emperors. "Rise to the skies." Yin Nan's voice echoed across the skies of the demon city. Turning to face his soldiers, he commanded, "All troops, heed my order. Clear the battlefield. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a seafood feast." The soldiers erupted into cheers, while the surrounding civilians, though envious, showed no resentment. They understood well that these soldiers, who risked their lives on the front lines, deserved such a reward. Many young onlookers, inspired by the scene, began clamoring to enlist in the army. Yin Nan had not anticipated that such a simple promise would bring a wave of fresh recruits to his ranks. That same day, the remains of the sea creatures that had been slain were fairly distributed among the households of the demon city. The soldiers' gesture demonstrated their unity and shared joy with the people. However, in an unnoticed corner, a shadowy figure loomed, watching the demon city with an eerie gaze before vanishing into the darkness. Believing his movements were undetected, he failed to realize that after his departure, a figure in white suddenly appeared. The white-clad man looked in the direction Yin Nan had left, nodding in satisfaction. Yin Nan, that little guy, has truly grown. To take on two enemies of the same realm and still emerge victorious is impressive. But his experience is lacking. Didn't even notice someone spying on him. He frowned and thought, that sinister aura feels familiar, like it belongs to that clan. Didn't they already pledge allegiance to the central world? Why are they lurking here? Suddenly, the white-clad man seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "This isn't good." Without hesitation, he sped off toward Xiadu. In a familiar room in Xiadu, an elderly man listened calmly to the white-clad man, Mu Yi, as he reported the incident. The elder's expression remained serene as he continued writing. Unable to contain himself, Mu Yi asked, "Your Majesty, aren't you concerned? If they're gathering intelligence, they must be plotting against our Xia kingdom." The elder paused briefly before replying. "General Mu Yi, remain calm. This matter was foreseen and reported to me earlier. Worrying will only add unnecessary trouble." "What? Who informed you?" Mu Yi asked, surprised. "Xuan," the elder replied softly. Mu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words before letting out a sigh of understanding. That explains it. Given Xuan Ying's current strength, it's no surprise they were discovered. Still, he added with a hint of frustration, that old man refuses to reveal the extent of his power, even to me, his future-in-law. How infuriating. The elder raised a hand to stop Mu Yi's complaints. Regardless of Xuan Yuan's capabilities, we must remain vigilant against these outsiders. The simultaneous sea beast attack on our Xia kingdom is no coincidence. Someone is orchestrating this to probe our strength. Mu Yi furrowed his brows. "Your Majesty, I still don't understand. Why are they so cautious of our Xia kingdom? Is it merely because of the shared language? If there's something else they fear, why are they acting now?" Placing his pen down, the elder replied gravely, "It is indeed puzzling. There are two possibilities. Either our Xia kingdom possesses something or someone they fear, or they are brewing a grand conspiracy. If it's the latter, judging by their current actions, we don't have much time left." As his words trailed off, both men fell into a heavy silence. Meanwhile, in a grim castle within the Western Federation, a young man in a blood-red robe swirled a goblet of crimson liquid as he listened to his subordinate's report. "A second tribulation Nirvana cultivator, capable of fighting and killing two sea beasts of the same realm. Impressive indeed," the young man remarked. "Is that all you've managed to uncover?" The black-clad subordinate, trembling, responded, "Master, this battle only saw the deployment of one Nirvana-level expert. The rest were merely martial emperors and battle kings. My abilities are limited. I couldn't investigate further." "Useless," the blood-robed youth snapped coldly. "Relay this to those factions. I've lost my patience. That clan may not necessarily be within the Xia kingdom's borders. Tell them to stir up some fun and speed things up." "Understood." Inside the small cabin, Mu Yi furrowed his brows slightly, as if something important had just crossed his mind. He turned to the elderly man and spoke in a lowered voice. "Your Majesty, there's something I can't quite figure out. The unusual calmness of the beast lairs over the past few years feels strange. After the revival of heaven and earth, those fierce beasts shouldn't be this quiet. In the past month, there have only been a few minor beast tides in small wilderness zones, but the top 10 largest beast lairs remain completely inactive. Do you think they might be plotting something in secret?" Hearing this, The old man nodded gravely. It's indeed something to be concerned about. Before the great upheaval of heaven and earth, I might have been able to explain it. But now, wait. Mu Yi's eyes lit up. Are you saying you know why they became so quiet before the upheaval? The old man nodded slightly. Yes. At the time, the abnormal stillness of the beast lairs caught my attention, so I sent members of the Hidden Dragon to investigate. In the beast lair of Wilderness Zone 007, they witnessed something astonishing, though it was only for a brief moment. What did they see? Mui asked urgently. A mysterious man wearing a mask, standing alone at the entrance of the beast lair. The ground was littered with the corpses of countless massive beasts, and not a single living creature managed to step out of the lair. The hidden dragon scout barely lingered for an instant before being discovered and driven away by that man. What? Mui shot to his feet in shock. Who is this person? When did Xia gain such a powerful individual? Why would he massacre the beasts in the lair? And what about the other lair? The old man raised a hand to signal him to calm down. This person's identity remains a mystery, but since he chose to guard the lair, it's likely he poses no threat to Xia. As for the other lairs, the hidden dragon only scouted the perimeters and found that the gatekeeping beasts had vanished, leaving the lairs eerily quiet. I suspect some powerful force has secretly taken control of these lairs. Mui fell into deep thought. Before the great upheaval, even top-tier experts like himself couldn't suppress a single beast lair alone. This revelation made him realize how narrow his perspective had been. Perhaps it was the work of some ancient family or sect, akin to the Xinyuan clan. The old man sighed. Fortunately, it seems this individual is one of our own from Xia. Otherwise, he trailed off, but Mui understood the potential danger. Enough. For now, the priority is to safeguard our lands. Other matters can wait. Mui nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave now. There's too much information to process today. I need time to sort it out. Go ahead. The scene then shifts to an ancient castle in the Western Federation. A group of formidable beings radiating immense power sat around a large round table. A man in a blood-red robe stood up from his seat, his voice echoing in the silence. Since no one has any objections, let's proceed with the plan. I trust all of you are as eager as I am to confirm whether that information is true. If that clan is truly absent from Xia, then it's our turn to act. Agreed. No problem. Voices of approval immediately rang out from all around. The man in the blood-red robe curved his lips into a sinister smile and motioned for a local subordinate of blue-white star to step forward. Tell that little runt to follow the original plan. Yes, my lord. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, bowing as he picked up a communication device. After making the call, he turned back and respectfully reported to the blood-robed man. My lord, everything has been arranged. The room erupted into boisterous, arrogant laughter, unrestrained and filled with contempt. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room in the city of Chaoga within Xia, a short man barely taller than the table hung up the phone. Under the flickering candlelight, his eerie face lit up with excitement. Hee hee hee. Finally, it's time for the Taiping cult to shine. Let this great leader save you ignorant fools and lead you to glorious evolution. Pulling out a map covered in annotations, he climbed onto a stool to examine it closely. Where should we start? Number 8 is the closest ILBU. In the depths of a beast cave in the wilderness of Zone 008, a group of burly men with rippling muscles and several massive fierce beasts lounged idly in a vast cavern. Every so often, they glanced toward the entrance with longing in their eyes. Ugh, when will this cursed life ever end? One of them complained. Big brother, why don't we head out? That guy hasn't shown up in a long time, maybe something happened to him. Another man suddenly stood up and suggested. Go ahead. No one's stopping you. Someone nearby teased lazily. The man who suggested leaving shuddered, as if recalling a terrifying memory, and forced a laugh. I was just joking to lighten the mood and take it seriously. A man who had been snoring suddenly spoke up. Better stay put. Just because he hasn't shown up doesn't mean we're free. Little Sparrow sent word that something big might be happening in Xia. Let's watch and wait for the right moment to make our move. Brother Xiong is right. Whether he's here or not, we should observe for now. Also, before the sentence could be finished, another thunderous snore interrupted. Everyone turned helplessly to the man who had fallen asleep again. Is this guy still in hibernation, or what? One burly man asked. Who knows? Another shrugged. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, an urgent voice called out from outside. Report. Can't I finish a sentence? The interrupted man grumbled, his face turning red. But before he could say more, a panting young leopard darted into the cave. My lords, someone's here. Everyone instantly became alert, whether they had been sitting, lying down, or sleeping. Each one snapped to attention. Who is it? What do they look like? They demanded. The young leopard stammered nervously under the weight of their questions. My lords, it's not that powerful guy from before. This time it's a little shorty. Continue is a little dwarf. As soon as these words were spoken, the tension in the cave immediately eased, and the burly men inside collectively let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That one is much taller, one of them said, patting his chest. Besides, that one never announces their arrival, always just barges in without warning. No need for a notice. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly, exactly. That one would never be so polite. Suddenly, one of the men seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. If it's not that one, then who dares to come to our beast den? The young leopard, who had been reporting, continued, Chief, that person claims to have an urgent matter to discuss and specifically sent word to inform us. The leader of the group fell into deep thought for a moment before giving an order. Let him in. Notify everyone, tighten our defenses. If there's any suspicious activity, take him down immediately. Understood. The young leopard responded and quickly left. Big brother, who do you think would want to collaborate with our beast den? One of the burly men asked. Humans are notorious for their infighting, the leader said coldly. Second and third brothers, stay vigilant. Don't fall into the humans' traps. Don't worry, big brother. No matter what they're planning, we won't get involved easily in the short term. Before long, a short man appeared before the group of towering men, each standing nearly 3 meters tall. They lowered their heads to scrutinize this visitor, who barely reached their chests, their eyes filled with disdain. Who are you? What business do you have here? The leader asked coldly. Suppressing his irritation, the short man straightened his back and declared, I am Zhang Digao, the leader of the Taiping divine sect. The name seemed to carry an inexplicable power, plunging the entire space into an eerie silence. What did you say your name was? One of the burly men asked, unable to believe his ears. Zhang Digao, leader of the Taiping divine sect. The group of burly men struggled to hold back their laughter, their expressions comically exaggerated. Seeing this, Zhang Digao's face darkened, but he forced himself to remain composed and continued. I have come today to propose a cooperation with you, mighty leaders, to jointly claim the lands of the Xia Kingdom. The central Great World is invading, and our blue-white star is in decline. To survive the coming times, we must align ourselves with a powerful force. I have gained the favor of the Blood Clan from the central Great World. He went on to explain his intentions in detail. Essentially, he wanted the Beast Den to launch a beast tide to attack the human main city, paving the way for the central Great World's forces. In return, they would be granted a territory of their own and an opportunity to train in the central Great World. The group of burly men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a knowing amusement. Finally, one of them could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhang Digao, is it? I think your name shouldn't be Zhang Digao, it should be Dream On. The laughter roared like a floodgate breaking open, echoing throughout the cavern. The other men joined in, their boisterous laughter filling the entire cave. Zhang Digao's face turned livid as he shouted angrily, What do you mean by this? I came here with good intentions to discuss an important matter, and this is how you treat your guest. The leader of the group raised a hand, signaling for silence. He fixed Zhang Digao with a cold stare. Did you really think the fierce beast clan are fools? You flap your lips a bit and expect us to risk our lives for you? Promising us land and entry into the central world for cultivation? Who do you think you are? A nobody. You're from Lombai Star, yet you side with outsiders against your own people. Traitor. No wonder you can't grow Talarit's karma. Zhang Digao's face alternated between shades of red and green in anger, but being on their turf, he was both outnumbered and overpowered. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, Ungrateful fools. I came here with sincerity, and this is how you insult me. Take your so-called sincerity and get lost. Go bother someone else, the leader bellowed. Zhang Digao opened his mouth to retort, but the looming shadow rushing toward him forced him to shut up and flee in a panic. Scrambling out of the cave, he yelled over his shoulder, Damn it, you just wait. When I return, you'll all pay for this. He cursed them furiously in his heart as he retreated. Watching Zhang Digao's retreating figure, one of the men asked, puzzled, Big brother, he's only at the half-step nirvana stage. Why didn't we just kill him? Third brother, he still has his uses, the leader replied with a cryptic smile. After being rejected here, he'll surely head to other beast dens. I've already arranged for the Wind Sparrow clan to tail him. It'll give us a chance to see why the other dens have been so quiet. Besides, if his plan goes forward and that person loses, we'll be free. If that person wins, we'll know how to position ourselves. Big brother, you're always thinking ahead, the others praised in unison. Before they could say more, the sound of snoring interrupted them. Turning their heads, they saw the perpetually sleepy man had somehow lain down again, leaving them all exasperated. In the following days, Zhang Digao wandered from one beast den to another, only to be met with rejection at every turn. Some expelled him outright, Others forced him to flee for his life. A few didn't even let him set foot inside. Then one day, outside Beast Den 010, he fell heavily into a deep pit. The powerful beings there attacked in fury the moment he mentioned, starting a beast tide, blasting him out of their territory. Ugh, damn it. Zhang De Gao, covered in wounds, cursed from the pit. Why are all 10 Beast Dens so hesitant, unwilling to make a move? Undeterred, he continued to visit Beast Dens 011 and 012, but his efforts remained fruitless. No one agreed to his proposals. Disheartened and on the verge of abandoning his mission, he finally arrived at the entrance of Beast Den 021. It was unclear how long Zhang De Gao had stayed in Beast Den number 021, but when he finally emerged, a radiant smile spread across his face. Clearly, he had reached some sort of agreement with the den. You refuse to cooperate? Fine, no need to. Zhang De Gao sneered to himself. Even if the other beasts aren't as strong as you, by uniting with other small wilderness zones, we can still deal with you. Just wait, sooner or later, you'll pay for what you've done. Today was undoubtedly a good day for Zhang De Gao. As he flew off in another direction, he hummed a cheerful tune. With the token provided by Beast Den number 021, he was confident he could rally at least 50 other dens to join forces. Though individually weaker, their sheer numbers would make up for it. A month later, in an open-air tavern at the base in Wilderness Zone number 035, a handsome young man with red hair tied in a small braid was leisurely sipping wine. Beside him sat a beautiful girl dressed in white. Ache, drink less. We still have a journey ahead, the girl urged, unable to hold back as she watched the young man down one cup after another. Water, just one more. Just this last one, the man replied, though his hands didn't pause. Ouch, that hurts. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl had grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. Xuan Yuan Jue, have you forgotten yourself? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because I haven't disciplined you in a few days? Is this 1 cup or 1,000? Did you forget we have important matters to attend to later? Warner scolded him sharply. This red-haired youth was none other than Xuan Yuan Li's younger brother, Xuan Yuan Jue. Over the past year, he had matured noticeably, shedding much of his boyish immaturity. Suddenly, Xuan Yuan Jue's reddened ear twitched, picking up the sound of deafening roars and the thunderous stampede of countless beasts in the distance. The ground began to tremble slightly, causing the wine cups on the table to wobble and spill their contents. Without hesitation, he grabbed Warner's hand and shot into the sky, heading straight for the highest watchtower in the base. Behind him, the tavern owner shouted, "You haven't paid yet," but Xuan Yuan Jue had no time to care. Ache, what's going on? Warner asked, puzzled. There's something unusual up ahead, and I have a bad feeling, Xuan Yuan Jue replied, his brows furrowing deeply. Just then, the voice of his master, Yin Shang, echoed in his mind, "Be cautious, my disciple. It's a beast tide." Warner, it seems we won't be leaving today. Xuan Yuan Jue turned to the girl and said, "A beast tide is coming." What? Warner exclaimed, her face turning pale with shock. Xuan Yuan Jue fixed his gaze on the distant wilderness. Though the beast tide was not yet visible, an intense unease gripped his heart. Suddenly, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Beast tide. Everyone to level 1 alert." His powerful voice instantly spread throughout the entire base at Wilderness Zone number 035. The blaring of alarms echoed throughout the entire base immediately after Xuan Yuan's warning. Numerous martial artists and adventurers rushed to the high platform of the base, scanning the distant wilderness with anxious gazes. When they saw no sign of ferocious beasts in the distance, their anger turned toward Xuan Yuan Jue. Idiot! Where's the beast horde? Who are you? Don't you know the consequences of spreading false alarms? Faced with their questioning, Xuan Yuan Jue simply raised a hand and made a silencing gesture. Sure. Listen carefully. Some people stepped forward in anger, seemingly ready to teach this red-haired boy a lesson, but others closed their eyes and focused on listening. Suddenly, the sound of thud, thud, thud grew louder, as if an army was charging toward them. Look! Someone's exclamation broke the tense atmosphere. In the once quiet wilderness, countless black dots were rapidly approaching. When the scene became clear, everyone gasped. An endless horde of ferocious beasts was stampeding toward them, their roars shaking the heavens. The military had already gone on full alert when Xuan Yuan Jue issued his initial warning, quickly deploying weapons and equipment to strategic high points. If not for the fact that the generals stationed at Base 035 were escorting important supplies back, they might not have needed Xuan Yuan's sharp senses to detect the impending danger. Despite the overwhelming beast horde, the martial artists within the base showed no signs of retreat, though their expressions turned grim. Damn it! The beast lair finally made its move. So what? Worst case, it'll be a hero again in 18 years. My blade has been itching for this moment. At that moment, someone recognized Xuan Yuan Jue. That red-haired boy is none other than Xuan Yuan Jue. the top genius of the Xia kingdom, already at the level of martial emperor. As everyone readied themselves for battle, the girl beside Xuan Yuan Jue, Mu Wan, had already contacted her father Mu Yi, one of the 9 guardian generals of the Xia kingdom. Hey dad, Aiken, I might not be able to come back today. There's a beast horde at base 035, and we need to stay and help. A booming voice came from the other end of the line, forcing Mu Wan to hold the phone away from her ear. Dad, I'm already at the late stage of the airborne realm. Besides, Ake is here to protect me. The mention of Xuan Yuan Jue immediately softened Mu Yi's tone. Oh, right, I almost forgot that little Che is with you. But look at him's your age and already a martial emperor, while you are still proud of being in the late airborne realm. Click. Mu Wan hung up the phone abruptly. Seeing Xuan Yuan Jue chuckling beside her, she turned red with frustration and lashed out, using her 9-in white bone claw to pinch his waist, turning his smug smile into a grimace of pain. At that moment, the overwhelming beast horde had already reached the base. The battle was about to erupt. As a beast tide erupted in the 035 wilderness zone, nearly 50 of Xia's lower-ranked wilderness zones simultaneously descended into chaos. The beast tides surged with overwhelming force, as if meticulously planned, plunging Xia into a state of widespread conflict. Everywhere, warriors clashed fiercely with ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, in a gloomy castle within the Western Federation, representatives of various races from the central Great World gathered. They were closely monitoring real-time footage transmitted by Zhang Digao on a massive screen. A burly man dressed in animal hides eyed the screen with interest. The technology of this blue and white star is truly fascinating. They can transmit images across continents. Indeed, quite intriguing, someone nearby agreed. Their iron-made airplanes and ships can soar into the sky and dive into the sea without relying on spiritual stone energy. It's truly unexpected. This trip to the lower realm has been an eye-opener. You don't know anything, scoffed a young man in a blood-red robe, cutting in disdainfully. This is called technology. You've been in the lower realm for so long and still act like bumpkins. Shui, you only forcibly read the memories of a few natives. There's no need to be so condescending, someone immediately retorted. Shui, the blood-robed youth, snorted coldly and chose not to respond. Enough! A man in a black robe interjected sternly. Keep watching. If Xia doesn't have that particular clan, then we won't need to hold back in our actions. The fallen sun is right. Let's stop arguing, another added. At that moment, the heavy castle doors were suddenly pushed open by a powerful gust of wind, and dazzling light erupted from the entrance. A figure with wings on their back appeared silently. Well, a gathering in the Northern Territory, and no invitation for the Angel clan? Are you all looking down on us? A female member of the Angel clan stood at the doorway, her tone laced with mockery. Shui's expression darkened instantly. Feng Jia, what are you doing here, you crazy woman? Before he could finish, the black-robed man spoke. I invited her. Rather than clashing in the future, it's better to join forces now, divide the benefits reasonably, and avoid unnecessary trouble. Feng Jia strode to the table, glaring provocatively at Shui. Got a problem with that? Shui's face twisted in displeasure. Although this gathering had been his initiative, it was now clearly out of his control. After weighing his options, he swallowed his anger in silence. Seeing this, Feng Jia smirked mockingly. If it weren't for pressing circumstances, why would I ever conspire with a sneaky bat like you? Feng Jia, don't push it too far. Shui roared, his energy surging violently. Do you dare make a move? Feng Jia leaned back, crossing her legs with an air of disdain. Whether it stemmed from confidence in her own strength or certainty that Shui wouldn't act rashly, her demeanor remained calm and composed. Shui's expression shifted unpredictably, but in the end, he restrained himself. A suffocating silence fell over the castle, thickening the tense atmosphere. Under the mediation of the figure in the black robe, the two opponents each let out a cold snort, temporarily setting aside their dispute. The crowd's attention returned to the images displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Wilderness Zone 035, an intense and bloody battle was raging. The stench of blood permeated the air outside the base's fences, with the corpses of warriors and ferocious beasts scattered across the ground. Streams of blood converged, painting a grim and brutal scene. In the skies above, Xuan Yuan Jue was locked in fierce combat with a black cloud eagle. The blazing flames dyed the entire sky a vivid crimson, and each clash sent powerful energy rippling through the air. After a heated exchange, Xuan Yuan Jue stood tall in the heavens, casually twirling his long spear as he sneered. So this black cloud eagle at the peak of the martial emperor realm isn't all that impressive after all. Arrogant human, how dare you be so insolent? Witness how I, the emperor, will end you. The black cloud eagle roared furiously. Spreading its massive wings, it summoned a vast black cloud that blanketed the sky. Streaks of dark energy shot forth from the cloud, carrying terrifying power as they surged toward Xuan Yuan Jue. Faced with this ferocious attack, Xuan Yuan Jue's expression turned serious, his earlier disdain vanishing. With his right hand gripping the Crimson Soul Spear, he raised it horizontally, while his left hand summoned a blazing dragon of fire. The fire dragon roared as it charged toward the black cloud, and the two forces collided violently in the sky, unleashing an ear-splitting explosion. Amid the energy storm, the sounds of collisions and piercing screeches echoed through the air. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry of despair broke through the chaos, followed by a spray of blood as a massive shadow plummeted heavily to the ground. Despite being 2 levels higher in cultivation than Xuan Yuan Jue, the Black Cloud Eagle could not escape its demise at the hands of this young and formidable warrior. The crowd erupted in cheers for this hard-won victory, their morale soaring. Among them, Mu Wan gazed at the spirited figure in the sky, a sweet smile gracing her lips. However, the celebration was short-lived. From deep within the wilderness came 2 thunderous roars. Black Third Brother, damn you, human, you seek death. Emerging from the shadows were a colossal silver wolf and a black demon panther, both exuding the same peak martial emperor aura. Their overwhelming bloodlust caused the onlookers to pale in fear. Xuan Yuan Jue raised an eyebrow, his long spear vibrating slightly as he stood unflinching. The crowd began to murmur anxiously, worried about whether they could face these 2 powerful foes after just surviving a grueling battle. What made matters worse was that the strong experts tasked with guarding the wilderness zone had yet to return. If Xuan Yuan Jue could not hold the line, the remaining warriors at the martial king level might struggle to last for long. Above the vast sky, 1 man and 2 beasts stood facing each other. Xuan Yuan Jue gripped his blood-stained spear, locked in a tense standoff with a silver wolf and a black panther. The scene below left countless warriors holding their breath. Human, I underestimated you. I didn't expect He Lao San to fall at your hands, the silver wolf roared, its eyes blazing with fury. The 3 beasts had grown up together, hunting and thriving as brothers. It was only out of caution for other potential threats from Base 035 that they had sent He Yunk ahead alone. Seeing that their opponent was the lower-ranked Xuan Yuan Jue, they had not thought much of it. Yet, in an instant, He Yunk was slain. No longer able to contain their rage, the 2 beasts attacked together, casting aside any hesitation. Xuan Yuan Jue gripped his blood-dripping spear tightly, a faint smile of battle intent playing at the corner of his lips. A peak martial emperor couldn't defeat me, a mid-level martial emperor. Sending him to meet Yama sooner was doing him a favor, saving him some face. Arrogant human. Today, they'll show you what a true peak martial emperor is capable of. The Silver Wolf and Black Panther exchanged a glance and lunged toward Xuan Yuan Jue in unison. The crowd below erupted into curses. Shameless. 2 against 1. Lord Xuan Yuan just finished a battle and hasn't even recovered yet. This is an unfair fight. The 2 ferocious beasts sneered at the outcry. Your wasteland region's so-called warriors have yet to show up. Clearly, they're not here. We've been cautious for nothing. Now that we have the numbers advantage, why should we fight fair? Ridiculous. If you've got reinforcements, call them out. As the beast closed in, Xuan Yuan Jue suddenly smiled warmly. Since you favor ganging up on someone, they'll just have to return the favor. He withdrew the Crimson Soul Spear into his body, a new ability unlocked after reaching the Martial Emperor level, signaling the spear's initial recognition of him as its master. Then, he clapped his hands 3 times. The crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. In the next moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The 2 beasts, charging at full speed, screeched to an abrupt halt as if hitting an invisible wall. Their eyes widened in disbelief as 5 imposing figures materialized around them. The battle had instantly shifted from a 2 against stone to a 6 against 12. Impossible! The Silver Wolf Emperor howled in hysteria. We scouted earlier and confirmed there was no trace of you. When did you return? One of the figures, exuding a terrifying aura, chuckled softly. You're merely at the Martial Emperor level. How could you possibly sense the presence of Nirvana Stage warriors? Nirvana Stage? That's impossible. Your auras were the same as mine earlier. The Black Panther Emperor looked utterly stunned. Bad luck for you, the figure replied calmly. We had just completed a mission, and our auras were cloaked by a Nirvana expert. That's why you didn't notice. The human powerhouse wore a kind smile as he carefully explained the situation to the Black Panther Emperor. After listening, the Silver Wolf Emperor and Black Panther Emperor couldn't help but let out bitter smiles. No wonder they hadn't sensed the presence of the 5 powerful figures earlier. It turned out that a Nirvana realm expert had been secretly concealing their auras. The battle erupted swiftly. Sensing an opportunity for a breakthrough, Xuan Yuan Jue volunteered to face the Silver Wolf Emperor in an unknown duel. The others readily agreed, with 2 of them immediately teaming up against the Black Panther Emperor, while the remaining 3 martial emperors spread out to confront the other beast emperors. Throughout the wilderness, More early-stage martial emperor-level beast emperors were engaged in fierce combat, held back by a dozen determined martial kings, putting their lives on the line. While fending off the coordinated assault of two strong opponents, the Black Panther Emperor roared furiously, "This is dishonorable. Ganging up on me." One of the attackers sneered in response, intensifying his relentless offensive. The fierce battle raged on for a long time. Finally, with two agonized beastly howls echoing through the air, the fight neared its conclusion. Xuan Yuan Jue managed to break through to the late martial emperor stage during the brutal clash. Facing 6 mid-to-later-stage martial emperors, the remaining lower-tier beast emperors and king-level beasts were unable to resist. With their leaders eliminated under targeted strikes, the beast hordes were soon driven back into the wilderness. Half a month later, among the nearly 50 wilderness zones affected by the Taiping cult's manipulation, the beast tides in areas such as 035, 041, 056, and 082 had been successfully quelled. However, dozens of other bases remained locked in fierce battles, with Zone 021 being the most harrowing. A Nirvana realm beast emperor was attacking the gates, causing massive casualties. Some bases, caught unprepared, had already fallen, and the beast tides were beginning to spill into cities. All of Xia was descending into chaos. Although the central world had already been invaded by alien races, the surviving forces and spies from these otherworldly factions were closely monitoring the turmoil. In the ancient castle of the Western Federation, representatives of countless races from the Wolf clan to the Ancient clan had gathered, each seeking to claim a piece of the pie. Shui lounged in his chair, casually analyzing the situation. My informant may be short, but he possesses half-step nirvana strength, which makes him a formidable figure in today's Xia. Are you sure the information is reliable? Angel Feng Jia asked lazily. He wouldn't dare lie to me, Shui replied with disdain. In that case, issue an ultimatum to Xia immediately. Feng Jia rose and walked away, the crisp sound of her high heels striking the floor echoing behind her. The glory of the angels will soon shine upon Xia. In the Xia kingdom, within a familiar room, over a dozen figures stood scattered. An elderly man sat at the head of the table, his usually calm face now filled with anger and helplessness. With a heavy sigh, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sigh. There's no avoiding it, is there? The old man said in a deep voice. The foreign races have sent a notice to our Xia kingdom. If we don't agree to their terms, they will launch a devastating attack on us. You've all seen the video. Share your thoughts. The expressions of the people in the room, Xuan Yuan Ying, Mu Yi, Old Lin, Elder Gong, and others were grim. They all knew the terms demanded by the other side were utterly unacceptable. Xin Yuan, Mu Yi suddenly broke the silence. What's your current cultivation level? Has the Shadow Guard uncovered any information about the enemy's strength? Xin Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm only at the peak of the third tribulation nirvana stage, far from enough. The Shadow Guard's capabilities are limited, and they couldn't provide much useful intelligence. All we received were some battle videos. From what we can see, the enemy leaders are at least at the fourth tribulation level, and some may even have reached the fifth tribulation. If they truly attack, we'll likely stand no chance. At these words, the others' faces grew even darker. Mui muttered to himself, fifth tribulation nirvana? As a cultivator at the peak of the second tribulation nirvana stage, he deeply understood the vast gap between each tribulation level. It was nearly impossible to overcome such a disparity. Suddenly, angry voices filled the room, as representatives from the Ice Scorpion clan and the Wolf Rider tribe fiercely objected to this assessment. A general in military uniform analyzed the situation. The Xia kingdom is already beset by internal and external troubles, and the situation is critical. Luckily, the top 20 wilderness zones are temporarily stable. Otherwise, just dealing with internal issues would stretch us thin, let alone handling external threats. Xin Yuan picked up the discussion. The timing of the beast tide is suspiciously coincidental. Our investigations confirm that it was orchestrated by the Taiping cult. They've already aligned themselves with the foreign forces. I've dispatched a Nirvana cultivator to hunt down their leader. Despicable. Another strong cultivator clenched his fists tightly. They're testing our strength with this beast tide. No wonder they started pressuring us before the tide even ended. The elderly man stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the distance with a heavy expression. From what I deduce, the reason they didn't act earlier must be because they were wary of something. This beast tide confirmed for them that the object of their fear is no longer in the Xia kingdom, which is why they chose to act now. A battle is inevitable. He turned back to face the group. Xin Yuan, Old Lin, Elder Gong, Mui. Yes, Your Majesty. The four responded in unison. Announce a nationwide alert immediately. Warn the people of the impending crisis and prepare for war. Xin Yuan hesitated. Your Majesty, if this news spreads, it might cause widespread panic among the people. We have no other choice. The elderly man's gaze was sharp. They have the right to know the truth. Understood. the group responded solemnly. Soon, the news of the imminent invasion by foreign forces spread across the entire nation. Although the citizens had mentally prepared for such a possibility, the Xia kingdom was still thrown into an uproar. Is it here already? Faced with the sudden onset of a beast tide, the entire Xia nation was gripped with tension. On the streets and in every corner, people were fervently discussing. The beast tide within the country hasn't even been subdued yet. Those nations that were long conquered by foreign tribes serve as a grim warning. We must hold our ground. I'm enlisting right now, declared a young man, clenching his fists. Even if my strength is small, I will do my part for Xia. We'll go together. The people around him echoed his resolve, gathering in groups and rushing toward the recruitment office. In a grand and opulent estate, the head of the family was issuing orders. Pass down the command. All adult members of the family are to stand by. If the foreign tribes invade, everyone must fight. Master. An elder stepped forward in an attempt to dissuade him. This could result in heavy losses. Perhaps we should. Silence. The family head interrupted sternly. The rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. Without the country, how can there be a home? Carry out my orders. Atop the peak of Mount Shu, the sound of a bell resonated through the air. Countless disciples gathered at the square as a white-bearded elder, holding a horsetail whisk, stood suspended in the air. Disciples of Mount Shu, hear my command. The foreign demons have invaded our land. Descend the mountain at once, eradicate the evil, and protect Great Xia. Eradicate the evil, protect Great Xia. The mountains echoed with their unified cries. Meanwhile, the gates of a dilapidated Taoist temple creaked shut. A group of Taoist priests took one last look at their temple before resolutely flying down the mountain. In a monastery, a young monk bid farewell to the abbot. Upon learning that his senior brothers had already headed north, he declared with determination, I am not afraid. I, too, will dedicate myself to the nation. Forces across the land mobilized swiftly. From the cities to the wilderness, their courageous efforts to fend off the invaders could be seen everywhere. This unity and sense of national duty deeply moved the ruler of Xia. In the central Great World, however, the tribes dismissed this with disdain. What does sheer numbers matter? True strength and a powerful background are what count. But then, something unexpected occurred. Above a city in Xia, a massive bronze gate emanating an ancient aura appeared out of thin air. The sight of this phenomenon immediately shifted the attitudes of the tribes in the central Great World, their eyes now filled with greed. A secret realm. The first secret realm has appeared. Shui stared at the screen, his breath quickening. The various tribes began to stir, eager to claim the mysterious bronze portal as their own. Yanjing, the former capital of Xia Kingdom before the new era, once the center of the world, this ancient city gradually lost its former glory after the capital was relocated to the central Xia capital. But now, an unexpected incident has reignited the city's fervor. Above the ancient palace complex in the city, a strange phenomenon appeared. Dense spiritual energy coiled like clouds and mist, and a massive bronze gate materialized out of thin air, covered entirely in mysterious, ancient runes. These runes emitted an overwhelming pressure that forced everyone to keep their distance. A local martial emperor, unable to suppress his curiosity, approached the giant gate. Before he could even touch it, a beam of light shot out from the runes, instantly disintegrating him without leaving a trace. This horrifying sight sent chills down the spines of onlookers, who retreated in terror and fell into silence. The military responded swiftly, sealing off the entire area and deploying several powerful individuals to monitor the gate closely. A large crowd gathered outside the cordoned-off zone, murmuring and speculating about the mysterious portal in the sky. Could this be the entrance to a secret realm? It's terrifying. Just the residual energy can kill a martial emperor in an instant. There must be unimaginable treasures inside. At that moment, a startled cry interrupted their discussions. Quick! Look at the top video on the communication network. On the screen, hundreds of troops from various alien races were shown crossing the sea. Angels soared with their wings spread wide, spider-like beings climbed and leaped, werewolves sprinted and roared, and fox women glided gracefully through the air. Each group numbered dozens, exuding an intimidating aura that caused sea creatures to scatter in fear wherever they passed. Meanwhile, in Xia capital, an elderly man was issuing orders without pause. Apart from the Guardians of Jiayu Pass and the South Sea front lines, the other 7 Guardians must stand by and remain on high alert. Nirvana-level powerhouses across the regions, except for those essential for local defense, should all reinforce the coastal borders. After delivering the final command, the old man muttered wearily to himself, "Is it that secret realm that has drawn you here?" In the capital of a certain island nation, beneath a trampled flag, a long-haired man with an androgynous demeanor sat arrogantly on what was once a royal throne. Watching the footage before him, a disdainful smirk curled on his lips. Huh. To think they need a coalition force to act, what a disgrace to the Northern Territory. Even the angel race has fallen so low as to ally with these lesser tribes. A maid beside him echoed softly in agreement. The delicate man with long hair, Yin Miao, listened to his subordinate's report and waved his hand lightly. No rush. Since they are willing to be the ones to take the lead, let them pave the way first. His deep gaze lingered as he continued. I've been studying the history of the Xia kingdom lately. This nation is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. More importantly, I have a strong feeling that that clan resides within Xia's borders. A maid standing nearby couldn't help but speak up. Lord Yin Miao, if I may ask, why do we fear that clan so much? What makes them so special? This wasn't the first time she'd noticed her lord's peculiar attitude toward this mysterious group. This is not something you should concern yourself with, Yin Miao replied coldly. Just understand this. If that clan truly exists within Xia's borders, the so-called 100 Tribes Alliance will collapse in an instant. That has always been the fundamental reason no one dares to provoke Xia. He turned his gaze toward the east, a cold smile forming on his lips. Unfortunately, greed has blinded them. But this only serves my plan. Whether they succeed or fail, it will work to my advantage. Meanwhile, in a lavish tower-like structure in ancient Egypt, the serpent tribe was singing and dancing in their grand hall, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil in Xia. Lord Shemin, when will we set out? A serpent soldier asked, looking up at the robust serpent sitting at the head of the hall. Wait, Shemin replied curtly, downing his goblet of fine wine in one gulp. Seeing the soldier's puzzled expression, Shemin roared, why so many questions? If you don't want to drink, go guard the gate. I'll drink. I'll drink. The soldier hastily raised his cup and gulped it down. Shemin glanced toward the east, a smug expression crossing his face. In the words of the blue and white star, when the snipe and clam struggle, the fisherman benefits. Elsewhere, on a vast snowy plain, a group of burly men draped in animal hides feasted heartily, tearing into chunks of meat and guzzling wine from leather pouches. Suddenly, a shadow approached swiftly and knelt to report. Lord Manchi, a secret realm has appeared in Xia. The Angel Clan and the Blood Clan have already led the 100 tribes to the Xia kingdom's border. Manchi set down his wine pouch, raising an eyebrow. Angel Fengjia? Isn't she sworn enemies with the Blood Clan? A playful smile crept across his face. Interesting. Prepare to move out. Let's go watch the show. Lord Manchi, will we be getting involved? Asked one of the burly men beside him. Manchi waved dismissively. No. The chieftain has ordered that we are not to interfere in any faction's conflicts until that clan reveals itself. Otherwise, do you think I'd willingly sit here and wait? Understood. Let's move out. Yes, sir. Above the vast ocean, countless figures radiating powerful auras streaked across the sky. Fengjia, why aren't you heading to Yinjing in the Xia kingdom? The secret realm is clearly there. Shui Yi's voice of accusation echoed through the crowd. At these words, Feng Jia's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Teaming up with you was the worst decision I've ever made. I suggest you cut back on drinking the blood of the ignorant masses. Look at you've been assimilated to the point of no return. With that, he abruptly spread his wings, creating a significant distance between himself and Shui Yi in an instant. Shui Yi was about to erupt when a man in a black robe ahead suddenly turned around and spoke in an icy tone. The most important goal of this mission is to deal with the Xia kingdom, not merely to claim the first secret realm. Shanhaiguan is guarded by the strongest warriors of the Xia kingdom and lies right next to Yinjing. Taking it means gaining control over the entire situation. If you can't even grasp this simple logic, then perhaps Fengjia is right, you really need to rein yourself in. Shui Yi was momentarily struck with realization, but the latter part of the man's words plunged him into self-doubt. Could I really have been assimilated? He muttered to himself, hovering midair. But soon, he shook his head. No way. My strength is no less than yours. Why should I take your criticism? Cursing under his breath, he immediately led his subordinates to catch up with the group. Meanwhile, Shanhaiguan stood towering and majestic. Known as the first mighty pass of Xia, this ancient fortress had not only resisted decline over the 300 years of the world's resurgence, but had grown even more imposing. On its 100-meter-high walls, shadows of people bustled about. Dozens of Nirvana-level experts stood at the ready, elite warriors hastily summoned from across the Xia kingdom. More reinforcements were still arriving. Citizens from all over the nation watched the situation at Shanhaiguan through live projections. Though they were anxious, they understood that the most important thing now was not to create additional trouble for the country. Atop the city walls, Xuan Yuan, Mu Yi, Yin Yan, and Xuan Yuan Jue stood side by side. Che, have you managed to contact your brother? Yin Yan asked anxiously. Not yet. I've tried everything, but there's still no response from him, Xuan Yuan Jue replied, his brow furrowed. That boy. He left without a word and hasn't even sent a message to say he's safe. It's really worrying, Yin Yan said. her face full of concern. Xuan Yuan reassured her. You know how capable that kid is. He'll be fine. Maybe, as he said in his letter, he'll show up at the most critical moment. I'd rather he didn't show up. The Xia Kingdom right now, Yin Yin began. But her words were sharply interrupted by Xuan Yuan. Enough of that nonsense. As a descendant of the Xuan Yuan family, it is better to die on the battlefield than to waste away in comfort. I believe that once Liar learns of this, he won't stand idly by. Nearby, Mui listened in utter confusion, completely clueless about what they were talking about. Wait. Mui suddenly interrupted the argument, looking at Xuan Yuan with a puzzled expression. Xuan Yuan, I'm a bit confused. Didn't you say your eldest son's cultivation talent was just average? Why does it sound like that's not the case? Seeing the curiosity written all over Mui's face, Xuan Yuan, considering the situation and the fact that Mui was his future-in-law, decided not to hide the truth any longer. Liar's talent is actually greater than Che's. He awakened his gift at the age of 6 and became a battle king by the age of 12. What? This revelation struck Mui like a thunderclap, leaving him standing there in shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor. A battle king at 12? That's monstrous. Xuan Yuan, what kind of bloodline does your family have for everyone to awaken so early and be so insanely gifted? As if a thought occurred to him, Mui turned to Xuan Yuan Che. Che, you better hurry up and have a grandson with Waner. I want to see just how monstrous your family's bloodline really is. Xuan Yuan Che's face immediately turned bright red, and he stammered, Uncle E, Waner and I just got engaged. We're not even married yet. Isn't it a bit too early to talk about this? Early, my foot. If I had known your family's bloodline was this outrageous, I'd have made you marry Waner sooner. We might already have a grandson by now. Mui teased, leaving Xuan Yuan Che speechless. Instinctively, Che tried to hide behind Yin Yin. Seeing Mui's comments becoming more and more over the top, Xuan Yuan quickly stepped in to stop him. Enough. That's enough. Mui finally backed off and turned to ask, So, do you know what level Shaoli is at now? Xuan Yuan shook his head. I only found out about him becoming a battle king at 12 later on. Normally, his aura is so restrained that even I can't gauge his depth. Even you can't tell? It seems your son is no ordinary person. Of course. Remember when Che was ambushed? Of course I remember. The major family powers were wiped out. Mui suddenly froze, turning to Xuan Yuan in disbelief. You're saying that was Xiao Li's doing? Xuan Yuan nodded in confirmation. That was the first time he confided in me, saying he didn't want me to intervene and assured me I'd see results within 2 days. At first, I didn't believe him. But by the next day, those major families were indeed completely annihilated. But that involved multiple powerful factions. How could your son accomplish that alone? I'm curious about that too. It could have been his subordinates, or maybe he's part of some organization. I sent shadow guards to investigate for a long time but found no leads. And you didn't ask your son about it? Of course I did. Do you think I'd still be wondering if I hadn't? Xuan Yuan shot a glare at Mui. Right after those factions were wiped out, I rushed home, but Liar had already left. He only left a letter saying he had urgent matters to attend to and would return when we needed him most. I think he left to avoid my questions. I see, Mui murmured, deep in thought. Do you think your son has the ability to resolve the crisis our Xia Kingdom is facing now? Xuan Yuan shook his head. Mui understood his hesitation and sighed deeply. The invasion by the 100 clans brought at least 105th Tribulation Nirvana level experts, with countless other powerful cultivators among them. No matter how extraordinary Xuan Yuan Li's abilities or alliances were, the outcome seemed inevitable. Just as Mui was about to say something else, he noticed Xuan Yuan standing frozen like a statue, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Following his line of sight, Mui saw countless small black dots slowly emerging on the surface of the sea. With great difficulty, Mui opened his mouth and uttered the chilling words, "They're here." As expected, today brings another 4 chapters. The author is well aware that the recent storyline has been somewhat slow in its build-up. To enhance the reading experience, this update pace will be maintained until Xuan Yuan Li makes his appearance. Thank you all for your continued support. Suddenly, a deafening alarm echoed throughout Shanhaiguan. All eyes instinctively turned toward the area outside the city walls. Whether it was the soldiers on site or the citizens watching through their screens, everyone held their breath. A massive army of the 100 clans had arrived at the gates. The sea's horizon was densely packed with warriors of various races. Ordinary humans, angels with wings sprouting from their backs, wolf-head humanoids, fox-tailed enchantresses, and mysterious beings adorned with enigmatic markings. Each group consisted of roughly 20 individuals, totaling 2,000 to 3,000. Although their number seemed insignificant compared to the million-strong forces stationed at Shanhaiguan, no one dared to underestimate them. Each of these formidable beings carried a presence that could rival entire armies. their oppressive aura suffocating to those who felt it. They stood proudly in the skies, looking down on all with eyes full of disdain. The standoff lasted for a while until the angel Feng Jia broke the silence, his gaze fixed on Xuan Yuan Jue. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Xuan Yuan Jue, isn't it? That's right. I am Xuan Yuan Jue, he replied firmly. You've seen the footage, haven't you? Can you agree to our terms? Feng Jia asked coldly. Apologies, but I cannot comply, Xuan Yuan Jue declared, enunciating each word. Not an inch of Daxia's land will be ceded. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him roared in unison. Not an inch of Daxia's land will be ceded. Their voices, broadcasted live across the nation, resonated through the skies as citizens everywhere joined in, shaking the heavens with their cries. The 100 Clans warriors watched this scene in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this nation could possess such immense unity and resolve. Shui observed coldly, a sneer tugging at the corner of his lips. Ridiculous. A nation with barely 100 or 2 Nirvana-level fighters dares to stand against the thousands of Nirvana warriors from the 100 Clans? Though his voice was quiet, it carried across the battlefield, amplified by his spiritual energy. The fervent shouts of the Xia soldiers gradually faded into silence. As much as they hated to admit it, Shui's words were undeniably true. The weakest among the enemy was on par with their strongest fighters. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Just as Xuan Yuan Jue and his comrades grew increasingly solemn, a man clad in a black robe stepped forward, the fallen son of the fallen god palace. You are all well aware of the gap in strength between us. Stop making pointless resistance. Luo Shenxi stood proudly, his gaze condescending as he looked down on the people of Xia. The secret realm resources of Lombai Star are far beyond your reach. Feigning magnanimity, he softened his tone deliberately. Hand them over obediently, and for the sake of being of the same race, I might be lenient. I've always valued Xia Nation, or else I wouldn't have refrained from sending anyone to visit for so long. This hypocritical display amused the other tribal leaders present, who struggled to suppress their laughter. Feng Jia and Shui, among others, had expressions full of disdain. Feng Jia even muttered under his breath, hypocrite. Though his voice was faint, it was crystal clear to the Nirvana realm experts present, causing many faces to twitch as they stifled their amusement. Luo Shenxi's lips twitched slightly, and a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Feng Jia before turning to Xuan Yuan Jue, Mu Yi, and the others. What do you think of my proposal? Faced with his question, Xuan Yuan Jue and the others remained unmoved, their silence speaking volumes. The atmosphere grew tense. This is my last question. Submit or fight? Luo Shenxi demanded sharply, his patience wearing thin. Xuan Yuan Jue ignored him and instead turned to address the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the Xia citizens watching through the screens. Soldiers and fellow countrymen, are you willing to become slaves to these foreign invaders? No. We will fight to the end, until our last breath. Fight! 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 The resounding cries of hundreds of thousands of soldiers shook the heavens. Excellent! I am proud of you all. I will fight alongside you until my last drop of blood. Xuan Yuan Jing's voice was filled with unyielding determination. Luo Shenxi's face darkened instantly, his facade of civility shattered. Fine. Since you refuse to toast to goodwill, you'll drink the penalty wine instead. If you won't submit, then taste my first surprise. Demon Shark. Thunder Python. At his command, the calm sea suddenly erupted into monstrous waves. 2 colossal beasts emerged from the depths, roaring into the sky. One was a 1,000-meter-long shark, the other a coiled python, surrounded by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The stench of decay filled the air. Beasts at the third tribulation Nirvana realm. Xuan Yuan Jing's expression grew grim as he wondered why Luo Shenxi hadn't acted personally. Luo Shenxi, as if reading his thoughts, sneered. You are not worthy of my personal attention. These 2 beasts, which I subdued on land, are more than enough to deal with you. I want to savor this game. Ending it too quickly would be no fun. His laughter echoed, deranged and manic. As Xuan Yuan Jue strategized his next move, a blinding streak of light suddenly shot across the southeastern sky, hurtling straight toward them. After steadying himself, the short-statured Zhang Digao appeared before Shui. With a fawning smile on his face, he respectfully reported, Master, I have already persuaded 4 wilderness zones near Shanhai Pass, including one ranked 13th. They are currently gathering beast hordes to prepare for an attack on Shanhai Pass. Shui burst into laughter upon hearing this and reached out to pat Zhang Digao on the shoulder, but his hand missed. He froze for a moment and shifted his gaze downward, finally locating Zhang Digao. Shui's mouth twitched a few times before he adjusted his expression and finally managed to pat Zhang Digao on the shoulder accurately. Turning to Xuan Yuan Jue, Shui spoke with a mocking tone. General Xuan Yuan, do you know who this is? Let me tell you, he's one of your Xia Kingdom people. See, Not everyone in Xia Kingdom is as blind to the times as you are. There are still those who understand the situation. He paused for a moment before continuing. Allow me to introduce him. This is Zhang Digao, the leader of your Xia Kingdom's Taiping divine sect. He has prepared a grand gift for you all, and I hope you enjoy it. With that, he erupted into laughter. Xin Yuanying's face darkened ominously, his gaze sharp as a blade locking onto Zhang Digao. Beside him, Mu Yi could no longer suppress his fury, roaring at Zhang Digao, "You bastard! Traitor! How could you turn your back on your own people? Those are your kin behind you, and yet you would do this to them." Zhang Digao let out a hoarse, cold laugh. "My kin? No, I have no kin." His voice was filled with pain and resentment. "I've been an orphan for as long as I can remember. I grew up being bullied, with no food to eat, no clothes to wear, sleeping in sewers alongside rats and cockroaches." A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. "You high and mighty people will never understand the life I've endured. It's a nightmare I don't even want to recall. Unless you've suffered as I have, don't preach your so-called morality to me. Now, I have found a better path. A wise bird chooses a sturdy tree to nest in. I'm simply moving toward the world I desire." Above Shanhai Pass, Zhang Digao's final words echoed among the crowd for a long time. They were not only a protest against fate, but also an indictment of the injustices of the world. Xin Yuan gazed at Zhang Digao solemnly and said, "You have endured too many injustices and witnessed the warmth and coldness of humanity, but that does not justify harming the innocent. The millions of citizens of Xia have no enmity with you. Why make them bear the weight of your hatred?" Zhang Digao let out a cold laugh. "General Xin Yuan, first commander of the guard, it's too late to say such things now. At this point, there's only one way forward. A fight to the death." Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed behind Xian Yuan. "Look, they're here." Xian Yuan turned around, and what he saw made his heart sink. Beasts were approaching from all directions. Countless ferocious creatures roared, surging towards Shanhai Pass like a tidal wave. The expressions of those present changed drastically. No one had expected the beasts to arrive so quickly. "All forces, prepare for battle," Mu Yi immediately shouted, his voice ringing loud and clear. The martial artists rushing to reinforce the pass quickened their pace as they saw the impending crisis. At that moment, a furious shout pierced through the sky. "Traitor! Do you dare face me in battle?" Xuan Yuan Jue soared into the air, standing tall with fiery determination in his eyes. Zhang Digao, upon recognizing Xuan Yuan Jue, sneered disdainfully. "General Xuan Yuan, is this your reckless child? I'm at the threshold of nirvana, and he's merely entered the late martial emperor stage. Even if he once slew a peak martial emperor beast, challenging me is sheer arrogance." Xuan Yuan asked his son quietly, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry, I will bring this traitor down on the battlefield and boost the morale of our troops." Xuan Yuan Jue replied with unwavering resolve. "Enough talk. Are you afraid?" Xuan Yuan Jue shouted sternly at Zhang Digao. "Ridiculous. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for using my strength against you." Zhang Digao's face darkened as he summoned his long staff, which transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Xuan Yuan Jue. Xuan Yuan Jue summoned his Crimson Soul Spear and thrust forward to meet the attack. The two clashed instantly, unleashing waves of energy that seemed to ignite the entire battlefield. At that moment, the beasts launched their charge in unison. The battle erupted in full force. Explosions, brutal clashes, and shouts filled the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and the saltiness of the sea breeze. As humans and beasts fell in droves, reinforcements continually filled the gaps. Soldiers fought against beasts, commanders confronted beast kings and emperors, and freelance martial artists moved swiftly to provide support. Xuan Yuan alone faced two nirvana-level beasts on the sea, his blade and the towering waves intertwining in a deadly dance. And high above it all, the instigator of this chaos, Zhang Digao, hovered in the sky, coldly observing the carnage below as if it had nothing to do with him. Some factions even brought out flying ships and carpets, watching the battle unfold with a detached air. The intense battle unfolding was reflected in the eyes of those watching deep within the Xia Kingdom, igniting an uncontrollable fury in the hearts of millions. Some clenched their fists in rage, others had tears welling up in their eyes, and still, others trembled violently with anger. Cries of "Damn traitor! I wish I could leap through the screen and slay him myself. And this is too devastating," echoed throughout the crowd, with emotions surging like waves. Above Shanhaiguan, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. After a fierce clash, Xin Yuan Jue and Zhang Digao were thrown back dozens of meters. Both bore injuries, their breaths slightly uneven. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Digao snarled viciously, "Boy, I underestimated you. A late-stage martial emperor can actually fight me to a standstill." Xin Yuan Jue replied expressionlessly, That's because you're too weak. Pretending to be a half-step Nirvana realm expert, I feel embarrassed for you. Those words struck a nerve. After the third revival of heaven and earth, nearly all peak martial emperor experts had advanced to the Nirvana realm, leaving only Zhang Digao lagging behind. His face turned ashen, and his fury surged. You brat. You're courting death. No, it's you who's courting death. Blazing inferno. Scarlet flame strike. Flames erupted around Xuan Yuan Jue as his spear radiated brilliance, painting the sky a fiery orange. Don't underestimate me, the leader of the sect. Raging storm strike. Zhang Digao swung his long staff, summoning a whirlwind as countless staff shadows descended. Boom. Spear and staff collided, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. Amid the searing tempest, two figures gradually emerged, leaving the spectators in awe. High above, Xuan Yuan Jue's crimson soul spear had pierced through Zhang Digao's chest, blood dripping from its tip. Zhang Digao's staff was broken in two, and he stared at the spear in his chest with disbelief. Son, well done. Xuan Yuan, who was battling fierce beasts nearby, shouted in praise. Zhang Digao roared in defiance. Impossible. This can't be. Pulling out his spear, Xuan Yuan Jue said coldly, I told you, you're too weak. This outcome was inevitable. Struggling to stay upright, Zhang Digao sneered bitterly. Inevitable? Ha, the one thing I've never believed in is fate. But alas. Suddenly, he screamed hysterically, even if you kill me, you won't win. This is just the beginning of the beast tide. The real powerhouses haven't even made their move. Look at the battlefield below. The number of beasts outnumbers you by thousands, no, tens of thousands. At that moment, a voice from outside Shanhaiguan interrupted him, freezing Zhang Digao mid-sentence and bringing joy to countless faces. Oh really? Then there's no need for a traitor like you to worry about that. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a voice filled with disdain broke the tension of the battlefield. There's no need for a traitor like you to worry about that. Moments later, a deafening proclamation echoed from the distance as one family after another declared their support for Shanhaiguan. The Lin family of Changsha, the Zhao family of Wuhai, the Wang family of Beiping, the Zhang family of Zhongyuan, the Li family of Jiangnan. Their voices rose one after another, resounding across the heavens and earth. All eyes on the battlefield turned toward the source of the sound. Mighty forces advanced rapidly, their imposing presence unmistakable. They marched onto the battlefield with unwavering determination. Members of the families quickly joined the fight, significantly alleviating the struggles against the ferocious beasts below. The family leaders charged directly into the fray, their piercing gazes fixed on the stunned Zhang Digao. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Zhang Digao coughed blood as he shook his head in disbelief. You families, who are always at each other's throats, how could you possibly unite like this to offer support? One of the family leaders spoke coldly. So what if we die? Unlike you, we are not traitors. In the face of national peril, you not only refuse to help but add fuel to the fire. Sure, we bicker amongst ourselves, but that's a matter of our own summer nation. When faced with foreign invaders, we naturally set aside our differences to fight the enemy together. The Lin family leader stepped forward. The nation has never abandoned us. It has always fought for our dignity and freedom. Between dying for dignity and living as slaves, the Lin family will always choose to die for dignity. We will never bow to be someone else's servants. But you, knowing full well you're just a pawn, still choose to serve willingly. You're nothing but a pitiful wretch. These words struck Zhang Digao like a hammer to his chest. He spat out another mouthful of blood, trembling as he pointed a finger at them. The Lin family leader continued his scornful remarks. The master you trust so much, why don't you ask them to save you? They have the power to heal your wounds, but who knows if they're willing to spare the resources for someone like you? Hearing this, Zhang Digao's eyes lit up with hope, and he turned eagerly to Shui. Lord Shui, please save. Before he could finish his plea, Shui gave him a look of utter disdain. Useless. You couldn't even handle a mere child who has just come of age. You've brought shame upon me, and now you want me to save you? Get out of my sight. You, a barbarian from the Blue-White Star, are nothing more than a dog at my feet. A life-saving medicine like this? You're not worthy of it. These words struck Zhang Digao like a bolt from the blue. He raised his blood-stained hand to point at Shui, but no words came out of his mouth. Zhang Digao's eyes were filled with endless regret, his voice trembling as he said, So I was just a dog all along? All those promises of benefits were just lies to placate me? He let out a bitter, piercing laugh as tears streamed down his face. I betrayed my country, only to end up like this. His overwhelming remorse drove him to a desperate act. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the blood in his body began to evaporate rapidly as he prepared to unleash a blood curse. Shui, I curse your clan to meet a terrible fate. You will never. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion tore through the sky. Zhang Digao's body was instantly ripped apart, his flesh and blood scattering violently. Shui Yi stood with an outstretched hand, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Using a blood curse against the Blood Clan? You truly overestimated yourself. And so, the leader of the Taiping divine sect fell at Shanhaiguan, marking the end of a sect that had aspired to expand its influence. Shui Yi gracefully pulled out a crimson handkerchief, pretending to wipe his already spotless hands. He turned to Xuan Yuan Jue, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Kid, you're quite impressive. To have such power right after coming of age on a planet like Blue White Star, you truly have extraordinary talent. How about following me? I can show you a far broader world. As Shui Yi continued his grandiose speech, a surge of fiery anger burst forth from the Scarlet Soul Spear. The voice of Flame Saint roared with disdain. Ha! A Blood Clan member who can't even rank among the top races dares to boast? Reaching the Nirvana realm at 200 years old. And you think you're qualified to take my disciple as your follower? Xuan Yuan Jue calmed Flame Saint, and then abruptly interrupted Shui Yi's monologue. Enough. You're like an old granny, rambling on and on. The air froze instantly. Shui Yi's face turned ashen with rage, and he gritted his teeth. What did you just say? I said you're annoyingly long-winded. Just shut up already. This exchange left everyone present utterly stunned. Even the angel Feng Jia couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire, laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha. Shui, the kid just called you a chatterbox. Shui Yi's fury erupted, blood-red energy surging around him as a crimson bolt of lightning shot straight toward Xuan Yuan Jue. On the ocean's surface, Xuan Yuan anxiously tried to intervene, but he was held back by two Nirvana realm beasts. Yin Yin cried out in alarm, rushing toward Xuan Yuan Jue in a desperate attempt to shield him from the deadly strike. With a deafening crash, the blood-red energy exploded near Xuan Yuan Jue. At that critical moment, a commanding, ancient voice suddenly echoed through the air. Bullying the young? Do you think the Xia Kingdom has no one to stand against you? Reinforcements. Shui Yi stared at the spot where Xuan Yuan Jue stood, his expression puzzled. Although the mist obscured the figures, he could distinctly sense several unfamiliar presences. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind roared through, instantly dispersing the energy-filled mist. As the haze cleared, several figures emerged. At the forefront stood an elder clad in a traditional azure robe, holding a 3-foot-long sword. He exuded a calm demeanor as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xuan Yuan Jue. Flanking the elder were several powerful Nirvana realm experts. Who are you? The elder asked, twirling his sword skillfully before resting it across his back, his demeanor serene and otherworldly. The head of Mount Shu, Qingxian Zhenren. Shui Yi frowned, rummaging through his memory of Zhang Digao's compiled records on the major forces, but found no mention of this name. Useless, he cursed inwardly. How could they fail to document a force with a 4-tribulation Nirvana realm expert? In truth, Mount Shu had long been secluded, rarely interacting with the outside world. They would only occasionally send disciples down the mountain to seek promising recruits. Not only was Zhang Digao unaware of them, but even the major factions of the Xia Kingdom were equally baffled at this moment. They had never heard of such a force. Mount Shu? Isn't that something from novels? Murmured voices rose among the onlookers. Qingxian Zhenren chuckled softly at the reaction. It seems the world has forgotten us, Mount Shu, after all these years of seclusion. If so, let us make an unforgettable appearance today. He raised his voice, commanding, disciples of Mount Shu, form the sword formation. Before his words had fully echoed, the figures behind him swiftly moved into position, forming a simple formation. In an instant, Qingxian Zhenren's aura surged, now capable of standing on equal footing with Shui Yi. Just these few people, putting on such a show? Shui Yi sneered. Even with your 4-tribulation Nirvana realm strength, at best, you can only match me. And the Blood Clan is far more than just me. He clapped his hands, signaling. Instantly, over 20 Blood Clan guards materialized, their overwhelming aura blanketing the sky. The spectators, though awed by Qingxian Zhenren's power, understood that this alone was insufficient to contend with the Blood Clan's formidable numbers. Old man, still have the strength to resist? Shui Yi asked mockingly. Qingxian Zhenren, unperturbed, replied, Did I ever claim that Mount Shu only has these few? He raised his voice again. Disciples of Mount Shu, reveal yourselves. We are here. Suddenly, the sky lit up with countless streaks of light, as if a rain of meteors was descending. In mere moments, a multitude of Mount Shu disciples, clad in uniform attire, landed gracefully. Under the command of several Nirvana realm elders, they quickly formed a grand sword formation, their blades all aimed at Shui Yi. Shui Yi's smirk froze. Though his forces primarily consisted of 3 tribulation Nirvana realm experts, and most of Mount Shu's elders were only at the 2 tribulation Nirvana level, the sheer scale and coordination of this formation forced him to re-evaluate the situation. Each elder led a group of over 10 disciples, forming a sword array whose combined power was sufficient to contend with the Blood Clan. The lineup of more than 30 Nirvana Realm elders commanding hundreds of disciples was indeed an imposing sight, momentarily suppressing the Blood Clan's momentum. Within Shanhaiguan, cheers erupted like thunder. Countless warriors and martial artists were inspired, their fighting spirit surging. Though the gap in strength remained apparent, their excitement was uncontrollable as they repeatedly shouted the name Shu Shan. In the distance, Duo Shensi and Feng Jia observed the scene with astonishment. Quite unexpected, Duo Shensi remarked. Who would have thought that the Xia kingdom still harbored a sect with such strength? Feng Jia sneered. A futile effort. This is merely Xia's last reserve. How can a mere sect stand against the grand army of 100 clans? On the battlefield, Xue Yi was locked in fierce combat with the Shu Shan disciples. Surrounded by the sword array, even his formidable strength forced him into a defensive stance. His subordinates struggled desperately under the relentless assault of the Shu Shan disciples. Glancing at Duo Shensi and Feng Jia chatting leisurely in the distance, Xue Yi's anger flared. What are you two lounging around for? Get over here and help. Can't you see we're outnumbered? Feng Jia ignored him entirely. She would be more than happy to see Xue Yi perish. But Duo Shensi couldn't stand idly by. The alliance still held, and he had no desire to antagonize the Blood Clan. With a wave of his hand, numerous figures behind him leapt into the fray, easing the pressure on the Blood Clan. Duo Shensi then turned to the various clans of the Central Great World, speaking calmly, if you don't want this alliance to fall apart, it's time to contribute. The clans exchanged awkward glances, but eventually sent 1 or 2 members each to assist. With nearly 100 clans contributing, the reinforcements amounted to 100 or 200 Nirvana Realm experts, a devastating threat to the Xia kingdom. The air of despair began to spread across Shanhaiguan. Amidst the fierce battle between Xue Yi and Master Qingxian, Xue Yi saw the reinforcements arriving and unleashed a powerful strike, forcing both sides to retreat a step. He grinned viciously. Old man, you like using numbers to your advantage, huh? Let's see how you handle hundreds of Nirvana Realm experts from the 100 clans. Go ahead, call for more help. To his surprise, Master Qingxian simply smirked enigmatically. All right then. His voice echoed across the land. Friends, it's time to act. In an instant, hundreds no, thousands of powerful presences descended upon Shanhaiguan. Monks, Taoists, beggars, priestess masters from every corner arrived one after another. Shaolin Temple, Xinqing Temple, the Beggars Sect, the Tianshan Sect, Mount Hua Sect. The disciples of Blackwood Cliff have come to defend against the invaders. Qianlong Academy, White Tiger Academy. One by one, the names of sects were announced, their voices resounding across the battlefield. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence as everyone gazed at the reinforcements, overwhelmed by shock. Even the elderly man in the Xia capital was startled, leaping to his feet to rummage through files, checking the reported number of Nirvana Realm experts from each sect. Upon seeing the records, he couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell? Every single one of them reported just 1 or 2 Nirvana Realm experts. Now each sect has sent 20 or 30. Who knows how many more they're hiding? If I'd known they had this many, I wouldn't have planned things this way. A bunch of sly old foxes. The leaders of the remaining local forces, such as the Western Federation, Northern Rus, and Gu Ai, were staring at the scene before them in utter shock. Their faces were filled with lingering fear, and their hearts were silently thankful. FK. My god. Xia Nation was hiding this deeply? So many Nirvana-level powerhouses? Lucky we didn't provoke them earlier, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Near Shanhaiguan, several figures hidden in the shadows let out faint murmurs of surprise, but they remained concealed, continuing to watch the situation unfold from the darkness. Above the battlefield, as more figures emerged one after another, the forces of the 100 clans collectively dropped their dismissive attitudes, their expressions turning serious. Feng Jia spoke with a heavy tone. Xia Nation is truly cunning. If it weren't for all of us from the 100 clans uniting here, it would have been difficult to handle them. However, their reinforcements of Nirvana-level combatants only number 300 to 500, less than a third of our total. At that moment, a seductive voice came from behind. Feng Jia and the fallen god's son turned around to see a scantily clad, alluring foxwoman standing there. My, so many men. My clan can hardly wait to join the action. The foxwoman's eyes sparkled with mischief. Feng Jia sneered coldly at the sight. Shameless fox. Oh my. Hu Qianqian puffed out her ample chest. Lord Feng Jia, is it really necessary to be so hostile every time we meet? Just because my figure is a bit better, and my face a bit prettier than yours? Feng Jia shot her a glare, her anger flaring. Hu Qianqian, you're courting death. If it weren't for today's pressing matters, I'd tear off that flashy, attention-seeking face of yours. Say one more word of nonsense, and I won't let you off so easily. Seeing the two locked in an unrelenting argument, the fallen god's son finally intervened to put an end to it. Enough. Do you even realize what time it is? Whatever grievances you have, deal with them after today. Both grudgingly backed down but exchanged cold snorts before turning away from each other. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had temporarily come to a halt. Xue Yi gazed at the hundreds of figures that had appeared around him, his expression dark. He deeply regretted killing Zhang Digao too early, wishing he could throw the fool who delivered the false intelligence into endless torment. Little did he know, the information wasn't false, the informant had genuinely been unaware. Even so, Xue Yi's face betrayed no fear, for he was acutely aware of just how powerful the allied forces truly were. The might of the Xia kingdom far exceeded Xue Yi's expectations, leaving him struggling to accept the reality. Just then, the allied forces of the 100 tribes once again dispatched over 1,000 powerful warriors, surging towards the battlefield with overwhelming momentum. Standing atop a high vantage point, Xue Yi gazed at the formidable formation of thousands of warriors behind him. With a disdainful smirk, he sneered, "Old man, open your eyes wide and see clearly. We of the 100 tribes have strength in numbers. Even if your Xia kingdom exhausts all its resources, you are no match for us." In the eyes of the 100 tribes, the Xia kingdom is nothing more than a prize in the bag. Before his words had fully settled, a playful voice suddenly echoed from the heavens above. "Is that so?" The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across the skies and earth. Xue Yi's expression froze in an instant, quickly replaced by fiery rage. "You bastard! Show yourself before this divine sun." Yet, no matter how fiercely he bellowed, the owner of the voice remained hidden. Not only were the 100 tribes bewildered, but even the Xia kingdom's forces exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of any reinforcements yet to arrive. Qing Xianzhenren wore a look of confusion. "All the allies we contacted are already here. I can't imagine who else it could be." As everyone stood in bewilderment, deafening roars of beasts erupted from all directions. Amidst rolling clouds of smoke, countless ferocious beasts charged forward. Xue Yi was just about to mock these creatures as mere accomplices when he witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. Those massive beasts weren't attacking the city, but were instead ruthlessly slaughtering other beasts within the tide. What was even more shocking was the looming presence of a colossal dragon-like creature, its immense form flickering in and out of view amidst the clouds. Someone recognized it as the uncrowned king of the first beast, lair the dragon emperor in existence. Even General Xuan Yuan had suffered losses against. 5 Tribulation Nirvana Realm, Xue Yi, Fallen Divine Son, Feng Jia, and the others fixed their gazes on the towering figure with grim intensity. Just as they were about to discuss the origins of this mixed blood dragon, a voice full of imposing authority echoed from the clouds. "The lands of the Great Xia are not for you foreign barbarians to covet. Begone! How dare you? A mere flood dragon dares to spout such arrogance? Truly courting death." Xue Yi bellowed furiously. Before his words had fully faded, a massive tail covered in silvery gray scales lashed out like a bolt of lightning. The strike was swift and ferocious, giving Xue Yi almost no time to react. Wherever the tail passed, the air itself trembled, radiating an aura of destruction powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. In haste, Xue Yi erected multiple layers of defensive barriers around himself and simultaneously began gathering a formidable energy in his hands to counterattack. However, all his defenses crumbled like paper under the force of the flood dragon's tail, obliterated in an instant. The tail struck Xue Yi with a deafening crash, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite with its string cut. With a loud splash, Xue Yi crashed heavily into the vast ocean. The entire Shanhaiguan fell into an eerie silence, as everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. This can't be real. How could Xue Yi be so easily defeated? Duo Shenxi stammered, his voice trembling as he stared in fear at the massive figure of the flood dragon looming in the sky. Several attendants of the Blood Clan quickly flew toward the spot where Xue Yi had plunged into the sea. Submerged in the ocean, Xue Yi's body was racked with excruciating pain, several of his ribs fractured. Even with his Nirvana realm cultivation, which allowed him to recover within moments, his mind was clouded with unrelenting fury. Scarlet wrath. As Xue Yi muttered the words, bubbles rose to the surface of the ocean. His body began to undergo a startling transformation, his injuries healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura surging exponentially, growing far more powerful than before. Scarlet Wrath was a forbidden secret technique of the Blood Clan that could greatly enhance the user's strength, though at a severe cost to their own body. It was a technique reserved for moments of life and death, but Xue Yi no longer cared. Since his campaign against the Xia Kingdom, he had faced setback after setback. Now, being struck down into the sea in front of everyone had utterly humiliated him. How could he possibly swallow this indignity? Suddenly, the ocean's surface erupted, and a blood-red figure shot into the sky. Thick, crimson liquid began to envelop Shui's body, solidifying into a menacing suit of blood-red armor. Behind Shui, a pair of demonic wings suddenly unfurled, emanating an overwhelming and sinister aura. While the forces of Xia remained unaware of the anomaly, only sensing the growing intensity of Shui's presence, the members of the 100 clans immediately recognized this distinctive transformation. Crimson fury. Duoshenzi exclaimed in shock, his face pale. Shui, are you insane? Sacrificing your future for the sake of this insignificant Xia Kingdomdo, you really think it's worth it? Feng Jia feigned a look of astonishment, but a glimmer of undisguised satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he thought, perfect. He's destroying his own future. It saves me a lot of trouble. The Blood Clan guards turned ashen, their hearts gripped by fear. Shui was the offspring of a prominent Blood Clan figure. If his future was ruined, they, as his failed protectors, would likely face dire consequences. I don't care anymore. Shui roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Today, I will slay this flood dragon and avenge my humiliation. No one can stop me. He soared into the sky, unleashing the crimson fangs, summoning countless ferocious, blood-red bats, creating a terrifying spectacle. The onlookers wondered who would prevail, Shui or the Flood Dragon Emperor. But in the next instant, the dragon's tail lashed out again. Boom! Shui plummeted like a broken kite, crashing into the ground and forming a human-shaped crater. The crowd's expressions turned awkward as they silently acknowledged that the outcome seemed unchanged after all. This is impossible. Duoshenzi murmured in disbelief. In the Crimson Fury state, he should possess at least the strength of a 6th Tribulation Nirvana realm. How could he lose to a 5th Tribulation Flood Dragon? Shui leapt out of the crater, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his blood armor riddled with cracks. Unwilling to accept defeat, he charged again and again, only to be repeatedly struck down by the Flood Dragon's tail. Each time, he fell harder, until his blood armor shattered completely, leaving him unable to rise. The ground was pitted and scarred like the surface of the moon. Shui lay motionless in one of the craters, his former arrogance utterly gone. Weakly he muttered, "Impossible. It's all a lie." One reckless Blood Clan guard charged toward the Flood Dragon Emperor, only to be instantly obliterated into a crimson mist, serving as a stark warning to anyone else considering an attack. As the crowd remained frozen in stunned silence, the clouds above churned, and an enormous, menacing flood dragon head slowly emerged. Yet, all eyes were drawn to its broken single horn, from which fresh blood continued to drip, as if it had only just been wounded. Look, everyone! The single horn on the Jiao Dragon Emperor's head is broken. A burst of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. People began discussing in disbelief if even the strongest warriors of the 100 clans were no match for the Jiao Dragon Emperor, who could possibly possess the strength to wound his horn. The Jiao Dragon Emperor's massive body floated in the air, his fierce dragon eyes glaring down at the 100 clans' army below. His voice thundered like rolling storms, deafening to all who heard it. This is the last time I will say this. Retreat, or face annihilation without even a place to bury your dead. The eyes of the fallen god's son darted back and forth, scrutinizing the Jiao Dragon Emperor closely. Suddenly, as if uncovering a crucial clue, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Ha ha ha, stop pretending, Jiao Dragon. This godson has already seen through you. You're barely holding onto any strength. No, it's nothing but a bluff. He grew more arrogant as he spoke. Even at your peak, a hybrid-blooded Jiao Dragon like you couldn't stop the 100 clans' army, let alone the weakened version of you now. Trying to intimidate me? Keep dreaming. The 100 clans' army erupted into mocking laughter, as if they had completely forgotten the grim fate of Shui. The Jiao Dragon Emperor remained indifferent to their ridicule and merely asked coldly, "So, you've chosen not to resolve this peacefully?" Seeing no rebuttal from the Jiao Dragon Emperor, the fallen godson became even more convinced of his assessment. He shouted arrogantly, "How dare you, Jiao Dragon? In your current state, how do you have the nerve to speak to us like this? If you know what's good for you, step aside, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, it's been far too long since I've tasted Jiao Dragon meat." Just as the fallen godson's laughter reached its peak, a deafening dragon roar suddenly tore through the air. A fierce wind howled, nearly knocking him off his feet. Furious, he roared, "Jiao Dragon, are you seeking death? Can't you see the countless Nirvana-level warriors standing behind me?" The Jiao Dragon Emperor sneered coldly and replied, "A numbers game? That's one thing this emperor has never lost at. If it's numbers you want, then I shall oblige." With that, the Jiao Dragon Emperor raised his head and let out an earth-shaking roar, as if signaling something. Soon, a clear and piercing cry of a bird echoed from the south in response. The Jiao Dragon Emperor roared again, and for an instant, The entire world fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, over at the first beast den, deafening roars of beasts began to rise one after another. Strangely, instead of panic, the people in the nearby wilderness bases displayed expressions of joy and anticipation. Although they were physically present here, through the video, they clearly witnessed the intense battle scenes at Shanhaiguan and understood that the Jiaolong Emperor was calling for reinforcements. The Nirvana realm experts guarding the area immediately issued orders. All troops, listen up. No one is allowed to obstruct them. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. Deep within the first wilderness zone, a thunderous avian cry pierced the skies. Following that, a cold and commanding voice echoed across the entire region. By the Emperor's decree, all clans above the level of War King, head to Shanhaiguan immediately. No delays. Those who defy this order will face annihilation. The response was earth-shattering, accompanied by deafening roars from countless ferocious beasts. Under the watchful eyes of many in the wilderness zone, a colossal bird of prey, exuding overwhelming power, spread its massive wings that blotted out the sky. It carried warriors on its back and sped northward. Behind it trailed a vast horde of unshape-shifted ferocious beasts, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The guardians of nearby wilderness zone bases, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in shock. They murmured among themselves, with such power, is there really any point in us staying here? Don't overthink it. Since the beasts have mobilized, we should act too. Gather our forces and head to Shanhaiguan. Exactly. Finally, we don't have to stay here and hold the line anymore. We can support Shanhaiguan too. But it's dangerous there. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? This is our chance to make a name for ourselves. Whether I make it back alive or not, my family lineage will start anew with me. Soon after, earth-shaking beastly roars erupted from the 2nd to the 10th beast caves. The roars of tigers, lions, leopards, eagles, wolves, and elephants echoed one after another, as each beast cave sent out its strongest forces. The Tiger Emperor of the 2nd beast cave roared with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? These barbaric invaders dare dream of taking over the great Xia's lands. Jiaolong, you're not the only one with patriotism. Today, no matter life or death, this emperor shall bring glory to Xia. One by one, the kings of the ferocious beasts led their clans in a grand march toward Shanhaiguan. Some soared through the skies, others sped across the land like the wind, and the overwhelming tide of beasts made the earth tremble beneath their might. Moved by this incredible sight, countless citizens of Xia were brought to tears. Someone choked up, saying, "Why does it feel like there's sand in my eyes?" While many others declared with determination, "Even the ferocious beasts are so patriotic. How can Xia not overcome this crisis? Not an inch of Xia's land will be surrendered." After the earth-shattering roar of the Dragon Emperor echoed through the skies, the fierce battle above Shanhaiguan came to a halt. Both sides faced off in a tense standoff, the air thick with a palpable sense of unease. On the ground, the fighting continued, but only the vicious beasts of the Sea clan pressed the attack. The native beasts of Xia Kingdom, after witnessing the Dragon Emperor slay the 13th beast lair sovereign with a single swipe of its tail, either fled or surrendered, none daring to act recklessly. Suddenly, two piercing beastly cries rang out from the sea. Two massive figures collapsed into the water with a thunderous crash, sending towering waves surging. Amid the spray, a blood-soaked Xuan Yuan soared into the sky. Behind her, two lifeless colossal beast corpses drifted with the tide. The sea in that area was stained a deep crimson. In the Xia Kingdom's ranks, Yin Yin and Xuan Yuan Jue beamed with delight, while the soldiers cheered Xuan Yuan Ying's name in unison. The fallen divine son, however, remained unfazed, merely letting out a cold snort. Two useless fools. Yet, when his gaze swept over the hundreds of Nirvana realm experts in the Xia Kingdom's camp, a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes. Xia Kingdom, truly a mysterious and formidable power, sharing origins with the Central Star. Fortunately, I exercised caution and refrained from acting alone. Nearby, Feng Jia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, an ominous feeling welling up in his heart. Members of the 100 clans murmured among themselves, each voicing their opinions. At that moment, a crisp, piercing bird call shattered the silence, louder and sharper than before. A massive avian creature, its wings vast enough to blot out the sky, dove down from the clouds, descending over Shanhaiguan. Countless figures leaped from its back, transforming into enormous beasts that stood respectfully beside the Dragon Emperor, their fierce eyes glaring menacingly at the 100 clans' ranks. "Old Jiao, you're quite something. Pulling off such a dramatic show without inviting us." A booming voice echoed from all directions. Moments later, an unending tide of beasts surged forth, blanketing the horizon. The Tiger Emperor, Lion Emperor, Golden Eagle Emperor, Bear King, and other beast lair sovereigns appeared, leading their forces. Jiaolong, what's with that horn? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're already looking like this? Several sovereigns teased. You know nothing. A flicker of fear flashed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes before he angrily glared at the Tiger Emperor and Lion Emperor for their mockery. Turning to face the 100 clans, he declared arrogantly, "Now, does this emperor have the right to speak? The number of Nirvana realm experts on our side may not surpass yours, but do you still dare to challenge Xia Kingdom? If you insist on making a move, this emperor won't hesitate to bury you under a tide of beasts. It'll be a good opportunity for some battle training." The members of the 100 clans exchanged uncertain glances, hesitation evident in their expressions. With the addition of the beast lair forces, Xia Kingdom now had over 1,000 Nirvana realm experts. Though still outnumbered by the 100 clans, it was clear to all that Xia Kingdom could no longer be underestimated. Forcing a battle would only lead to mutual destruction, leaving the spoils for others to seize, a loss none could afford. The fallen divine sun spoke coldly. This is just the vanguard. When the main force arrives, Xia Kingdom will still face inevitable annihilation. Using a swarm tactic against us Nirvana realm experts. The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. As his words fell, countless ferocious beasts let out deafening roars in unison. Tens of thousands of savage gazes locked onto Luo Shenxi, as if they were ready to tear him apart in the next moment. Luo Shenxi's throat tightened, rendering him speechless for a moment. The 100 tribes camp immediately descended into chaos, with many whispering among themselves, clearly losing confidence in this battle. They had come seeking treasure, not to throw their lives away. As the initiators of this alliance, both Luo Shenxi and Feng Jiao wore grim expressions. When the three of them had formed their pact, they had signed a heavenly Dao contract. Now, with one ally already fallen, their prospects were in ruins, and the weight of deciding their next move rested on their shoulders. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to utter the humiliating word retreat. In the midst of this deadlock, a sudden commotion erupted among the fire tribe within the 100 tribes. Their treasure-seeking mirror had inadvertently scanned the Crimson Soul Spear in Xuan Yuan Jue's hand, instantly emitting a dazzling glow. The fire tribe leader, Huo Wushuang, received the information. This was a quasi-saintier fire element divine weapon, not yet fully awakened. Huo Wushuang's gaze immediately turned fiery and covetous. At the same time, the flame saint within the Crimson Soul Spear sensed the dangerous intent and promptly warned Xuan Yuan Jue to be wary of the fire tribe. Though Xuan Yuan Jue felt a surge of caution, his expression remained calm and composed. Just as Luo Shenxi was about to declare a retreat, Huo Wushuang suddenly stepped forward, followed by 25 fire tribe members. "Retreat is possible, but I have one condition," Huo Wushuang said, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xuan Yuan Jue. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "I want him." Above Shanhai Pass, Xuan Yuan had just finished exchanging pleasantries with his old friend, the Dragon Emperor. Witnessing the Dragon Emperor's astonishing strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Back in the day, when they were both at the peak of Martial Emperor, they could still spar as equals. Now, the Dragon Emperor had surpassed the 5th Nirvana Tribulation, his power far exceeding Xuan Yuanying's. When Xuan Yuanying heard Huo Wushuang's words and followed his gaze to his own son, a foreboding sense of dread surged in his heart. Sure enough, Huo Wushuang pointed directly at Xuan Yuan Jue, who stood beside Yin Yin, his tone filled with an unmistakable determination. "I want him." As Huo Wushuang's words rang out, all eyes from the various clans turned in unison to the direction he pointed. They arrived just in time to see Xuan Yuan Jue, under Yin Shang's persuasion, transform the Crimson Soul Spear into a streak of light that merged into his body. Although this fleeting moment was brief, it was captured with absolute clarity by everyone present. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the clans. Not only did Huo Wushuang's eyes light up with excitement, but other powerful figures from various tribes also revealed expressions of intense desire. A weapon that could be absorbed into one's body was a privilege exclusive to weapons of the supreme tier or higher. While they had previously witnessed Xuan Yuan Jue's battle with Zhang Digao and noted the spear's ability to shatter an opponent's weapon, they had not realized that it was actually a supreme tier divine weapon. Xuan Yuan Jue had intended to discreetly put away the Crimson Soul Spear, but instead, it drew even more attention. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, he scratched his head awkwardly and joked, pointing at himself, "You want me, brother? The one radiating fire all over. Are you sure your preferences are straight? I'm not into men." He even exaggeratedly stepped back, feigning a look of terror. Xuan Yuanying's previously tense expression softened slightly at his son's humor, but it quickly turned serious again. Fixing his gaze on Huo Wushuang, he said in a deep voice, "Are you joking, sir? My son may have some talent, but surely not enough to warrant such attention from you." However, Huo Wushuang had no time to respond. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed the secret of the Crimson Soul Spear, He slapped himself in frustration. Feeling the intense gazes burning into his back, he berated himself inwardly. Damn it. Why did I say that in front of everyone? Now it's all out in the open. Before he could explain, Feng Jia stepped forward and spoke first. General Xuan Yuan, we're not after your son, we want that weapon. A divine weapon of this caliber is beyond what your Xia kingdom can handle. Hand it over willingly, and you might avoid unnecessary trouble. Let me remind you, we are merely the vanguard. If not for the restrictions of heaven and earth preventing our main forces from descending, your Xia kingdom's forces would be utterly insignificant. With that, Feng Jia leapt forward, casually patting Huo Wushuang on the shoulder with a mocking grin. Thanks a lot. You've handed us such a grand gift. You're truly a generous man, Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang's face turned ashen with panic. Feng Jia, you can't do this. I was the one who discovered it first. You can't. Before he could finish, he was already stumbling over his words in a flustered mess. Feng Jia let out a cold snort, his face filled with disdain. Huo Wushuang, you better recognize the strength of your Hua clan, even if you get your hands on it. So what? Can your Hua clan even hold on to it? Faced with Feng Jia's overbearing questioning, Huo Wushuang's expression darkened, but he had no words to retort. He was painfully aware that his strength was no match for Feng Jia's, not to mention the Angel clan's vast influence in the northern region of the Central Great World, far beyond what the Hua clan could contend with. But I was the one who discovered it first. Without me, how would you even know about it? Huo Wushuang said bitterly, unwilling to give in. Discovering it first doesn't make it yours. Feng Jia sneered dismissively, waving his hand. Don't worry, the Angel clan will compensate the Hua clan. Just as Feng Jia thought he had everything under control, voices suddenly echoed from all around. Feng Jia, isn't it a bit too early for you to be saying this? It's still unclear who this weapon will belong to. The Fox clan isn't afraid of you angels. Does your Angel clan want to challenge the Thunder clan? Since when does the Angel clan think they can look down on the Heavenly Sword sect? Feng Jia's expression changed drastically as he realized not all the factions were as easy to bully as the Hua clan. Forcing himself to stay calm, he swept his gaze over the newly appeared figures and said, since everyone wants it, then let's rely on our abilities. Whoever takes it, keeps it. As the various clans and sects fought fiercely over Xuan Yuan Jue's weapon, they completely ignored the presence of the Xia kingdom. Finally, Xuan Yuan Ying could no longer bear it and interrupted coldly. Aren't you all disregarding the Xia kingdom a bit too much? None of you seem to have the absolute advantage to make such claims. Want my son's weapon? Keep dreaming. Feng Jia responded with a mocking laugh, as if he had just heard a joke. General Xuan Yuan, you're mistaken. This isn't a negotiation. That weapon is ours, no matter what. We don't care about starting a war, but do you even have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the Xia kingdom? Aren't you the ones who pride yourselves on democracy? When the flames of war spread and casualties pile up, will the families of the dead agree to this? Xuan Yuan Ying was rendered speechless by these words. Indeed, he had no authority to represent the Xia kingdom, let alone make such a decision for its people. After a difficult internal struggle, he looked toward Xuan Yuan Jue in anguish. Xuan Yuan Jue, however, saw through his father's thoughts and showed no sign of displeasure. He understood that even if his father were not in his current position, he would still make the same choice. A mere weapon was nothing compared to the potential outbreak of war. Dad, there's no need to say anything. I understand. Xuan Yuan Jue raised his hand, and the Crimson Soul Spear appeared in his grasp. Though it seemed unremarkable, it commanded the respect of everyone present. You want this? Xuan Yuan Jue said coldly. Then come and take it yourselves. But I've already bonded with this spear. If you want it, you'll have to kill me first. The moment these words left his mouth, Xuan Yuan Ying, Yin Yan, and Mu Yi's expressions changed drastically. None of them had expected the situation to escalate to the point where Xuan Yuan Jue's life was at stake. No way. Xuan Yuan Ying and Yin Yan immediately stepped in front of their son without hesitation. If you want to kill my son, you'll have to get through us first. The factions were already growing restless, and someone shouted, why waste words? Just take it. In an instant, countless powerful figures surged forward like starving wolves toward the three of them. In this life-threatening moment, Xuan Yuan Jue remained calm and unflinching. The Crimson Soul Spear suddenly emitted a radiant glow, and a blue token shot out from it. At the same time, the voice of Flame Saint echoed in his mind, Disciple, now is the time. Xuan Yuan Jue took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, shouted toward the token, Brother, save me. His cry for help, amplified by spiritual energy, resounded across the heavens, lingering in the air. At the same time, in a remote and ancient tower in the extreme north, a space filled with red and blue energy in perfect equilibrium suddenly shifted. As Xuan Yuan Jue's plea reached it, the red energy was instantly overpowered, and the entire space turned into a sea of icy blue. A pair of eyes, glowing with an icy blue light, snapped open. As the people of Xia Kingdom were puzzled by Xuan Yuan Jue's unusual behavior, the forces of the 100 clans had already closed in, leaving no room for retreat. Despite Xuan Yuanying and Yin Yin unleashing power beyond their limits, they were still unable to reach Xuan Yuan Jue in time to neutralize the impending threat. At this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space in front of Xuan Yuan Jue seemed to freeze, and everyone could clearly see the movements of the approaching greedy outsiders slowing down. In an instant, the blue token in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance, and an overwhelming force of extreme cold rapidly spread outward. With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy burst forth, blasting the attackers of the 100 clans hundreds of meters away. The sudden phenomenon left everyone present stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Feng Jia unfolded the wings on his back, and a powerful gust of wind swept away the lingering mist of spiritual energy. Only then could everyone see clearly a blue token floated silently in midair, and a translucent blue energy barrier enveloped Xuan Yuanying, Yin Yin, and Xuan Yuan Jue, shielding them securely. Suddenly, the blue token began to dissolve, transforming into an expanding vortex that radiated an awe-inspiring, formidable aura. A cold, resolute voice echoed from within the vortex, piercing the stillness of the world. "Don't worry. With your brother here, no one can harm you." "Shaoli!" Xuan Yuanying and Yin Yin exclaimed with joy upon hearing the voice. Xuan Yuan Jue also finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling how his master, Yin Shang, had once mentioned the communication token left by his brother. Even Yin Shang, who resided within the Crimson Soul Spear, felt a sense of relief judging from the aura emanating from the vortex. The situation was now under control. The members of the 100 clans stared in bewilderment at the blue vortex, only able to sense the immense power it contained. The descendant of the fallen god cautiously asked Feng Jia, "Can you discern anything about this?" "No, but I can tell that this person is not someone we should provoke," Feng Jia replied gravely. "Then what should we do?" asked a young man whose body was covered in lightning patterns. "Wait and see. Do not act recklessly." Meanwhile, from within a massive yellow river flowing through Xia Kingdom, a faint mumble could be heard. "Isn't this just asking for trouble? Why didn't you just leave? Picking a fight with him, some people just never learn." Before the words had fully dissipated, the voice vanished without a trace. In the heartland of Xia Kingdom, people were closely following the developments at Shanhai Pass. In front of their screens, discussions buzzed with curiosity about the weapon that had stirred such intense desire among the various foreign clans. It must be an incredibly fearsome divine weapon. General Xuan Yuan probably never imagined he would have to sacrifice his son's life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a choice. What exactly is that vortex? Even through the screen, it exudes a chilling, unsettling aura. The conversation soon shifted to Xuan Yuan Jue's older brother. Someone mentioned that he was known as the most handsome student at Qinlong Academy, remarkably good-looking yet humble in demeanor. However, when someone questioned if his appearance could rival that of modern-day celebrities, the topic was abruptly interrupted. "As far as I know, Xuan Yuan Li is only at the peak of the martial artist realm. Why would Xuan Yuan Jue suddenly call for his brother to save him? Even if he's hiding his true strength, it's impossible for someone at 20 years old to reach the 5th tribulation nirvana stage." Someone then reminded the group of Xuan Yuan Jue's previous attack incident, during which 5 prominent families were wiped out in a single night, causing widespread shock. This led people to suspect that the brother Xuan Yuan Jue called out to might not be who they initially thought. Amid the chatter, the skies above Shanhai Pass suddenly changed. Strange runes appeared, cutting off the retreat of the foreign clans. Around the blue vortex, more and more black dots emerged, radiating an ominous and dreadful energy. Some clans attempted to intervene but froze solid upon approaching, vanishing in an eerie manner. Then, 12 pitch-black spatial rifts formed around the blue vortex. A haunting melody emanated from the rifts, a sound that felt like the shadow of death descending upon the foreign clans. From the leftmost rift, a sinister laugh echoed, and 2 corpses were tossed out like discarded trash. The crowd quickly recognized them as Gu Yin of the Wolf Riders and Xie Xing of the Ice Scorpion clan. This marked the first deaths among the foreign clans since their arrival on the Blue and White Star, and shockingly, they were the leaders of their respective groups. Cheers erupted from the Xia Kingdom's side. "Those are the corpses of invaders. Who exactly has Xuan Yuan Jue called upon?" At that very moment, from the spatial rift that had cast out the corpses, a shadowy figure began to emerge, stepping forward slowly. Time ticked by second, as the silhouette within the wormhole gradually became clearer until it fully materialized before everyone. The figure was a tall man dressed in a dark green robe, with striking dark green curls cascading down his head. The upper half of his face was hidden behind a mask engraved with a mouse-shaped pattern, while his visible lips curled into a chilling smile. In his hand, he held a black gourd inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating an eerie aura that could be felt even from a distance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man raised the gourd to his lips and drank deeply, as though it were a fine wine. Though he had yet to make a move, an inexplicable chill crept into the hearts of everyone present. On the side of the Xia kingdom, the family of Xianyuan Ying felt a flicker of disappointment when they realized the newcomer was not Xianyuan Li. However, hope quickly reignited in their eyes as they anticipated he might have news of Xianyuan Li. At the forefront, Xuan Yuan Jue looked curiously at the enigmatic figure and asked, "Senior, what exactly are you drinking? Do you know where my brother Xianyuan Li is?" The masked man tilted his head slightly and shook the gourd in his hand, replying with a sinister chuckle, "What am I drinking? A medicinal wine brewed from a fine selection of herbs like heartbreak grass, thundervine, gelsemium, red-crowned crane venom, natural arsenic, and others. Care to try it?" Hearing that the wine was made from highly toxic substances, Xuan Yuan Jue's face turned pale. He quickly stepped back, waving his hands frantically. "No, no, thank you. Since it's such a precious medicinal wine, I wouldn't dare deprive you of it. TCH, unappreciative. If you weren't the younger brother of the master, I wouldn't offer it to you anyway." The man hooked the gourd back onto his waist, muttering under his breath. Xianyuan Ying and the others stared in shock at this man, who nonchalantly treated poison as a drink, while on the other side, Duo Shenxi and Feng Jia exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with alarm. A cultivator at the Six Tribulations Nirvana realm. How is this possible? How could such a powerful figure emerge so quickly from the native forces of Blue-White Star? Initially, they suspected the man might have been sent by the Central World, but upon sensing his aura, they immediately realized the truth. With Blue-White Star's current rejection of external forces due to its restrictive laws of heaven and earth, it was impossible for a Six Tribulations Nirvana cultivator to descend in the short term. The only explanation was that this man was a native cultivator of Blue-White Star, unaffected by these restrictions. The masked man surveyed the crowd of various races with interest. "One realm lower than me, and yet you can discern my power. The fallen divine palace and the angel clan truly live up to their reputations as the great sects and clans of the northern region." Duo Shenxi and Feng Jia's pupils contracted sharply. "How do you know our identities?" "Why, they told me, of course." The man with dark green curls casually pointed to two rigid corpses lying on the ground. "Impossible. With their pride, they would never reveal anything about the central world to you." The man's voice turned chilling. "Oh, they didn't cooperate willingly. But soul-searching leaves them no choice." Duo Shenxi froze mid-sentence, his voice trembling as he forced out two words, "soul-searching." The countless tribes of the northern region's alien races trembled in fear. The soul-searching technique was an exceedingly rare skill, requiring the caster's power to far surpass that of the target. If the target was a practitioner of spiritual arts, the threshold would be slightly lower, but the caster would still need to be at least 1 or 2 realms higher. Clearly, the powerful figure before them was not a spiritual practitioner, which meant that among his companions, there must be a spiritual practitioner whose strength exceeded the Six Tribulations Nirvana realm. "Stop playing around, Gui Miao. Time to get down to business." A steady voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. Everyone turned abruptly to see another figure stepping out of the adjacent spatial wormhole, a burly man with a towering frame. He was clad in an open-chested, rugged brown outfit, with 2 muscular arms each gripping a heavy hammer that gleamed with a dark, ominous light. His face was obscured by a mask of the same style, carved with the image of a divine bull roaring furiously toward the heavens. "Another Six Tribulations Nirvana realm expert," exclaimed Fallen God's son in shock. Meanwhile, Feng Jia was already plotting an escape plan, his gaze darting toward the remaining 10 spatial wormholes and the massive blue vortex at the center. "Brother Niu, I'm not done playing yet." Gui Miao, the green-haired, masked man, grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Don't forget the Lord's orders," the burly man reminded him curtly. Gui Miao immediately abandoned his playful demeanor. A foreigner covered in lightning patterns cautiously asked, "Who are you, sir? Which faction do you come from? What is your connection to that young man?" Gui Miao flashed a bright smile, revealing a neat set of teeth. "You may call me Lord Gui Miao or Lord Zishu." Hearing Gui Miao dare to call himself Lord in his presence, the lightning-patterned man was about to erupt in anger when Gui Miao continued, "Unfortunately for you, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. I just did a rough count. Our 100 tribes alliance consists of 123 tribes. So, let's start by reducing 1 member from each tribe. That way, we'll meet the Lord's requirement of having your numbers." The lightning-patterned man flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are? Just a mere Six Tribulations Nirvana realm." Gui Miao remained unfazed and instead made a silencing gesture. "Since you have such a big opinion, let's start with you." With that, he retrieved a black gourd from his waist and took a sip of its poisonous wine with a look of intoxicated delight. The members of the 100 Tribes Alliance, tense and alarmed, activated various defensive measures, fearing an imminent attack. Gui Miao closed his eyes and raised his right hand. Ready? Take one last breath of fresh air. Corrosion mark. With the snap of his fingers, chaos erupted among the 100 tribes. A poison mark suddenly appeared above one member of each tribe. Their bodies began to decay, starting from their faces and spreading across their entire forms. No matter how fallen God's son, Feng or others tried to save them using antidotes or any other means, they couldn't stop the afflicted individuals from dissolving completely, vanishing without a trace. This horrifying scene left everyone frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Gui Miao, the perpetrator, casually yawned and waved toward the burly man. Brother Niu, all done on my end. Your turn to put on a show. My God, what kind of sorcery is this? The crowd from the Xia kingdom exclaimed one after another as they witnessed Gui Miao's terrifying display of power. Whispers spread among the people as they speculated about Gui Miao's true identity and his connection to Xuan Yuan Jue's brother. The commotion was even greater within the foreign camp. Seeing the burly man beside Gui Miao itching to act, the fallen divine son's face darkened, and he shouted urgently, "No, you can't do this, even though your strength is overwhelming. Since you've already soul-searched and learned that we are merely the vanguard, killing us won't benefit you. Stop now, and perhaps this can still be resolved peacefully." The burly man sneered disdainfully at these words. Do you think this is some place where you can decide to fight, or make peace on a whim? Right now, you're nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Such arrogant remarks immediately enraged the more hot-tempered members of the foreign forces. You bastard! Do you think we're so easy to bully? Just 2 6 nirvana cultivators, and you think we should be afraid? Fight them. Even if we die in battle, there will be others to avenge us. With furious roars, dozens of foreign warriors charged toward the burly man, ignoring the fallen divine son's attempts to stop them. The fallen divine son cursed inwardly, a bunch of brainless fools. He knew that since the other side had already soul-searched them and still dared to act so boldly, they must have some hidden advantage. Rushing in now was nothing short of suicidal. At the same time, Feng used a secret technique to transmit his voice into the fallen divine son's mind. I've already contacted my clan. You've reached out to your side as well, right? The fallen divine son remained composed and responded, indeed. For now, let's observe the details of this mysterious force. For a small kingdom like Xia to produce so many powerful individuals, it means this land holds extraordinary opportunities. My clan won't let Xia kingdom go so easily, and I assume your fallen divine palace feels the same. As long as we survive today, there will be opportunities to make them pay in the future. Meanwhile, seeing the wave of foreign warriors surging toward him, the burly man grinned with excitement. Good. A group fight is just my kind of thing. Heaven-shaking mad demon hammer. He raised his massive hammer and charged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep. As expected, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. The burly man swung his iron hammer with the force of a storm, each strike accompanied by a chilling, muffled thud. The bodies of the foreign warriors were sent flying into the air upon impact, only to crash back down like falling dumplings, their mangled forms marked by grotesque hammer imprints. For the forces of Xia, this was a cathartic act of vengeance. In contrast, within the ranks of the 100 tribes, countless warriors who witnessed the hammer-wielding man like a god of death incarnate were paralyzed with fear. Their prior arrogance had vanished, replaced by bone-chilling terror. Yet, compared to the countless loyal and courageous Xia soldiers they had slaughtered in this war, these casualties were but a drop in the ocean. The battle ended swiftly, with only a dozen out of hundreds of charging 100 tribes warriors managing to flee. Surprisingly, the burly man did not pursue them. He merely cast a cold glance in the direction of the retreating enemy before turning back to his original position. As the crowd watched in confusion, 2 more figures emerged from the 3rd and 4th wormholes. One was a tall, robust man with black hair and red eyes, clad in a sleek black outfit, holding a jet-black spear, and wearing a tiger-patterned mask. The other was a graceful woman with flowing green hair, draped over her shoulders, wearing a rabbit-patterned mask. Although their faces were obscured, the elegance of the woman's demeanor suggested a stunning beauty hidden beneath the mask. Vice Captain Lily, Gui Miao, and the burly man greeted them warmly. The man gave a slight nod, while the woman, Yun Li, returned the gesture before gazing at the devastation of Shanhai Pass with a frown. I still don't understand why the Lord insisted on splitting us up and transporting us one at a time. If we had arrived earlier, we could have avoided such heavy losses. The black-haired, reedy vice captain immediately showed displeasure. Yun Li, are you questioning the Lord's decision? I just think it was unnecessary, Yun Li responded nonchalantly. The Lord has his reasons. With your current level of understanding, you wouldn't be able to grasp them. All right, let's not argue. Yun Li playfully winked. I'm not interested in all this fighting and killing. Vice Captain, I'll leave my quota to you. Gladly, the Vice Captain replied, stepping forward, only to be interrupted by the burly man. No need, Vice Captain. I got carried away earlier and ended up killing a few hundred more than I intended. Consider those as part of Lily's quota. Great. Thanks, Brother Niu. Yun Li exclaimed joyfully. The Vice Captain paused, glaring at the burly man with dissatisfaction. Got carried away? Seems your control isn't stable yet. It'll help you stabilize it later. The burly man immediately wore a pained expression, repeatedly tapping his head. What was I thinking? The Vice Captain is a martial arts fanatic. Stealing his prey is just asking for trouble. Gui Miao laughed mischievously. Don't worry, the Vice Captain doesn't hit too hard. Lily can heal you afterward. Yun Li burst out laughing, seemingly oblivious that the situation had arisen because of her. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Feng Jia and Duo Shinsi were speechless as they watched the figure walking leisurely through the void. 7 Tribulations Nirvana Realm. It's only been a short time since the third awakening of the heavens and earth, and they've already reached the late stage of Nirvana Realm. What kind of talent is this? Feng Jia, have you contacted the clan yet? I can't hold on much longer. Duo Shinsi urged. Stop rushing me. Feng Jia snapped in frustration. Forcing a breach between realms isn't easy. Even sending a mere projection to the lower realm requires immense resources. The Holy King is preparing and will have results soon. What about your fallen god palace? The God Lord refuses to act, Duo Shinsi replied hesitantly. What? Feng Jia questioned sharply, anger blazing in her beautiful eyes as she stared intently at Duo Shinsi. Didn't you say earlier that you'd already contacted them? Duo Shinsi's face showed a trace of embarrassment as he stammered. I did contact them, but I just received their reply. The Divine Master believes it's not worth paying such a high price for a single Xia kingdom. However, my grandfather is already working to mediate the situation, and there should be results soon. Ha! Feng Jia sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Is the fallen Divine Palace so arrogant now that even quasi-sacred artifacts don't interest you? Wait, don't tell me you didn't even report this to your Divine Master. Faced with her accusation, Duo Shinsi's gaze wavered, and he couldn't muster a single word in his defense. You worthless fool. Feng Jia suddenly realized the truth, her fury escalating. At such a critical moment, you're still playing games. It seems the rumors our true internal strife is tearing the fallen Divine Palace apart, and its end is near. Her words struck a nerve with Duo Shinsi, and he immediately retorted, Nonsense. As long as I'm here, the fallen Divine Palace will rise to glory again. Ha! In my opinion, it's heading straight for destruction. Feng Jia scoffed dismissively. As the two argued, the situation on the battlefield ahead had already become clear. A black-haired, reedied man had trapped nearly 200 members of the 100 clans in a sphere of earth with just a single move. As he clenched his fist lightly, a series of explosions erupted, and countless lives were extinguished in an instant. Feng Jia and Duo Shinsi noticed a crucial detail. Aside from the Thunder Mark clan leader who had recklessly provoked the man, all the other leaders had been spared. It seemed the opponent had deliberately avoided targeting cultivators above the 5th Nirvana Tribulation level. While Feng Jia pondered this, Duo Shinsi quietly retreated to the front of their group. Feng Jia sneered at his cowardice, her disdain for him growing even stronger. Under the Shanhaiguan Pass, a thunderous cheer erupted. Vice Captain, you're amazing. 2 minutes to finish the fight. Gui Miao exclaimed with a grin, giving a thumbs up. The reedied man raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there some hidden meaning in your words? Of course not. Gui Miao immediately straightened his expression. I'm an honest man. Really? The man's tone shifted. Then you and old Niu, come see me later. No, please. Gui Miao's face instantly fell as he begged for mercy amidst the burly man's snickering. At that moment, Yun Li suddenly flew toward the center of the Shanhaiguan Pass. Yun Li stood silently in the void, and with a wave of her hand, a green staff materialized out of thin air in her grasp. Instantly, a surge of boundless vitality radiated outward from her as the center. Her voice, gentle like a spring breeze, resonated softly. Life blooms. Winds of renewal. With a light wave of her staff, a pale green breeze filled with vitality swept across the entire Shanhaiguan. Every soldier, touched by this magical wind, found their battle wounds against the ferocious beasts vanishing in an instant, their bodies brimming with newfound energy. Even more astonishingly, those who had lost limbs saw them regenerate, sprouting anew as if they were fresh buds under the influence of a mysterious power. Goddess of life, someone exclaimed, and immediately, a tidal wave of fervent cheers erupted. Facing the soldiers' reverent gazes, Yun Li responded with a sweet smile before continuing her flight toward the wormhole. On her way, she caught sight of the Dragon Queen amidst the clouds and paused midair. What happened to your horn? The captain hasn't been to the first beast den recently, has he? She asked, her face full of surprise. Seeing the Dragon Queen's troubled expression and a flicker of fear in her eyes, Yun Li quickly deduced the truth and asked softly, "Could it be that he sent someone to do this?" Before the Dragon Queen could reply, Yun Li waved her hand, releasing a surge of life energy that enveloped the broken horn. As the Dragon Queen's eyes reflected relief and enjoyment, the horn regrew, fully restored. "Thank you, Lady Yun Li." The Dragon Queen expressed her gratitude hastily. "Consider it your reward for helping out this time," Yun Li replied with a light-hearted laugh. Down below, spectators who witnessed the scene began murmuring among themselves. Some speculated that the goddess and the Dragon Queen had known each other for a long time, while others firmly believed that the sacred goddess could never associate with the ferocious beast. However, none of them knew that their acquaintance stemmed from Yun Li having once witnessed Captain Zifeng brutally defeating the Dragon Queen and later aiding her in stabilizing her injuries. Returning to her position near the wormholes, Yun Li and her companions fixed their eyes on the fifth and sixth spatial wormholes. As expected, from the fifth wormhole emerged a figure with striking purple hair, Zifeng, wielding a long blade, his body surrounded by crackling lightning, and his face concealed behind a dragon-patterned mask. Moments later, the sixth wormhole revealed another figure cloaked entirely in black, wearing a snake-patterned mask and holding a silver iron fan that gleamed with a chilling light under the sun. With the appearance of this newcomer, the entire space suddenly turned icy cold, filled with a suffocating aura of deadly intent. The gathered tribes were instantly thrown into turmoil. The moment Zifeng and his companion appeared, Luo Shenxi instinctively retreated to the very back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Feng Jia. He panted heavily, clutching his chest with a lingering look of fear. "My goodness, I can't gauge their cultivation level. At the very least, they must be at the Seven Tribulations Nirvana realm. What is this terrifying force?" Feng Jia scoffed at his words. Luo Shenxi's face flushed slightly, and he hastily defended himself. "This is a tactical retreat to preserve the upper echelon strength. Besides, aren't you standing here too?" "I'm not the same as you," Feng Jia replied coldly. "I'm receiving a message from within the clan and can't afford to be interrupted." "Is that comparable?" Feng Jia cast him a disdainful glance. "You're no better than me. Don't try to make it sound noble." However, as Luo Shenxi and Feng Jia bickered, another being was equally panic-stricken, a ferocious beast, to be precise. The moment Zifeng's figure appeared, the Dragon Emperor's massive pupils contracted sharply. Its colossal body, hidden within the clouds, trembled uncontrollably. Although the other beast kings from the various layers noticed this scene, none dared to speak or even move. They feared drawing attention to themselves because at this moment, Zifeng, Yun Li, Shu Gui Miao, and their companions stood proudly in the skies, emanating an aura of dominance. To the beast kings, these masked figures were the most fearsome beings imaginable. The sight of them brought back painful memories of past encounters. Zifeng's sharp eyes caught the subtle movement of the Dragon Emperor, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Why are you running? I'm not going to do anything to you today." The onlookers inside Shanhai Pass were puzzled, unable to discern who this sudden figure was addressing. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor cursed internally. "Run? What? Stay and let you beat me up. Last time, I just poked my head out and nearly got killed by you. And you had the gall to call it loosening my joints. Loosen your own joints." Even though Lord Yun Li healed me later, it still took me months to recover. Despite its inner grumbling, the Dragon Emperor outwardly greeted him with utmost respect. "My lord, it's been a long time." This scene left countless people stunned. The mighty Dragon Emperor was addressing this purple-haired man as "my lord" with such reverence. Zifeng slightly tilted his head, glancing at the Dragon Emperor hidden in the clouds. "You're standing too high. I don't like it." Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor immediately transformed into a burly man, descending swiftly to the ground. He looked up at Zifeng with a fawning expression. As the ruler of the first beast lair, it was well aware that neither Zifeng's strength nor the power behind him was something it could contend with. Weighing its options, it wisely chose submission. Zifeng nodded in slight satisfaction. Before his gaze could shift to the other beast kings, they had already taken the initiative to transform into human forms and land behind the Dragon Emperor. Although they hadn't personally experienced Zifeng's greetings, they had witnessed the terrifying methods of others wearing similar masks. At this moment, showing compliance was undoubtedly the smartest choice. At Shanhaiguan Pass, the crowd watched the scene unfold and nearly lost control, exclaiming in shock, "Whoa, that was incredible." Just one sentence and the Beast King bowed down. Someone sighed in admiration. "When will I ever reach that level?" "Based on my calculations, probably never in this lifetime. You might as well wash up and go to sleep. Dreams have everything." "Shut up, Mr. Know-it-all. Go away, the farther the better." Zifeng stretched lazily and turned to the man beside him, who wore a black robe and a serpent-patterned mask. "Nanjia, they're too weak. I am not interested in them. I'm leaving this task to you." Captain, you're really taking it easy, aren't you? Nanjia chuckled lightly and continued. The Lord wants the Ice Emperor Palace to fully emerge. So this is all part of the plan. I'm just giving you a chance to shine. Zifeng shrugged, feigning a considerate tone. I'm an assassin. Captain, are you helping me, or setting me up by putting me in the spotlight? Nanjia said helplessly. Zifeng froze for a moment, as if suddenly realizing this fact, but quickly recovered and asked softly, are you going or not? Seeing Zifeng's seemingly kind but subtly menacing smile, Nanjia could only shrug and reply, fine, I'll go. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Zifeng cursed with a laugh. Meanwhile, at the rear of the alien tribe, Feng Jia looked around at the leaders of various clans with a dark expression and asked, seriously? None of you have any tricks up your sleeves? Are you all just waiting for my clan to act? Faced with his question, the leaders of the 100 clans laughed awkwardly and gave various excuses. Couldn't get in touch. We made contact, but the cost is too high. Preparations are underway, but the timing is uncertain. Enough. Feng Jia interrupted them with a wave of his hand. Since things have come to this, we'll all just wait together. But once my clan's elites arrive, we get the largest share of the spoils. Seeing the hesitation among the leaders, he added bluntly, you don't have a choice right now, you can only accept this. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leaders realized they truly had no alternative and reluctantly agreed. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the heavens, dark canopy. In an instant, an endless darkness enveloped the area where the 100 clans were gathered. In this pitch-black environment, everyone's spiritual senses were completely cut off. Fear spread rapidly as the various teams hastily grouped together, attempting to protect themselves. But such defenses were utterly futile. They couldn't even see their enemy. All they felt was a sharp gust of wind, and the next thing they knew, their comrades were falling one by one. Amid the constant screams, some of the more faint-hearted individuals succumbed to the pressure and fainted. This brutal scene lasted for a full 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the people of the Xia Kingdom gazed at the endless dark mist in the sky, counting the shadows that kept falling. 98, 135, 246. The final count stopped at 246, exactly 2 individuals from each clan, not a single one more or less. Nanjia's figure emerged slowly from the black mist, his composure unshaken. His iron fan dripped with crimson liquid. Captain, all done, he called to Zifeng, but his attention was quickly drawn to 2 figures nearby. Hongwan, Fengxian, when did you get here? While you were putting on that grand display of power, replied a red-haired woman with a ponytail. She wore a horse-patterned mask, a fiery red outfit, and had a long whip wrapped around her waist like a belt. The other figure, wearing a sheep-patterned mask, was dressed in green and sat cross-legged in midair. His long black hair flowed down his shoulders as his fingers plucked the strings of an ancient, 7-stringed zither floating before him. The sound that had been resonating through the heavens and earth came from his hands. The man in green raised his head slightly, his voice as gentle as the wind. It's been a while, Nanjia. Long time no see, Nanji. A gentle voice reached his ears, and Nanji abruptly stopped in his tracks. He instinctively rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Feng Yan. Nanji finally responded after confirming his hearing wasn't mistaken. 10 minutes is indeed a long time, he said with a hint of exasperation. Just 10 minutes ago, they had been discussing mission details together. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a zither came to an abrupt halt. Feng Yan looked up with a serious expression and declared, as they say, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. 10 minutes apart should at least count as a few days, don't you think? Nanji glanced around at the others who were stifling their laughter and spread his hands helplessly. Communicating with someone like Feng Yan truly tested his patience. All right, you two, enough joking around. We still have serious matters to attend to. Luan interjected just in time to put an end to the banter. Luan, leave it to me, Feng Yan suddenly offered. No need to waste everyone's time. Besides, I've recently learned a new piece-perfect chance to test its power. Luan, who had been ready to take action, paused at his words. She smiled at Feng Yan and said, that's perfect. I wasn't in the mood to fight anyway, and now I can enjoy your music. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sitting calmly, Feng Yan announced in a clear voice, I am Feng Yan, extending a gracious invitation. I hope you all won't fail to appreciate it. Listen closely to this final, soul-stirring melody. The sound of the zither resonated through the heavens as his slender fingers danced across the strings. To ordinary people, it was an enchanting and moving tune, but for the remnants of the 100 tribes, it was a deadly threat. They hastily blocked their hearing, not daring to let even a fragment of the sound enter their ears. Trapped within a formation that sealed the space, there was no escape, leaving them no choice but to face the danger hidden. Though they despised the actions of their leaders, Their weaker position and concerns for their families in the central Great World forced them into this role as cannon fodder. Yet, merely blocking their hearing was far from enough. The zither melody suddenly crescendoed, and members of the 100 tribes began collapsing one after another. In one moment, they stood on high alert. In the next, their souls dissipated into nothingness. The eerie sight left the survivors shaken to their core. Even in the central Great World, such methods were enough to instill terror. As the final note faded, the others awoke from the spell of the music to find over 200 members of the 100 tribes had perished. Feng smirked coldly. I told you not to overestimate yourselves. Feng Shi sat serenely in midair, a chilling smile on his face. His haunting melody echoed through the void, each note like a death sentence, making the foreign warriors tremble uncontrollably. They knew all too well that to resist the song meant certain death. The more they tried to block it out, the faster they succumbed. Meanwhile, the warriors from Xia Kingdom were intently observing the wormholes. Each time a powerful figure emerged, it spelled disaster for the foreign tribes. All eyes were fixed on the remaining wormholes, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next figure. On the other hand, the members of the 100 tribes silently prayed, hoping the next arrival might show a shred of mercy. But reality hit them like a thunderclap. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled out from the 9th wormhole, and a staff covered in dark, intricate patterns shot forth, heading straight for the 100 tribes. The black staff split into hundreds of shadowy projections, with every 3 projections targeting one individual. Though they were mere shadows, their power was undiminished. The coordination was flawless. One strike to break defenses, another to wound the soul, and the third to deliver the killing blow. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of foreign warriors fell like shooting stars. Once its mission was complete, the black staff returned to the hand of a man standing before the wormhole, wearing a mask adorned with a monkey motif. Dressed in black, with golden hair and dark eyes, he smiled in what he seemed to think was a friendly manner and greeted the crowd. Long time no see, everyone. Moments later, a blue-haired woman emerged from the 10th wormhole. Her graceful figure was accentuated by her long hair, pinned up with a purple hairpin, and a mask intricately carved with a rooster design. She held a blue staff in her hand. Monkey bro, you're too fast, she complained indignantly. You've killed them all already. How am I supposed to show off now? Nearby, Zai Feng's expression twitched as he cleared his throat and said, Ziyu, act like a lady, will you? Always talking about killing. How are you supposed to find a husband like that? Before Ziyu could respond, a burly man's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he turned to Zifeng. Captain, I think I'd make a great brother-in-law for you. I'm still single, you know? At his words, a strange glint flashed in Zai Feng's eyes. Mo Yan, we'll have a nice little chat later, he said, emphasizing the word chat in a way that made the burly man instantly realize his mistake. He lowered his head and fell silent. Ziyu stifled a laugh on the side, while Gui Miao burst out laughing. Irritated by his already sour mood, Zifeng turned to Gui Miao with a frosty glare. Gui Miao, what's so funny? Care to share? Gui Miao froze, stammering, Nothing. You'll join us for that chat too, Zifeng said coldly. Now it was the burly man's turn to smirk at Gui Miao, winking at him with a look of schadenfreude. Gui Miao glanced between the vice-captain and the captain, realizing he had dug his own grave. A chat with these two? He'd be lucky to escape unscathed. While Gui Miao was busy plotting a way to avoid his impending chats, the 11th wormhole began to ripple with another wave of energy. At the 11th wormhole entrance, a figure with silver hair slowly emerged. He was dressed in casual attire, his long silver hair flowing with the wind. A silver mask etched with the pattern of a dog concealed the upper half of his face, completely obscuring his eyes. Behind him, 9 spinning discs hovered and revolved, emanating an icy, menacing aura. He's blind, someone in the crowd exclaimed in a hushed voice. Before the words even fully left their mouth, the silver-haired man turned his head sharply toward the source of the voice with unnerving precision. The speaker suddenly found their consciousness plunged into an abyss of endless darkness, as if cast into a bottomless pit with no light for eternity. They writhed in place, their face contorted with terror, as though trapped in an inexplicable nightmare. Just as the surrounding clanspeople prepared to step forward and assist, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. A silver disc sliced through the space like lightning, and blood splattered instantly. The figure who had spoken collapsed, silenced forever. If you don't know how to speak, you'd better keep your mouth shut for good, the silver-haired man declared, his voice chilling enough to send shivers down everyone's spine. The blood-stained disc dove swiftly into the sea, cleansing itself of the crimson stains, before silently returning to hover behind its master. At least a 6th-stage Nirvana-level psychic warrior, Feng Jiao muttered from the back of the crowd. It must have been him who used soul-searching techniques on the Ice Scorpion clan and the Wolf Rider tribe. At that moment, a message came from Luo Shenxi. Good news. My grandfather has allied with 2 clans, and will be able to project across dimensions in 1 incense stick's time. Feng Jia, it seems your angel clans wish to take the lion's share is about to be dashed. Feng Jia's expression darkened. Our angel clan's elites will also arrive in 1 incense stick's time. Excellent. We will finally regain dominance. This mysterious force will pay for the lives of our fallen brethren. The leaders of the various clans, who had been tense with worry, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, their entire conversation reached the silver-haired man's ears without a single word missed. Far from being alarmed, he instead revealed a meaningful smile. The fish have taken the bait, several big ones, no less. At the 12th wormhole entrance, a burly man stepped out, laughing heartily. He wore a mask adorned with the pattern of a pig and wielded a massive blood-red axe. The blade of the axe was covered in black spots, resembling dried, congealed blood. You little brats from the other tribes, your lord Yushan has arrived. The burly man, Yushan, stood on a high vantage point, glaring down at the remaining crowd of the 100 tribes, his thick eyebrows furrowed. The scene before him left him puzzled. Where is everyone? Weren't there supposed to be over 2,000 people? Even if each tribe sent just one, there shouldn't only be these 500 or so left. A blond man holding a black staff spoke in a low voice. Sorry, Brother Zhu, I might have lost control for a moment. Lost control? Yushan's fury erupted. Do you guys have no sense of compassion at all? Hearing this, the people of the 100 tribes felt a glimmer of hope, their eyes welling up with tears, thinking someone was finally standing up for them. But their hope was quickly shattered by Yushan's next words. Last time Tong Yuan stole my kill, and now you're pulling the same stunt. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to fight like this? Yushan turned to Tong Yuan. Say something, Tong Yuan. The silver-haired man with the spinning weapon tilted his body slightly. Don't look at me, Brother Zhu. I only killed one just now. I don't care. My blood axe hasn't tasted blood in a while. If all of you can mess up, then I'm going to mess up too. Yushan growled as his arm muscles bulged suddenly. A terrifying energy surged into his blood-red axe, which he then swung forward with immense force. A massive arc of energy whistled through the air, cutting through the battlefield with devastating power. It swept toward the 100 tribes like a force capable of splitting the heavens, obliterating everything in its path. Though the tribesmen frantically layered their defenses, the barriers were as fragile as paper against the axe's energy. They only managed to delay its destruction for a mere 2 seconds before everything was annihilated. Blood painted the sky crimson. When the dust settled, some tribes had only their leaders left standing, while the largest group had just 3 survivors. Yushan nodded in satisfaction. 250 left. That's a good number, manageable. The crowd present couldn't help but feel awkward. While they condemned the 100 tribes' plight, Yushan's methods were far more ruthless. Without some special protection order in place, even fewer would have survived. At this moment, Feng Jia, Dua Shengzi, and other powerful figures from the 100 tribes, though spared from the brunt of the attack, were still affected. A towering leader from one of the tribes spoke in a deep voice. This burly man's strength is bizarre. He's only at the 5th nirvana tribulation, the weakest among them, yet his attacks are this terrifying. I can sense a bloodline suppression from him. As the group discussed in hushed tones, Feng Jia's gaze locked onto the largest blue vortex in the sky. His expression turned grave. The 12 spatial wormholes have all revealed their strongholds. Their leaders should be appearing soon. Dua Shengzi, however, seemed brimming with confidence. No matter who their leader is, once the mighty warriors of our tribe arrive, everything will be resolved. If they're dragons, they'll coil before us. If they're tigers, they'll crouch. I hope so, Feng Jia murmured, clutching his chest with unease. But for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. At that moment, above Shanhaiguan, 12 figures turned in unison, facing the massive icy blue vortex. Their expressions were solemn as they dropped to one knee and shouted in unison. The 12 divine generals of the Ice Emperor's palace. Zishu, Gui Miao, Chou Niu Mo Yan, Inhu Ming Yu, Mao Tu Yun Li, Qianlong, Zifeng, She Nan Ji, Wuma, Hong Luan, Weiyang, Feng Yi, Shenhou, Huang Hun, Yuji Ziyu, Wugo, Tong Yuan, Haizhu, Yushan. We humbly welcome the Ice Emperor. At that moment, the world was shaken to its core. At that moment, all living beings were left in awe. Welcome, Lord Ice Emperor. As Zifeng and the other 11 knelt in midair, their thunderous shout instantly plunged heaven and earth into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place as if bound by a spell, the air so still that even the faintest sound could be heard. Within the Xia Kingdom's ranks, countless individuals were awestruck by the sudden appearance of these mysterious and formidable figures. Some were pale with fear, while others clenched their fists, their eyes flickering with anticipation. On the side of the foreign races, the shock wasn't merely from the act of kneeling in midair, but from the chilling title that had been uttered Emperor. Feng. Fengjiao, what did they just call that person? The fallen god's son's face was ashen, his voice trembling so much that his words were barely coherent. Ice. Emperor. Fengjia enunciated each word slowly, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Without the support of her spiritual energy, she might have already collapsed to the ground. Did we offend an emperor? How could such a legendary existence appear here? The fallen god's son was overwhelmed with panic, his reason swallowed by fear. Slap. Slap. Fengjia suddenly delivered two sharp slaps to her own face, the sound snapping her back to a semblance of clarity. I have a theory, she said in a low voice. The other side might be native to the blue-white star and unaware of the weight that the title emperor carries. But even that doesn't make sense. They supposedly searched the souls of those two races, didn't they? The fallen god's son gradually calmed down and mused. Perhaps the soul searchers overlooked this point, or perhaps they never delved deep enough to uncover such secrets. Even within our own forces, we haven't come close to encountering an emperor-level being, let alone those two races. He glanced at the opposing faction's insignia and sneered slightly. The Ice Emperor Palace. They sure are bold. If certain powers learned of this, they wouldn't last an hour. Observe first, Fengjia interrupted. We're still within their control and can't act recklessly. Right now, the priority is to buy time. If we provoke them, they could kill us with ease. The fallen god's son nodded repeatedly in agreement. On the side of the Xia Kingdom, the crowd was in an uproar. Lord Ice Emperor, the eternal legend. This is the scene I've always dreamed of, and now it's happening in real life. How exhilarating. Who could it be? If you ask me, this person must have a deep connection with the Xuan family. The Xuan family watched the icy blue vortex with eager anticipation. My brother is finally about to appear. Xuan Jue murmured softly. Xuan Yuan shook his head slightly, his tone cautious. Don't get too excited just yet. Although all signs seem to point to your brother, we can't draw any conclusions until we see him in person. Flames of curiosity flickered in Yin Yan's eyes as she softly echoed, let's wait and see. Everything will become clear once he emerges. While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, a sudden disturbance arose from the icy blue vortex in the sky. Instantly, all fell silent, holding their breath and craning their necks in anticipation. Roar. A deep, resonant sound, somewhere between a tiger's growl and a lion's roar, echoed through the air. Faces turned to one another in astonishment, speculating whether this so-called Ice Emperor could be some ferocious beast. However, Xuan Yuan Jue froze in place, overwhelmed with excitement. He nearly jumped up but managed to suppress his reaction. That sound was all too familiar. It had accompanied him through countless days and nights. At this moment, he was certain. The mysterious and powerful Ice Emperor beyond the vortex was none other than his brother, Xuan Yuan Li. The temperature in the heavens plummeted to freezing in an instant. The skies darkened, and a powerful aura swept across the land. Under countless expectant gazes, a massive, indistinct shadow slowly descended, enveloping the earth. The first thing to come into view was a magnificent ice throne, engraved with intricate, ancient patterns and exuding a commanding presence. But all eyes were drawn to the figure seated upon the throne. A striking figure dressed in white came into focus, noble and graceful, with icy blue hair cascading over his shoulders, sharp brows, and star-like eyes. His flawless features radiated an otherworldly air, as though a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Xuan Yuan Li leaned nonchalantly against the ice throne, propping his cheek on his hand. His icy blue eyes gazed intently in the direction of the foreign tribes. In his arms, he cradled a fluffy, snow-white creature that playfully stuck out its tiny pink tongue, adding a touch of adorableness. As his figure became fully visible, it felt as though the entire world dimmed in comparison. Brother! Li, Xuan Yuan Yin Yan, and Xuan Yuan Jue cried out in unison, their voices brimming with joy and excitement. Hearing his family's calls, Xuan Yuan Li did not immediately respond. Instead, he raised his right hand slowly and tapped the air, causing ripples of blue light to spread outward. In the next instant, a cacophony of horrified cries erupted from the foreign tribe's ranks. Everyone's eyes snapped in that direction, only to see that all but the five Tribulation Nirvana realm leaders had been silently encased in ice, suspended in the void. Though their frozen forms remained in their final positions, no trace of life could be detected within their bodies. Fengjia, fallen god's son, and the other leaders were paralyzed with shock, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Not only had they failed to see how Xuan Yuan Li had made his move, but they couldn't even discern the depth of his power. Hu Qianqian, usually exuding an air of allure, now looked deathly pale. She watched helplessly as the last two members of her clan were frozen solid right in front of her. Trembling, she raised a finger to point at Xuan Yuan Li, but before she could utter a word, Her arm began to crystallize with ice, instantly losing all feeling. Reacting with astonishing speed, Hu Qianqian suppressed her shock. Without hesitation, she swung her left hand, now a blade, and severed her own right arm. Blood gushed out as she clutched the wound, retreating rapidly, her face etched with terror. The scene left all the gathered non-human clans utterly shaken. They stood frozen, silent as the grave, dreading that Xuan Yuan Li might turn his wrath on them next. Xuan Yuan Li turned to Xuan Yuan Jue, his voice cold as ice. "Xiao Che, who attacked you first just now?" Still awestruck by his brother's overwhelming power, Xuan Yuan Jue blankly raised a hand and pointed toward the Fire Clan, specifically at Huo Wushuang, who was engulfed in flames. Huo Wushuang's face twisted in panic as he stammered, "No, you can't kill me. My clan has a Saint Realm expert." Before he could finish, the space around them warped. A pitch-black void tore open, and from it emerged a colossal hand formed of pure ice, radiating a destructive, apocalyptic aura. "My brother is mine to protect and mine alone. Who do you think you are to lay a hand on him?" Xuan Yuan Li's voice was laced with lethal frost. The icy hand clenched, and Huo Wushuang disintegrated into nothingness, not even managing a scream, as though he had never existed. With everything resolved, Xuan Yuan Li vanished from his icy throne, reappearing instantly before his parents and younger brother. His gaze softened as he looked at the family he had longed to reunite with, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. Yet, he quickly masked it with an apologetic tone, addressing his father, Xuan Yuan. "Dad, I'm sorry. Due to certain special circumstances, I wasn't able to send my subordinates to protect you immediately. It must have been frightening for you." Xuan Yuan snapped out of his daze and responded with a half-scolding grin. "We're fine. You rascal, hiding such immense power from us for so long. Why didn't you show yourself earlier? We worried ourselves sick for days." Faced with his father's reproach, Xuan Yuan opened his mouth to explain but hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the complexities of his condition. Seeing Xuan Yuan in this state, Yin quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Why bring this up now? Lear surely didn't mean to arrive late. Let's focus on the matter at hand and talk about the rest later." Xuan Yuan immediately echoed her sentiment. "Agreed. We'll discuss it later. Son, take care of them first, and we'll have a proper talk afterward." Xuan Yuan gave a slight nod, his lips parting as he called out softly, "Shui Shang." As soon as the words left his mouth, a streak of white light shot out from the icy throne and darted straight into Xuan Yuan Chi's arms. It was a small, fluffy creature, affectionately nuzzling against him. "Little Che, long time no see." A crisp voice rang out from the little being. Xuan Yuan Che, overjoyed, stroked Shui Shang's silky fur while holding it up in surprise. "Shui Shang, you can talk now?" Blinking its bright eyes, Shui Shang responded with a playful tone. "Little Che, I've actually been able to talk for years. But back then, your abilities were too weak, and I didn't want to hurt your confidence, so I kept quiet." Xuan Yuan Che stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. After a moment, he cautiously asked, "Shui Shang, what level are you at now?" "You're better off not knowing. I'm afraid it might crush your spirit," Shui Shang replied with a mischievous grin on its chubby face. Xuan Yuan Che let out a soft sigh, feeling a wave of self-reproach how embarrassing it was to be outshone even by his brother's spirit beast. Beside him, Xuan Yuan cleared his throat lightly and addressed Shui Shang. "Shui Shang, I'm leaving my parents and little Che in your care. Stay vigilant from now on." "Understood, master." Shui Shang immediately dropped its playful demeanor and responded respectfully. "With me here, you can rest assured." Xuan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and, with a flash, returned to the imperial throne. Xuan Yuan, observing his son's arrangements, furrowed his brows slightly. Clearly, such precautions hinted at the arrival of an even more formidable enemy, far beyond the current group of inconsequential intruders. On the screen, an extraordinary figure was showcasing unparalleled power. This scene immediately caused a sensation on the blue-white star. "Whoa, that was instant. So cool. I can't believe someone can be this handsome and powerful." The audience was in awe, with some even jokingly pretending to lick the screen in admiration. "That's my husband, keep your drool to yourselves," a calm voice reminded. "Are you still dreaming? It's broad daylight. Step aside. I've been irritated lately, let me wake them up with some reality." Meanwhile, chaos erupted at Qianlong University. "That's Xiali. It's the legendary Xuan Yuan Li," students exclaimed. "He's been hiding too well. We agreed to be ordinary together. Yet here he is, standing at the top of the world. Who wants to be ordinary with him?" With those looks, ordinary isn't even an option, fans eagerly chimed in. A middle-aged teacher with glasses smugly declared, "I'm Xuan Yuan Li's homeroom teacher. I knew from the first glance he was destined for greatness." "Yeah, right," another teacher immediately countered. "Xuan Yuan Li hasn't attended any classes or met with any teacher since enrolling. When did you even see him? The self-proclaimed homeroom teacher was left speechless and slinked away under the amused gazes of the crowd. At that moment, in a heavily guarded room in Xia capital, the Xianyuan clan, truly terrifying, muttered an elderly man sitting alone. He had repeated this phrase countless times today. Staring intently at the screen, he murmured to himself, 300 years ago, the Xianyuan clan saved countless lives from disaster. 300 years later, they're still doing the same. Is this truly just because of their ancestral teachings? Xianyuan, do you really not know? Or is there something you're hiding? In the Ice Emperor's palace, Xuan Li waved his hand slightly, and an invisible force lifted Feng and the others. Thank you, my lord. They all expressed their gratitude in unison. Xuan Li scanned the group of leaders from the various clans before leaning back lazily on the icy throne, closing his eyes without a word. His apparent indifference infuriated everyone present, yet none dared to voice their objections. Only the fallen god's son felt a sense of relief upon seeing Xuan Li. Though he couldn't gauge the latter's strength, the fact that Xuan Li was a native of the blue-white star reassured him surely. He wasn't the feared emperor-level powerhouse he had been dreading. The news from his grandfather instantly filled Duo Shensi with confidence. Reinforcements were about to arrive through cross-realm projection. This newfound assurance made his demeanor shift abruptly. Fixing his gaze on Xuan Li, who sat with his eyes closed in apparent meditation, Duo Shensi angrily demanded, "Hey, you there. What's with the closed eyes? I'm talking to you. How dare you? Such disrespect toward Lord Ice Emperor. Do you have a death wish?" Feng roared with fury, ready to strike. But Xuan Li raised a hand to stop him. Xuan Li slowly opened his eyes, looking at the impulsive Duo Shensi with faint amusement. Hearing the title, Ice Emperor, Duo Shensi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're digging your own graves. Didn't you understand when you read the memories of the Ice Scorpion clans what the title Emperor signifies? A mere native of the blue-white star daring to call themselves Emperor. If this news reaches the central world, countless forces will hunt you down. Raising an eyebrow slightly, as if Head just heard a joke, Xuan Li replied softly, "Then tell me, who has the right to call themselves Emperor? Since you know we've accessed the memories of the central star, why haven't you considered why we did so? Should I call you clever or foolish?" Watching Duo Shensi's face darken, he continued, "Using such a tone at a time like T-Sit seems your reinforcements are on their way." At these words, Duo Shensi and Feng Jia's pupils shrank in shock, their faces full of disbelief. How do you know we have reinforcements?" Xuan Li didn't answer but instead turned his gaze toward a seemingly empty patch of void. With a playful tone, he said, "Why don't you little ones explain it yourselves?" Everyone turned to look in that direction, only to see a blank void devoid of any presence. Just as confusion began to set in, ripples appeared in the void, and an incredulous voice rang out, "Impossible! My clan's void beast hide can conceal us even from the spiritual perception of supreme realm experts. How could a mere native of blue-white star detect us?" As the void beast hide was removed, figures began to emerge: humans, barbarian tribes clad in animal pelts, serpent-tailed humanoids, and a race covered in blue scales. Each group exuded an imposing aura of power. The Een clan, the barbarian clan, the serpent clan, the scaled armor clan. Duo Shensi exclaimed in shock. "It's you? How is this possible? I originally planned to update 2 chapters, but the intense comments from you all are too intimidating. The little rabbit is scared, so to protect myself, I'll update 4 chapters today." Faced with the questioning of the fallen god's son, a black-haired man named Een Miao smirked coldly with disdain at the corner of his mouth. Sitting upright in his seat, his delicate and slightly mocking face showed contempt. "What gives you the right to speak to me in that tone? Just because people call you godson, you've really started to think you're something special? You haven't even figured out why they've kept you around until now. How utterly foolish." The fallen godson's face turned red in an instant upon hearing this, and he shouted angrily, "Een Miao, what do you mean by that? This godson does not." Before he could finish, a realization struck him, and he fell silent in shame. Beside him, Feng Jia also displayed a look of sudden understanding, murmuring to himself, "So that's it. They're waiting for us to call for reinforcements. But what exactly is their goal in doing so?" Although Feng Jia's voice was barely audible, everyone present was a highly skilled practitioner, and his words reached the ears of all. Een Miao sneered and shifted his gaze toward Xuan Li, who sat on the imperial throne. "It's obviously because you're not qualified. Am I right, Lord Ice Emperor of the Ice Emperor's palace?" Xuan Li regarded him with a playful expression. "Oh, if he's not qualified, does that mean you are?" Such confidence. Een Miao's face darkened instantly. "My Een clan is one of the top 10 clans in the northern domain. How dare you dismiss us? On Lanbai Star, you may call yourself an emperor, but in the central great world, you're nothing more than a commoner." In the face of Yin Miao's provocation, Xuan Yuan Li merely reclined lazily on the icy throne, closing his eyes slowly, as if he couldn't be bothered to say another word. Yin Miao grew even more enraged at this and cursed, "Damn you! You're courting death. I will report this to the clan leader and make sure your Xia kingdom." "Enough noise," Xuan Yuan Li said indifferently. Before the words had fully settled, Feng, who stood behind him, immediately understood. In a flash, Feng appeared before Yin Miao. With a surge of violet light, a powerful punch carrying the force of a tidal wave struck toward him. The attack was earth-shattering, and for Yin Miao, who was only at the Five Tribulations Nirvana realm, even raising his fist to block, the sound of bones shattering was excruciatingly harsh. Although Yin Miao managed to block Feng's attack, the cost was devastating. His body was slammed heavily against the void barrier of the formation's boundary, blood gushing from his mouth. His right arm was completely numb, the bones utterly crushed, and his internal organs were displaced and severely damaged. Even with the Nirvana stage's regenerative abilities and ample healing medicine, it would take a significant amount of time to recover. As Yin Miao stared at Feng in horror, the latter's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear right before him the next moment. Feng spoke coldly, "Who do you think you are to speak to the Lord in such a manner? You're nothing but a tribe from the northern region, pretending to be one of the top 10 clans of the Central Star. Since you've disturbed the Lord, there's no need to keep that tongue of yours." With that, Feng grabbed Yin Miao, swung his arm, and a flash of violet light cut through the air, followed by a burst of blood. He then tossed the bloodied, speechless Yin Miao to the ground as if discarding trash. The gathered members of the 100 clans were utterly shocked. Xuan Yuan Li's decisiveness was terrifying, crippling a member of one of the northern region's top 10 clans and cutting out his tongue without hesitation. Just as some were about to speak, they noticed Xuan Yuan Li calmly meditating, while the 12 guards behind him exuded an overwhelming aura like towering mountains. They immediately swallowed their words. Yin Miao's fate was a stark warning. Time ticked by, second by second. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xuan Yuan Li suddenly opened his eyes. "They're here," he announced. The moment his words fell, the sky split open. Clouds churned as a pitch-black spatial rift tore through the heavens, unleashing violent spatial energy. A blinding radiance erupted from the center of the rift, illuminating the earth once more. "Who injured my son? Who dares lay a hand on the divine son of Duotian Palace? Who dares to insult the Yin clan?" Several furious voices thundered across the skies, as 4 figures radiating terrifying auras stepped out of the dazzling light. A breathtakingly beautiful angel with golden hair and 8 wings, wielding a crimson longsword blazing like the sun, her red lips parting to release rays of divine light. A pale figure with bat-like wings and sharp fangs, shrouded in a sinister blood aura. A burly man in black robes, his face marred by a ferocious scar, gripping a long blade. An elderly man with an air of immortality, his white beard flowing as a radiant halo hovered above his head, exuding transcendent serenity. Archangel Cain, Elder Blade Demon. The likes of Feng and the divine son of Duotian Palace recognized familiar figures among the arrivals. Though Yin Miao could only let out muffled groans, his eyes were filled with excitement. When their gaze fell upon the blood-colored figure, astonishment spread across their faces. "That's a Blood Clan member. Prince Xue." The crowd gasped, their eyes shifting toward the frail figure of Xue, who was being supported by several minor clan leaders. Xue, too gravely injured to stand on his own, ignored his condition as he looked up at the blood-colored figure in the sky with despair. "Father, I've been crippled. You must avenge me." Seeing his son in such a pitiful state, Prince Xue was consumed with rage, his eyes glowing blood-red as a terrifying power erupted across the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Xue. After examining his son's injuries, he let out a deafening roar of fury. "Who did this? Who reduced my son to such a state?" When Xue's voice, filled with overwhelming fury, echoed across the heavens, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The humanoid form of the Flood Dragon King stood below, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had not anticipated Xue's reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. Although his involvement this time was forced, he could not deny that Xue's injuries were indeed caused by him. Just as he was about to speak, Xuan Yuan Li, seated upon the imperial throne, raised his hand slightly, his fingers moving ever so faintly. The Flood Dragon King suddenly found himself unable to utter a word, as if his mouth had been sealed by an invisible force. This unforeseen change sent shockwaves through his heart. He scanned his surroundings, unable to identify who had acted, his face betraying a deep sense of unease. At that moment, a cold voice resounded directly in his mind. "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut." Instantly comprehending the situation, the Flood Dragon King's unease vanished. His expression shifted to one of reverence as he turned his gaze toward the unparalleled figure seated upon the throne. Seeing no one stepping forward to claim responsibility, Shui Yi's father, grew visibly enraged. His face darkened ominously as he turned to his gravely injured son and demanded harshly, "Tell me who did this to you? Who forced you to unleash the Crimson Fury? I swear I will tear them limb from limb and imprison their soul in the Blood Clan's hell for all eternity." The mere mention of Blood Clan's hell sent shivers down the spines of everyone present from the various clans. The infamous forbidden ground of the Blood Clan was a place of unparalleled horror. None who entered had ever returned alive. To instill fear, the Blood Clan had once deliberately spread tales of the hellish torment within, ensuring the world understood what true suffering looked like. The crowd couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at the Flood Dragon King, thinking that while his earlier tail whip might have been satisfying, it had now brought calamity upon him. However, to their surprise, the Flood Dragon King remained calm and indifferent, as though entirely uninvolved. Meanwhile, Shui hesitated, feeling humiliated at the thought of admitting he had been beaten so severely by a native of a blue and white star. But as he considered his current, pitiful state, he gritted his teeth and finally pointed angrily at the Flood Dragon King. It was him. Shui frowned, scrutinizing the Flood Dragon King before turning back to confirm, "Are you certain it was him? Not those others up there?" It was him. Despite his father standing right beside him, Shui glanced nervously at Xuan Yuan Li's figure in the sky before swallowing hard and continuing to accuse the Flood Dragon King. The mere hybrid Flood Dragon at the Five Tribulations Nirvana stage? No one else? Shui's sharp gaze, backed by his immense power, instantly discerned the Flood Dragon King's true form as he sought further confirmation. Shui could hear the dissatisfaction in his father's tone, but he still nodded resolutely, bracing himself. Useless! Shui roared in fury, hurling Shui dozens of meters away. "Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed to send you down here? And this is how you repay me? If you'd lost to one of those stronger opponents, I might have understood, but to be defeated by a native at your own level? If this gets back to the clan, I'll have no face left to show." Facing his father's rebuke, Shui lowered his head in shame. Confronted with the truth, he had no words to defend himself. Shui looked at the son he had once cherished most, and his heart softened slightly. Though he was deeply disappointed this time, he still had to fulfill his duty as a father. "Get out of my sight. The aftereffects of the Scarlet Fury will be treated once we're back in the clan. As for how much you can recover, that depends on your own fate. As for this Flood Dragon, I'll leave it to you to handle." "Thank you, father." Shui was overjoyed. He had thought that, in his current state, he would be abandoned, but he hadn't expected a chance for redemption. "By the way, the item you mentioned earlier, whose hands is it in?" Shui asked again, returning to the real purpose of his visit. Shui's expression hardened as his gaze bypassed Xuan Yuan Jue and landed directly on Xuan Yuan Li, seated on the imperial throne. A half-step supreme, and so young. Shui followed his son's gaze, his pupils contracting in shock. With his level of power, he could clearly see that Xuan Yuan Li was physically present, not merely a spiritual projection limited by the laws of the world as he himself was. This could mean only one thing. Xuan Yuan Li was a native of the blue-white star. In just a few months since the third revival of heaven and earth, a native had already reached the half-step supreme realm. Such talent was truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, Shui pressed further. "Is the item in his possession?" "No, it's not with him. It's with..." Smack. Shui's palm landed sharply on Shui's head. "If it's not him, stop wasting time. It's with his younger brother." Shui replied, aggrieved. Shui's mouth twitched as he flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Next time, get to the point immediately." "Understood." Meanwhile, the other descending powerhouses were also reuniting with their respective clans. The fallen god's son was delighted to see the scar-faced blade demon elder, who promised to exact vengeance on his behalf. Elsewhere, Feng cautiously reported the losses of the angel squad to the golden-haired female angel, Cain. After Feng recounted the entire series of events, Cain cast a strange look at Xuan Yuan Li, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Upon learning that the weapon suspected to be a saint-tier divine artifact was in the hands of Xuan Yuan Li's younger brother, her expression grew grim. In an environment like the blue-white star, someone under 30 reaching the half-step supreme realm is a monster beyond conventional comprehension. Even if we join forces to suppress him, those old entities will be no easy opponents. Just as Feng was about to ask more questions, a furious roar filled with rage suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. "Bastard! Our young master merely questioned a few things. Yet you scoundrels dared to beat him into such a state." The elder with a halo above his head furiously roared at Xuan Yuan Li while quickly examining Miao's injuries. "You even went as far as cutting off his tongue. Such ruthless actions will not go unpunished." When Yin Miao's complexion improved slightly, the elder suddenly leapt into the air and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Xuan Yuan Li, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted him. Why did you strike so viciously? Our Yin clan hasn't even participated in the invasion of your Xia kingdom. The elder's tone was filled with accusation. He had already learned the details of the 100 clans' coercion from the guards, which only fueled his anger further. In the face of the elder's questioning, Xuan Yuan Li remained calm and unhurried, instead responding with a composed inquiry of his own. Name? Clan? Do your words carry weight? And can you make decisions? Yin Kue of the ancient Yin clan from the northern region, the elder instinctively replied, only to realize he'd been led into answering. His face flushed with anger and embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Xuan Yuan Li chuckled lightly and waved dismissively. Oh, nothing. Just curious. That reminds me, Yin Kue sneered coldly. You're merely a half-step into the supreme realm, yet you dare call yourself an emperor. Such arrogance. If those true imperial clans catch wind of this, you won't live to see tomorrow. No need to trouble yourselves, Xuan Yuan Li replied nonchalantly. As far as I know, your clan doesn't even have the qualifications to interact with those families. You'd better focus on managing your own affairs first. These words completely infuriated Yin Kue. Suppressing his rage, he spoke in a deep voice, as an elder. I now give you two choices. First, hand over the culprit who injured our young master and surrender the weapon in your brother's possession. Swear to never meddle in the matters between Xia Kingdom and the 100 clans, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Second, submit to our clan. Offer everything you possess to us, and I will secure you a fitting position before the clan leader. You will then become a member of the ancient Yin clan. Choose wisely. The three eavesdropping nearby shook their heads in unison. To them, Yin Kue was being far too naive. How could Xuan Yuan Li possibly agree to such terms? At such a young age, for a cultivator to reach the half-step supreme realm was a testament to their unyielding pride and indomitable spirit. For Yin Kue to dream of making such a person bow to the Yin clan was indeed a fool's errand. However, his mention of demanding Xuan Yuan Li's brother to surrender the Crimson Soul Spear reminded everyone present of an undeniable truth. A saint-tier weapon, such a priceless treasure, would never be easily relinquished by any faction. Each person harbored their own thoughts, calculating how to leave some leeway in their upcoming negotiations. After all, they were all wily foxes who had cultivated for thousands of years. None of them could be underestimated. Xuan Yuan Li listened to Yin Kue's demands and sneered inwardly. Was this charity towards the emperor? Not only did they want him to give up his subordinates, but they also aimed to seize his brother's weapon and even dared to dream of making him submit? Seeing Xuan Yuan Li's prolonged silence, Yin Kue raised an eyebrow, his tone clearly tinged with displeasure. What's the matter? You're still unwilling? Heh, you think you're worthy? Xuan Yuan Li let out a derisive laugh. Still, I must thank you for bringing up an interesting suggestion. Before Yin Kue could discern the deeper meaning behind those words, Xuan Yuan Li turned toward the shadows and spoke coldly. You three over there heard enough from eavesdropping? Isn't it time to step forward and discuss matters openly? Although Cain and her two companions were displeased with Xuan Yuan Li's tone, they tacitly leapt forward, landing beside Yin Kue. Their icy gazes scrutinized Xuan Yuan Li, but what they saw was merely the facade he allowed them to perceive. After all this waiting, only a few elder-level lackeys show up? Not a single decision-maker worth the effort. Xuan Yuan Li's tone carried a hint of disdain. Very well, listen closely. Today, I offer the major factions of the Central Star region two choices. First, swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao in the name of your clans, vowing never to set foot on Blue-White Star again. Second, fight until you yield until you accept the first condition. Faced with such audacious words, the four individuals exchanged glances, and the three men burst into raucous laughter. Even Cain, though silent, let her eyes curve into crescents of amusement. The scarred man from the fallen divine palace laughed the loudest and most brazenly. Ha ha ha! A mere native of Blue-White Star dares to make demands of the four top-tier factions of the northern region? And you want us to swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao, with your half-step nirvana strength? Or perhaps those subordinates of yours? Despite their mockery, Xuan Yuan Li remained neither angry nor irritated. He understood all too well there was only one way to silence these people, by demonstrating his strength. As their laughter continued, Xuan Yuan Li finally broke into an unusually radiant smile. To those who knew him, this smile was chillingly sinister. Have you decided yet? Which option will it be? Before anyone else could respond, the scarred man shouted first, decided? Of course, we choose to fight until you yield. Except I'll be us beating you. Bang! A deafening crash abruptly interrupted his boast. A massive, human-shaped crater appeared on the ground, and the world fell into a sudden, eerie silence. All eyes turned to the newly formed pit, their gazes heavy with astonishment. Bang! Suddenly, one person vanished into thin air. The three remaining figures in the sky turned their heads in perfect unison, their gazes locking onto the spot where the scar-faced man from the fallen divine palace had just been. On the ground below, a humanoid crater had appeared, with dust swirling in the air and faint sounds emerging from within. Xuan Yuan Li calmly retracted his outstretched arm, his expression as composed as if he had done something utterly trivial. Yet, this scene sent shockwaves through Cain and the others' hearts. Even though their powers were currently limited to the second tier of Supreme, due to the constraints of heaven and earth, their combat instincts and physical reflexes remained at their peak. However, when Xuan Yuan Li made his move just now, they hadn't even sensed it before their comrade vanished. Such strength was truly astounding. In reality, Xuan Yuan Li had long mastered the art of spatial wormholes to an extraordinary level. Dealing with a mere second-tier Supreme like the scar-faced elder was as effortless as breathing to him. How did he do that? Cain murmured, disbelief written all over his face. Inkue and Xueqi remained silent, clearly just as stunned by the incredible display. At that moment, a violent coughing sound came from the smoke-filled crater. A figure covered in dust shot up into the air. It was none other than the scar-faced man. His face was twisted with fury as he roared at Xuan Yuan Li, "Coward! Attacking me by surprise. If you've got guts, fight me heathen. Let's see how you..." Before he could finish his sentence, there was another bang, and he vanished again. A new crater appeared on the ground. From a distance, the fallen divine son exclaimed in disbelief, "Elder Blade Demon. How is this possible?" He stared at the scene, utterly shocked. The Blade Demon Elder, renowned within the fallen divine palace, was being toyed with so effortlessly by a native of the Azure White Star. Such power? It seemed capable of rivaling the legendary descendants of the imperial clan. Everyone strained their eyes to follow Xuan Yuan Li's movements, but all they could make out was the faint blur of his arm as the scar-faced man once again disappeared without a trace. This technique left everyone present gasping in astonishment. Xuan Yuan Li hadn't even left his icy throne, yet he had already sent a peer from the same tier crashing down twice. While the damage was superficial and posed no real threat to the scar-faced man, the sheer display of power was terrifying. Arg! This is infuriating. The scar-faced man flew out of the crater again, seething with rage. "If you've got the skill, fight me heathen. What kind of ability is this sneaky nonsense?" Being humiliated twice in front of Cain, Xueqi, and the others by a mere native of the Azure White Star, he was on the verge of losing his mind with anger. The thought of being unable to avenge his humiliation and losing face in front of his peers churned in the scarred man's mind. Yet, he was painfully aware that the person before him exhibited a combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary warriors. In his current condition, he stood no chance in an unknown fight. His only option was to rally his companions to face the enemy together. "Attack together!" he shouted loudly to Inkue and the others. "What are you all standing there for? Do you really plan to swear an oath to the heavens and abandon the lives of your clansmen? It's just a spiritual body, what's there to fear?" Cain and Xueqi glanced at the scarred man with disdain upon hearing his words. Being weaker in strength was nothing to be ashamed of. An unknown defeat could happen to anyone. Acting rashly now, however, would be unwise. Nevertheless, as the situation escalated, Inkue, with the ring above his head, glanced at Miao, who was still hesitating. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "I'll help you." Cain and Xueqi remained still, choosing to let the two test Xuan Yuan Li's true strength first. After all, while the earlier strike had driven the scarred man into the ground, it had dealt minimal actual damage. Its intent seemed more to humiliate than to harm. Good. Let him witness the power of the central great world. The scarred man's morale surged as Inkue stepped in to assist. Swinging his massive blade, black spiritual energy coursed along its edge, unleashing a terrifying slash that seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers. At the same time, Inkue launched his own attack, enveloping the battlefield with an overwhelming spiritual force. The ring above his head revealed its true form, a dark gold circular blade, forged from a mysterious metal, its edges razor-sharp. As it flew, the blade continually split and reassembled, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the false. Seeing this, Xuan Yuan Li's interest was piqued. With a casual motion, he called out, "Tong Yuan." "Yes, my lord." A silver-haired man with 9 spinning discs orbiting his back stepped forward immediately. A spiritual warrior with supreme realm combat strength and a millennium of experience in mental attacks is a rare find. He's an excellent subject for you to observe. I'll slow down the pace of the fight. Watch carefully and learn. "Thank you, my lord." Tong Yuan responded with excitement, deeply moved that Xuan Yuan Li would intentionally extend the battle for his growth. As the incoming attacks approached, Xuan Yuan Li lightly tapped the void. Ice mirror. Reflect. A mirror radiating an intense chill materialized before him. The scarred man's blade energy and Yin Kuei's dark gold ring crashed violently against its surface, causing energy to erupt and the heavens and earth to tremble. Yet, the mirror's defense remained unbroken. Moments later, ripples spread across the ice mirror's surface, emitting a brilliant radiance. In the next moment, the two attacks were absorbed by the ice mirror and instantly reflected back toward their original attackers. The sudden counterattack left the two energy wielders stunned and scrambling to evade. Yin Kuei struggled to re-establish his mental imprint on the disconnected Wu Jin ring, while the scar-faced man barely managed to shatter the rebounding blade energy. However, before they could catch their breath, Xuan Yuan Li's cold voice rang out again. Ice Spirit Azure Dragon. Before the words fully settled, two azure dragons formed entirely of ice surged out from the mirror. They raised their heads and roared, their cries shaking the heavens. Though made of ice, they exuded the vitality and majesty of real dragons, seemingly brought to life by Xuan Yuan Li's power. Each dragon locked onto a target, diving fiercely toward Yin Kuei and the scar-faced man. At first, both Yin Kuei and the scar-faced man sneered, dismissing the creatures as mere ice beasts. But as the battle ensued, their disdain quickly turned to shock. The ice dragons demonstrated incredible regenerative abilities, instantly restoring any severed parts. Even more terrifying, they seemed to grow stronger and more skilled as the fight progressed, as if learning and evolving with each strike. This is impossible. Yin Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. His Wu Jin ring was nearly worn down to the point of smoking, yet it still failed to inflict any real damage on the ice dragons. On the other side, the scar-faced man was equally embattled, as if locked in a desperate struggle against real divine dragons. While the two fought tooth and nail against the relentless ice dragons, one figure in the arena couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. That person had already become the true victor of this battle. Hey, there are still two left. Zifeng's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. Her gaze flickered back and forth between the distant battle and Tong Yuan. Noticing the unrestrained joy on Tong Yuan's face, she couldn't help but feel a little envious and muttered, "Isn't this thrilling? Surprising? Look at that kid." Tong Yuan's grin is practically reaching the sky. Why can't I be a psychic warrior? Ming glanced at Zifeng and said flatly, "All right, Captain, stop trying to stir things up. That scar-faced guy over there uses a blade too, doesn't he? Just be happy with the perks you're getting." Zifeng gave an awkward smile before shifting her focus back to the fierce battle in the distance. Meanwhile, Duo Shinsi stared at the hopeless situation before him, his face pale as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? Even with the combined strength of the Blade Demon Elders, they can't defeat him. How can he be this powerful? Is he really a native of Lombai Star?" In his original plan, the arrival of reinforcements was supposed to easily crush the Ice Emperor Palace, seize the divine weapon, and pave the way to conquer the Xia Kingdom, securing unparalleled opportunities. But reality had shattered his dreams 2-1, and they couldn't even touch their opponent's him. Duo Shinsi's bloodshot eyes revealed his crumbling composure. Suddenly, he noticed the Blood Prince Xue Qi and Archangel Cain standing by, not engaging in the fight. He immediately turned to them, demanding, "Feng Jia, Shui, aren't we on the same side? Why is the Angel clan standing idly by? Don't forget the contract we signed." Feng Jia responded coolly, "Don't look at me, don't have the authority to dictate Lord Cain's actions. The contract was signed by us, but it doesn't involve the clan or Lord Cain. I'm still on your side, but when it comes to Lord Cain, my hands are tied." Duo Shinsi burned with rage, but was powerless to do anything. With no other choice, he turned his plea to Xue Yi, who merely shrugged, indicating he could do nothing. "Humph." Duo Shinsi sneered, "Just don't regret this later. If the Fallen God Palace and Yin Clan are defeated, you won't get another chance like this to take down the Xia Kingdom. You'll have to wait for the restrictions of heaven and earth to loosen again, allowing other powerful beings to descend. That could take years. By then, with their talent, who knows how strong they'll have become. Think carefully." These words caused Feng Jia and Xue Yi's expressions to change drastically. It was true missing this opportunity would make it much harder in the future. The allure of the Xia Kingdom was undeniable. Sacred Ear divine weapons, the first secret realm, ancient history, and vast lands each was a treasure worth coveting. Even more daunting was the thought of Xuan Yuan Li. At only 30 years old, he had already reached the half-step Supreme Realm and could overpower a 9th-level Supreme Realm spirit body with ease. If given a few more years, his power would become even more terrifying. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Jia and Xue Yi immediately sent a message to their respective lords, relaying Duo Shinsi's warning. On the battlefield within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, a showdown between peak-level powerhouses was unfolding. The spectators were awestruck, their discussions buzzing with excitement. Is this what a battle between supreme powerhouses looks like? It's so thrilling. Lord Ice Emperor doesn't seem to be using his full strength yet. Of course not. His opponent isn't worthy of forcing him to go all out. Luke hasn't even moved from his spot. With just a slight gesture, he sent that ugly man crashing into the ground. At the center of the battlefield, energy surged wildly, and radiant beams illuminated the scene. The ground was riddled with craters and scars caused by the energy impacts. Suddenly, In Kue let out a thunderous roar. 10,000 rings soul shatter. The black gold ring he controlled gleamed with dazzling brilliance, instantly splitting into countless energy replicas that filled the sky like a torrential storm. These rings rained down, striking the ice spirit azure dragon with a relentless metallic clang, leaving scars and craters on its body. The dragon roared in pain, its voice shaking the heavens. At the same time, a scar-faced man high in the sky shouted coldly, "Divine Demon Slash." The long blade in his hand surged with terrifying energy. As he swung his arm down, a massive blade light tore through the sky, cutting through the dragon's body with unstoppable force. A distinct white mark appeared on the dragon's massive frame, and its colossal body began to slowly collapse to the sides. Seeing the dragon fall, the scar-faced man burst into triumphant laughter. However, Xuan Yuan Li sneered, feeling proud. "Are you? Do you want me to applaud?" With just a slight effort, "I've already pushed your spiritual body to its limit, and yet you're here gloating?" The scar-faced man's expression froze instantly, his face twisting in anger. "Brat, don't get cocky. If it weren't for the suppression of heaven and earth, forcing me to descend in spirit form, I could crush a so-called genius like you with a single finger." Xuan Yuan Li smirked coldly. "Too bad your true body can't descend. Otherwise, I'd make sure you never leave this place. Arrogant. A mere half-step sovereign dares to proclaim you can kill my true self." The scar-faced man laughed furiously, his voice dripping with rage. Xuan Yuan Li stood tall and confident. "You don't understand the world of true prodigies, nor do you comprehend what you're facing. As a sovereign, you rely on bullying the weak rather than overcoming stronger opponents. That's the fundamental difference between us. In the same realm, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. You'll forever chase my shadow until you vanish into the eternal river of time." These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. In their minds, they seemed to glimpse a figure who dominated the universe, standing with his back to all beings, treading the path of the great Tao, forcing all races to bow, and making the stars tremble. "It feels like I'm witnessing the rise of an invincible emperor," someone exclaimed in awe. "I feel the same. This is the aura of a true conqueror. The gap between us and him isn't just a small difference, it's an entire galaxy apart." "Arrogant. Spouting nonsense. Your strength may be lacking, but your tone is certainly bold," the scar-faced man said, trying to maintain a facade of composure. Though he had been momentarily shaken by Xuan Yuan Li's confident words, he clung to his pride. "At the very least, I could easily crush your spirit form." Xuan Yuan Li let out a cold snort, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Then come at me." Despite his defiant words, the flicker of uncertainty in the scar-faced man's gaze betrayed the fear lurking within him. At that moment, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared beside the scar-faced man. It was Prince Xue Qi of the Blood Clan. After hearing Xue Yi's analysis of the pros and cons, Xue Qi had decided it was worth a try. After all, he was only up against a spirit form, and the outcome wouldn't significantly impact him. Not far behind, Cain unfurled her wings and gracefully descended to join the two. Her sharp mind had already calculated the stakes. If these three factions joined forces and succeeded, the Angel clan would find it difficult to maintain their foothold in Xia Kingdom. To safeguard her clan's interests, she had no choice but to get involved, regardless of the outcome. In Kue scoffed at the sight. "I thought the lot of you were content to sit back and watch the show. Now that we've made some progress, you suddenly can't wait to jump in. What a clever move." Xue Qi and Cain brushed off the sarcasm without a care. Xue Qi laughed heartily. "Don't say that. We were just holding the line for you in the back. Enough with the chatter. The opponent is strong, let's make it quick." Cain's tone was icy and firm. "Not so fast." Xue Qi interjected suddenly. "Let me deal with a pest first, consider it a tribute to our impending victory." His gaze shifted downward, locking onto the Dragon Emperor. "You're the one responsible for what happened to my son, aren't you?" The Dragon Emperor remained silent, his eyes fearless. He wasn't unwilling to answer, but Xuan Yuan Li's command still bound his speech. All he could do was quietly look to Xuan Yuan Li, awaiting instructions. "You won't touch it," Xuan Yuan Li said abruptly. Xue Kai's pale, sickly complexion twisted in anger. "As far as I know, this dragon is not your subordinate. What's the meaning of this? Are you seriously going to stop me from avenging my son?" Xuan Yuan Li's gaze was filled with disdain. "I said you won't touch it. Give me a reason," Xue Qi demanded, his tone tense, his expression dark and uncertain. "My word is reason enough," Xuan Yuan Li replied, his voice as cold and commanding as ever. "And what if I refuse?" You're welcome to try. Blood Soul Palm. Xueqi suddenly struck, conjuring a massive crimson energy hand that materialized in midair. It radiated an overwhelming aura of destruction as it descended upon the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor immediately shifted into a defensive stance, his expression grave. From his frozen throne, Xuan Yuan Li raised an eyebrow slightly, seeming mildly surprised at Xueqi's audacity. He slowly lifted his right hand and uttered two words with chilling calm. Freeze it. As soon as the words left his lips, an icy coldness swept across the land, engulfing everything in its path. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the blood-red energy hand, exuding an aura capable of shattering mountains and rivers, suddenly froze midair. In an instant, it transformed into a translucent red gemstone, resembling a piece of exquisite ruby. Moments later, this breathtaking masterpiece exploded with a deafening roar, shattering into countless ice crystals that scattered and fell, dissolving into the world like blooming fireworks. My God, even energy can be frozen. Truly worthy of the Ice Emperor, such terrifying power. Exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. Xueqi's face was filled with disbelief. Yet before he could recover from his shock, a crisp slap broke the tense atmosphere. A vivid, red handprint suddenly appeared on his pale cheek, strikingly conspicuous. You bastard! How dare you slap me? Xueqi roared with fury. As a supreme realm cultivator, he had never endured such humiliation. Xuan Yuan Li remained expressionless and said calmly, I warned you, it's beyond your control. You defied my warning, and this is your punishment. You're dead. I'll kill you. Enraged beyond reason, Xueqi launched an all-out attack, disregarding the fact that this was only his spiritual avatar. The shame had already been seared into his soul. However, with another crisp slap, he was once again sent flying, this time with a matching handprint on the other side of his face. Realizing he was no match, Xueqi turned to Cain and the others, shouting, Together, we can't win on Iannone, but we have a chance if we join forces. Cain and the other three exchanged a knowing glance and responded in unison. Understood. They immediately spread out to different positions, weapons in hand, and launched a coordinated assault on Xuan Yuan Li. Facing the onslaught from all directions, Xuan Yuan Li finally rose to his feet. With a calm wave of his hand, he declared, Since you are in such a hurry, I'll grant your wish. The way of ice freeze all things. Before his words fully settled, the temperature at Shanhaiguan plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The four attackers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their attacking postures preserved midair. Soon, countless cracks began to spread across the surfaces of the sculptures, evidence of their desperate struggle within. Just as Xuan Yuan Li was about to take his next action, a chilling and sinister voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Heh heh heh. Using your energy so recklessly at a time like this? You really don't take me seriously, do you? Now, return this body to me. A sudden upheaval occurred. Xuan Yuan Li's face flushed a deep red, and his left eye, originally an icy blue, turned blood red, creating a bizarre contrast with the blue of his right eye. His energy surged violently within, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his face contorted in agony. Damn it, why does it have to be now of all times? Xuan Yuan Li cursed through clenched teeth. Brother, Li, Lier, my lord. Xuan Yuan and his family, along with Zifeng and the others, cried out in alarm as they rushed toward him. At that very moment, Cain, Xueqi, and their allies broke free from their icy restraints. Seeing Xuan Yuan Li's weakened state, a gleam of excitement flashed in their eyes. What a perfect opportunity! Attack together, they shouted, launching a ferocious assault. Although Zifeng and the others moved to intercept them, their strength was limited, and they could only watch helplessly as the enemies drew closer to Xuan Yuan Li. No! In the nick of time, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A golden figure, swift as lightning, appeared, positioning itself in front of Xuan Yuan Li. A tremendous wave of energy radiated outward from this figure, blasting all approaching enemies hundreds of meters away. As the enemies steadied themselves, Xueqi stared in shock at the powerful figure emanating an aura just shy of supreme. He demanded in a harsh tone, Who dares to thwart our plans? Who are you? The golden figure stood with its back to them, its commanding voice resonating across the skies. Zulong Court. Aotsong. Zulong Court. Aotsong. The atmosphere froze instantly as those words left the man's mouth. The four who had not been immobilized by Xuan Yuan Li's frost stood motionless, as if time had stopped for them. Meanwhile, the remaining leaders of the 100 tribes were left gaping in shock. This force they had always dreaded had truly been hiding within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. Looking at the dense crowd atop Shanhaiguan, they finally understood why the other side had chosen this moment to reveal themselves. The strong always strike last, and unless it was a matter of life and death, The power displayed earlier was far beneath the threshold that would compel them to act. On the other side, seeing Xuan Yuan Li momentarily out of danger, Xuan Yuan Ying, Feng, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Feng's group clearly recognized the newcomer's identity and halted in assurance. Although Xuan Yuan Ying and Yin Yan were eager to step forward and ask questions, they were stopped by Yun Li, who gently shook her head to signal them to wait. Understanding they could do nothing to help at the moment, the two stood still, watching from afar, their eyes filled with worry. I thought you were planning to just keep watching, Xuan Yuan Li remarked indifferently, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he reclined back onto the ice throne, his expression easing slightly. If I didn't come, wouldn't you be in danger? Aotsong laughed heartily. His tall, imposing figure was complemented by flowing golden hair and a simple yet ancient garment. His features were both refined and commanding, radiating the aura of someone in a position of great authority. Ridiculous. Do you think they have what it takes to harm me? Even if you hadn't come, I could have crushed them with ease. Xuan Yuan Li sneered with disdain. Don't be so stubborn. Let me take a look at your injuries, Aotsong said naturally, pulling Xuan Yuan Li's arm to examine him closely. His actions carried a hint of familiarity and intimacy. From a distance, Yin Yin noticed the scene and, recalling her son's usual behavior, couldn't help but feel uneasy. She tugged on Xuan Yuan Ying's sleeve and whispered, "Husband, why is that man so close to Shaoli? You know how distant Shaoli usually is with others. Could it be that he—" Xuan Yuan Ying, who hadn't paid much attention initially, widened his eyes in shock after hearing his wife's suggestion and observing the situation again. That's impossible. Shaoli would never. I'm just saying, what if? Don't worry, I would never allow a son of the Xuan Yuan family to become that kind of person, Xuan Yuan Ying declared sternly. Nearby, Xuan Yuan Jue, having caught on to his mother's implications, struggled to suppress his laughter. He hadn't expected his mother's imagination to run so wild as to suspect his brother of liking men. Feng and the others, given their level of cultivation, naturally heard everything clearly and couldn't help but stifle their amusement as well. A group of people stifled their laughter, not daring to make a sound for fear of being reprimanded by Xuan Yuan Li later. They were deeply shocked in their hearts to think that such a force like the ancestral dragon court exists within the Xia kingdom. Truly, our Xia kingdom is full of hidden talents. One great power after another keeps emerging. What surprised everyone even more was the natural interaction between Xuan Yuan Li and Aotsong. Someone couldn't help but speculate secretly, the way they move so in sync, their relationship must be extraordinary. This is just like a domineering CEO and his little lover. If you ask me, they've known each other for a long time, and there must be something going on between them. Shut up. You and your crow's mouth. Someone nearby immediately snapped angrily. If it weren't for the ancestral dragon court's expert showing up in time, Lord Ice Emperor would be in danger. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. No, stop. The man cried out in panic, trying to escape. At this moment, Aotsong was examining Xuan Yuan Li's condition with a serious expression. What's going on? Half of the spiritual energy in your body has become extremely violent and uncontrollable, as if you're on the verge of going berserk. Xuan Yuan Li explained briefly, an accident happened. I was attempting to directly break through to the Supreme Realm, but suddenly, a strange inner demon appeared and interrupted the process. Worse still, I still have no idea where this inner demon came from. In truth, this was not an inner demon but a sign that memories from a previous life were about to awaken. However, Xuan Yuan Li was unaware of this at the moment. The cultivation technique I practice shouldn't produce inner demons, Xuan Yuan Li continued. I've been in seclusion recently just to suppress it. I thought with the ice throne assisting me, I'd be fine. But as soon as I made a move, the inner demon seized the opportunity. It caught me off guard and took partial control of my spiritual energy. Two conflicting forces operating at the same time caused the backlash. Aotsong nodded. I see. It seems you were too hasty. Perhaps if you took things slower and advanced steadily, this inner demon wouldn't have appeared. Maybe, Xuan Yuan Li replied softly, though he felt in his heart that things weren't so simple. Those fragmented yet vivid memories seemed to be trying to convey some kind of message. Pushing these thoughts aside, Xuan Yuan Li glanced at Aotsong beside him, and then at the still-dazed crowd of various clans in the distance. He said calmly, I'm injured now. Since you're here, you handle it. It's about time you pulled your weight. Aotsong's eyes darted mischievously. Not happening. We agreed before everything on land is your responsibility, and everything underwater is mine. These people haven't set foot in water, so they're not in my jurisdiction. Then why are you here? Just passing by. I saw you were hurt and decided to lend a hand out of friendship. Will you take care of it or not? Xuan Yuan Li's tone grew heavier. I don't do things without benefits. Aotsong replied nonchalantly. Xuan Yuan Li immediately saw through his intentions. Spit it out. What do you want? Ao Tsong's face lit up with a sly grin as he rubbed his hands together. His previously dignified image collapsed entirely, and he looked every bit like a bandit taking advantage of the situation. I want Life Dew and Peach Blossom Brew. These were both treasures Xuan Yuan Li had obtained through his system rewards. Life Dew could heal and save lives, while Peach Blossom Brew enhanced cultivation. Both were incredibly precious. I get the Peach Blossom Brew, you drunkard, but what do you need Life Dew for? You don't look injured. There's a little one in my clan who went to play in the deep sea and accidentally got into a scuffle with one of that old whale's offspring. Got hurt a bit. Ao Tsong casually looked into the distance. How much do you want? 50 jars each. That's daylight robbery. Xuan Yuan Li snapped. Take it or leave it. 30 jars each at most. Deal. Ugh, still too much. Xuan Yuan Li couldn't help but curse. No takebacks. Ao Tsong said with a smug grin. Xuan Yuan Li gritted his teeth. You sly dog. You've been waiting for this moment. This was your plan all along. Hee hee, well, I was going to help anyway. But if I can grab some loot from you in the process, that's just icing on the cake. Xuan Yuan, looks like it's finally my turn to pull one over on you after all these years. Haha. Xuan Yuan Li, who had just suffered severe blood loss, stared intently at Ao Tsong, his eyes burning with intensity. He was eager to uncover the deeper meaning behind Ao Tsong's words. What do you mean? What do you mean by should have acted all along? Explain yourself clearly. Hearing this, Ao Tsong burst into hearty laughter, a trace of smugness flashing across his expression. Have you forgotten? The other party is after the entire Xia kingdom, and my ancestral dragon court has always been part of Xia's native lineage. You're truly blinded by your position in the midst of this. With that, he resumed his usual commanding demeanor, striding forward with large steps, completely ignoring Xuan Yuan Li's simmering anger. However, as Xuan Yuan Li watched Ao Tsong's figure disappear into the distance, the fury on his face vanished in an instant. In its place was a sly grin, full of cunning. He calculated silently in his mind. Ao Tsong, you think you've gained the upper hand? Maybe you've scored a small win, but I never walk away empty-handed. His thoughts drifted back to an incident a month ago. The 100 jars of peach blossom brew he had acquired during a sign-in and the dozen or so jars of life essence that had mysteriously gone missing. Xuan Yuan Li had initially considered showing some mercy and offering Ao Tsong a few more benefits, but that thought evaporated as soon as he recalled those events. If Ao Tsong knew what Xuan Yuan Li was scheming at that moment, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. This was a masterful performance of countering the plan with another, and Xuan Yuan Li had delivered it flawlessly. By this time, Ao Tsong had already reached the center of the battlefield. Under countless gazes fixed upon him, his body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, resembling an exploding sun and becoming the most radiant focal point in the heavens and earth. Following a thunderous dragon's roar that echoed to the farthest reaches of the skies, Ao Tsong's human form vanished, replaced by a colossal golden dragon stretching thousands of meters in length. This golden dragon gleamed resplendently, embodying the rarest treasures of the world. Its majestic horse-like face exuded authority, its eagle-like claws were razor-sharp, and its antlers towered high. Its entire body was covered in shimmering golden fish scales. Its long snake-like body was sleek and elegant, and 5 mighty claws extended from its underbelly. Under the sunlight, every scale reflected a dazzling brilliance. High above the heavens, Ao Tsong roared with unrestrained vigor, his dragon's cry reverberating through the clouds. It had been far too long since he had soared so freely in the skies of the Xia kingdom. After being confined to the dragon realm for so long, this moment of liberation felt exhilarating. At this moment, a groundbreaking piece of news spread across the globe. As Ao Tsong's immense and awe-inspiring dragon form appeared on video screens, nations around the world erupted in shock and astonishment. People jumped out of their seats, staring at the screens in utter disbelief. OMG, there really is a true dragon in Xia country. Is this the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon? It's magnificent. Wait a second, isn't this our country's sacred beast? Debates broke out everywhere. Someone couldn't help but sneer. If it's really your sacred dragon, then why didn't it show up when your country was occupied by the 100 tribes? Meanwhile, the citizens of Xia country were overwhelmed with joy. It's really the 5-clawed golden dragon. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? Don't pinch me. Pinch yourself. I'm afraid of the pain. Do you think I don't feel pain either? An elderly man, deeply moved, exclaimed. To witness the sacred dragon of Xia country in my twilight years, me life is complete. On the other hand, the 100 tribes trembled at the sight of Ao Tsong revealing his true form. If they had known this legendary race, which had left an indelible mark on the history of the Central Star, resided in Xia country, they would never have dared to act recklessly. But it was too late for regrets now. They could only brace themselves for what was to come. Suddenly, Ao Tsong's deafening dragon roar echoed across the land. Where are the dragon guardians? In response to his call, a silver dragon broke through the clouds first, hovering above the Shanhai Pass. Dragon Guardian Ao Yin greets the Dragon Emperor. The Jiao Dragon King trembled in fear at the sight, his single horn faintly aching clearly. This was the one who had injured him earlier. One after another, more Dragon Guardians appeared. Dragon Guardian Ao Bai greets the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Guardian Ao Mo greets the Dragon Emperor. White dragons, black dragons, red dragons, and purple dragons soared into the skies from various bodies of water, circling above the Shanhai Pass and forming a dazzling canopy of dragonkind. When most of the Dragon Guardians had arrived, Ao Tsang let out a thunderous roar. His massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, and his dark golden eyes glared down at the 100 tribes. How dare you? A band of barbaric outsiders dares to covet the ancestral lands of my dragon court? Have you forgotten the majesty of my ancestral dragon court after 10,000 years of absence? You love to gang up on the weak, don't you? Today, you'll experience what it truly means to be outnumbered. Wipe them out, all of them. Faced with Ao Tsang's merciless decree, the 100 tribes descended into panic. They never expected Ao Tsang to act so decisively, leaving them no time to react. If Ao Tsang knew their current thoughts, he would surely scoff in disdain. Show respect to the 100 clans? They are not worthy. Ao Tsang sneered coldly, his dragon might radiating majestically. 10,000 years ago, the dragon court ruled supreme in the 10 Directions realm. Though it has been dormant until now, its foundation remains. Why would I concern myself with mere ants like you? Wait. Xueqi interrupted anxiously, his face filled with fear. This is all a misunderstanding. We truly did not know the dragon court resided within the Xia kingdom. If we had known, we would never have dared to offend. Please, calm your anger. Although Xueqi was merely a spiritual projection and not afraid of death, the destruction of his spirit form would inevitably harm his physical body. At this critical moment, he could not afford to let such damage jeopardize his future opportunities. However, Ao Tsang didn't bother to respond. His eyes gleamed sharply, and a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the skies. Annihilate them. In an instant, countless divine dragons appeared in the heavens, their enormous jaws opening wide as terrifying energy rapidly condensed within. Xueqi, Kai Yin, and the others turned pale, realizing their fate was sealed. They could only step forward to shield the younger generation of their clans, attempting to protect the last of their bloodlines. As for the rest of the 100 clans, chaos had already erupted among them. Regret filled their hearts as they lamented their decision to join this doomed rebellion. But alas, there was no undoing their actions now. The sky above Shanhai Pass became a dazzling spectacle, with radiant dragon breaths cascading like layers of rainbows, yet carrying an overwhelming aura of destruction. Amid the deafening roar, pillars of terrifying energy descended upon the 100 clans, leaving no one spared, not even the previously neutral Serpent clan. Those who are not of my kind cannot be trusted. Ao Tsang had long seen through their schemes, and decided to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The Serpent clan let out unwilling roars of anger and screams of terror, but no one paid them any heed. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted in the area where the 100 clans had gathered, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed through the skies, as the area where the 100 races gathered was completely enveloped by a shimmering curtain of interwoven energies. Though the scene within was obscured, the anguished screams that erupted one after another painted a grim picture of what was unfolding. The audience from Xia Nation was ecstatic, cheering loudly. Yes, wipe out those aliens. They got what they deserved. Someone, with a hint of malice, remarked, what a pity. I wonder if there'll be any remains of those angel women? Relax. Just curious, wanted to study them. See how these aliens are different. Count me in. I'm curious too. Don't get your hopes up. With such a devastating attack, they're probably reduced to ashes. Your fantasies are shattered. Yeah, what a shame. After a long while, the energy mist finally dissipated, revealing the battlefield's carnage. The ground was littered with countless severed limbs and broken bodies, some belonging to the 100 races members who had been hunted by the 12 divine generals, others obliterated in the dragon clan's bombardment. Pale gray ash floated in the air, the remnants of the 100 races warriors. At this moment, only a few individuals still barely hovered in midair, though they were all on the verge of collapse. Only the Blood Clan, Angel Clan, Fallen Divine Palace, and Yin Clan, those protected by Supreme Realm powerhouses, managed to survive. Yet even they were in a dire state, having barely withstood this apocalyptic onslaught. Kain, Xueqi, Yin Kue, and the Scarred Man had dim energy fluctuations around them, as if all their strength had been drained. Fengjia, Xue Yi, Yin Miao, and the Fallen Divine Sun fared even worse, their appearances disheveled, blood continuously dripping from their mouths and noses, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. We were already considering retreating, so why must you insist on annihilating us? Xueqi, his body nearly transparent, roared furiously at Ao Tsong, seemingly forgetting that this entire conflict had been instigated by them. Ha ha ha! You dare to reason with me, the Dragon Emperor? Ao Tsong burst into a thunderous laugh, his voice reverberating through the heavens and earth. His dragon eyes widened with fury as he roared. You started this war, causing countless deaths in the Xia Kingdom, and now that you're losing, you want to retreat? Do you think the world works that way? Did you ever ask the dead if they were willing to sacrifice their lives? They are nothing compared to us. Just a bunch of ants dead is dead. Why make such a big deal out of it? Xueqi sneered arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain. Ao Tsong's dragon eyes glared coldly as he retorted, in my eyes, you are no different from ants yourself. I can kill you if I wish, and I owe no explanation. Xueqi's face twisted in anger, but then he smirked, speaking provocatively. Your Zhu Long court has been dormant for 100,000 years. In the environment of this blue-white star, I doubt there's much left of your once mighty heritage. Aren't you afraid that the strongest warriors of the 100 clans will descend and destroy your Zhu Long court, severing your bloodline? At these words, Kai Yin, Yin Miao, and the scar-faced man were all stunned, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. The audacity of Xueqi was almost incomprehensible. The Zhu Long court was an imperial clan from 100,000 years ago. Even if their glory had faded, they were not to be insulted by a mere blood clan. The heavens and earth seemed to shift as the winds howled and clouds churned. Ao Tsong's dragon eyes radiated a terrifying aura, his icy voice filled with murderous intent. Courting death? Go ahead and try. My clan's heritage hasn't stretched its limbs in ages. You'd better send your clan's sages down here anything weaker, and they wouldn't even be worth their time. Let's see if the Zhu Long court can't annihilate your kind. For every one of your 100 clans that comes, we will kill one. For every pair, we will cut down both. Even if the strongest of the 100 clans descend to the Zhu Long court, they are nothing more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed underfoot. Xueqi's face turned pale as he locked eyes with Ao Tsong's dragon gaze, trying desperately to discern whether he was bluffing. He calculated in his mind. Could the Zhu Long court really still have ancient powerhouses? Impossible. How could they have survived on the blue-white star all this time? It must be a bluff, a tactic to intimidate us. While Xueqi smugly indulged in his clever deductions, Kai Yin and the others were already discreetly preparing to teleport their disciples home. Xueqi noticed something amiss and was about to alert his father when Xuan Yuan Li, seated on the icy throne, spoke first. Ao Tsong. They're constructing a spatial portal to escape. Stop wasting time and finish them off already. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Shui panicked, and Xueqi froze, realizing too late that his son, Shui, had not yet escaped. He shot a furious glare at Kai Yin and the others, blaming them for not warning him. Seeing that their plan had been exposed, Kai Yin and the others dropped their pretense and fully activated the spatial portal leading to the central Great World. Trying to flee? Ao Tsong roared in fury, his deafening dragon's roar shaking the heavens. A massive dragon claw, crackling with the power of thunder, tore through the clouds and descended fiercely upon Kai Yin and the others. Facing the overwhelming force of the massive claw exuding devastating power, the faces of Kai Yin, Yin Kue, and the others turned pale in an instant. With no retreat possible, they could only shout desperately toward Xueqi. Xueqi, block this attack. Hold out for just 20 breaths, and when the spatial passage opens, we can take you and your son with us. Hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared in the eyes of Xueqi and his son. Xueqi immediately roared. No problem, leave it to me. Blood sea surge. With a sweep of his arm, a crimson sea of blood materialized out of thin air. Waves of blood surged forward, emanating a chilling and sinister aura. This was Xueqi's most powerful technique, and if it couldn't stop the dragon claw, he would have no other recourse. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the blood sea, and the deafening sound of the energy clash reverberated across the heavens. Shockwaves rippled outward in all directions. Xueqi's expression grew increasingly grim as he felt the unimaginable pressure bearing down on the blood sea. Forget 20 breaths. Even lasting 10 breaths seemed impossible. Indeed, in a fleeting moment of distraction, the blood sea was torn apart by the dragon claw. Having already expended much of his energy to protect his son, Xueqi's spiritual form was now nearly transparent, leaving him powerless to resist. All he could do was watch helplessly as the dragon claw bore down on Kai Yin and the others, leaving everything to fate. As if responding to Xueqi's silent prayers or perhaps by a twist of destiny just as the dragon claw was about to strike, Kai Yin and the others successfully opened the spatial passage. A glowing portal appeared in the sky above. Overjoyed, Qi immediately pulled Shui and teleported to Cain and the group's side. Boom. Cain, Yin Kue, and the scar-faced man attacked in unison, combining their strength to shatter Aotsong's dragon claw. However, the effort left them all utterly drained of spiritual energy, their forms nearly transparent like Shui Qi's. Standing before the portal, Shui burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems the heavens are on our side after all. He then began to boast and threaten recklessly. The fallen god's son was not to be outdone, declaring that once the restrictions of the realm were lifted, his grandfather would send more supreme experts to exact vengeance. Even though Yin Miao had yet to recover, she pointed angrily at Xuan Yuan Li and Feng, clearly signaling her intent for future retribution. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived. Aotsong, well aware of Xuan Yuan Li's temperament, knew that despite missing the best opportunity to eliminate them, Xuan Yuan Li would undoubtedly have a contingency plan. Sure enough, before Aotsong could speak, Xuan Yuan Li's icy voice echoed ominously. Xuan Yuan Li unleashed the power of his ice Dao in an instant. A prison of frost materialized out of thin air, sealing off the luminous portal of the spatial passage that Yin Kue and his companions were about to step into. The smug smile on Yin Kue's face froze immediately. Under his stunned gaze, cracks began to spread across the portal, the symbol of vitality, like a spider's web. The sound of shattering echoed continuously, each crack reverberating like a death knell in their hearts. They tried to rush forward to intervene but were firmly trapped within the icy cage. The remnants of their spiritual energy were utterly incapable of breaking through Xuan Yuan Li's blockade. In the end, the portal, their beacon of hope, shattered completely before their eyes. No. The fallen god's son let out a gut-wrenching scream, his voice filled with despair. The spatial passage they had poured their hearts and souls into constructing was destroyed by Xuan Yuan Li in an instant. Shui glared at Xuan Yuan Li with unrelenting hatred, seething through clenched teeth. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. The fallen god's son, Feng, threw caution to the wind, hurling every curse he knew at Xuan Yuan Li in a frenzy. Xuan Yuan Li sneered coldly. Too bad. You don't even qualify to become ghosts. As his words fell, he commanded, Icefall, soul-burying frozen flame. In an instant, an extreme cold froze Feng and the other solid. Then, blue flames erupted in the sky, consuming the ice shards and reducing everything to nothingness. Their final curses echoed across the heavens, mingling with the anguished wails of their burning, fragmented souls. Qi and Yin Kue roared in grief and fury, yet Cain remained eerily calm. Watching the souls of the fallen god's followers disintegrate, the scarred man instead gave a twisted smile. We will meet again. And when we do, you will face me at my peak. With those words, Cain, Qi, Yin Kue, and the scarred man all chose to self-destruct, ending their lives with the last shred of their dignity intact. Thus, the alien invaders were utterly annihilated. Within Shanhai Pass, a deafening cheer erupted as people celebrated Xia Kingdom's victory with boundless joy. However, at that very moment, Xuan Yuan Li, seated upon the imperial throne, suddenly coughed up blood. His face twisted in extreme pain, inciting cries of alarm from the crowd. Brother! Shaoli! Lear! The crowd's exclamations echoed one after another. Xuan Yuan Li coughed up blood again, the bright red liquid seeping from the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Aotsong immediately wanted to rush forward to check on him, but Xuan Yuan Li raised his hand to stop him. I'm fine. Don't come over. Xuan Yuan Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within his body. He turned to his visibly anxious parents, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Mom, Dad, I'm afraid I can't go back with you this time. But please don't worry. I'll resolve this issue soon and explain everything when I return. What do you mean you're fine? You've coughed up blood twice in such a short time. Let me take a look. Yin said urgently, her motherly concern evident. Mom, it's really nothing, just a slight deviation in my cultivation. Once I stabilize my condition, I promise I'll return to reunite with you. Yin was about to say more, but Xuan Yuaning held her back. Shaoli, tell me the truth. Is it really just a cultivation issue? Is it serious? Facing his father's stern questioning, Xuan Yuanli hesitated for a moment before calling out, Yunli, at your service. Yunli instantly appeared at Xuan Yuanli's side. Mom, Dad, this is Yunli, my subordinate and a life element manipulator at the 5 Tribulation Nirvana level. She is also the top healer of the Lombai Star. With her here, there's truly no need to worry. Seeing their son bring out such a powerful healer, Xuan Yuan and Yin finally felt somewhat reassured. Xuan Yuanli secretly sighed in relief upon noticing their slight relaxation, then shifted to the main topic. Dad, although the crisis involving the 100 clans has been temporarily resolved, we can't let our guard down. I'll leave the follow-up here to you, and I'll assign people to assist you. Feng, Ziyu. Luan, Yushan, at your service. Four figures flashed into view, standing beside Xian Yuan. From this moment on, follow my father's orders. His commands are equivalent to mine. Understood. The four responded in unison. Seeing his father hesitate to speak, Xian Yuanli explained, Dad, I might have to disappear for a while. With the current complexities of the various factions, it's impossible for one person to oversee everything. Having them assist you will save a lot of trouble. Xian Yuan glanced around at the surrounding powers, understanding the intricacies of the situation. He nodded in approval, a trace of relief in his expression. You've thought it through well. Let's proceed as you suggest. With his father's agreement, Xuan Yuanli allowed a faint smile to surface before calling out again, Gui Miao, Mo Yan, Nan Ji, Huang Han, Feng Xian, Tong Yuan. At your service. 6 voices responded in unison. Xian Yuanli's gaze turned icy. For the Beast Lair participants in this chaos, eliminate any combatants at Martial Emperor level or above. Since they dared to make such a move, they must bear the consequences. The Beast Kings, including the Dragon King, shuddered involuntarily upon hearing Xian Yuanli's icy tone, feeling fortunate they had not been involved. Otherwise, they might have shared the same fate as those in the Beast Lair. At that moment, Xian Yuanli's sharp gaze turned toward them. As for you, I must admit I'm rather surprised by your actions. The young dragon only came to aid because of a reprimand from the ancestral dragon court. What about you? Why did you intervene? The Dragon King looked visibly embarrassed. Being exposed in front of everyone was humiliating. If it had been anyone else, he would have lashed out by now. But in Xian Yuanli's presence, he could only suppress his displeasure. One of the Beast Kings cautiously replied, My lord, as beings of the Great Xia, it is only natural for us to defend our lands from foreign invasion. Offering our support is our duty. I'm pleased to see you have such awareness, Xian Yuanli nodded. Conflicts between beings of similar strength are part of nature's survival of the fittest, and I do not interfere with that. From now on, the Ice Emperor Palace will no longer oversee your beast lair, and new regulations will be issued soon. Hearing this, the beasts were overjoyed, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. One of the Beast Kings sneaked a glance at the 12 divine generals standing beside Xian Yuanli, feeling secretly relieved. The shadow left by Zifeng and the others had weighed heavily on them, but now they could finally escape the oppression of these demons. Xian Yuanli then turned to his father, Xian Yuan. Dad, the secret realm above Yanjinghave Zifeng investigated. If there are entry restrictions, have him coordinate with the Dragon Court to allocate the quotas. I understand. You should go back and rest, Xian Yuan said, concern evident as he looked at his son's pale face. One last thing, Xian Yuanli continued. A new era is upon us, and the old systems are no longer suitable. The Ice Emperor Palace has drafted new rules. Have Yunli deliver them to you, and discuss them with that individual. A moment later, Ao Tsang's voice echoed through the skies, reaffirming the division of powers with the Ice Emperor Palace and expressing anticipation for a future battle with Xian Yuanli. As his words faded, Xian Yuanli suddenly flushed, his breathing erratic. Fighting back the urge to cough up blood, he quickly issued an order. Yunli, Mingyu, come with me. Shuashang will stay by Zaiki's side. Everyone else, act according to the plan. Before the sentence was even finished, he had already disappeared with Yunli and Mingyu. Yin wanted to follow, but Xian Yuan held her back firmly. Once Xian Yuanli's figure completely vanished, a commanding salute resounded. The soldiers inside and outside Shanhaiguan raised their hands in unison, their expressions solemn and respectful. The Xia kingdom was in an uproar. On the streets and in the alleys, voices rose and fell in waves. Cheers and screams intertwined as people passionately discussed the fall of Xian Yuanli and Ao Tsang. Ha ha, they're all dead. What are the 100 tribes compared to the might of our great Xia? Someone exclaimed triumphantly. However, many were more concerned about the state of the Ice Emperor. Why is the Ice Emperor coughing up blood non-stop? He looks like he's barely holding on. Could it be some hidden illness? Someone asked worriedly. The Ice Emperor still hasn't married or left behind an heir. Immediately, someone else jumped in, proclaiming, I volunteer to carry the responsibility of ensuring the Xian Yuan family has an heir. Bah, you? As if. Such an important duty should obviously fall to me. The focus of the discussion soon shifted to the dragon's final words. Someone analyzed, I get it now. The agreement from 7 years ago, the Beast Cavern belongs to the Ice Emperor's palace, and the waters belong to the Dragon Court. No wonder the Xia kingdom has been so peaceful these past 7 years. In the past, the Beast Cavern and the waters were often in chaos, but in the last 7 years, there have only been a few minor beast tides, and they were quickly suppressed. So it was the Ice Emperor and the Dragon Lord silently protecting us all along. Yet, someone else cautioned, don't get too optimistic. The other tribes said they'd send stronger forces next time. Can we really hold out? Of course we can. With the Ice Emperor's palace and the ancestral dragon court, well, stand strong. Plus, we need to work hard and grow stronger ourselves to contribute to the Xia Kingdom. While the Xia Kingdom buzzed with spirited discussions, in a secluded valley within the central Great World, several figures waited silently for something. Inside a formation in the valley, Yin Kuei and a scar-faced man sat cross-legged. Suddenly, both opened their eyes at the same time. Spitting blood, this was the backlash from the destruction of their spiritual projections. All Yin clan members, follow me back to the clan immediately. Hurry. I have urgent matters to report to the main body. The two exchanged a glance before leading their respective teams away in haste. In the Yin clan's secluded microworld, which resembled a paradise untouched by the outside, a sudden crash echoed through the grand, golden hall. Yin Kuei stood with his head lowered, fragments of shattered porcelain scattered across the floor. A stern man with an imposing presence glared at him with a twisted expression of fury. Master, the young master has fallen. His body is completely destroyed. Yin Kuei reported with a trembling voice. Facing the enraged clan leader, his legs were already beginning to weaken. Meower, the Yin clan leader murmured softly. The sudden tragic news seemed to age the once imposing leader instantly. Who killed my Meower? He abruptly stood up, his furious roar echoing throughout the grand hall. Zulong Court, Ice Emperor Palace. At the mention of these two names, the clan leader's expression froze. Who? He stared intently at Yin Kuei, as if unable to believe his ears. When Yin Kuei repeated the names, the clan leader's face grew even more grave. The existence of Zulong Court shocked him, while the faction daring to use the title Ice Emperor left him utterly perplexed. Explain in detail, the clan leader commanded in a deep voice. Yin Kuei quickly recounted everything encountering the angelic and vampire clans in the spatial passage, and the subsequent events on Lanbai Star. After listening, the clan leader fell into deep thought. The existence of Zulong Court cannot be underestimated. They might truly harbor ancient monsters from 10,000 years ago. As for Ice Emperor Palace, the clan leader frowned, trying to recall. I seem to have read about that title in an ancient text. When will we avenge the young master? Yin Kuei asked. Avenge him? The clan leader sneered. I have 108 offspring. What difference does losing one make? To risk the entire clan for personal vengeance, such foolishness is beneath me. Seeing Yin Kuei's shocked expression, the clan leader continued. However, revenge must be taken, but only when the time is right. Spread the word, tell everyone that Lanbai Star harbors a sacred divine weapon, as well as the existence of Zulong Court and Ice Emperor Palace. Make it as exaggerated as possible. Yin Kuei immediately grasped the clan leader's intent. It was a plan to use other factions to probe the situation. When they made their move, the Yin clan would seize the opportunity to gather intelligence and act accordingly. At that moment, another clansman rushed in hurriedly. Clan leader, young master Yin Miao's life token has shattered. I know. You may leave, the clan leader said with an unusually calm wave of his hand. Meanwhile, in the eerie grand hall of the fallen god palace, the sound of fierce combat suddenly erupted. Blade demon, you dare betray me? An enraged voice thundered through the hall, followed by a figure crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! An elderly man with white hair collapsed heavily on the steps outside the grand hall of the fallen divine palace. Struggling to his feet, he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with a trembling hand, his gaze fixed firmly on the hall's doors, burning with unyielding fury. Inside the hall, two figures burst into the air, hovering above as they looked down at the disheveled old man. The taller, imposing figure spoke in a cold, commanding tone. Elder Ing, you have quite the nerve. Discovering a holy tier divine weapon and daring to conceal it, was it to keep it for yourself? Or were you planning to overthrow me once you had it in your grasp? Elder Ing ignored the God Master's accusation entirely. Instead, he turned to the figure beside him, shouting in rage, Daomo, you treacherous bastard. You attacked me while I was off guard. I treated you well, why betray me? Daomo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Betrayal? What a joke. I've always been loyal to the God Master. How could there be talk of betrayal? Was the reward I promised you not enough? Elder Ing snarled through gritted teeth. Oh. Daomo replied with an amused tone. Elder Ing, why don't you remind me what exactly did you promise me back then? If I obtained the holy tier divine weapon and seized the God Master's position, I vowed to give you control of the Dark Hall. Elder Ing snapped. The Dark Hall holds unparalleled power in the fallen divine palace, second only to the God Master. And yet, even with such an offer, you remained unmoved. The leader of the Dark Hall? Daomo chuckled mockingly. Elder Ing, why don't you take a wild guess? What position do you think I hold now? Elder Ying's pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped in disbelief. You're the elusive leader of the Dark Hall? Correct, but unfortunately, There's no prize for guessing right, Dao Mo replied with a chilling smile. He then unleashed an overwhelming aura of power. My true identity and strength were never revealed, not even when you were humiliated by that young man from the blue-white star. That's because the God Master's first iron rule is this. The identity of the Dark Hall's leader must remain a secret from all living beings. Quasi-Saint Realm. Eldering inhaled sharply at the oppressive power surging toward him. What did the God Master offer you to earn such unwavering loyalty? My life. Is that enough? Dao Mo's tone was calm. Without the God Master, I'd have been long dead. This life belongs to him, and I follow only his orders. I see now. Eldering murmured in realization, his gaze shifting toward the God Master of the fallen divine palace. Since things have come to this, there's no need for me to pretend anymore. Eldering raised his head proudly, his gaze brimming with disdain. So what if I conceal the truth? Does the Divine Lord intend to kill me for it? Within the Divine Palace, my friends and the other elders who support me are no pushovers. If the Divine Lord insists on taking action, he should carefully consider the consequences. In response to Elder Ying's threat, the imposing manth Divine Lord of the fallen Divine Palace curved his lips into a cold smile. Ever since I became the Divine Lord, you've been opposing me at every turn. Do you think my silence all this time means I'm easy to deal with? He fixed his sharp gaze on Elder Ying. You're right, I can't punish you for this alone. But haven't you noticed something? All this time, none of those so-called friends of yours have spoken up for you. And as for what Blade Demon said earlier, it seems you completely ignored it. A sudden unease surged in Elder Ying's heart. Before he could react, the Divine Lord appeared before him in an instant, his hand clamping down firmly on Elder Ying's forehead. A terrifying, oppressive force enveloped Elder Ying, rendering him immobile. Today, no one can save you, the Divine Lord declared coldly. Panic finally set in for Elder Ying. He cried out desperately for help, his voice echoing in all directions, but no one responded. Realizing there was no hope for survival, his entire body turned cold. Don't worry. You're a half-cent level expert. How could I let you die so easily? The Divine Lord's sinister smile deepened. Even in death, you'll serve a purpose. Dao Heartseed Demon. An endless surge of black spiritual energy poured from the Divine Lord's hand into Elder Ying's mind. No. You've actually learned a forbidden technique. Elder Ying's face twisted in agony as he struggled with all his might. But it was futile. Before he could finish his sentence, the light faded from his eyes, and his entire being became like a lifeless puppet. Master. Elder Ying spoke mechanically. The Divine Lord threw his head back in triumphant laughter. This thorn in his side was finally dealt with. There would be no more threats to his rule. Beside him, Blade Demon quickly chimed in with flattery. Congratulations, Divine Lord, on removing Elder Ying, the thorn in your side. From now on, no one will dare oppose you. Well done, Blade Demon, the Divine Lord said, his mood bright as he patted Blade Demon's shoulder. I'll make sure to avenge the humiliation you suffered on the blue-white star. Thank you, Divine Lord. Go investigate the next moves of those factions, so we can prepare accordingly. Understood. Meanwhile, on the floating island of the Angel Clan, Cain stood respectfully before a female angel with 10 wings on her back, reporting on her observations from the blue-white star. In the northern region of the central Great World, the female angels were exceptionally unique. They regarded themselves as the darlings of heaven and earth, born with the innate power of the War King realm. The hierarchy of the Angel Clan's power is distinctly defined, starting from the lowest rank of 2-winged Battle King, ascending to 4-winged Martial Emperor, 6-winged Nirvana, 8-winged Sovereign, 10-winged Saint, and culminating in the most powerful, the 12-winged Emperor. Although the angels are inherently gifted with talents surpassing other races, this advantage comes with a significant limitation. Their cultivation progresses extremely slowly. Many angels spend their entire lives unable to break through to the Nirvana realm. It is said that the Angel Clan in the northern region is not the entirety of the angel lineage, but rather a branch of it. There is another mysterious faction composed of male angels, whose strength is both formidable and terrifying, though no one has ever witnessed their existence firsthand. Standing before Cain at this moment was Queen Kaisha, the ruler of this generation's Angel Clan and a dignified 10-winged female angel. When Cain mentioned the words, Ice Emperor, Kaisha's expression changed abruptly. As descendants of an ancient race, the Angel Clan possesses records of many ancient secrets. The name Ice Emperor is a taboo in the Central Realm, deliberately erased from historical texts by a certain dynasty. No one dares to speak of it, as if uttering the name itself could invite calamity. Kaisha had once come across this chilling title in an ancient book, and hearing it again now caused memories of the past to surge back into her mind. After a moment of contemplation, Kaisha spoke. Cain, I understand your anger, but this matter requires careful consideration. Let us first observe the actions of the other clans before making a decision. Cain had anticipated the queen's response, But what she hadn't expected was that Kaisha's hesitation stemmed not from the might of the ancestral dragon court, but from the mysterious weight of the name Ice Emperor. Yes, she replied, loosening her clenched fists and reluctantly complying with the order for now. Meanwhile, above a river of blood, Xueqi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in agony. Damn it! Ice Emperor Palace! Ancestral Dragon Court! He roared. How dare you threaten me and cost me one of my spiritual bodies, leaving my true form injured? Mark my words, I, Xueqi, will remember this. Just you wait, I will drag you all into the Blood Clan's hell, never to rise again. Despite his furious threats, Xueqi knew full well that he couldn't exact revenge on his own. Turning toward the heart of the Blood Clan's domain, he resolved to rely on the power of his kin. For now, his threats were all bark and no bite words spoken in anger that he dared not act upon. Meanwhile, an earth-shattering piece of news swept through various factions like a storm. Messengers from different races who had traveled to the Blue-White Star discovered the horrifying deaths of their clansmen. Enraged, they initially planned to send more people to investigate. However, from those groups that had not participated in the coercion and still had members on the Blue-White Star, they uncovered a chilling truth. Zulong Court had reappeared. Zulong Court? They actually still exist? This revelation caused all the factions to unanimously halt their plans for retaliation. Investigations were launched immediately, and while the full details remained unclear, the Ying clan, an ancient family, had already shared some critical information. Find out everything. We must uncover the truth. Leaders of various races issued urgent orders. Soon, rumors about the Blue-White Star spread like wildfire across the northern region of the central Great World. In the central region of the Great World, a prosperous land where sacred clans gathered and talent flourished, the ruling power of the Chiron Empire overshadowed everything. Behind this empire stood Emperor Qi Xiaotian, the Red Dragon Emperor, a figure who had emerged unscathed from the catastrophe of the Outer Realms 10,000 years ago. He was a key player in silencing other worlds and stars across the Ten Directions realm. Though many races harbored grievances against him in private, their voices were stifled by his overwhelming strength. At this moment, deep within the grand imperial palace of the Chiron Imperial City, inside a magnificent and resplendent hall, a red-haired man dressed in imperial dragon robes was intently reviewing memorials. His brow alternated between relaxation and furrowed concentration until a eunuch hurried into the hall and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, urgent news from the Blue-White Star. Speak. The man in dragon robes responded without even lifting his head, continuing to read the documents. Nearly 100 factions from the northern region have suffered immense losses on the Blue-White Star, with even supreme soul bodies being eradicated. Oh. The man finally showed a hint of interest. The Blue-White Star's revival has barely begun, and yet there's already supreme-level combat power? What's the cause? The Zulong Court has emerged. The eunuch's voice rose sharply. The man's hand froze mid-motion. Zulong Court? For them to survive even in the depleted spiritual energy of the Blue-White Star, they are indeed resilient. The Red Dragon ancestor might find them intriguing. He pondered for a moment. What's their current status? Reports indicate they are based in a nation called Daxia. A five-clawed golden dragon, seemingly the current dragon emperor, has appeared at the half-step supreme realm, along with over 100 nirvana-level dragons. As for their deeper reserves, the dragon emperor hinted at their strength, but its authenticity is uncertain. The shackles of heaven and earth have just been lifted, and they've already reached this level. Coupled with their racial advantages, they likely possess at least mid-supreme level combat power. No wonder the northern region's 100 factions suffered so greatly. The eunuch hesitated, his expression suggesting he held back an important detail. Your Majesty, there was a local force involved when the 100 clans fell on the Blue-White Star. The eunuch reported with his head bowed. A local force? The man in the dragon robe frowned slightly. What are they called? And what is their background? They call themselves the Ice Emperor Palace. The eunuch knelt on the ground, his body trembling with fear. Crack. The writing brush in the dragon-robed man's hand snapped in half. He abruptly stood up, his expression shifting as if he had just heard an unbelievable name. Say that again. What is the name of this force? Your Majesty. They call themselves the Ice Emperor Palace. Their leader is a young half-step supreme who calls himself the Ice Emperor, commanding 12 nirvana-level experts. Most of the 100 clans perished at their hands. The eunuch hastily added, the Dragon Emperor of the Ancestral Dragon Court has a close relationship with him. It is said that it was due to the Ice Emperor's injury and inability to match the supreme of the 100 clans that the Ancestral Dragon Court intervened to save him. According to the surviving clans' reports, this man who calls himself the Ice Emperor is named Xuan Yuan Li, the son of a guardian of the Xia Kingdom, and he is barely over 20 years old. Ice Emperor. Xuan Yuan Li. The dragon-robed man paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself, Not Han Yin, not Han Yin. He sternly dismissed the eunuch, and as soon as the eunuch left, his figure vanished from the grand hall in an instant. Moments later, he appeared outside the crimson sky secret realm high above the 9 heavens. This secret realm originated from a primordial flame that could burn the heavens, later sealed by the great emperor of the 10-star world, forming a unique space. 10,000 years ago, it was claimed by the crimson sky heaven, whose emperor's body resides there, giving it its name. Qi Qing requests an audience for urgent matters. I humbly ask the honorable ancestor Qi Long to grant me entry, the dragon-robed man said respectfully. Soon, a vortex of flames appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and Qi Qing stepped inside. Within the secret realm, a sea of fire raged, and a crimson dragon exuding a blazing, destructive aura emerged. What is the matter to report? The crimson dragon asked. Honorable ancestor, the blue-white stars world has revived, and the ancestral dragon court has re-emerged, Qi Qing reported. Oh, so they are still alive after all, the crimson dragon replied in a calm tone, as if unsurprised. Upon learning that the current dragon emperor was merely a half-step supreme 5-clawed golden dragon, the crimson dragon let out a mocking roar. Back then, they refused to follow me. Now their dragon emperor is nothing more than a half-step supreme. If the dragon ancestor were to know of the ancestral dragon court's decline, who would truly be the traitor? There is another matter I must ask the honorable ancestor to convey to the emperor ancestor, Qi Qing said gravely. A force named the Ice Emperor Palace has appeared on the blue-white star and has a close connection with the ancestral dragon court. You are aware that 10,000 years ago, someone of great significance also had ties with the ancestral dragon court. I fear. Ice Emperor Palace. Han Yin. The crimson dragon's pupils contracted sharply, as if recalling a world-shaking figure. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the secret realm. Han Yin. If not for the secret realm's barriers, this sound might have shaken the entire central star. Qi Qing clutched his ears in terror and looked toward the depths of the secret realm. There, a towering figure shrouded in world-burning flames sat, radiating an aura of unfathomable dread. Emperor Ancestor. Qi Long and Qi Qing bowed respectfully to the figure radiating an overwhelming, terrifying aura. Qi Qing. What is his name? A voice filled with murderous intent echoed powerfully throughout the space, emanating from the supreme figure. Xuan Yuan Li. Qi Qing replied cautiously. Xuan Yuan Li. The majestic figure, engulfed in blazing flames, repeated the name in a low voice. The surname Xuan Yuan? It shouldn't be Han Yin. I saw with my own eyes as he was reduced to ashes. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Master, could it be reincarnation? There are precedents for such things. With Han Yin's abilities, Qi Long suggested gravely. Impossible. The figure rejected the notion decisively. Though you didn't partake in that battle back then, Han Yin was utterly annihilated. Not even a shred of his true spirit could have survived. If it's not Han Yin's reincarnation, then, Emperor Ancestor, how should we handle the Ice Emperor Palace faction? Qi Qing asked cautiously. The towering figure let out a cold snort. Now, it seems any random creature dares to call themselves emperor. Though it may not be related to Han Yin, I don't want to hear the name Ice Emperor ever again. Better to kill 3,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Understood. Qi Qing. Dismissed. With that order, Qi Qing bowed respectfully and exited the secret realm. After he left, the terrifying figure engulfed in flames suddenly roared in rage like thunder. It's been 100,000 years. Han Yin, if it weren't for you, how could I be trapped in this cursed place, unable to leave? Qi Long merely shook his head silently, his massive form slowly fading into the sea of fire. He had long grown accustomed to his master's periodic outbursts of fury. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Qi Qing sat on the dragon throne, propping his hands on the table, deep in thought. Shadow Servant. Ripples appeared in the void, and a dark shadow knelt in the hall. Greetings, my lord. How much do you know about Lombai planet? Reporting to my lord, the situation is mostly under control. Under the current suppression of heaven and earth, only Nirvana-level 8th stage experts can descend to the lower realm. It's estimated that in 2 years, it will allow early-stage Supreme Beings, in 10 years mid-stage Supremes, and in 100 years up to Supreme 12th stage. Among them, stages 1 to 3 are early Supreme, 4 to 6 are mid-stage, 7 to 9 are latest stage, 10 is Spirit Supreme, 11 is Earth Supreme, and 12 is Heaven Supreme. Just Nirvana 8th stage? Isn't that too weak to deal with the Ice Emperor Palace, a half-step Supreme faction? Reporting to my lord, for now, that level of power is sufficient. The leader of the Ice Emperor Palace seems to have suffered severe injuries or backlash. Since appearing, he has been incessantly coughing up blood and had to rely on the emergence of the ancestral dragon court just to survive. As for the other subordinates of the Ice Emperor Palace, although their talents are formidable, The strongest among them is only at the Nirvana 6th or 7th stage for now, Qi Qing said coldly, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. If we send someone at the Nirvana 8th stage to the lower realm, using numbers to overwhelm them and with the aid of forbidden artifacts, wiping out this insignificant Ice Emperor Palace would be a trivial task. He pondered for a moment, then with a flick of his wrist, two streaks of light flew toward Ing Nu, a mysterious token radiating an enigmatic aura and a jade bottle, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Ing Nu, take this world-breaking talisman and breaking boundary pill to the northern region. Find a few suitable forces in the lower realm and uproot the Ice Emperor Palace completely. Master, why not descend to the lower realm yourself to eliminate this force? Ing Nu asked, perplexed. That's not for you to question. Qi Qing's gaze turned icy, clearly displeased with Ing Nu's impertinence. Forgive me, my lord. I deserve punishment. Ing Nu immediately trembled with fear, his voice shaking. Qi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Leave now, and make sure the task is done flawlessly. Understood, my lord. I will not disappoint you. With that, Ing Nu vanished swiftly from the grand hall. Leaning back on his dragon throne, Qi Qing's eyes carried the glimmer of distant stars as he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, above the nine heavens galaxy, outside a mysterious small world, a man dressed in luxurious robes appeared. He bowed slightly and said with respect, Kaiga requests an audience with the Linglong Empress. Moments later, the swirling nebula shifted, and countless stars reformed into the words, what is it? Kaiga immediately transmitted his voice. Reporting to the Empress, the blue-white star has awakened, and the ancestral dragon court has emerged. The Ice Emperor Palace suppressed the northern region's 100 clans who attempted to plunder the blue-white star. The leader of the Ice Emperor Palace calls himself the Ice Emperor and has reached the half-step supreme realm. Before he could finish, his figure abruptly disappeared, and in the next instant, he found himself standing in a chaotic void. Say that name again. What is the name of that force? A cold yet excited voice echoed from all directions. Reporting to the Empress, it is the Ice Emperor Palace. And the leader's name? Xuan Yuan Li. Xuan Yuan? Not Nian Gu. The figure in the chaos murmured to herself, her tone filled with disappointment. Kaiga continued, Empress, it seems the Crimson Dragon Imperial Court intends to send someone to the lower realm to destroy this force. How should we respond? Qi Shao Tian. The voice in the chaos was laced with disdain. He's still living in Nian Ge's shadow, trying to eliminate anyone who dares to use Nian Ge's title. Send the order when the time comes. Ensure the Ice Emperor Palace survives. If he wants to destroy it, I will make sure he fails. Is it worth offending the Crimson Dragon Imperial Court for a small force on the blue-white star? This Empress wants to provoke him, force him to show himself. For 10,000 years, he's hidden in the Crimson Sky secret realm, refusing to speak of what happened back then. This Empress demands the truth. The voice in the chaos was filled with fury. Understood, Empress. I will make the arrangements. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kaiga had already returned to the galaxy above. Blue-white star. The far north. Ice Emperor Palace. In a special space within the extreme martial god tower, a dazzling scene of intertwining red and blue unfolded. Xuan Yuan Li was half submerged in a yin-yang pool of water, where red and blue shades merged. His sculpted upper body lay bare, one side encased in ice, the other engulfed in flames. These two opposing forces clashed fiercely, neither willing to concede even an inch. The intense energy conflict contorted Xuan Yuan Li's face in agony. Meanwhile, deep within his consciousness, an even more ferocious battle was raging. A miniature Xuan Yuan Li formed of ice confronted another version of himself, composed of violet red flames. The terrifying soul energy wreaked havoc in this mental space. Each time the two figures collided, Xuan Yuan Li's complexion grew paler. After 3 days of this relentless struggle, a turning point finally emerged. Following another violent clash, the icy figure formed from Xuan Yuan Li's soul essence glared at the violet red counterpart, which had been the source of his torment, and demanded sharply, Who are you? Why have you appeared in my mind? What is your purpose? Ki. The violet red figure let out a piercing laugh, its expression twisted and menacing. Who am I? I am you, Xuan Yuan Li. So you can speak. Why choose to talk today? Why claim that you are me? The icy figure fixated on its opponent, speaking for the first time. Because I am no longer the same as before, the violet red figure declared arrogantly. These past days of stalemate were nothing but a ruse. This body has been yours for over 20 years. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. Who are you really? Xuan Yuan Li demanded again. I am Han Yin, and I am Xuan Yuan Li. The violet red figure laughed maniacally. We are one and the same. You were too weak to bear my existence, so I lay dormant. But now that I can manifest, I will reclaim my body and seek vengeance on that traitor. Who is Han Yin? And why do you say Han Yin is me? At the mention of this name, fleeting images flashed through Xuan Yuan Li's mind, but they were as ephemeral as a dream, vanishing before he could grasp any concrete memories. Faced with Xuan Yuan Li's interrogation, the purple-haired figure remained indifferent, a trace of disdain flickering in its eyes. You don't need to know that. As you are now, you're no match for me. Surrender control of your body willingly, and I might show mercy, leaving you a sliver of your true spirit. That way, you can witness my rise to the pinnacle from the depths of your own mind. Feigning weakness, Xuan Yuan Li controlled the blue figure to retort, if you believe I can't resist, why not let me die with some clarity? At least tell me what this is all about. Ha ha ha. The purple-haired figure sneered. Stalling for time? Hoping for a miracle? Keep dreaming. No one can save you today, and you'd best abandon any hope of learning the past from me. Seeing that the other party wasn't taking the bait, Xuan Yuan Li sighed softly. This sigh, however, only made the purple-haired figure more smug, its laughter growing even more unrestrained. Gotcha, didn't I? I've existed for countless years. Did you think such petty tricks could fool me? Xuan Yuan Li's tone suddenly shifted, becoming playful and mocking. If you won't respond to kindness, then I'll have to resort to force. The purple-haired figure froze. What do you mean? Do you still have a trump card? Xuan Yuan Li said nothing further. With a light press of his right hand, he uttered a single word, suppress. In an instant, an immense, ocean-like soul force surged forth. The purple-haired figure struggled desperately against the overwhelming power, but it was futile. It screamed in terror. No, this can't be. How can you possess such immense soul power? You were supposed to be weak. No, you've been pretending all along for these past 3 days. Xuan Yuan Li smirked disdainfully. You're not the only one who knows how to conceal. The soul-concealing techniques of the Ultimate Soul Codex aren't something a petty spirit like you could detect. If I hadn't been trying to make you talk, I would have destroyed you long ago. Who would have thought you'd drag it out for 3 whole days before saying anything? I was starting to lose my patience. The Ultimate Soul Codex? What kind of technique is that? Why have I never seen you cultivate it? The purple-haired figure roared in anger, clearly unaware of the system's secrets. Since nothing useful could be extracted, Xuan Yuan Li saw no need to explain further. He clenched his hand and shouted, "Destroy!" A soul storm raged within his mind. The purple-haired figure let out one final, resentful scream. No, this can't be. That traitor is still alive. I can't fall before them. With a muffled explosion, only a cluster of purple-haired energy remained, suspended before Xuan Yuan Li. A sudden system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Reward: 50 of past life memory fragments. The purple-haired energy burst apart, merging into Xuan Yuan Li's mind. A series of vivid images began to surface as if carved into his consciousness. In a snow-covered, unknown land, a group of children played in the snow. Suddenly, a little girl cried out, "Look, there's a naked child lying over there. It's a boy. How embarrassing. Quick, someone go find." Meanwhile, in a secluded valley in the northern domain, a figure known as Shadow Slave appeared, glancing around with disdain. The northern domain truly is the weakest of the 5 domains. The spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of the central domain. He retrieved 6 boundary-breaking pills, setting aside 3 of them. Finding 3 tribes should suffice. The rest will be my payment for running errands. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow Slave's eyes lit up. I've got it. In the dark and mysterious expanse of an ancient forest in the Northern Territory, a heavily guarded ancestral land of the Serpent clan stood tall. Serpent guards, armed with sharp blades, were stationed throughout the forest, their piercing gazes sweeping over every movement in the surroundings. Deep within the forest, a heated argument was erupting inside a stone house, constructed from massive rocks. At the center of the room, a brawny serpent man with a crimson snake tail trailing behind him was angrily waving his arms. I don't understand what you're all so afraid of. When has the Serpent clan ever endured such humiliation and been so spineless? Even if the ancestral dragon court is awakening. So what? With the current state of the blue-white star, how strong could they possibly be? Do you actually believe the nonsense of that 5-clawed golden dragon? Inside the stone house, the main seat remained vacant, while 10 chairs were neatly arranged around it. Apart from the enraged serpent man, the other 9 elders were seated. The female serpent people were all alluring and naturally seductive, while among the male serpent people, only 2 were robust in build, with the rest appearing frail, clearly suffering from severe depletion of energy. 6th elder, sit down and calm yourself, an elderly serpent man urged. We are all equally outraged by Sheman's fall, but we cannot act recklessly. Recklessly? The 6th elder retorted, even more agitated. The one who fell was my nephew. If he had died in battle, I could accept it. But they were merely spectators, and yet the other side didn't even spare the onlookers. Even if it's the ancestral dragon court, such actions must come with a price. At these words, 3 more elders chimed in, calling for vengeance. However, the Grand Elder, whose presence was the most imposing, spoke in a deep, steady voice. The queen is in seclusion. If we provoke the ancestral dragon court, that colossal force. He left the sentence unfinished, but the other elders, except for the 6th elder, fell silent, clearly unwilling to bear the responsibility. Grand Elder, are we just going to wait until the queen emerges from seclusion to decide? The 6th elder asked indignantly. At the very least, the Grand Elder replied, I dare not make such a decision on my own. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly echoed within the stone house. If the Grand Elder cannot make this decision, why don't I lend you a hand? Who dares trespass on the territory of the Serpent Clan? The 10 elders were instantly enraged, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed out of the stone house, hovering midair. However, when the Grand Elder saw the intruder's face, his fury immediately dissipated, replaced by deference. Ah, it's Lord Ing. Had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a proper welcome. Forgive me for the lack of hospitality. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the Grand Elder's unusually obsequious demeanor. The flattering words of Ing Nu clearly pleased the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan. His perpetually cold expression softened slightly, and his tone was no longer as sharp. Grand Elder, you're too kind. Let me get straight to the point. That person has a strong dislike for the Ice Emperor Palace of Blue and White Star. A mere half-step supreme dares to call themselves an emperor? Ing Nu paused for a moment, giving the Grand Elder a meaningful look. I've heard that your clan also has some grievances with the Ice Emperor Palace. The Grand Elder immediately understood and bowed respectfully. Since that person dislikes the Ice Emperor Palace, such a trivial matter need not trouble them. Our Serpent Clan is willing to take care of it. Excellent. I enjoy dealing with intelligent people like you, Grand Elder, Ing Nu said with satisfaction, nodding as he retrieved a pill from his sleeve. Considering the 8 Tribulation Nirvana realm restriction on Blue and White Star, I have specially prepared a supreme realm-breaking pill. Even with the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, this pill will allow one of your people to break through to the 9th Tribulation Nirvana realm. At that point, the 7 Tribulation Nirvana members of the Ice Emperor Palace will be nothing more than toys before you. Lord Ing, the Grand Elder said with a worried expression, but the Ice Emperor Palace seems to have a half-step supreme powerhouse, and there's also the Zulong Court. The leader of the Ice Emperor Palace's half-step supreme is heavily injured. You don't need to worry about him. The breaking pill is for you to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Act swiftly and decisively. Don't give the Zulong Court time to send reinforcements, or you'll be at a disadvantage. Understood. I'll begin arranging the spatial passage immediately. Hold on. Ing Nu interrupted, taking out a token and handing it to the Grand Elder. I still need to meet with 2 other clans. Tomorrow, I will contact you through this token. At that time, use the breaking talisman to descend to the lower realm. You may send 20 people. Begin your preparations. Other clans? The Grand Elder asked in confusion. I must ensure everything goes flawlessly. 3 forces will descend simultaneously, targeting 3 different locations. Whichever clan accomplishes the task will have my recommendation before that person. Though the Grand Elder was displeased with this lack of trust, he had no choice but to agree. After Ing Nu departed, the other Serpent Clan elders quickly gathered around, eager to ask about the identity of the mysterious man. The Grand Elder, his expression grave, explained. He comes from the most terrifying force in the central region, the Crimson Dragon Empire. He is a shadow guard by that person's side. The moment these words were spoken, the elders collectively gasped. Someone asked in confusion, why would such a peak-level force use us to deal with a mere Ice Emperor Palace? Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that none of the 4 great empires have sent anyone to the lower realm recently. There must be more to this than meets the eye. But for now, the most important thing is deciding who to send to the lower realm. If we complete the mission, the rewards from that person will elevate the status of our Serpent Clan in the northern region. Immersed in visions of glory, the Grand Elder completely forgot to report this matter to the Queen of the Serpent Clan. Meanwhile, the Serpent Clan Queen. The next day, the Serpent Tribe's elder arrived at the designated location with 20 young and skilled warriors. From a distance, 2 other groups were already waiting, with Ing Nu seated calmly at the center of the crowd. Barbarian Tribe, Linjia Clan. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in disbelief. He had hoped Ing Nu would summon tribes of lesser strength, but to his dismay, the 2 groups present were even more formidable than the Serpent Tribe. As he scanned the opposing teams, their powerful auras were evident, far surpassing those of his own group. This realization left the elder inwardly lamenting their predicament. What's wrong? Is the elder not pleased to see us? A man covered in glimmering scales spoke with a faint, Mocking smile. Of course not, of course not. We are delighted to have you here. The elder of the serpent tribe quickly forced a smile to respond. Oh, I thought the elder might be dissatisfied with our presence. The barbarian tribe leader, a burly and imposing figure, said in a cold voice. His tone revealed his displeasure at the elder's earlier reaction. Sensing the rising tension between the three groups, Nu cleared his throat softly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Let's get to the point. The rules remain the same as before. Whoever destroys the Ice Emperor Palace first will receive a reward from His Majesty. With a wave of his hand, Nu sent 6 pills radiating a strong medicinal aroma into the air, dividing them among the 3 groups. In each group, a young and powerful warrior stepped forward to catch the pills with precision, their eyes gleaming with excitement. These were rare and valuable pills, breaking limit pills and hidden tribulation pills. In the central great world, consuming them could directly elevate one's power to the supreme realm. Even on the blue-white star, these pills could enhance their strength by 1 or 2 levels. Although Nu instructed them to use the pills on the blue-white star to combat the Ice Emperor Palace, these young prodigies capable of battling across realms intended to save the pills for later. They planned to return to the central great world and break through their limits to maximize the pills' effectiveness. Sweeping his gaze across the 3 groups, Nu nodded in approval. Not bad. The weakest among you are at the 6th Tribulation Nirvana realm, and each team has at least 3 members at the 8th Tribulation Nirvana realm. I have 3 spatial nodes here, provided by a race on the blue-white star. According to their analysis, the Ice Emperor Palace is most likely located in one of these 3 places: Shanhaiguan, Qinling, or Kunlun Su. Choose your destination, and whether you succeed depends on your own abilities. The 3 groups exchanged glances before gathering to discuss their plans. Before long, they each made their decisions. The 3 clans each chose their destination. The Snake clan selected Shanhaiguan, the Barbarian clan decided on the Qinling Mountains, and the Linjia clan pointed towards Kunlun Su. Once all 3 teams were in position, the boundary-breaking talisman in Nu's hand flared with dazzling light as spiritual energy surged into it. In an instant, the heavens changed color, the space trembled violently, and 3 massive spatial vortexes slowly unfolded across the sky. Enter now. Nu's voice was steady and commanding. These 3 portals will transport you near your destinations. Remember, upon arrival, take the realm-breaking pill to advance your cultivation, followed by the concealment pill to mask the lightning tribulation. Only act when everything is secure. I do not want to hear of any failures. Understood. We will do our utmost and fulfill the mission without fail. The 60 members of the 3 clans responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Good. Proceed. With Nu's command, the members of the 3 clans transformed into streaks of light and entered their respective portals. After the disciples of each clan had departed, the great elder of the Snake clan immediately put on a fawning smile. Lord Ing, you've worked hard these past days. Why not rest at our clan while we await the good news? Very well, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Nu cast an approving glance at the Snake clan's great elder, who felt secretly elated by this recognition. I'll go ahead. Follow me shortly, Nu said before flying off in the direction of the Snake clan. The Snake clan's great elder glanced smugly at the other 2 clan elders and taunted. Take notes, gentlemen, this is how it's done. This time, our Snake clan is bound to triumph on the blue-white star. I've even prepared a forbidden weapon capable of instantly killing a 5th-tier supreme. You don't stand a chance. But the elders of the Barbarian and Linjia clans remained unfazed. Instead, they exchanged a knowing smile and began chatting leisurely right in front of the Snake clan's great elder. Brother Barbarian, how many supreme-level forbidden weapons did you bring this time? Not too many, just 3. Ultimately, it'll still depend on the strength of our own talents. Indeed, the same goes for us. Our Linjia clan's youngsters are slightly weaker, so I prepared a bit more 5 forbidden weapons in total. This exchange left the Snake clan's great elder's face dark with anger, his once smug expression now completely gone. Trembling with rage, he pointed at the 2 elders, unable to utter a word. What's wrong, great elder? You look unwell. Could it be that you're feeling under the weather? You should take care of yourself. How else will you serve lording properly? My health is none of your concern. The Snake clan's great elder snorted furiously before taking off to follow Nu. After the group had been gone for some time, a figure dressed in white, completely devoid of any detectable aura, suddenly appeared in the empty space. Interesting. They've come up with the method of combining realm-breaking pills with concealment pills. It seems the Crimson Dragon Empire truly cannot wait any longer. Very well. I'd better send someone to keep an eye on things in the lower realm. Such impatience. On the planet Lanbai, in the summer capital, within the heavily guarded chamber of the ruler, a crucial meeting concerning the nation's policies was underway. The elder, along with Xuan Yuan Ing, Mu Yi, Elder Gong, and others, sat around a square table cluttered with documents, engrossed in deep discussion. Xuan Yuan, Is there truly nothing more you'd like to add? The elder asked softly. Xin Yuaning rubbed his temples wearily. Your Majesty, everyone, please have mercy on me. You've asked me hundreds of times over the past few days. I've already told you everything I know. Apart from hiding the fact that Liar awakened his abilities at the age of 6, everything else I only recently learned. I didn't even know about his management of the Beast Denver. If it weren't for Xiao Chei's injury, I would never have guessed he had such backing, let alone that he created it himself. If you want more answers, you'll have to wait until Xiao Liar recovers and returns. Seeing Xin Yuanying's distressed expression, the group couldn't help but chuckle, and even the elder smiled faintly. All right, Xin Yuan, that's not what I meant. I was asking for your thoughts on the policies your son submitted. Huh, so it's not about Xiao Liar. Xin Yuanying let out a sigh of relief, his spirits lifting instantly. These new policies are well thought out. Combined with our existing system, they seem solid. What do you all think? I have no objections. Agreed. The other governors expressed their approval one after another. The elder held up a few documents and said slowly, I agree as well. Xin Yuan, you certainly have an exceptional son. These policies align perfectly with the needs of the Xia Kingdom. Many of the details are outstanding, with perspectives we hadn't even considered. It's clear he put a lot of effort into this. Xin Yuanying beamed with pride, unable to hide his joy. Mu Yi, sitting nearby, couldn't help but interject sourly, Your Majesty, that brat isn't that remarkable. He must have had help from some expert. Xin Yuan, you're really milking this for all it's worth. Exactly. If I had a son like that, I'd be grinning in my sleep. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat, and the room immediately returned to order. Since everyone has no objections and the think tank has also approved, it's settled. The new policies are hereby passed. Once Xuan Yuan's eldest son completes his retreat, he will personally announce their implementation. As the elder finished speaking, applause filled the room. However, Xin Yuanying stood up, visibly anxious. Your Majesty, is it appropriate for my son to make the announcement himself? Shouldn't such a significant matter be declared officially by the Xia government? The elder smiled and gestured for him to calm down. Given the current situation on Lombai Star, do you really think anyone would listen if we made an official announcement? The old man said, his tone laced with clear dissatisfaction. Those deeply hidden families and top sect forces, even you are wary of them. How could they possibly obey willingly? Speaking of the sect forces, the old man grew even more indignant. Look at the strength they reported to us earlier, each claiming to have only 2 or 3 martial emperors at most. But during the battle at Shanhai Pass, how many strong fighters did they actually send out? He paused and then continued. While it's true they chose to stand together against the enemy for the greater good of the nation, proving they aren't entirely wicked, who knows if all their hidden forces truly came forward? According to your son, countless opportunities will emerge in the upcoming secret realm. If there are any bad apples among them, who knows how they'll act when the time comes? Xin Yuanying fell into deep thought. Lombai Star needs someone capable of keeping all the factions in check right now. Your son is the only suitable candidate. Having him announce the new regulations would be ideal, the old man suggested. Well, all right. I'll talk to Shaoli when he returns. Xin Yuanying finally nodded in agreement. Have him come meet us, old folks. We're all quite curious about him, the old man added expectantly. That won't be a problem. Xin Yuanying laughed. Which one of you here hasn't held him when he was a child? He wouldn't dare refuse. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Report. Unknown spatial fluctuations have appeared over Shanhaiguan. A suspected spatial passage seems to be forming. The situation is critical. General Lin requests the presence of the Nation Master and all the guardians in the operations room to discuss countermeasures. What? Everyone shot up, their expressions drastically changing. To the operations room. Xin Yuanying vanished in an instant, with the others, including the old man, following closely behind. Inside the military operations room of Shadu, the walls were covered with an array of screens. Xin Yuanying was the first to appear in front of the largest one, with the old man right behind him. What's the situation now? Xin Yuanying asked in a low voice. The personnel present were about to salute, but were interrupted by the old man. Skip the formalities. Get to the point. Yes, sir. 10 minutes ago, spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared over the southwest monitoring station in Shanhaiguan. Shortly after, the instruments malfunctioned, and the feed was cut off. This is the last image captured. The screen displayed a faintly transparent spatial vortex, as though something was about to emerge. Moments later, the footage turned to static. We suspect it's the arrival of alien forces from the central Great World. It must be them. Xin Yuanying's expression turned grim. Damn it, they've come so soon? We knew they'd seek revenge, but we didn't expect it to be this quick. Leaving us no time to react, the old man said gravely. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yuanying addressed the old man. Nation Master, I'll go find my son's subordinate, Feng. and take them to investigate the situation. You should stay here to oversee the command. The old man nodded. That's the best course of action for now. Xuan Yuan, be careful. I'll deploy reinforcements. If necessary, you may have to temporarily abandon the base in that area. Focus on delaying them. If it comes to the worst, have your son's people contact the experts from the Ancestral Dragon Court. They won't stand idly by in the face of such a threat. Understood. Xuan Yuan responded firmly before taking off into the air. Rushing all the way at full speed, Xuan Yuan stormed into the villa where Feng and her team were staying. His anxious voice echoed through the hallway. Feng, Feng. Inside the room, Feng, who was meditating, immediately caught the sound of Xuan Yuan's call. In the next instant, her figure appeared before him in a flash. She respectfully asked, General Xuan Yuan, what instructions do you have for me? Xuan Yuan's expression was grave. It seems that the Central Great World has sent people down again, and this time they've directly descended within Xia Nation's territory. The situation is critical. Gather Ziyue and the others and come with me to investigate. Feng's face immediately changed, but before she could contact Ziyue, a faint sound of something slicing through the air came from behind her. Turning around, she saw Ziyue and the others had already appeared silently behind her. They've sent people down again so soon? Feng frowned deeply. But according to the memories of those two, they shouldn't be able to dispatch Supreme Realm experts at this time. If it's only Nirvana Realm individuals, aren't they afraid of the Lord? Xuan Yuan quickly explained. We just detected a spatial passage opening above She Nan Ji. The strength of the other side is still unclear. Communication signals from that area have been cut off, so we must investigate their intentions in person. At the mention of She Nan Ji, Feng suddenly froze. Wait, General Xuan Yuan, did you say the spatial passage is in She Nan Ji? That's correct. Xuan Yuan confirmed with a firm nod. Upon receiving confirmation, Feng, Ziyue, and the others exchanged a glance. The tension on their faces vanished in an instant. Feng even chuckled lightly. If it's in She Nan Ji, then we don't need to go. Xuan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Why don't we need to go? Luan softly explained. Because even if we go, we won't be of any help, and if we insist on interfering, we might even end up taking a beating, Yushan added, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Xuan Yuan seemed to realize something. Could it be that there are people from the Ice Emperor Palace in She Nan Ji? Just as Feng was about to nod, the communication bracelet on her wrist from the Ice Emperor Palace lit up. She tapped it lightly, and Yun Li's voice came through. Captain, I was just occupied with some matters and didn't notice the Central Great World sending people down again. Based on monitoring data, they've dispatched 3 teams, each consisting of 20 individuals, descending in She Nan Ji, Qinling, and Kunlun Su. Their strength is currently unknown. Xuan Yuan immediately grew tense. What? Qinling and Kunlun Su as well? Is this information accurate? General Xuan Yuan, the Ice Emperor Palace's information network within Xia Nation's borders is never wrong. Feng replied with pride in her tone. Then we must hurry to Qinling and Kunlun Su. There are no Ice Emperor Palace personnel there, which means the situation must be incredibly dire. However, Feng and the others remained motionless, their expressions showing no hint of urgency. Watching this, an unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through Xuan Yuan's mind. Xuan Yuan turned his head mechanically, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Don't tell me there are Ice Emperor Palace members in these 2 places as well. That's indeed the case, Feng replied, his words hitting Xuan Yuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why don't you just tell me where in Xia Kingdom your Ice Emperor Palace doesn't have members? Xuan Yuan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Feng's expression turned serious. Aside from the Xia Kingdom's military and official government, every other place has Ice Emperor Palace members. As for the exact number, I can't quite remember. These words left Xuan Yuan frozen in place, his face blank. After a moment, he muttered to himself, that rascal. How many more secrets is he hiding from me? If all 3 of these places have Ice Emperor Palace members, what do we do now? Are we just going to sit here and watch? Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. General, your foresight is truly impressive. You've guessed it. We're really just going to sit here and watch? Feng didn't answer directly, but lightly tapped his communication wristband. Yun Li, the Lord mentioned before that he wanted the Ice Emperor Palace's name to resonate throughout Lombai Star. I think the time has come. Captain, you mean? Yun Li's hesitant voice came from the other end of the wristband. Activate the palace's internal network and start a global live stream. I want everyone to witness the unparalleled splendor of those 3. Sensing Yun Li's hesitation, Feng's tone remained calm. Yun Li, don't forget what the Lord said. If he's not around, all actions are to follow my command. You were present when he said it. Understood, Captain. I'll arrange it right away. After issuing these instructions, Feng intended to stay with Xuan Yuan to watch the live stream, but Xuan Yuan declined. Instead, he chose to return to the operations room to inform the others of what he had learned from Feng, once again leaving them in awe of the Ice Emperor Palace's strength. Meanwhile, in a residential house, a young boy was shouting at his computer screen. Go for it. Hit them with the big move. Damn it. Use all 5. Watch me unleash Soriak's wrath. Before he could finish, the screen abruptly switched to an image of a dense, primordial forest. Where's my game screen? Using all 5 moves, this hurts more than losing the game. Who the heck? The boy's complaints were cut short as familiar figures appeared on the screen. 20 snake folk advancing steadily. Aliens. Where is this? Why are aliens here again? The boy exclaimed. The same scene unfolded on every communication device across Lanbai Star, creating a massive uproar. On the screen, a group of snakefolk was seen moving swiftly into the depths of Shanhaiguan. A green-tailed snakefolk asked the purple-tailed leader, Lord Qiqian, are you sure you want to take the boundary-breaking pill? What if that half-step supreme powerhouse is there? Qiqian sneered dismissively. What's there to fear? Do you think I'm as useless as She Man? Losing to mere natives of Lanbai Star, what a disgrace to our snake folk. Using a boundary-breaking pill on this planet would be a complete waste. I've fought half-step supremes before. Even if I can't win, I have other plans. If they truly are here, they want to escape my grasp. Lord Qiqian's strength is unparalleled among the younger generation. A mere half-step supreme from Lanbai Star is no match for you. Another snake folk chimed in. As Qiqian laughed smugly, an object engulfed in blazing flames suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the snakefolk squad. With a deafening roar, dirt, smoke, and shockwaves erupted, forcing Qiqian and his group back dozens of steps. How dare you? Who dares to ambush me? Qiqian roared in anger, stabilizing himself, but found no one around. He waved his hand, dispersing the smoke, revealing a massive crimson-golden gauntlet lying on the ground. It was forged from a mysterious metal, burning with flames that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens, emanating an overwhelming aura. Before Qiqian could react, a domineering and melodramatic voice echoed across the sky. The earth beneath my feet bows to my reign. The scorching sun above answers to my will. I have arrived, aliens. Kneel before me. With the earth beneath my feet, I reign supreme. With the blazing sun above, I can conquer the heavens. I, the Emperor, have arrived. Why do you foreigners still not kneel in my presence? This over-the-top proclamation reverberated across the skies of Shanhaiguan, instantly broadcasted worldwide through a live stream. Viewers who understood Xia language couldn't help but laugh, and the comments section exploded with remarks like, this is too much, and so cringy. Wait, why does this place look so much like Shanhaiguan? Are we really being invaded again? You're spot on, this is Shanhaiguan. I live nearby and can see everything happening in real time. My guess? This powerful figure, who just appeared to block the snake people, must be from the Ice Emperor Palace. Whoa, you're still around, Prediction Master? Meanwhile, in the military headquarters, Feng and the others, who were forcibly brought there by Xuan Yuan, exchanged amused glances under the curious stares of the crowd. Covering her face helplessly, Ziwa muttered, Hauga is still the same, as dramatic as ever. Mui immediately pressed her. So, what's this person's name? Ziwa parted her lips, just about to reveal the name. Back on the battlefield, Qiqian and his subordinates were frantically searching for the source of the voice. One snake person, who had been flattering Qiqian moments earlier, couldn't hold back and shouted impatiently, Who's there? Show yourself. You have the guts to attack, but not to face us? Coward. If you're brave, come fight me unknown. Sneaking around what? Boom. Before he could finish, a blazing inferno roared down, engulfing him in full view of countless onlookers. When the smoke cleared, all that remained in the deep crater was a mangled corpse, with a massive gauntlet embedded in it. This time, Qiqian finally traced the source of the attack. It had come from the sun itself. Shocked and horrified, he could do nothing but feel powerless, even as he identified the trajectory. I see you. Come out now. Qiqian roared furiously, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Pathetic. Truly pathetic, came a disdainful voice. I thought you'd send someone worthy of a challenge, but all you've got are a bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single strike from me. How boring. As the mocking voice echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the blazing sun. It was a red-haired man clad in crimson gold armor with a futuristic design. His face was concealed by a mask engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and his overwhelming presence sent chills through everyone watching. He raised his hands slightly, and the 2 gauntlets embedded in the ground flew back to him, fitting snugly onto his fists. As the final piece of the armor returned to its place, a powerful shockwave erupted, and the fully assembled battle suit was finally revealed to everyone. The gleaming surface of the armor reflected a metallic luster, exuding an overwhelming and intimidating aura. Wow, that's so cool. What incredible power! I wish I had a mech like that. Mechs are the ultimate dream for men. The audience buzzed with excitement, their eyes filled with envy. On the other side, Shi Qian cautiously observed the armored man. He could clearly sense that the man's cultivation level matched his own, both at the peak of the 8 tribulations nirvana realm. Who are you? Shi Qian asked warily. The armored man crossed his arms and looked down at the remaining 19 members of the Snake Clan with a playful smirk. Snake Clan, what brings you here? Have you already forgotten the lesson you were taught just a few days ago? Seeing that you show no fear before us, you must also be under the command of the Ice Emperor Palace. Shi Qian responded coldly. The Snake Clan does not answer to you. State your name. Shi Qian. Do not kill nameless individuals. The armored man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You? Kill me? I'm so scared. He exaggeratedly pretended to be frightened, though his mocking smile betrayed him. Listen carefully. I am Taiyang Ritian. Surname Tai. Given name Yang. Courtesy name Ritian. Remember my name well, so you can answer when someone asks on the road to the afterlife. Shi Qian repeated the absurd name seriously, seemingly believing it. The Snake Clan members behind him quickly whispered in his ear, My lord, he's messing with you. There's no way someone could have that name. Realizing the truth, Shi Qian's face turned red with anger. What do you mean by this? Are you mocking me? Just then, a beeping sound came from the armored man's arm. Through his communicator, Zifeng's voice came through, Brother Hao, the Ice Palace's internal network has gone live globally. Watch what you say. Global live broadcast? The armored man froze. Zifeng, what do you mean? Isn't the master still in seclusion? Who authorized the use of the palace's internal network? I did. Zifeng's voice grew quieter. It was a last-minute decision. I didn't have time to tell you. Who knew you'd say something like that? Zifeng, just you wait. I'll deal with you later. Brother Hao. No, before Zifeng could finish pleading, the communication was abruptly cut off. Having overheard the entire exchange, Shi Qian's face turned livid as he glared furiously at the armored man. You tricked me again. The armored man gave an awkward chuckle, seemingly feeling a tinge of guilt for toying with his opponent. All right. Seeing how frustratingly slow your wit is, I won't tease you anymore. Let me formally introduce myself. With a flamboyant gesture, he tidied his messy hair and waved towards the sky, as if greeting an audience watching a global broadcast. Under the command of the Ice Emperor Palace, the Radiant Sun Emperor, Liming Hao. As soon as this identity was revealed, the people watching the broadcast on the blue and white planet erupted into discussion. Some analyzed that this name sounded far more reasonable than Sun Ri Tian. Others pointed out the intricate and ornate mask he wore, resembling but surpassing the style of the 12 divine generals. Some even connected the name Liming Liang with Ritian, marveling at the clever use of the character Hao. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Shanhaiguan, Shi Qian repeated the identity under his breath and then broke into a sinister grin. So, you're from the Ice Emperor Palace. That makes things easier. I was sent here to annihilate your palace, killing one of my clan members and daring to disregard my people? Today, I'll show you what it means to truly fight above your level, what it means to be the pride of the younger generation in the northern region. Prepare to die. Flaming serpent tail strike. Shi Qian suddenly roared. His fiery red serpent tail, brimming with destructive energy, lashed out viciously towards Liming Hao. This was a sneak attack he had been secretly preparing for, already envisioning the scene of his opponent being gravely injured in one strike. Yet, faced with this sudden ferocious assault, Liming Hao merely smirked in disdain. Calmly, he extended 2 fingers from his right hand and pinched. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy rippled outward, but Shi Qian's serpent tail was firmly caught between Liming Hao's fingers. No matter how much he struggled, it wouldn't budge. The triumphant grin on Shi Qian's face froze instantly as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His full-force attack had actually been neutralized with just 2 fingers. A cold shiver ran through his body, as if drenched in ice-cold water from the depths of winter. At last, he realized the vast chasm between their strengths. This is impossible. Shi Qian roared hysterically. I've defeated a half-step supreme before. You are just at the same 8 tribulations nirvana realm as me. How can you possibly possess such immense power? You must be hiding your true cultivation level. Li Mingho grabbed Shi Qian's tail. With a light swing of his arm, an enormous force erupted, flinging Shi Qian dozens of meters away. He looked disdainfully at his disheveled opponent. Even within the same realm, there are levels of difference. You and I are not even on the same tier. Sure, you might be able to fight across levels, but the ones you've defeated were mere ordinary cultivators. Talents like you pose no threat to me. Earlier, you tried to secretly gather energy for a sneak attack, thinking I wouldn't notice? I simply couldn't be bothered to point it out. With your meager skills, you couldn't harm me in the slightest. Shi Qian's face turned red with fury, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, his gaze swept over his surrounding clansmen, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on all 19 of us alone. The younger generation of the Snake clan exchanged wary glances, clearly aware of Li Mingho's overwhelming strength. Yet, at this point, if they didn't act, they would face severe punishment upon returning to the clan. Reluctantly, they assumed battle stances, locking their eyes on Li Mingho, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, faced with this group of hesitant, yet predatory opponents, Li Mingho's lips curled into a smirk. Cracking his knuckles audibly, he exuded an air of mockery even through his mask. Since you're too scared to make the first move, we'll take the initiative. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles. He's been itching for this. Under the horrified gazes of the Snake clan members, Li Mingho's figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared before one of the Snake clan youths. You were laughing pretty hard earlier, weren't you? Let me join in on the fun. What are you doing? Stay back. The young man stammered in panic. Bang! A heavy punch imbued with searing flames struck, sending Shi Qian flying into the air with a scream. The sun's shining bright. Let's see if you can still laugh now. Li Mingho laughed heartily, his figure flickering like a shadow. Each time he appeared, Shi Qian's agonized cries followed. The other Snake clan members stood dumbfounded, unsure whether to intervene. After a brief moment of hesitation, they collectively decided to stay put. The gap in strength was too vast, and besides, Shi Qian likely still had a trump card up his sleeve for survival. Only when Li Mingho sensed Shi Qian's aura weakening did he finally stop. Just as Shi Qian crashed to the ground, he suddenly sprang up, his movements startlingly swift. It was clear he had been feigning defeat. From his robes, he pulled out a small snake-shaped spear radiating a terrifying aura, pointing it directly at Li Mingho. A dangerous energy rippled outward, engulfing the surroundings. The sudden turn of events left the audience watching the live broadcast utterly stunned. Go to hell. Shi Qian snarled, his face twisted with rage as he channeled an immense amount of spiritual energy into the serpent spear, ready to unleash the supreme forbidden weapon upon Li Mingho. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Shi Qian's pupils contracted as Li Mingho vanished into thin air before his eyes. Just as he was about to extend his spiritual sense to locate him, his hand was left empty with a sudden puff. The serpent spear had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Li Mingho reappeared 10 meters away, casually toying with the serpent spear, examining it with great interest. What is this thing? Such a terrifying aura, he remarked nonchalantly. Give it back. You thief. That's mine. Shi Qian's eyes turned bloodshot as he completely lost sight of his original objective. Consumed by desperation, he lunged at Li Mingho with all his might, determined to reclaim his last hope. Smack! Li Mingho backhanded him with a resounding slap, sending Shi Qian flying. Anything I take with my strength is mine, and you think you can snatch it back? What kind of daydreaming is this? Shi Qian, seething with rage, charged again with wild abandon. Without the forbidden weapon, they couldn't hope to confront the Ice Emperor Palace, let alone the man standing before them. The rest of the Serpent clan, witnessing this, could no longer hold back. Without the forbidden weapon, they would never escape this place. In an instant, the Serpent clan surged forward en masse, intent on reclaiming the Serpent spear. Li Mingho, unfazed, calmly stored the Serpent spear into his armor's storage space. Instead of retreating, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, perfect. A group fight. This is going to be fun. The sun's shining bright, time to make you all scream. As his words echoed, dazzling light erupted from his body, radiant like the midday sun. He charged into the Serpent clan like a tiger among sheep, fists and kicks flying. Arg! Ugh! Ah! The air filled with the anguished cries of the Serpent clan. Meanwhile, the audience from Blue Planet, watching the live broadcast, felt no sympathy. Instead, they were thoroughly entertained. Yes, that's it. Left hook, right hook, side kick. Wow, his lines are so over the top. The sun's shining bright. Next, he'll say the flowers are laughing at me. Honestly, it's kind of fun. Next time, I'm going to yell the sun's shining bright, time to make you bubble up too. Ha ha, the one above is a genius. I need to come up with a cool catchphrase too. In no time, the one-sided battle had concluded. Li Mingho stood proudly in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by craters and debris, the ground resembling the surface of the moon. The ground was littered with burning craters of various sizes, each holding the lifeless body of a serpent man. Li Mingho dragged Shi Qian's tail with one hand as he made his way to a cleaner spot. I'll leave the rest to you. Take everything useful from their bodies, he said softly. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a sudden disturbance in the void. Figures began to emerge, each wearing a mask and exuding the aura of Nirvana-level powerhouses. Reaching a clear brook, Li Mingho casually tossed the barely breathing Shi Qian onto the ground and started washing the blood off his armor. After finishing, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Why didn't I just use my energy to wipe off the blood? What a waste of effort. He turned back to Shi Qian, gave him a sharp kick, and snapped. It's all your fault for being so stupid. Spending even a moment near you has dulled my mind. Though rage burned within Shi Qian, his injuries were so severe that even speaking was a struggle. Hey, snake boy. Li Mingho looked down at him and asked condescendingly, the two teams that came down with you, are they also from your serpent clan? Shi Qian's pupils dilated in shock as he struggled to choke out a few words. How? How do you know? You know absolutely nothing about Ice Emperor Palace, yet you dared to dream of eliminating us. How laughable. Li Mingho reached out and pressed a hand to Shi Qian's forehead. Enough. Judging by your sorry state, you probably can't tell me anything useful. I'll find out myself. Soul Search. As Li Mingho closed his eyes, Shi Qian's entire life replayed in his mind like a film. After a long while, flames ignited in Li Mingho's palm, consuming Shi Qian completely until nothing but a patterned ring floated in the air. Taking the ring, Li Mingho retrieved a delicate white jade bottle and the forbidden weapon, the serpent spear, which he had seized earlier. This guy turned out to be somewhat useful after all, he remarked with a satisfied smile. Though his strength was lacking, this gift is quite impressive. Having dealt with everything, Li Mingho rose into the sky. Behind him, one figure after another ascended, creating a magnificent scene. Once everyone had gathered, he waved toward the heavens and declared, "Greetings, everyone. Things here are wrapped up, and it's time for us to return to our rightful places. Farewell. Remember the name of your Emperor Sun Ridiantian. With the earth beneath my feet, I am sovereign. With the blazing sun above, I can conquer the heavens." Ha ha ha. The audience watched Li Mingho's overly dramatic farewell pose, trying hard to stifle their laughter. The live stream erupted with cheerful chuckles. Pfft. Ha ha ha. He's just too funny. Strong, witty, and a member of the Ice Emperor Palaces, practically perfect. Look how much he loves the title, Sun Dominator. Amid the chatter, someone suddenly raised a question. What was that jade bottle the serpent race took out of the spatial ring? Lord Sun Dominator seemed to value it quite a bit. You want it? How about trying Lord Sun Dominator's fist? Try it and you'll perish. Ah, it ended so quickly. I wanted to see more of the Lord's brilliance. If only more alien races would show up so Lord Li Mingho could take action again. Don't wish for that. What if the aliens appear somewhere else and the Lord can't get there in time? Just then, the livestream screen abruptly switched. When the majestic mountain ranges of Qinling appeared, the audience immediately recognized the location. That's the Qinling Mountains. Yes, I passed through there on a mission last month. No mistake about it. Lord Li Mingho mentioned 2 more groups. Could they be heading there? Maybe there are Ice Emperor Palace members guarding Qinling too. In Xiadu, the shock on Xuan Yuan Jue and his companions' faces had yet to fade. He had been closely observing the group of Nirvana realm experts, a nearly 100-strong force that left him deeply unsettled. This was just the power displayed by one emperor of the Ice Emperor Palace. Adding in the other 2 emperors and figures like Feng, the overall strength of the Ice Emperor Palace was simply unimaginable. As the screen displayed Qinling, Xuan Yuan Jue turned to Feng and asked, Feng, who is the guardian stationed at Qinling? Before Feng could answer, his communication bracelet suddenly vibrated. Li Mingho's slightly amused voice came through. Feng, long time no see. I've prepared some good stuff for you to enjoy. Though his tone was lighthearted, everyone present could sense the undercurrent of danger in his words. The burly Yushan glanced at Feng with a look of pity. Feng shuddered at the words and replied cautiously, Brother Hao, I have some matters to deal with today. Can we reschedule? A global live stream this big, and you didn't tell me, letting me make a fool of myself? No way you're escaping today's beating. No one can save you. If you're not here within an hour, you'll face the consequences. As the call ended with a beep, Feng wore a pained expression and turned to Ziyu, Yushan, and Hong Luan for help, his face full of desperation. The 3 shrugged helplessly. Just as Feng was about to leave, Wu Ma and Hong Luan suddenly called out to him. Feng turned around in surprise, only to see Hong Luan retrieving a handful of pills from her spatial ring and handing them to him. Captain, these are healing pills I personally refined. They may not compare to Yun Li's treatment, but they're quite effective for external injuries. Take care of yourself, Hong Luan said with a faint, resigned smile. Yushan and Ziyue chuckled quietly on the side as they watched Feng grab the pills and dash off toward the sky without looking back. His retreating figure seemed like that of a warrior heading to a battle from which he might not return though. Of course, this was merely a joke. At worst, Li Mingho would just give him a beating to vent his anger. Xin Yuanying was about to ask a question when the live feed suddenly shifted, drawing his attention. The scene transitioned to a bottomless icy lake in the Qinling Mountains. By the lakeside sat a blurry figure, her bare feet gently stirring the water, creating ripples on the surface. Among the swaying shadows of the trees, a stunningly beautiful profile partially hidden behind a mask came into view, exuding an air of mystery. Her lips curled into a faint smile, and her cold voice drifted through the air. Let the fun begin. A gust of wind swept past, and the figure vanished. Meanwhile, in the central Qinling region, a group of burly men clad in animal hides was racing through the void. These barbarian warriors, with their muscular physiques and bodies marked by intricate tribal patterns, radiated an aura so powerful that it kept fierce beasts at bay. Lord Manuan, is the Ice Emperor Palace really within these mountains? One tribesman asked the towering figure leading the group. We've traveled so far and haven't even encountered a single formidable beast. It seems rather unusual. Manuan replied with certainty. It is precisely this anomaly that confirms the existence of the Ice Emperor Palace. A mountain range of this size harboring only low-level beasts must have been cleared of stronger creatures. As far as I know, only the Ice Emperor Palace in the Xia Kingdom is capable of such a feat. The group quickened their pace, but soon came to an abrupt halt. Ahead of them, a masked woman appeared out of nowhere. Her mask bore designs of the sun, moon, and stars, similar to Limingho's, but the silver moon motif dominated hers. Her long, water-blue hair was elegantly pinned up with ornate hairpins, and her fitted combat attire accentuated her alluring figure. In her hands, she wielded two crescent-shaped blue blades that gleamed with a chilling light. Who are you? Manuan demanded, sensing a dangerous aura from her despite being at the peak of the 8th-tier Nirvana stage himself. Halt. No one may pass beyond this point, the woman declared coldly, her crescent blades raised toward them. Are you from the Ice Emperor Palace? Manuan asked in a deep voice. Under the banner of the Ice Emperor Palace Hao Yue Huang, she replied. Under the banner of the Ice Emperor Palace. Hao Yu Emperor. Ouyang Yu. Manuan muttered the name repeatedly, as if etching it deeply into his memory. He scrutinized the stunning woman before him, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. I never expected the Ice Emperor Palace to hide such a beauty, and one who's also a peak 8 Tribulation Nirvana realm expert. Shifting his tone, he probed, how many others in the Ice Emperor Palace are as strong as you? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. How could she possibly reveal such classified information? Predictably, Ouyang Yu simply stared at him with a cold, disdainful gaze, as though he were a fool. All right, forget I asked. Man Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. So, I was right. Your stronghold must be behind the Qinling Mountains, huh? Tell me, where are the men of the Ice Emperor Palace? Hiding somewhere safe while sending a delicate beauty like you to fight? Aren't they afraid of losing you? At this, the barbarian warriors behind him erupted in laughter, some even whistling crudely. Ouyang Yu's gaze turned icy, her eyes locking onto Man Yuan as though he were already a corpse. Her killing intent was unmistakable. Courting death. None of you will leave here alive today. Just as Man Yuan was about to make his move, a fellow 8 Tribulation Nirvana early-stage warrior, Man Yunfei, stepped forward and stopped him. My lord, there's no need for you to dirty your hands for such a small matter. Allow me to test her strength first. If I fail, it won't be too late for you to take action. With a nod of approval, Man Yunfei stepped forward, laughing brazenly at Ouyang Yu. Beauty, what future do you have with the Ice Emperor Palace? Why not come back with us to the barbarian clan? All you need to do is serve us. No need for all this fighting and killing. His words were met with jeers and obscene remarks from his companions. There are several 8 Tribulation Nirvana experts in our group. You're all alone, why not join us? Help us destroy the Ice Emperor Palace, and afterward, come with us to the Central Star Barbarian clan to enjoy a life of luxury. What do you say? His answer came in the form of a dazzling, crescent moon-shaped blade of light, elegant yet deadly. Man Yunfei's grin froze on his face. By the time he realized the brilliance of the blade, it was too late to dodge. A strange sensation spread across his neck. Instinctively, he touched it, his fingers coming away soaked in crimson blood, a sight that struck him with chilling clarity. What a strike! Truly mesmerizing. Man Yunfei slowly lifted his head, his gaze locked onto the unparalleled figure before him. With a bitter smile, he uttered his final words in life before collapsing backward, lifeless, at the age of 447 characters. At that moment, the entire world was astounded. Every eye was fixed on Ouyang Yu, a mix of shock, admiration, and reverence written on their faces. Oh my gosh, that was an 8 Tribulation Nirvana level expert, and she killed him in one move. This beauty from the Xia Kingdom is absolutely terrifying. Wow, that was so cool. She's incredible. I'm in tears. Hao Yue Huang is just too impressive. I hereby declare that, from this day forward, Lady Hao Yue Huang is my goddess. Forever the best. Wait, Wasn't the last time the goddess of life made a move, you said the same thing? What's wrong with admiring two goddesses at the same time? Does it matter? Why argue? They're both goddesses of the Ice Emperor Palace. No more words, I love them both. Me too. The goddess of life is gentle and elegant, while Hao Yuehuang is bold and heroic. Brothers, I suddenly have a bold idea. Brother, your idea sounds dangerous. The waters here are deep. You can't handle it. Let me take over. You two upstairs, that's a dangerous thought. As for your bold ideas, the Ice Emperor Palace has a comprehensive and mature legal system. Punishment? Very tempting. But imprisonment? No thanks. I was just joking. Based on my calculations, your information has already been uploaded to the Ice Emperor Palace's internal network. They might already be on their way to find you. Predictor, drop your location. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Meanwhile, in the Qinling Mountains, Man Yunfei, a thunderous, enraged cry echoed through the heavens and earth. As Man Yunfei fell, Man Yuan roared in grief and fury, his apprehension toward Ouyang deepening. Man Yunfei's strength was something he knew well. Defeating him was no easy feat, yet Ouyang had ended him in a single strike, a testament to her overwhelming power, far beyond his reach. Even though he still had a trump card bestowed by his tribe, he wasn't certain he could activate or unleash it in her presence. That earlier strike had been astonishingly fast. All he saw was a flash of silver light, crescent-like, before it landed. There was no time to react, let alone save Man Yunfei. It was utterly futile. My lord, let's attack together. She's only one person. If we all strike at once, we're bound to take her down. Even if we can't defeat her outright, we can hold her off long enough for you to use the forbidden artifact to kill her. A voice from the Man tribe resonated in Man Yuan's mind. Man Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned to the speaker with approval, finding the suggestion very reasonable. He transmitted his orders to the remaining members of the Man tribe. We'll attack together in a moment. Your task is to hold her off. Don't get caught up in prolonged fighting. Protect yourselves, and deploy the forbidden artifact to kill her swiftly. We won't waste any more time on her. Understood. We're ready. Attack. Man Yuan suddenly launched himself forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he charged at Ouyang. The rest of the Man tribe followed suit. Facing the oncoming onslaught, Ouyang's lips curved into a faint smile, a breathtaking sight. Yet, this was merely what the live-streaming audience could see. To the barbarians, her smile was like the sinister grin of the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, Ouyang's figure vanished before their eyes, leaving the warriors who were ready to attack striking at empty air. They immediately activated their spiritual senses, searching in all directions, but not a trace of her could be found. Moonlit dance. A chilling voice echoed through the void, impossible to pinpoint. The next moment, a flash of silver light appeared, and in an instant, the body of a barbarian warrior was torn apart, blood splattering through the air. The abruptness of the scene left everyone present in utter shock, as no one could discern how Ouyang had made her move. The barbarians frantically searched the area, but her presence remained elusive. Finally, Man Yuan's fury boiled over, and he erupted into a storm of curses and vile insults, hoping to provoke Ouyang into revealing herself. However, such crude tactics had no effect on her. She remained hidden within the void, continuing her deadly assault like a reaper harvesting souls. With every flash of her blade, another barbarian fell. Faced with this unpredictable threat of death, the barbarians' formation began to crumble, and their morale steadily disintegrated. When only 10 of his people remained, Man Yuan could no longer stand idly by. He quickly gathered the survivors and formed a defensive array. Then, from his spatial ring, he retrieved a circular forbidden artifact. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a terrifying aura swept across the battlefield. Wretched woman, even if it means mutual destruction, today I, Man Yuan, will see to it that you are annihilated. With a fierce throw, he hurled the artifact into the sky. It transformed into a massive, shadowy figure that blotted out the sun. The figure's fists collided, unleashing a wave of cataclysmic energy. Boom! Blinding light illuminated the entire sky, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. The devastating energy rippled outward, sparing no one, not even the barbarians themselves. The live broadcast on Blue Star's screens turned blurry, and every viewer held their breath, anxiously awaiting the final outcome. In Shadu, Ziyue and Hongluan watched the astonishing scene on the screen and gasped in unison. Their faces were filled with anxiety. This self-destructive fighting style was beyond their expectations, akin to harming the enemy at the cost of even greater self-damage. Though they couldn't fathom why the opponent would resort to such an extreme tactic, all they could do now was pray that Ouyang could safely evade the strike. The thick mist on the screen lingered, showing no sign of dispersing. There was no movement, and no figure emerged. Hongluan could no longer hold back and suddenly stood up. No, I have to go check. she exclaimed. But before she could move, Yushan and Ziyue had already blocked her on either side. Hongwan, calm down. Ziyue firmly grasped her arm. Sister Yu isn't so easily defeated. Trust her. Aren't you even a little worried? Hongluan's voice rose with agitation. As someone whose life had been saved by Ouyang Yu multiple times, she was especially sensitive to her comrade's safety. Yushan's deep voice reminded her, don't forget about that person and Sister Yu's connection. If Sister Yu were really in danger, there's no way he would stand idly by. Plus, her personal guards haven't appeared yet. These words seemed to have an effect, and Hongluan gradually calmed down. I'm sorry. I was too anxious, and my tone wasn't great just now. Off to the side, Xinyuan Ying and Mui exchanged puzzled looks. Who is this person they keep talking about? Xinyuan Ying asked Mu Yi through a sound transmission. Why can't they just say it directly instead of being so cryptic? Exactly. It's driving me crazy with curiosity, Mu Yi replied. Just then, Yushan suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, Look, there's new footage. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the screen. As the thick mist cleared, the scene of the Qinling Mountains left everyone stunned. An entire stretch of land had been leveled to the ground. At the center of the explosion, a blue-haired figure stood tall despite being blood-stained and covered in wounds. In contrast, the situation on Man Yuan's side was far more dire. Of the 10-member team, only 3 survivors remained, each heavily injured and bleeding profusely. Man Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at Ouyang Yu, who had only suffered minor injuries. With a bitter smile, he said, even this couldn't kill you. Your luck really is something else. Ouyang Yu's eyes glinted coldly. If she hadn't immediately flown outward upon sensing the terrifying aura of the circular forbidden weapon, the consequences would have been far worse than her current light injuries. Even after retreating to the edge of the energy's range and defending with all her might, she had still been hurt. Had she remained at the center of the explosion, she would likely have been either gravely injured or on the brink of death. What kind of weapon is this, with such terrifying power? Ouyang Yu asked coldly, her gaze fixed on Man Yuan. Man Yuan's voice was weak. A one-time use Supreme Realm forbidden weapon, specifically designed to severely wound or kill Supreme Realm experts when they least expect it. No wonder it wields such immense power. It's a weapon capable of severely injuring or even killing someone at the Supreme Realm. Ouyang Yu murmured with lingering fear. She tightened her grip on the moonblade in her hand, her sharp gaze fixed ahead. Since you've used up all your trump cards, it's time for me to send you on your way. She strode toward Man Yuan and his men. Man Yuan leaned against a large tree, his expression calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. Ouyang Yu swung her moonblade, and 2 sharp arcs of light tore through the air, cutting down 2 more members of the barbarian tribe, leaving them lifeless in pools of blood. Man Yuan furrowed his brows deeply, suppressing the grief in his heart. Just a little closer, he kept repeating in his mind. This was the final plan he and his people had devised. If death was inevitable, they would at least take Ouyang Yu down with them. Ouyang Yu appeared completely unaware of the danger and continued to close in. As she stepped into the death zone Man Yuan had set, he gave a subtle nod to the last 2 warriors of his tribe. The 2 barbarian fighters suddenly sprang into action, launching a desperate attack on Ouyang Yu. A smirk of disdain crept onto Ouyang Yu's lips as she prepared to strike them down. But just then, an ominous aura surged from ahead, sending a chill through her heart. In Man Yuan's hands appeared 2 pristine, snow-white beast fangs, exuding the same terrifying energy as the forbidden weapon from before. Ouyang Yu's expression shifted drastically. She darted toward Man Yuan with incredible speed, but the distance was too short. She couldn't escape the range of the forbidden weapon in time. Her only option now was to kill Man Yuan before the weapon could be activated. Haha. Man Yuan laughed cruelly. It's too late to kill me now. In 3 breaths, the forbidden weapon will be fully charged. When that happens, you and I will both perish in this land. With someone as extraordinary as you to accompany me in death, I, Man Yuan, have no regrets. The countless spectators watching erupted in curses, condemning Man Yuan's despicable tactics. Seeing Ouyang Yu in grave danger, just as the forbidden weapon was about to activate, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open beside Man Yuan. A silver arrow, radiating immense energy, shot through the rift and pierced straight through Man Yuan's skull. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground without so much as a scream, and the beast Feng weapon in his hand instantly dimmed. You can't be so careless next time. You almost couldn't see me again. A warm, teasing voice echoed across the Qinling Mountains. Relieved yet shaken, Ouyang Yu's eyes lit up with joy at the familiar voice, though she stubbornly retorted, Who asked you to save me? I could have handled it myself. And who wants to see you anyway? Stop being so full of yourself. Despite her words, a faint, radiant smile unknowingly graced her lips. While Ouyang Yu was exchanging playful banter with the mysterious figure, a storm was already brewing across the Xia Kingdom. Witnessing the shocking scene of Man Yuan's leader collapsing after being struck, countless citizens were both stunned by the sudden turn of events and filled with curiosity about the identity of the enigmatic savior. That scared me to death. If it weren't for that mysterious person stepping in just in time, His Majesty, the Hao Yu Emperor, might have fallen victim to that forbidden weapon. Who is this person anyway? To tear through space and take a life so effortlessly it's terrifying. If you ask me, this person must be the Hao Yu Emperor's lover. Did you hear the tone of their voice? Shut up. Don't you dare slander the Hao Yu Empress. Say one more word and ill. Meanwhile, in the capital of Xia, Hong Luan, who had been on edge due to Man Yuan's last-minute ambush, finally let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the life-saving silver arrow. Thank goodness Brother Mu acted. Otherwise, sister, you would have been in real danger this time. Yushan, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. See? I told you, Hong Luan. In situations like this, even if we rushed over, we wouldn't have been able to help. It still comes down to Brother Mu and the others. Hong Luan turned to Yushan and Ziyu with an apologetic look. You're right. I was too impulsive and didn't think things through. You were just worried about Sister Yu. We all understand. Ziyu quickly consoled her. At this moment, Mu Yi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly asked, Who is this Brother Mu? What's his relationship with Ouyang Yu? Under Mu Yi's curious gaze, Ziyu seemed to deliberate for a moment before answering softly. In our Ice Emperor Palace, aside from our lord, Brother Mu is the strongest. As for their relationship, he and Sister Yu are a couple. Mu Yi was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward answer. Beside him, Xin Yuaning murmured thoughtfully, the strongest after Shao Li. His gaze shifted back to the scene. At this time, the pitch-black spatial rift above Qinling had yet to dissipate. Ouyang Yu moved her hands gracefully, sending silver blade lights slicing through the sky, swiftly and decisively eliminating the remaining members of the barbarian clan. With a wave of her hand, over a dozen spatial rings flew from the fallen barbarians and landed in her palm. Originally, there should have been 20, but some had been obliterated by the power of the forbidden weapon. She also collected 2 unused Beast Feng forbidden weapons from Man Yuan. Yuer, Lai Yang mentioned they have Supreme Realm Breakthrough Pills. Apparently, all 3 tribes possess them. Quickly, check if any of these rings contain them, came the voice from within the spatial rift again. Yes, I saw his message too. Ouyang Yu replied as she began inspecting the contents of the spatial rings one by one. Soon, she found a uniquely crafted box within one of the rings. Carefully opening the box, a smooth, round pill emitting an astonishing medicinal fragrance lay quietly inside. Found it. Ouyang Yu's voice carried a tone of joy. These 2 Supreme Realm forbidden artifacts can still be used, and they'll be a major trump card in the future. She couldn't resist showing off her find to the other party. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, By the way, Xingchen, how's it going on your end? From within the spatial rift came a familiar, gentle voice. I'm afraid my harvest isn't as good as yours. Huh, why not? When this group first ascended, I noticed them but didn't pay much attention since I didn't know they had such pills. One of them sat down to cultivate as soon as he appeared, even managing to break through once during the process. Judging by his current aura, he's several times stronger than when he first arrived, likely due to consuming a boundary break pill. What's strange, though, is that he advanced from the 8 Tribulation Nirvana realm to the 9 Tribulation Nirvana realm, even reaching half-step supreme. Yet there was no heavenly tribulation. Half-step supreme? Can you handle him? Ouyang Yu asked with concern. Relax. Your husband, don't you know my strength by now? Even if he's reached half-step supreme, he's no match for me. At the word husband, Ouyang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, husband? I'm not your wife yet. Just a matter of time, he replied with a chuckle. While the 2 bantered flirtatiously, the internet in Xia country was already in chaos. The screen was filled with red fragments, which, when pieced together, formed a heart shape. Wah, my goddess, my love for you ended before it even began. Damn it, who is this guy? I want to onion with him. You're asking for a silver arrow to the heart? Huh? Go ahead and try rest in peace. The goddess already has someone? This hurts more than death. Where's that guesswork guy? It's all his fault with his crow's mouth. Find him and take him down. 1-10,010. Everyone, stay calm. I'm a hacker. I've already found guesswork guy's address. Posting it now. Stop, you upstairs. I was wrong. Too late. Here's my years of collected browsing history for you. Address deleted. Guesswork guy, let's talk privately. Damn, just a browsing history bribe? Where's your dignity? Want me to share it with you too? Deal. Meanwhile, the live broadcast shifted again. Majestic mountains came into view, and a blurry figure stood proudly atop a snow-covered peak. His gaze, filled with affection, was fixed in a certain direction. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze and turned elsewhere. Reflected in his deep, dark eyes was a small group clad in scale-like armor. A playful smile tugged at his lips. The prey is on the move. Time for the hunter to make his move as well. Kunlun Realm. Amidst the snow-white mountain ranges, a squad of the Linjia clan was racing swiftly. Their bodies were covered in scales of various hues, making them stand out starkly against the pristine snow. Lord Yuan, is it really true that the Ice Emperor's palace exists in this Kunlun realm? A clansman, whose body was covered in blue scales, couldn't help but ask. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Yuan, the leader, replied impatiently. His body was covered in dark green scales, and his face was fierce and menacing. But then, his expression shifted to one of contemplation. However, judging from this environment, the Ice Emperor's palace could very well be hidden here. Look at these towering mountains, the snow-covered landscape, and the abundance of ice elemental energy in the air. Besides, their reputation and their leader's attack techniques are all closely tied to the ice element. Suddenly, Yuan burst into laughter. The barbarians and the Serpent Clan are bound to come back empty-handed this time. Claiming the glory of finding the Ice Emperor's palace will ultimately fall to us, the Linjia clan. Wise as always, my lord, one of his subordinates immediately echoed. After consuming the Breaking Mirror pill, you've already broken through to the half-step Supreme Realm. Even if the leader of the Ice Emperor's palace were to confront you personally, they wouldn't stand a chance against you now. Enough chatter. Pick up the pace, let's finish this quickly and return to the clan for our reward. As the group ventured deeper, Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to stop. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, now filled with vigilance. Who's there? Show yourself to me, Yuan shouted. Before the other clansmen could react, and as one of them was about to speak, a spatial rift tore open before them. A silver energy arrow, radiating an overwhelming and destructive aura, shot out and pierced straight through the forehead of the speaking clansman. Hey Feng! Yuan roared thunderously as he witnessed the death of his clansman. Who dares to ambush and kill a member of the Linjia clan? Show yourself to me. Enraged, Yuan led his clansmen in unleashing attacks in all directions. Energy surged through the heavens and the earth, shaking the very mountains, but no trace of the enemy could be found. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed across the sky and earth. The hunting game begins. I'll give you some time to run. 1 incense stick's worth of time, let's see if you can escape my attack range. The countdown starts now. This icy voice left the members of the Linjia clan momentarily stunned before they erupted in furious roars. Bastard! Do you take the Linjia clan as mere playthings? A hunting game, you say? Yuan's furious roar echoed across the sky. Aren't you afraid your boast will backfire on you? You think ambushing one of our people means you can control us? What a joke. 10,000 meters away, a mysterious figure stood silently atop a snowy peak. Listening to the enraged shouts from afar, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Don't believe me? Then 9 stars annihilation. The figure held a massive bow, his fingertips lightly brushing the bowstring. In an instant, 9 silver, glowing energy arrows materialized. Without even aiming, he slightly loosened his grip, and the 9 arrows turned into streaks of light, tearing through the void and vanishing. Meanwhile, Yuan and his group continued their unrestrained mockery, completely unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, the space before them rippled. Yuan reacted immediately, gathering a terrifying energy ball and launching it forward. Boom! The energies collided, creating a cloud of smoke. As Yuan prepared to send someone to investigate, 9 silver arrows radiating an aura of destruction appeared right in front of him, with the closest one just a finger's width away. His pupils contracted, his hair stood on end, and he dared not move a muscle. Even with his strength, dealing with these arrows would not be easy, let alone being caught off guard. Though Yuan barely evaded them, his clansmen were not as fortunate. 9 of them, unable to react in time, were each pierced through the chest by an arrow, their life force extinguished in an instant. Agonizing screams echoed one after another. Turning to witness the scene, Yuan was overcome with both rage and terror. 9 Nirvana-level clansmen had been obliterated in a single strike. The enemy's power was far beyond imagination. The remaining clansmen were paralyzed with fear, completely at a loss. Yuan, sir, what should we do? Should we flee? Someone asked nervously. Fools! Yuan bellowed. Run where? We don't even know where the enemy is. What if we run straight into him? Form up around me and create a defensive circle. I refuse to believe he can break through all 10 of us. The group quickly obeyed, forming a tight circle of defense. At that moment, the icy voice rang out again. I don't like it when prey escapes my grasp. If you won't cooperate, then let me help you stay put. As the words faded, an overwhelming pressure locked onto them. Yuan and the others looked up to see a massive rift splitting open in the sky. From it emerged the tip of an enormous arrow radiating apocalyptic power, its presence dominating the heavens. Feeling the catastrophic threat emanating from the arrow, even He Yuan, who was a half-step away from the supreme level, was visibly shaken. Leading his people, he frantically raised a defensive barrier and shouted toward the sky, "Who are you?" After a brief silence, the chilling voice answered, "Under the Ice Emperor's palace, the Star Emperor, Mu Xingqian." Ice Emperor Palace. Star Emperor. Mu Xingqian. He Yuan murmured softly, a flicker of shock flashing through his eyes. He hadn't expected that apart from its leader, Xuan Yuan Li, the Ice Emperor Palace harbored such a terrifyingly powerful figure. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret his lack of thorough investigation beforehand. This name not only left He Yuan astounded, but also caused an uproar at the Yuan family's villa in Xia capital. In the living room, Yin Yin and Xuan Yuan Jue, who were watching the live broadcast, turned pale upon hearing it. Meanwhile, Mu Wan, sitting nearby, was instantly overcome with tears. She stared intently at the broadcast, afraid to miss any detail, and whispered tremulously, "Brother, after all these years, are you really still alive?" Yin Yin immediately went to Mu Wan's side, gently pulling her into an embrace to comfort her. The mention of Mu Xingqian brought back the painful memories from over a decade ago. Back then, Mu Yi's involvement in the operation against the Dark Temple had provoked retaliation. One fateful night, the Dark Temple's powerful figures launched a surprise attack on the Mu family, causing significant casualties. Mu Wan's brother, Mu Xingqian, was abducted during the chaos and had been missing ever since. Xuan Yuan Jue held Mu Wan's hand firmly and made a solemn promise. "When he shows up, we'll recognize him for sure. Even if it's not Xingqian this time, we'll keep searching with you. Just like when we played hide and seek as kids, he must be hiding somewhere, waiting for us to find him." Meanwhile, Mu Yi was equally stirred by the mention of the name. He anxiously pressed Ziyue with questions. "Xingqian, is he my son? Do you know something? How old is he now? What does he look like? Do you have any photos?" Seeing Ziyue remain silent, his suspicions deepened. Overwhelmed with emotion, he attempted to leave for Kunlun Su immediately. At that moment, Ziyue exchanged a glance with Yushan. Yushan instantly appeared behind Mu Yi and struck the back of his neck with a precise hand chop. Mu Yi let out a muffled groan and collapsed into Yushan's arms. Xuan Yuan quickly stepped forward, supporting Mu Yi while discreetly channeling a surge of energy into his body. "What are you doing? Even if you don't want him to go, there's no need to knock him out." Facing Xuan Yuan Ying's questioning, Ziyu immediately bowed and explained, "General Mu is too emotionally unstable right now. The crisis in Kunlun Su hasn't been resolved, and we're worried he might do something reckless. This is also the will of the Star Emperor." Xuan Yuan Ying narrowed his eyes, looking at the unconscious Mu Yi, and asked directly, "Is the Star Emperor Mu Yi's son?" Ziyu nodded in confirmation. Since the Star Emperor had only instructed to withhold the truth from Mu Yi for now, there was no prohibition against telling Xuan Yuan Ying. "That's wonderful." A joyful smile spread across Xuan Yuan Ying's face. As Mu Yi's closest friend, he fully understood the devastation Mu Yi had endured after the disappearance of Mu Xingqian. At that moment, Mu Yi, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly leapt up and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. He is Xingqian. My son is alive." Mu Yi's sudden outburst startled Ziyu and Yushan, who instinctively stepped back. Yushan looked at his own hand in disbelief, certain that he hadn't held back when knocking Mu Yi out earlier. It turned out that this was all a carefully orchestrated plan by Mu Yi and Xuan Yuan Ying to uncover the truth. While Xuan Yuan Ying could have asked directly, Ziyu and the others would never have revealed the truth in front of Mu Yi. Seeing through their ploy, Ziyu sighed softly. "General Mu, since you already know, please calm yourself for now. Whatever questions you have, you can ask Xingqian himself when you see him." Mu Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Knowing he's alive is enough. That rascal has grown so strong. Yet he hasn't even shown his face, making us worry for so many years. When he comes back, they'll have to teach him a proper lesson." Though Mu Yi appeared indifferent, the tears welling in his eyes and the slight tremble of his hands betrayed his overwhelming emotions. Meanwhile, the mountains of Kunlun Su had been reduced to chaos. Despite the full efforts of He Yuan and his allies to block Mu Xingqian's massive arrow, it still tore through their defenses with unstoppable force and exploded at the center. The blast sent He Yuan and the others flying, leaving the tribespeople bloodied and battered, their scaled armor soaked in crimson. He Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. He knew that if another strike came, they would have no choice but to resort to forbidden weapons. Just then, Mu Xingqian's cold voice echoed again. "You have half an incense stick's time left. If you don't run, I'll make my move now." He Yuan's face darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly handed 4 forbidden weapons to his tribespeople. "Split into 2 teams, each carrying 1 weapon. If you encounter a strong enemy and the situation turns dire, detonate the weapon to block them. The only goal now is survival." 3. He Yuan barked the command, but in the next instant, he vanished, leaving the rest of the group staring at each other in stunned silence. Watching He Yuan vanish into thin air, the tribespeople finally snapped out of their daze. What the hell? Where's Er? Before they could process what had happened, the remaining members of the tribe scattered in 4 different directions at top speed. On the distant peak of a snowy mountain, Mu Xingqian sat quietly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Even at a time like this, he still gave his people those forbidden tools. At least he has some conscience. But she chuckled softly. They're running way too fast. This scene, broadcast live across the globe, brought waves of laughter from viewers everywhere. Hilarious. They said 3-1, but ran off at 3? At least the leader handed out a few life-saving tools. That's better than that barbarian tribe who detonated one over their own heads. Conscience? Maybe a little, but not much. Look at how fast he ran. As the audience joked and laughed, their curiosity about the mysterious Ice Emperor Palace's Xingqian sovereign only grew. To force an entire group of outsiders into such a desperate state with sheer presence alone, what kind of power was this? Half an incense stick's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the live broadcast had split into 5 screens, each showing 2 figures desperately fleeing, as if wishing for extra pairs of wings to escape faster. Suddenly, Mu Xingqian's icy, bone-chilling voice rang out again. Time's up. You haven't gotten very far, have you? How boring. I wanted to practice my archery, but none of you are cooperating. Running this slow, what's the difference between you and stationary targets? Oh well, time to welcome your new beginning. Hearing this, He Yuan instinctively turned back to look, but the mountain peak was long out of sight. As a Nirvana realm expert, he and the others had flown at full speed for half an incense stick's time and had already left Kunlun Void far behind. Close? How could her arrows possibly reach this distance? His mind raced with doubt. Yet, in the next moment, far beyond his line of sight, the space behind 2 fleeing Scalyarmer tribesmen rippled. 2 silver arrows pierced through the air with a sharp, ear-splitting whistle. By the time the duo sensed the disturbance and tried to turn to defend themselves, a searing pain had already erupted in their chests. Looking down, they saw gaping, bull's-eyed holes in their torsos. As their consciousness faded, they collapsed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With overwhelming regret and unwillingness, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. A mysterious energy drew the 2 space rings from their bodies into the air, where they vanished instantly into the void. At the same time, their corpses rapidly dissolved, leaving behind only a few drops of blood as the sole evidence of their existence. This scene, broadcasted live, spread across the globe and caused an uproar. Countless viewers gasped in shock, flooding the comment sections with astonished reactions. Unbelievable. Letting the enemy flee first, what confidence. They fled so far, yet they still couldn't escape the Star Emperor's arrow. At that speed, they could have crossed borders in the old days. Amidst the storm of comments, one particularly eye-catching remark appeared. That's my son for you. This comment immediately sparked a heated backlash, with countless viewers condemning the arrogance and ignorance of the poster. It turned out this comment was from Mu Yi of Shadu. Proud of his son's remarkable display of power, he had let his excitement get the better of him, unaware of the controversy it would stir. Overwhelmed by the flood of criticism, Mui found himself unable to respond and ultimately had no choice but to delete his account. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams shown in the broadcast were also annihilated by the terrifying arrows, leaving only one survivor, He Yuan. As he fled with the last remaining member of his group, his companion was suddenly struck down by an arrow that pierced through the clouds. He Yuan looked up to see a towering figure standing in the skies above. The figure's white hair was like frost, and his pitch-black eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the cosmos. His mask glimmered with countless stars and featured patterns of the sun and moon. Most striking of all was the silver bow in his hands, its crescent-shaped body adorned with starry gemstones, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. You must be the Star Emperor of the Ice Palace, He Yuan asked in a trembling voice. Correct. Your reward is a heart-piercing arrow, the towering figure replied with a light chuckle. Before He Yuan could activate the golden sword in his hand, a radiant arrow had already pierced through his heart. His hands went limp, and the life quickly drained from his body. With that, all the tribesmen who had fallen under the influence of the shadow slaves were completely eradicated. After clearing the battlefield, Mu Xingqian gazed northward, his eyes filled with longing. That was the direction of home. He muted the live broadcast on the Ice Palace's internal network and spoke softly into his communication wristband. My lord, Xingqian requests permission to leave the post temporarily to visit home. After a brief silence, a familiar voice gave a succinct reply. Granted. Got it. Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving Xuan Yuan Li's response, Mu Xingqian's face lit up with a joyful smile. He had only been testing the waters, not expecting that Xuan Yuan Li would not only awaken but also agree to his request. Bring you along. Uncle Mu will be even happier. This remark brought Mu Xingqian even greater joy. As soon as the words were spoken, a spatial vortex formed in front of him, and Ouyang Yu's figure emerged from it, gracefully landing in midair. Ouyang Yu seemed momentarily disoriented. She had just been handling the aftermath in the Qinling Mountains when a spatial force suddenly transported her here. When she saw Mu Xingqian standing before her, she couldn't help but rub her eyes vigorously to ensure it wasn't an illusion. After taking in her surroundings, a radiant smile spread across her face, and without hesitation, she threw herself into Mu Xingqian's arms. Xingqian, I missed you so much, Ouyang Yu whispered softly. I missed you too, Mu Xingqian replied as he put away his bow, wrapped his arms around Ouyang Yu's slender waist, and buried his face in her hair, inhaling her familiar scent deeply. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain forest, Li Mingho and a bruised Zifeng were perched atop an ancient tree, watching this scene unfold through a glowing screen. Ugh, shameless. Showing off their love in public like this. Li Mingho exclaimed jealously, though his tone carried a hint of amusement. Suddenly, he stood up, startling Zifeng. Mingho, what are you doing? I need to find myself a girlfriend. I can't keep watching these two being all lovey-dovey and making me jealous. Li Mingho's eyes sparkled as he grinned mischievously and asked, Zifeng, does you have a boyfriend yet? Zifeng pulled a face of utter disdain. Mingho, you should go bother someone else. You already likes someone. What? Li Mingho exclaimed in shock. Since when? How come none of us knew about it? Tell me who it is. He cracked his knuckles dramatically, trying to appear intimidating. I want to see what kind of person Ziyu likes. If I'm not satisfied, well, let's just say they're in trouble. Zifeng waved dismissively. You wouldn't stand a chance, Mingho. Don't waste your time. Even I couldn't beat them. He gave Li Mingho a look that could only be described as pitying, the unspoken message clear. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I was just joking, Li Mingho said with an awkward laugh. By the way, Zifeng, what was that look just now? Are you itching for a sparring match with me? No, absolutely not. I don't want to. Zifeng quickly retreated, denying it 3 times in succession. His body still ached, and although he had taken some pills from Hong Luan, the bruises on his face had yet to fade. The bloodstains on the battlefield had yet to dry, a grim testament to the ferocity of the earlier fight. Watching the live broadcast, the audience was captivated by the scene of Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu tightly embracing each other, prompting a flurry of excited reactions. This couple is a perfect match. If Xingqian becomes emperor, I'm all for it. Look at the blood on the ground, who would dare oppose them? Speculations arose among the audience, with some suggesting that the Ice Emperor Palace must now be devoid of other powerful figures. Elsewhere, Mui smiled contentedly as he watched the screen. That rascal's been missing for years, and it turns out he was off chasing a girl. Well, I must say, I'm quite pleased with this daughter-in-law. On screen, the two finally released their embrace, but continued to hold each other's hands tightly. Ouyang Yu gazed at Mu Xingqian with affection. Xingqian, what's going on? Why did I suddenly appear here? Was it the master's doing? Yes, the master granted me permission to come home. That's wonderful. Your long-standing wish is finally coming true. Ouyang Yu exclaimed with delight, though a trace of worry crept into her expression. Noticing her unease, Mu Xingqian gently reassured her. Don't worry, Yuer. My parents and sister are doing well, and they're bound to like you. Ouyang Yu's eyes curved into a soft smile as she nodded in agreement. Then, under the puzzled gazes of those around them, the two turned toward the Ice Emperor Palace and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Master. As soon as the words left their lips, the pair vanished without a trace. The live broadcast abruptly ended, and all the viewer screens reverted to the previous game interface. A young player, who had been preparing to unleash a perfect ultimate move, stared in shock at the 5 dashed lines now displayed on his screen. Realizing in his excitement he had smashed his keyboard, he let out a frustrated yell. My perfect ultimate move! Meanwhile, over a certain ocean on the blue and white star, the sky darkened ominously. Sea beasts, sensing impending danger, scattered in all directions. A massive spatial rift tore through the heavens, and countless powerful beings emerged, their overwhelming presence filling the entire region. These formidable figures numbered in the thousands and came from various races: giants, fire beings, spirit forms, elves, angels, and blood clans. They laughed wildly and exchanged comments, eager to see how the Ice Emperor Palace would withstand the 3 clans wielding supreme-tier forbidden artifacts. Led by a member of the angel race, the group flew westward. However, upon reaching the Western Federation and hearing reports from their clansmen who had arrived earlier, they all cried out in shock. What? The 3 clans are all dead? All dead? How is that possible? A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. We were only 2 days late. Voices of questioning rose one after another. Did they not use the breaking mirror pill and forbidden artifacts? Just how many powerful figures did the Ice Emperor Palace send out? Or was it the ancestral dragon court that intervened? Faced with the barrage of questions, the man said nothing and directly displayed a playback of the live footage for everyone to see. On the screen, the tragic defeat of the three clans and the unparalleled might of the sun, moon, and star sovereigns were vividly clear. The sight instantly silenced the crowd, leaving everyone stunned, their faces filled with horror. How can this be? Are the Snake Clan, Savage Clan, and Scaled Armor Clan truly this weak? A warrior from another race, with horns on his head, stared intently at the screen, his expression grave as he analyzed. It's not that they're too weak, but that their opponent is far too strong. The three clans sent out the elites of their younger generation, all of whom possess strength at the peak of the 8 Tribulations Nirvana realm, even without the breaking mirror pill. Yet, in the hands of the enemy, they were utterly crushed, as if they were nothing but clay figures. It was a complete and overwhelming defeat. The Ice Emperor Palace is truly terrifying, someone exclaimed in awe. If their subordinates are already strong enough to rival the geniuses of the central region, just how fearsome must their leader be? Among the thousands of factions present, reactions varied. Some were shocked, some were fearful, some felt relieved, while others were filled with frustration or rage. At the same time, in the northern region of the central Great World, the Snake Clan, Savage Clan, and Scaled Armor Clan erupted with furious roars that shook the heavens. The shattering of their clan members' soul tokens signified the mission's failure, and each clan believed their warriors were the first to fall, bringing shame upon their people. In the Snake Clan, Nu glared angrily at the clan's great elder. Is this the explanation your Snake Clan has to offer me? To suffer a total annihilation in such a short time? Did they not even have the chance to use the breaking mirror pill and forbidden artifacts? Did you completely disregard my instructions? The Snake Clan's great elder hurriedly explained. Please quell your anger, Lord Ing. There must be some misunderstanding here. Allow me to send people to the lower realm to investigate the situation. Nu stood up in fury, letting out a cold snort. No need. I'll place my hopes in the Savage Clan and Scaled Armor Clan instead. As expected, your Snake Clan is the weakest of the three, incapable of seizing even the opportunities handed to you. Just as Nu was about to leave, a commotion erupted outside the stone chamber. Already in a foul mood, the great elder shouted angrily, "What is going on out there? Have you no discipline?" A Snake Clan member stumbled in, nearly falling at the doorway before kneeling hastily before the two of them. Reporting to the great elder and Lord Ing, a snakefolk messenger burst into the grand hall, his expression panicked as he delivered the news. Just moments ago, thousands of forces from the northern region descended upon the blue-white star simultaneously. Before the words fully settled, the messenger continued, and there's even worse news. The prodigies of our clan, the Linjia clan, and the Barbarian clan, all of them have fallen. The moment these words were spoken, Nu erupted in fury, an oppressive and terrifying aura radiating from him. In a flash, he appeared before the messenger, grabbed his collar, and lifted him off the ground. His face twisted with rage as he demanded, "What did you just say? Say it clearly." The messenger, trembling all over, barely managed to steady himself and stammered. It was 3 masked powerhouses from the Ice Emperor Palace. They annihilated the prodigies of all 3 clans with overwhelming force. Our clan's prodigy fought with everything he had, even using a forbidden artifact, but still. Nu released the messenger and immediately pulled out a communication jade to contact the Barbarian clan and the Linjia clan. Neither dared to conceal the truth and confirmed the devastating news, hurriedly promising to send reinforcements to counter the Ice Emperor Palace. Yet, Nu was consumed with deep anxiety. He had secretly embezzled 3 precious pills, and now that the mission had failed, the master would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Even with the 2 clans vowing to send more people, if even a supreme-level forbidden artifact couldn't secure victory, what other options were left? As Nu prepared to leave in despair, the great elder of the Snakefolk clan suddenly stepped forward to block his path. "Lord Ing, wait. I have a plan that can break the Ice Emperor Palace." Nu halted and cast a questioning look at the elder. The great elder smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Our clan's queen from 2 generations ago acquired a unique treasure from a forbidden land 20,000 years ago. While this item lacks offensive power, its special ability is perfectly suited to dealing with the Ice Emperor Palace." "What ability?" Nu asked, his interest piqued. The great elder leaned closer and spoke a single sentence that caused Nu's eyes to light up with newfound hope. "It can neutralize the suppression of heaven and earth, allowing semi-saint powerhouses to descend to the lower realms without being restricted by the laws of Luan by Star." As soon as the grand elder finished speaking, a spark of excitement flashed in Nu's eyes. If semi-saint powerhouses could truly descend, Even the Zulong court wouldn't be able to stop them from annihilating the Ice Emperor Palace. Of course it's true, the Grand Elder said solemnly. How could I dare deceive Lord Ying on such a critical matter? Then why didn't you bring it out earlier? Ying pressed. The Grand Elder explained. This item can only be used under the direct order of our Empress, and there is only one usage left. It is of great importance, so I dared not make the decision on my own before. Then why do you now dare to act without the Empress's command? Simply to alleviate the burden on you, my lord. Once the matter is resolved, I will personally explain it to the Empress. I trust she will understand. Ying narrowed his eyes and smiled. Very well. If this succeeds, I will personally petition the Emperor on behalf of the Snake clan for your merits. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude repeatedly, unaware that Ying was already scheming to claim all the credit for himself. His promise was nothing more than empty words. Suddenly, something occurred to Ying, and he asked, where is this treasure now? How many semi-saints can it accommodate descending to the lower realm? It is stored deep within our clan's treasury, the Grand Elder replied softly. Fortunately, the Empress entrusted the key to me before she went into seclusion. According to records, this artifact can assist 5 semi-saint powerhouses in descending and will last for 2 hours. Given the current state of Luanbai's star, that's more than enough to sweep through everything. Ying clapped his hands in excitement. Excellent. In that case, you and I shall select 3 other elders to accompany us. This time, we will utterly destroy the Ice Emperor Palace and leave them to perish in despair. Please wait a moment, Lord Ying. I will make the arrangements immediately, the Grand Elder said before flying toward the depths of the clan, preparing to retrieve the treasure that would ultimately serve as Ying's stepping stone. Meanwhile, in the Xia capital of Luanbai Star, in front of the Mu family estate, 2 figures quietly appeared. It was none other than Mu Xingqian and Ouyangyu. Their usual disguises shed. Mu Xingqian, with his handsome features and upright posture, stood beside Ouyangyu, whose beauty was radiant and captivating. Mu Xingqian placed his hand on the door, his body trembling slightly. This man, who had faced countless dangers in Kunlun Su without fear, now hesitated before the door of his own home. Xingqian, you'll have to face it sooner or later, Ouyangyu said softly as she stepped forward and pushed the door open. As the sound of the door echoed, in the manor, a middle-aged woman was bent over, attentively watering the flower bed. Upon noticing a familiar figure approaching, she smiled instinctively and said, Wanner, why are you back so early today? That's not like you. Mu Xingqian gazed at the face he had longed to see day and night, his eyes instantly welling up with tears. Standing rooted to the spot, his voice trembled with emotion. Mom, it's me. Your little Xingqian is back. The woman froze mid-motion, the watering can slipping from her hand and hitting the ground with a thud. Slowly turning around, she saw the person clearly, her hands flying to her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Xingqian, is it really you? She stumbled forward. Mu Xingqian quickly stepped forward, steadying his swaying mother. Mom, it's me. Am alive, I've come back. Her trembling hands cupped her son's face as she murmured, Is this a dream? Has my little Xingqian really returned? Mom, this isn't a dream. Mu Xingqian knelt down and embraced his mother tightly. I'm back. At that moment, a booming voice came from outside the door. Wife, incredible news. Our son is alive. I found our son. The voice abruptly stopped as Mui stood frozen, staring at the mother and son embracing in the courtyard. Xingqian? Mui rubbed his eyes repeatedly, his gaze shifting between Mu Xingqian and Ouyangyu. Finally, he was convinced it was all real. His eyes reddened, but he tried to suppress his emotions. Mu Xingqian released his mother and turned to face his father, waving with a grin. Old man, long time no see. Hearing this familiar greeting, Mu Yi broke into the brightest smile he had shown in over a decade. Come on, old man, give me a hug. Mu Xingqian strode forward, but just as Mu Yi opened his arms, he suddenly lashed out, smacking his son repeatedly. You brat. All these years, not a single word from you. Do you know how worried we were? The two chased each other around until Mu Xingqian pleaded for mercy, and only after his mother intervened did Mu Yi finally stop. Once things calmed down, Mu Xingqian pulled Ouyangyu forward and proudly introduced her. Mom, Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law. Blushing, Ouyangyu stepped forward and greeted them shyly. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Ouyangyu. You can also call me Yuer. Just as the family was enjoying their joyous reunion, several excited voices called out from the doorway. Brother? Brother Chen? Xiao Chun, is that really you? Everyone turned to see Mu Wan, Xuan Yuan Jue, Yin Yin, and Xuan Yuan Ying standing at the entrance, their faces lit with excitement. Brother, it's really you. Mu Wan gasped in astonishment as she recognized Mu Xingqian, immediately throwing herself into his arms. The reunion of the siblings was deeply moving, bringing tears to the eyes of those present. Once the emotions had settled, everyone gathered in the small pavilion of the Mu family's backyard. Mu Yi fixed his gaze on the son he hadn't seen in years, his voice filled with urgency. Xingqian, what exactly happened back then? How did you survive? Mu Xingqian's eyes became distant as he recalled the dark events of over a decade ago. The Dark Temple launched a sudden and fierce attack on our Mu family. Despite the valiant efforts of our clan uncles to protect us, we were outnumbered, and the defenses were quickly breached. I was knocked unconscious and taken away. When I woke up, I found myself in a pitch-black chamber. He paused briefly before continuing. The leader of the Dark Temple had taken an interest in my talents and intended to use a special formation to enslave me, hoping to turn me into their pawn to one day fight against you, father. Unbelievable. Mu Wan interjected furiously. How dare they scheme like that? Brother, how did you escape? I was on the brink of despair, Mu Xingqian said, his tone heavy. As my consciousness began to fade within the formation, whispers of temptation filled my ears. Suddenly, the sound of intense fighting erupted outside. Most of the guards rushed out to assist, leaving only a few behind. At that critical moment, as I was about to lose myself completely, my spatial abilities unexpectedly awakened, allowing me a fleeting moment of clarity. I seized the opportunity and summoned all my strength to activate the newly awakened power. Perhaps it was divine intervention, but the battle above caused a spatial disturbance, creating a tiny rift in space. I immediately leapt through it, only to find myself escaping one peril and falling into another. I ended up in a forbidden valley deep within Kunlun Su, surrounded by sealing barriers that prevented any escape. The area was barren, with scarce food supplies, and natural disasters struck frequently. Within 8 months, all edible resources were depleted. For the next 5 years, I survived by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, barely clinging to life, until I was finally rescued 7 years ago. Hearing this, Xuan Yuan spoke in a low, serious tone. Xiao Chun, the master you mentioned at Shaoli? Xuan Yuan asked anxiously. Yes, Uncle Ing. Mu Xingqian nodded in confirmation. Noticing Xuan Yuan's expression turning grave, he quickly explained. Please don't be upset. Let me finish. After discovering my identity, the master used an immense amount of resources to rescue me from the valley. But by then, I was already emaciated and on the brink of death. Despite consulting countless renowned doctors and using the finest spiritual medicines, the damage to my body remained irreparable. Mu Xingqian paused briefly before continuing. In the end, the master made a deliberate decision to save me by forming a contract. The details of this contract are classified as part of Ice Emperor Palace's secrets, so I cannot disclose them. But it was indeed my voluntary choice, otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today. Seeing that Xuan Yuan was about to speak again, Mu Yi quickly stopped him. Xuan Yuan, let the young ones handle their own matters. If it weren't for your son, Xingqian wouldn't even be here now. The fact that he's alive and standing before us is something we should be grateful for. Today is a day worth celebrating, Mu Yi said with a smile. Let's not get caught up in these details anymore. At this moment, Xuan Yuan interjected, Brother Chen, since you were rescued 7 years ago, why are you only returning now? Because we've been protecting the Xia Kingdom, Mu Xingqian replied calmly. Haven't you noticed how places like Shanhaiguan, the Qinling Mountains, and Kunlun's regions densely populated with ferocious beasts have been unusually quiet in recent years? Mu Xingqian then recounted the events of the past years in detail. The massive beast tide in Kunlun Su 6 years ago, where the master single-handedly fought against the 10 beast kings. The beast tide in Qinling 5 years ago. The full-scale suppression effort in Shanhaiguan 4 years ago. And the threat in the Taklamakan Desert 3 years ago. The master once promised Uncle Ing that he would protect the Xia Kingdom, Mu Xingqian explained. So, over these years, while a small number of Ice Emperor Palace's intelligence personnel were stationed globally, the majority have been monitoring the movements of ferocious beasts across the Xia Kingdom. Hearing this, Xuan Yuan was reminded of the promise his son had made 10 years ago, and a look of relief and pride appeared on his face. Suddenly, the expressions of Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu changed dramatically as they both leapt into the air. Under the puzzled gazes of those present, they stared into the heavens. A terrifying aura was gathering above the skies. Seeing the sudden change in the two individuals' demeanor, the rest of the group couldn't help but show puzzled expressions. Before they could voice their questions, the sky abruptly darkened, and an overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire Lanbai star. Countless weaker beings and ordinary people were forced to their knees by this immense power, their faces filled with terror. Xuan Yuan and Mu Yi struggled to remain standing as they turned to Mu Xingqian and asked with great effort, Xingqian, what is happening? An unknown powerful figure has arrived, and their strength is terrifyingly immense. Mu Xingqian replied gravely, It's them again. Xuan Yuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Why won't they leave us alone? Time and time again, they keep coming back. Mu Xingqian shook his head and said, This time is different. The strength of the one who has come far exceeds anything we've faced before. I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the gravity of his words. Xian Yuan and Mu Yi immediately bid farewell to the group and rushed to the command room to coordinate the response. Meanwhile, various races in the central worlds of the Western Federation also sensed this familiar yet alien pressure and were left in shock. This aura rivals that of our clan leader, someone exclaimed. But the clan leader is a half-saint. How could Lanbai Star's natural laws allow a half-saint to descend to this realm? Within the borders of Xia Nation, the reaction was equally chaotic. Ordinary citizens, unable to withstand the oppressive force, struggled to stand and began speculating about the identity of the intruder. Some claimed it must be someone from the central worlds, others reassured themselves that the Ice Emperor Palace would handle it, while a few couldn't shake a growing unease. Amid the widespread speculation, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open above the capital of Xia Nation. The rift was deep and ominous, plunging the entire sky into darkness. KHKHK. A sinister laugh echoed across the heavens. Lambai Star. This saint has arrived. Ice Emperor Palace. Prepare to face my judgment. 5 figures, wreathed in chaotic energy, emerged from the spatial rift. Among them were Nu and the Grand Elder of the Serpent People. The rift closed behind them, leaving these 5 terrifyingly powerful beings standing in the sky, exuding an aura of dread. The shadowy figure of Nu stood tall above the heavens, gazing down at the bustling masses below with a hint of disdain in his eyes. So, this is Blue White Star? It doesn't seem all that remarkable. He carefully took in the surrounding environment, his gaze eventually settling on the dense crowd below. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips. These people have no trace of cultivation at all. It's hard to fathom how they've managed to survive until now. Several powerful serpent folk accompanying him immediately chimed in obsequiously. Master Ing is absolutely right. After all, this is a primitive, uncivilized land. Their sycophantic tones suggested they intended to linger here for some time. At that moment, a disturbance erupted across the ocean. Observing the events unfolding within the Xia Kingdom through various means, numerous foreign powerhouses were left utterly stunned. A half-saint? That's the Grand Elder of the Serpent Folk clan, someone exclaimed. I saw him at an auction once. How did they manage to bypass the suppression of the heavens and bring a half-saint to Blue White Star at this point in time? And who is that man in black? Why are the elders of the Serpent Folk clan showing him such deference? The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the northern region of the central Great World and causing an uproar. Factions from all sides dispatched spies, eager to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, above the skies of the Xia capital, Nu closed his eyes and began searching for the whereabouts of the Ice Emperor Palace. His divine sense surged outward like a tide, sweeping in all directions, but he found no trace of any being at the half-supreme level. The strongest individual in the vicinity was none other than Mu Xingqian below, whose cultivation merely peaked at the 9th Tribulation Nirvana realm. This left Nu perplexed. Not only had he failed to locate the Ice Emperor Palace, but he also hadn't found the true dragon of the ancestral dragon court. What he didn't realize was that Xuan Yuan Li, of the Ice Emperor Palace, was currently in the far north continent, far beyond the reach of his divine sense. As for the ancestral dragon court, a lineage spanning 100,000 years, it naturally possessed methods of concealment. Seeing this, Nu casually waved his hand, lifting Mu Xingqian into the air. Xingqian, brother! Ouyang Yu and Mu Wan, along with others, cried out in alarm, attempting to save him, only to be stopped by the energy Mu Xingqian released. Stay back. It's dangerous. Mu Xingqian pushed them away. Nu looked down on Mu Xingqian from above, his voice icy. You're the strongest one here? Answer this saint's questions honestly, and I might spare your life. Do you know anyone from the Ice Emperor Palace? Do you know where their base is located? Facing the Shadow Slave's interrogation, Mu Xingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. A terrifying energy had seized control of his body, far exceeding anything he could have imagined. Based on the other party's self-address as this saint, it was clear that this individual was at least a semi-saint, if not more powerful. Such strength would be formidable even for Xuan Yuan Li himself to handle. Mu Xingqian's mind raced as he weighed his options. He absolutely could not drag Xuan Yuan Li into this crisis, but he also had to find a way to resolve the dire situation at hand. As he deliberated on a plan, murmurs began to spread across the Xia Kingdom. Why are the forces of the central Great World so intent on pursuing the Ice Emperor Palace? Judging by their actions, it seems like there's some deep-seated hatred. But the Ice Emperor Palace only killed a few invaders during the 100 Tribes invasion. Do they really need to hold such a grudge? These powerful figures are so overbearing. They were the ones who invaded our Xia Kingdom first. Amid these discussions, speculation about the realms of power began to emerge. Sage Realm? That's a level above the Supreme Realm. I heard even Supreme Realm experts can't descend to our world. How did this Sage Realm individual manage it? That person they caught, doesn't he look like His Majesty, Xingqian? Seeing Mu Xingqian remain silent for so long, the shadow slave's patience wore thin. His voice turned icy and chilling. Hesitating for this long seems you do know something. This is your last chance. If you don't speak, everyone in this city will die because of you. You will end your life in endless regret. Mu Xingqian's expression darkened. He couldn't tolerate the shadow slave using the lives of innocent civilians as leverage, but with his current strength, he wasn't even qualified to challenge such an opponent. After careful consideration, he let his hands fall to his sides, feigning resignation as he said, I am indeed a member of the Ice Emperor Palace, but I don't know the exact location of our headquarters. We don't have a fixed base. Our leader only contacts us when necessary. Mu Xingqian speculated secretly that the shadow slave must have used some special method to descend to this world, likely with a time limit. He decided to be deliberately vague and stall for time. When the shadow slave heard Mu Xingqian admit to being part of the Ice Emperor Palace, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. But as he listened to the latter part of the statement, do you really think you can fool me with such petty tricks? Do you take me for an idiot? Nu spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. I was playing these games before your ancestors were even born. Tell me the location of the Ice Emperor Palace and the layout of its forces, and I might grant you a swift death. As his threatening words echoed, the energy surrounding Mu Xingqian grew increasingly violent, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Enduring the searing pain, Mu Xingqian gritted his teeth and retorted, as far as I know, Lan Bai Star cannot sustain someone of your power for long. Even if you kill all of us, as long as you can't find the master with his talent, it won't take him long to surpass you. And when that happens, you'll suffer a fate a billion times worse than ours. Nu was about to lash out when the Snake Tribe's Grand Elder suddenly interjected, Lording, why waste time? Just perform a soul search. These words made Nu pause, and he shot the Grand Elder an irritated glance, clearly annoyed at himself for not considering such a simple solution earlier. Hearing the mention of a soul search, Mu Xingqian's face turned pale. If his soul were truly searched, all the secrets of the Ice Emperor Palace would be exposed, potentially implicating the entire Xia Kingdom. He desperately channeled his spatial powers, silver light radiating from his body, but it was futile against the control of a saint-level being. Just as Nu's hand was about to touch Mu Xingqian's forehead, a deafening dragon roar shook the heavens. In a flash of golden light, Mu Xingqian was whisked away to the distant sky, now standing beside a towering figure Dragon Emperor Aotsong. Zulong Court, Nu's eyelid twitched. Do you think someone who's just entered the Supreme Realm can stop me? Aotsong smirked indifferently. I'm not your opponent. With that, he raised his head and bellowed, Ancestor, we've got a situation. Before his voice had even faded, a terrifying whirlpool formed in a great river within the Xia Kingdom. A vast aura, even more overwhelming than Nu's, surged into the sky. Nu and his cohorts cried out in shock, at least Saint King level. How is this possible? From within the whirlpool, a massive dragon claw covered in golden scales slowly emerged. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated across the entire blue and white star, striking fear into countless living beings. From the depths of a river beyond the reach of anyone's sight, a massive five-clawed golden dragon burst forth, soaring straight into the heavens. Its colossal body obscured the sky, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. I haven't lifted a finger in 100,000 years, and to think my first move would be against you insignificant ants. The dragon's voice carried a tone of utter disdain. Its piercing gaze swept like a blade toward the position of Nu. With a cold snort, a massive energy-formed dragon claw extended from the clouds. The claw radiated a terrifying, world-ending power, leaving deep, jagged tears in the fabric of space wherever it passed. Above the skies of Xiadu, Nu and the others were still reeling from the awe of witnessing the appearance of the sacred golden dragon. It wasn't until the deadly dragon claw descended toward them that they snapped out of their daze. Nu, along with the Snake Clan Elder, 2 half-saints, 1 heavenly supreme, and 2 earthly supremes, joined forces to construct a defensive barrier. But in the face of the fearsome dragon claw, their defense was as fragile as paper. In an instant, the barrier shattered with a resounding crack, and the devastating energy slammed directly onto them. Boom! The deafening explosion was accompanied by the anguished screams of the 3 Snake Clan Supremes. Nu and the Snake Clan Elder focused all their strength on self-preservation, leaving them powerless to assist the others. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, the scene that emerged was one of utter devastation. The once formidable invaders had been reduced to just 2 survivors, Nu and the Snake Clan Elder. Their clothes were in tatters, their bodies bloodied, their energy utterly drained. The other 3 Snake Clan Supremes had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness by the single strike. The citizens of the Xia kingdom, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in awe, the ancestral dragon court still hides such a powerful being. A monster from 10,000 years ago, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the mixed races of the Western Federation beastmen, half-beast hybrids, and elementals alike stood frozen in shock and terror. Even half-saints couldn't withstand a single blow. This blue and white star is too horrifying. I want to go home. Yet, for the five-clawed golden dragon, this earth-shattering strike seemed far from sufficient. Its voice boomed once more, like thunder rolling across the heavens. I'm really getting old. 10,000 years ago, such an insignificant semi-saint wouldn't have been able to withstand a single strike from me. The sigh of the sacred realm's five-clawed golden dragon echoed across the sky. Fine, fine. If you survived the first time, let's see if you can survive another. Just as the golden dragon was about to make its move, the scarred figure of the shadow slave suddenly shouted, "Wait, my lord. I am a servant of the Crimson Dragon Empire. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Crimson Dragon Empire will never let this go. They will." Before he could finish, a flash of golden light tore through the void, and a dragon claw pierced through the shadow slave's chest. His crimson heart crumbled into dust within the claw's grasp. Blood gushed from his mouth as he stared in disbelief at the hollow cavity in his chest. The Crimson Dragon Empire? A thunderous dragon roar filled with disdain resounded. If the dead can dream, you might as well ask them if they dare speak to me, Aolai, in such a manner. When I made my name known, the crimson sky itself wasn't even weaned. And you, just a mere semi-saint, think they would avenge you? Utterly laughable. These words shattered the last shred of hope within the shadow slave. In his final moments, he finally saw himself for what he truly was, nothing more than a lowly servant bearing the mark of slave under the Crimson Dragon Empire. Perhaps it was his long service under Qi Qing, or the flattery of the snake folk that had deluded him into forgetting his humble origins. Ha ha ha. With a bitter laugh filled with regret and unwillingness, the shadow slave's consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Aolai's gaze shifted to the trembling Grand Elder of the snake folk. I recall the snake folk once migrated from the blue-white star to the central star. To think you would now align yourselves with oppressors to plunder your own ancestral land. What? The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. You're saying the ancestral homeland of the snake folk is on the blue-white star? Heh, you don't even know your own origins. The snake folk of this generation are truly... Aolai extended his dragon claw, sending a stream of golden light into the Grand Elder's brow. Go back. Deliver my message to the central star. The golden dragon let out a resounding roar, circled the heavens, and then plunged into the river below. Believing he had escaped death, the Grand Elder immediately activated a mysterious artifact and fled. Yet upon returning to the central world, a terrifying golden light erupted from within his body. Radiant energy surged, and an overwhelming force rampaged through him. No, you said you'd spare me. Why? His anguished screams echoed as his body exploded into a mist of blood. The devastating energy swept through the entire Snakefolk clan in an instant. A deafening dragon roar shook the northern region of the central star. From this day forth, the ancestral dragon court shall rise on the blue-white star. No elder powerhouses from any race or force are permitted to descend upon the blue-white star. Should such an incident occur again, the ancestral dragon court will personally pay you a visit. No matter which sacred ground or imperial clan you belong to, the ancestral dragon court will ensure you pay a heavy price. I, Aolai, have spoken today. Do not test my patience. Aolai's voice thundered across the entire northern region like a sudden clap of lightning. Everyone instinctively froze in place, their faces filled with utter disbelief and shock. After a brief moment of silence, the northern region erupted into an unprecedented uproar. On the floating islands of the Angel clan, Queen Kaisha sat upright on her throne, her expression grave. Standing before her, the Angel Cain was visibly shaken, her face pale with astonishment as she stammered, "Your Majesty, this seems like a presence surpassing even the Holy King. It's unimaginable that such a powerful being still exists in the ancient dragon court." Suddenly, Kaisha shot up from her throne, her voice trembling with shock. "I remember now. I finally remember who he is." "What have you remembered, Your Majesty?" Cain asked, her tone filled with confusion. "Aolai." Kaisha's voice carried a trace of disbelief. "He was a quasi-emperor of the ancient dragon court 10,000 years ago. I can't believe he's still alive. And to think he survived for 10 millennia in a place like the blue-white star, a world devoid of energy and spiritual essence. A quasi-emperor." Cain's entire body trembled at the revelation, nearly collapsing to the ground. She felt a wave of relief that she had only descended in her spiritual form earlier. Had she encountered such a powerful being in person, her soul would have surely been obliterated. After regaining some composure, Cain cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, since he has forbidden elder powerhouses from descending, perhaps we could send some of our young geniuses to the blue-white star?" Kaisha's gaze turned sharp with doubt. "Cain, how could you become so dull-witted after just one trip to the lower world? Wasn't suffering defeat there twice already enough? Now, with such a formidable presence guarding that place, you want to send our prodigies to their deaths?" "Your Majesty, I—" Cain attempted to explain further, but Kaisha cut her off decisively. "Enough. There's no need to say more. You are hereby relieved of your position as Archangel. Reflect on your failures for a time." Cain opened her mouth as if to protest but, in the end, lowered her hands in defeat. "Understood, Your Majesty." With those words, she turned and walked away with heavy steps, her figure radiating desolation. After Cain's departure, Kaisha's commanding voice echoed across the Angel clan's floating islands. "By royal decree, from this day forth, no member of our clan is permitted to set foot on the blue-white star. Those who disobey shall be executed." "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, in the Yin clan's small world, Yin Kuei stood respectfully before the clan leader. Yin Kuei's face was plastered with a fawning smile as he flattered, "The clan leader is truly wise. If not for your foresight and brilliant strategies, our clan would have suffered a great loss of young members." The Yin clan leader beamed at the flattery, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Stroking his beard, he spoke in a deep voice. "I had long anticipated that the ancestral dragon court wouldn't be so simple. Since they dared to make such bold claims, they must have something to rely on. However, I never expected it to be Ao Lai's reappearance." Mentioning Ao Lai brought a hint of sentiment to the clan leader's tone. The records state that he broke through to the quasi-emperor realm 130,000 years ago, and even participated in the epic battle against the alien realms 100,000 years ago. Though it's unclear how he has survived until now, with him around, the blue-white star is indeed free of any crisis. The Serpent Tribe and the Scaled Armor Tribe, those fools, acted recklessly. And now look at them TV, completely enraged the ancestral dragon court, and must be suffering catastrophic losses. Hearing this, Yin Kuei sighed. "It seems everything was indeed within your calculations, clan leader. But from now on, it seems the blue-white star will have to be abandoned. Such a pity for a land of great opportunity." "Ah, the blue-white star can still be visited," the clan leader said, waving his hand dismissively. Noticing Yin Kuei's puzzled expression, the clan leader elaborated. "Ao Lai specifically forbade senior experts from descending to the lower realms. For the younger generation's confrontations, with the pride of the ancestral dragon court, they likely won't interfere. Besides, while their stronghold is in the Xia Kingdom, the blue-white star isn't limited to just that region. As long as our clan members refrain from provoking them, what's the harm in exploring other continents?" "That's right." Yin Kuei suddenly understood. Previously, the various tribes only met resistance because they provoked the Xia Kingdom. If not for that, they would still be enjoying themselves on the western continent. Truly, the clan leader has thought of everything. The clan leader, pleased, patted Yin Kuei's shoulder. "You're still far from it. Learn well." Afterward, the clan leader prepared to visit one of his newly acquired concubines, signaling that Yin Kuei need not follow. As Yin Kuei watched enviously, the clan leader boasted about his numerous offspring and left with a hearty laugh. This scene stirred a desire in Yin Kuei to emulate him. Reflecting on the fact that he only had 3 wives while the clan leader had 300, it was no wonder his lineage was sparse. Despite his gray hair, he resolved to take in more concubines to address this issue. Meanwhile, an earth-shattering event unfolded in the Serpent Tribe's ancestral land. The Grand Elder's self-detonation, amplified by Ao Lai's manipulation, unleashed a cataclysmic energy wave, reducing nearly half the ancestral land to ruins. Countless tribe members perished in agony, their cries echoing across the devastated land. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from a hidden chamber deep within the ancestral land. "Who dares interrupt my breakthrough, you wretched fools?" Instantly, a bewitching figure shrouded in violet appeared abruptly in the sky. Gazing at the devastation below, they were left utterly dumbfounded. As the graceful figure appeared, a captivating fragrance instantly filled the air, a blend of floral and personal scents. Gazing upon her, one could see an incomparably beautiful serpent queen. Her delicate oval face was adorned with exquisite, enchanting features that seemed to glow. Behind her, a long, elegant purple serpent tail stretched gracefully. Her flowing dark hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and she wore a purple silk robe that revealed her curvaceous, alluring figure under the sunlight, radiating an irresistible charm. Her arrival immediately stirred an uproar among the injured serpent people below. Cries of astonishment and desperation arose. "The queen! It's the Queen. Your Majesty, you finally returned. The Serpent Tribe was almost destroyed. Please, take charge and save us. The Serpent Queen, Zimei, surveyed the devastated land of her people, her expression cold as she listened to their anguished cries. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her, silencing all the commotion in an instant. She raised her hand and summoned one of the elder women of the Serpent Tribe, her voice sharp and commanding. Fifth Elder, what is the meaning of this? What happened while I was in seclusion? Why has the tribe fallen into such ruin? Where is the Great Elder? The elder trembled as she replied, Your Majesty, the Great Elder. He has perished. The destruction of the tribe is all because of his self-detonation. We only saw him return from the blue-white star, glowing with an intense light, and then he suddenly... Enough! Zimei cut her off sharply, her tone filled with fury. Blue-white star? Ancestral dragon court? You're speaking nonsense. She turned to another elder. You, explain everything that happened while I was in seclusion, in full detail. As the elder recounted the events thoroughly, Zimei's expression twisted with rage. She roared, Insolent fool. The Great Elder dared to act without my authority, forming an alliance with the Crimson Dragon Empire and stealing the tribe's sacred treasure. Guards, bring forth all those of the Great Elder's lineage and execute them publicly. If not for his reckless actions, how could the Serpent Tribe have suffered such calamity? So many of our young prodigies lost, along with a Supreme Elder and 2 earthly elders. A wounded serpent warrior spoke softly, Your Majesty, the Great Elder's lineage was nearly wiped out in the earlier explosion. Zimei let out a furious scream, her anger erupting uncontrollably. Her chest heaved with the weight of her fury and regret. Not only had her crucial breakthrough in seclusion been interrupted, rendering her efforts in vain, but her tribe had also endured a disaster of unprecedented scale. Now, she feared she would go down in history as the most tragic queen the Serpent Tribe had ever known. If only she hadn't entrusted so much power to the Great Elder, if only she hadn't chosen this time to enter seclusion, her people would not have faced such devastation. After unleashing her boundless rage, Zimei's cold and commanding voice echoed across the Snake Tribe settlement, each word carrying an undeniable authority. From this day forward, no tribe member is permitted to set foot on Lombai Star, nor is there to be any mention of revenge. Any violators will be executed. All tribe members must return immediately. The Snake Tribe will close its gates and focus solely on recovery and rejuvenation. She turned to the elders. You, come with me. The rest of you, concentrate on repairing the settlement. Understood. The tribe members responded in unison. At the same time, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly across the land. The Great Elder of the Snake Tribe, along with Feng and other powerful figures, had been slain by Ao Lai in the lower realm. This revelation exploded like thunder among the various clans, striking fear into the hearts of countless powerful beings. In the Qishao secret realm, a massive crimson dragon writhed and roared amidst flames, its blazing eyes as scorching as the sun, fixated on Qi below, exuding an overwhelming draconic might. Qi, what did you say? Ao Lai is still alive? Qi bowed respectfully. Indeed, Crimson Dragon Ancestor. Ao Lai's voice just reverberated throughout the northern region. Though his true form was not seen, I have brought a recording stone for you to verify personally. When Ao Lai's voice played from the recording stone, the Crimson Dragon's massive body twisted violently, causing the surrounding flames to erupt. It's him. It's definitely him, the dragon roared in agitation. 10,000 years have passed, and Ao Lai is still as domineering and unyielding as ever. If not for him, I wouldn't have been exiled from the Dragon Clan, nor would I have been denied entry to the Dragon Tomb after death. This time, I will make him regret the decision he made 10,000 years ago. Qi, puzzled, asked. The suppression of Lombai Star's heavens and earth has no effect on our Crimson Dragon Empire. Why not strike now, while Ao Lai's strength is diminished? The Crimson Dragon responded calmly. Do not underestimate the ancestral dragon court, and certainly do not underestimate Ao Lai. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was already a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Even if his strength has waned, he is no ordinary opponent. Moreover, those powerful figures allied with the ancestral dragon court are always watching from the shadows. We must wait until our master has fully emerged from seclusion. As Qi turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Crimson Dragon Ancestor, how should we handle the Ice Emperor Palace? Should we seek the Emperor Ancestor's guidance? From the depths of the secret realm came the Crimson Dragon's calm reply, handle it as you see fit. If an opportunity arises, eliminate them. The Southern Domain, the Weiyang Imperial Dynasty, a supreme empire reigning over the vast lands of the Southern Domain. The rulers of this expansive territory were originally nothing more than a powerful clan of the Southern Domain. 80,000 years ago, a saintess of the clan, obtained an unparalleled opportunity in a mysterious void realm, defying all odds to ascend as an emperor. She subsequently established the Weiyang imperial dynasty. At this moment, deep within the imperial palace, a towering willow tree stood majestically. Its thick trunk pierced the clouds, while its lush branches swayed gently with the breeze. Countless emerald green leaves shimmered under the sunlight, exuding boundless vitality. Beneath the tree stood two figures in stark contrast to one another. A man in white robes leaned leisurely against the sturdy trunk. A few tender green willow leaves were scattered on his pristine attire. He held a teapot in one hand, occasionally sipping from it, while the other hand held an ancient book, his face hidden behind its pages as he read intently. In front of him, a woman dressed in green stood respectfully, reporting something in detail. When her report concluded, the man in white slowly lowered his book, revealing a face that was both handsome and imbued with an air of authority. "Are you certain the voice belongs to Aolai?" he asked softly. "Your Majesty, the Qianghua ancestor has confirmed it without a doubt," the woman replied. The man chuckled lightly at her words. "Ha, things are getting more and more interesting. To think that the ancestral dragon court still has a quasi-emperor from 10,000 years ago alive. I wonder how they managed that. But this is good. With their presence as a deterrent, Lanbai Star will remain secure, and the Ice Emperor Palace can coexist peacefully. It saves us the trouble of intervening. Has there been any response from the Qilan Empire?" "Your Majesty, there has been no movement from them so far," she answered. As expected, he analyzed calmly. The fall of a mere half-saint shadow slave is inconsequential to them. Besides, with the ancestral dragon court's powerhouses stationed on Lanbai Star, they won't act recklessly. Have we figured out how the serpent tribe and the shadow slaves managed to descend to the lower realm? It has been investigated. The serpent tribe possesses a mysterious artifact capable of bypassing the restrictions of the heavens, allowing them to transport experts below the saint realm to designated locations. They used a similar method back on Qinghang Star. The man in white appeared intrigued. "Does the artifact still exist?" "According to our intelligence, the artifact had only one use left, which was likely expended in traveling to Lanbai Star. Additionally, due to Aolai's intervention, the Serpent Tribe's territory is now in ruins, with nearly half of it destroyed. The Serpent Queen has issued an order to seal the tribe and focus on recovery." "Sealing the tribe for recovery?" The man took a sip of tea, his tone contemplative. "It seems that this generation's Serpent Queen is wiser than her two predecessors. At least she wasn't foolish enough to make the wrong choice." "The right choice?" The woman in green looked puzzled. "The Serpent Tribe suffered heavy losses this time and lost face in the northern domain. Wouldn't sealing the tribe for recovery only invite further disdain from other forces?" The man in white lifted his ancient book again, flipping through its pages as he began to unravel her doubts. "The Snake People clan, though ranked among the top 100 clans in the northern region, has suffered devastating losses. The fall of 3 heavenly and earthly supreme elders, along with a half-saint, has left the clan deeply wounded. Faced with such a dire situation, the Empress decided to activate the clan's protective formation and seal off the clan. While this decision might impact the internal workings of the clan, it was the best choice to prevent further attacks by dispersing their members." "I see now. Thank you for your guidance," the woman in green respectfully responded. "All right, you may leave," the man in white said with a wave of his hand. "Keep a close watch on the movements of the Crimson Dragon Empire during this time. Report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs." "Yes, Your Majesty." Your subordinate takes her leave." The woman in green bowed and slowly retreated. After she left, the man in white raised his gaze to the lush willow branches above. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, as the powers of the central great world were still reeling from the shock of Aolai's actions, the Xia kingdom on the blue-white star was immersed in the joy of victory. On every street corner, people were fervently discussing the overwhelming battle. The ancestral dragon court is incredibly powerful. To think there are still strong warriors from 10,000 years ago alive. Indeed, even a saint-level expert was slain in a single strike. Who would dare invade our great Xia now? Both the Ice Emperor Palace and the ancestral dragon court are protectors of our great Xia. They've shed blood for us, and no one is allowed to slander them. In the Mu family estate within the capital of Xia, the Mui family, who were handling the aftermath, were conversing with the Xinyuaning family. "Brother Xingchen, when will my brother return? How is his condition?" Xuan Jue asked, with Xinyuan Ying and Yin Yan also looking on with anticipation. Mu Xingchen shook his head and replied, "The Lord has not specified his return date yet, but he should be fine now. After resolving the threat of the scaled armored tribe, the Lord sent me a message allowing me to return home to visit my family. This likely means his injuries have healed. He should be back to reunite with us very soon." At that moment, an astonishing fluctuation emanated from the northern region of the blue-white star. The temperature in the air plummeted, and delicate snowflakes began to drift down with the wind. But it's June. How is it snowing? Xuan Yuan Jue exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Mu Xingchen exchanged a glance with Ouyangyu, and their faces lit up with joy. It's the Lord, they said in unison. An hour ago, above the Ice Emperor Palace in the extreme north, Xuan Yuan Li stood proudly in the sky, his gaze calm as he looked up at the thunderous heavens above. Dense thunderclouds churned and roared overhead, with terrifying bolts of lightning emerging from the clouds, transforming into forms such as thunder spears and thunder dragons. They descended with apocalyptic force. Faced with this earth-shattering tribulation, Xuan Yuan Li remained composed, his expression unchanging. He made no attempt to defend himself, allowing the lightning to strike his body freely. The clash of lightning and flesh produced crackling sounds, yet not a single mark was left on him. Instead, it seemed to temper his physique. The thunderclouds above appeared to sense Xuan Yuan Li's indifference and grew furious. In the next moment, the aura of destruction surged dramatically, and the condensed lightning transformed from deep purple to a more terrifying black-red hue. Inside the Ice Emperor Palace, Yun Li and Ming Yu watched the scene unfold, their expressions changing drastically. Why has the lightning tribulation turned black-red? This aura is at least several times stronger than before. I wonder if the Lord can withstand it, Yun Li murmured anxiously. Ming Yu, however, was full of confidence. It's not like this is your first day knowing the Lord. You saw how he didn't even bother to raise his hand earlier, relying solely on his body to withstand the strikes. Even if the lightning grows 10 times stronger, the Lord won't falter. Before his words had fully landed, the black-red lightning tribulation in the heavens underwent another transformation. The thunderclouds twisted and condensed into a humanoid figure. It stood atop an ancient warship, wielding a thunder spear, with a thunder lotus above its head. Its majestic and mysterious presence resembled the arrival of a thunder emperor. A sea of lightning poured down from the heavens as the Thunder Emperor steered the warship and charged toward Xuan Yuan Li with overwhelming momentum. Xuan Yuan Li merely raised his hand slightly, and an ice sword formed in his grasp. Instead of defending, he chose to attack, rushing forward to meet the Thunder Emperor head-on. Boom! The two figures collided instantly, igniting a fierce battle. Energy erupted in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Within the Ice Emperor Palace, protected by the formation, Yun Li's face remained filled with worry. Ming Yu, on the other hand, watched the battle in the sky with burning intensity, muttering to himself, "It's been so long since I've seen the Lord take action. This is a rare opportunity to learn. The others aren't He'll be so envious." Hearing this, Yun Li rolled her eyes at him, her expression captivating and full of charm. Soon, the battle in the sky reached its final stage. Xuan Yuan Li still stood proudly in the heavens, unscathed. However, the ice sword in his hand was now covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. On the other side, the humanoid thunder shadow stood in stark contrast to Xuan Yuan Li. Its form had become faint and translucent, the warship beneath its feet severely damaged, and even the thunder lotus above its head had been cleaved in two by Xuan Yuan Li's sword. The cut was smooth as a mirror, leaving the creature looking both pathetic and absurd. The humanoid figure suddenly attempted to speak, but its voice was broken and hoarse, as though it hadn't spoken for tens of thousands of years. "You should not have survived." The voice was so faint that only Xuan Yuan Li could hear it. Xuan Yuan Li's gaze was deep, countless images flashing through his eyes. "I survived because I still have unfinished desires, people who care for me, and vengeance yet to be fulfilled. With so much left undone, how could I die so easily? Defying the heavens, you have entangled yourself in the power of causality. Your path will be fraught with hardship." The humanoid entity spoke again, its tone laced with both warning and threat. 10,000 years ago, I did not fear causality. 10,000 years later, I still do not. Xuan Yuan Li's eyes gleamed sharply. "You are not my match. Allow me to send you on your final journey. The path of ice frees all things." With a cold shout, Xuan Yuan Li pointed his sword toward the heavens. A powerful, icy brilliance erupted from the blade, instantly freezing the humanoid figure along with the thunderous sea behind it. The world fell into sudden silence as snowflakes, delicate as feathers, drifted gently through the air. In the Ice Emperor's palace, Ming Yu and Yun Li were left speechless. "Yun Li, did I see that right? Did our Lord just freeze the tribulation lightning?" Ming Yu stared at the frozen sea of ice in the sky, utterly shocked. "Our Lord is so powerful." Yun Li murmured softly. The ice sword in Xuan Yuan Li's hand slowly dissolved as he gazed into the distance. Shadows of countless figures flickered in his eyes. "Uncle Lai, Ling Long, Jin Bao." His voice was filled with nostalgia. "It's been 10,000 years. I've returned. Wait for me. I will come to find you all soon." to recover the memories I've lost and uncover the truths buried in the past. Qi Shao Tian, why does your name stir such endless rage in my heart? What truly happened 10,000 years ago? Why did I fall? I hope it wasn't you. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Xin Yuan Li silently commanded, System, sign in. The system immediately responded. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 drops of tribulation lightning liquid. The reward has been placed in the system space. Xin Yuan Li then checked his personal panel, confirming his status and inventory. In an instant, he teleported to stand before Yun Li and Ming Yu, issuing orders without hesitation. Prepare to activate the global wormhole channels. Initiate global projection. Issue the Ice Emperor Assembly Order and summon all Ice Emperor Palace members. Yes, sir. Yun Li and Ming Yu responded immediately, fully aware that a major event was about to unfold. In June, an unusual phenomenon occurred across the major cities of the Blue-White Star. Snowflakes drifted down in a flurry, leaving people staring in astonishment. Even more shocking were the dark, ominous wormholes slowly forming in the skies above the cities. A bone-chilling cold emanated from these portals, causing passers-by to shiver involuntarily. Ugh, it's freezing. What's going on now? Could it be another incursion from the alien races? Didn't they just get driven back by the mighty warriors of the Zulong court? No idea, but this is the Western Federation's hotspot for alien activity. Representatives of various races exchanged uneasy glances, their discussions filled with tension. Are they really this bold? Knowing that the Zulong court has powerhouses above the Saint rank, they still dare to descend. My people have already ordered an evacuation from the Blue-White Star. This cursed place is all yours out. Same Harami clans doing the same. Ha, cowards. My clan only told us to avoid the Xia nation. Good riddance. With fewer competitors, we can claim more resources for ourselves. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from the spatial wormholes, reverberating across the entire Blue-White Star. All subordinates of the Ice Emperor's palace, hear my command. The Ice Emperor's assembly order has been issued. No matter where you are, what mission you're carrying out, which beast lair you're guarding, or what faction you're infiltrating, drop everything immediately. Take your identity token and step into the nearest spatial wormhole. Assemble at the Ice Emperor's palace without fail. The command echoed 3 times across the skies, leaving the world in stunned silence before erupting into even more shocked discussions. Meanwhile, on the athletic field of Qianlong University, 2 young men were sitting on the stone steps, chatting casually. One of them pointed at a tall male teacher jogging in the distance and said, Yuzhen, look, Mr. Zhao is running again. He has no cultivation talent. Won't it be better for him to just stick to teaching humanities? Why does he insist that running can help someone cultivate? I really don't get what he's thinking. Just then, the Ice Emperor's assembly order resounded in the sky. The teacher being discussed, Mr. Zhao, abruptly stopped running. After carefully listening to the voice in the heavens, he suddenly shouted, subordinate of the Ice Emperor's palace, general of the Mao Rabbit Division, dormant operative number 9527, obeying the Emperor's command. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Mr. Zhao pulled out an icy blue mask, placed it on his face, and instantly unleashed a powerful aura. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, speeding toward the spatial wormhole in the direction of Shadu. The entire athletic field erupted in chaos. The boy who had been pointing at Mr. Zhao stood frozen in place, staring at the horizon where the figure had vanished, his face filled with shock. What the heck? Mr. Zhao is actually from the Ice Emperor Palace, he muttered in disbelief. I thought he didn't have any cultivation. That aura, just know it was even stronger than the principal's, and the principal is a Nirvana realm expert. He turned to his friend beside him, his voice tinged with worry. Yuzhen, do you think he holds grudges? I think I might have said bad things about him behind his back before. Yuzhen. When he turned to look at his friend, his pupils constricted sharply. Yuzhen was wearing an ice blue mask identical to Mr. Zhao's, the very emblem of the Ice Emperor Palace. Xiaobai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep this from you, Yuzhen said apologetically. The Ice Emperor has summoned us. It must be something significant. I have to leave now. I hope we'll meet again. Take care. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a powerful martial emperor realm aura erupted from Yuzhen, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, following the direction Mr. Zhao had taken. Yuzhen, you bastard! Xiaobai let out a heart-wrenching cry to the heavens. We promised to get stronger together, but you secretly joined the Ice Emperor Palace and hid such overwhelming power from me. This hurts more than being killed. Why did you have to tell me? Why did you make me see this? You traitor! Meanwhile, deep within the jungle of the 029 Wild Zone, an adventurer team was in the midst of battling a pitch-black demon panther. Just as they thought victory was within their grasp, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest. A much larger demon panther king emerged, its presence sending chills down everyone's spines. A peak Battle King Demon Panther King, someone gasped, their breath hitching in fear. The burly man with a beard, Uncle Mu, immediately barked orders. Xiaodong Xiaolei, you two are the weakest. Retreat now. The rest of us will cover you. But before the two young men could respond, the enraged Demon Panther King charged at them. The team fought valiantly but was sent flying by a single blow, each member sustaining injuries. In this desperate moment, the Ice Emperor's summoning command echoed through the air. Suddenly, two streaks of silver light flashed, and the massive body of the Demon Panther King was sliced into several pieces in an instant. The entire team stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. The ones who had struck were none other than the two they had thought to be the weakest, Xiaodong and Xiaolei. Xiaodong. Xiaolei. How did you? Xiaodong. Xiaolei. Your strength? Uncle Mu, a burly man with a thick beard, stared in disbelief at the two young boys before him. Despite spending every day together, their sudden display of such formidable power was a shock he couldn't easily process. The two boys exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously pulled out intricate ice blue masks from their pockets, putting them on. One of them spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. Uncle Mu, first of all, we want to thank you for taking care of us during this time. To be honest, we are members of the Ice Emperor Palace. We had to conceal our identities because we were on a special mission and couldn't reveal our strength without orders. Originally, we planned to quietly deal with those two phantom spirit leopards, but we suddenly received a summoning order and had no choice but to act earlier than planned. To their surprise, instead of being upset about their deception, Uncle Mu was brimming with excitement, like a child. My goodness! Members of the Ice Emperor Palace. I can't believe I've been on a mission with Ice Emperor Palace members. That mysterious voice earlier was actually, oh, quick, we have to take a photo together. I need to show this off to my buddies. Under Uncle Mu's fiery enthusiasm, the two had no choice but to pose for several photos before they could finally make their escape. As they flew through the air, Xiaodong still seemed shaken. Xiaolei, Uncle Mu's enthusiasm was overwhelming. I could barely handle it. Stop talking, Xiaolei replied with a serious expression. This is the first time the Ice Emperor Palace has issued a summoning order. Something big must be happening. We need to hurry. Meanwhile, Ice Emperor Palace members across the globe were receiving the summoning order. Without hesitation, they dropped whatever they were doing and headed for the nearest spatial wormhole. A street vendor bargaining with a customer suddenly donned a mask and soared into the sky. A taxi driver abandoned a car full of passengers, swiftly executed a parking maneuver, and leapt out through the window. Even a man pretending to be disabled in a wheelchair stood up abruptly, and a homemaker holding a kitchen knife rose into the air. These were all intelligence agents of the Ice Emperor Palace, normally blending in among ordinary people to gather information. In the wilderness and the major ferocious beast territories within the borders of Xia Kingdom, combat personnel of the Ice Emperor Palace also left their posts, all heading toward the extreme northern lands. The entire global network of the Xia Kingdom was in an uproar, with countless netizens fervently discussing the news about the Ice Emperor Palace. Stories of personal experiences flooded the internet. My brother was just playing games with me a moment ago, and the second he heard the summon from the sky, he dropped his mouse and keyboard, put on a mask, and flew off. That's nothing. My mom shocked me the most. I always thought she was just an ordinary person. The most infuriating one is my dad. He's been paralyzed in a wheelchair for years, and it turns out he's a member of the Ice Emperor Palace, and he never even recommended me to join. Am I even his biological child? Maybe he did recommend you, but the Ice Emperor Palace didn't think you had the talent? Shut up. Looks like I hit the marquee. As the internet buzzed with heated discussions, a familiar small room in the Xia capital was already packed to capacity. A dignified elder sat in the main seat, his expression grave as he looked at Xuan Yuan. Xuan Yuan, reports indicate your son's subordinates have infiltrated every industry except the military and government. What is he planning? Why has he suddenly summoned everyone? Xuan Yuan gave a wry smile and replied, Your Majesty, ever since he disappeared at Shanhaiguan, I haven't had any contact with him. I'm not sure of his intentions. But please believe me, he would never do anything to harm the Xia Kingdom. The elder waved his hand dismissively. No need to be tense. The fact that your son possesses such power yet avoids involving himself with the government or military speaks volumes about his sincerity. However, this sudden activation of global wormholes to gather personnel does need to be clarified. At that moment, an urgent report came from outside. Your Majesty, the Ice Emperor Palace has initiated a global void projection. Please step outside to witness it. The group quickly walked out and looked up at the sky. On the projection, a magnificent Ice Emperor Palace stood towering atop a snow-covered mountain, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Above the palace, a dense crowd of masked individuals hovered in the air, men, women, the elderly, and children, all gazing fervently at the figure standing at the forefront. Xuan Yuan Li lounged lazily on the icy throne, gently stroking the fur of Shui Shang in his arms. To his left and right stood the 3 sovereigns and the 12 divine generals. As time passed, more figures gathered in the sky and on the ground below. When the moment was right, Xuan Yuan Li gave a slight signal. Yuan Li stepped forward and declared in a loud, clear voice, "Everyone, the Ice Emperor Palace has emerged today for 3 purposes. The first is directed at all the clans from the central Great World. It's time for you to return to the upper realm. The Lord has spoken. This blue and white star does not welcome you. The opportunities here are not meant for you. You have 3 hours to leave, or the Ice Emperor Palace will carry out judgment. The countdown starts now." The world was instantly thrown into an uproar. As Yun Li's voice fell, a countdown timer instantly appeared in the lower right corner of the virtual screen. The ticking sound of the clock echoed clearly, resonating in everyone's ears like the ominous toll of a death knell. In the void, the audience's comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. "This is exactly the scene I've dreamed of. I can't believe it's real. Ice Emperor Palace is so domineering. They issued a direct expulsion order with no room for negotiation. Violators will be executed on the spot. No wonder they gathered everyone together. Turns out they're planning to purge the alien races. Those ugly creatures should be kicked off our blue-white star. We don't even have enough opportunities for ourselves. Why should we share with them? Xuan Yuan is so handsome. Stop fangirling and move aside." Meanwhile, in Xiadu, a dignified elder watched the broadcast and turned to Xuan Yuan with an approving smile. Ever since the broadcast began, Xuan Yuan had been grinning non-stop, radiating the pride of a father basking in his son's glory. "Your Majesty, if you keep praising his son like this, he's going to float up to the heavens," a general teased sourly. Mu Yi chimed in. "Look at Xuan Yuan's smile. His lips are practically reaching the sky." "You're one to talk, Mu. Your own grin isn't any lower," someone retorted immediately. "Really?" Mu Yi straightened his face, feigning seriousness, which only made everyone laugh even harder. Just then, Xuan Yuan's communicator buzzed. After reading the message, he promptly reported to the elder, "Your Majesty, Yun Li is asking if the finalized new regulations can be announced now." The elder pondered briefly before replying, "This is the perfect moment. Let him go ahead and announce it. There's no need for further adjustments to the new rules for now." While the atmosphere in Xia was one of excitement and celebration, the major factions of the Western Federation, Northern Russia, and Guai were seething with rage. "Arrogant fools. What is this Ice Emperor Palace that they dare issue an expulsion order to thousands of Northern Domain forces? A bunch of lower realm bumpkins. I'd like to see how they plan to expel or judge us. Blue-white star is vast. There's no way they can track us all down." Most of the Northern Domain forces dismissed the Ice Emperor Palace's threats with disdain, waiting to see what actions they would take next. Of course, some factions chose to retreat, but not out of fear of the Ice Emperor Palace. These forces from the northern region have their own pride. How could they possibly be intimidated by the Ice Emperor Palace of the Xia Kingdom? A representative from the northern region forces said indignantly. "If it were the ancestral dragon court, that might be a different story. But now, since our clan has ordered us to return, we'd better not take unnecessary risks here." As more and more forces chose to withdraw from the blue-white star, mocking laughter echoed from those who remained. In response to the jeering, a clan leader who was about to leave retorted coldly, "Don't underestimate the Ice Emperor Palace. They're far more terrifying than you can imagine. I hope you'll still be alive when you return to the northern region. If you make it back, they'll personally host a celebration banquet for you. That is, if any of you are left to attend." "What do you mean by that?" Those who stayed erupted in anger. "Exactly what I said." With that, the man stepped into a spatial portal and vanished, leaving behind a group of furious individuals hurling curses after him. Time ticked by second, and soon the final countdown began. Countless eyes were fixed on the timer displayed on the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the timer hit 0, Yun Li respectfully reported to Xuan Yuan, who was reclining in the imperial seat with his eyes half closed. "My lord, the time has come." Xuan Yuan opened his ice-blue eyes and asked calmly, "How many forces have yet to leave?" The screen in Yun Li's hand swiftly fragmented into countless smaller displays, projecting onto the sky. The visuals clearly showed all the northern region forces still remaining on blue-white star. She pointed to the images and reported, "My lord, currently, 375 forces remain. Among them, 250 teams are from the Western Federation, 40 from ancient Egypt, 35 from northern Russia, and 50 scattered across various islands in the seas." This detailed surveillance data shocked the world, as no one had anticipated that the Ice Emperor Palace possessed such a formidable monitoring capability. In reality, this network was a product of advanced technology that Xuan Yuan had acquired over the years through his unique sign-in system, establishing a global monitoring network for the palace. Xuan Yuan remained expressionless as he began issuing orders. Gui Miao, Mo Yan, Feng, Ming, Nan Ji, Huang Hun, Tong Yuan, Feng Xinyu 8 will lead teams to the Western Federation. Understood. The 8 responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Li Mingho, Yu Shan, head to ancient Egypt. Understood. The two prepared themselves for departure. Ouyang Yu, Hong Luan, take charge of northern Russia. Understood. Hong Luan beamed at Ouyang Yu, eager to fight alongside her. Ziyu, coordinate personnel. Yun Li, assist with intelligence. Understood. At that moment, Mu Xingchen realized he hadn't been assigned a task and asked softly, "My lord, what about me? You'll stay here with me and help kick things off." Xian Yuanli turned to Yun Li. "Give me the coordinates of the sea-dwelling alien clan." Soon, the screen displayed a group of aliens with spider-like legs growing from their backs, searching an island. "My lord, the first coordinates, Sky 095, Earth 243, Human 963. Xian Yuanli lightly tapped the air, and a pitch-black wormhole, about 50 centimeters in diameter, materialized. Xingchen. Mu Xingchen understood immediately. He raised his massive bow, gathering energy into an arrow, and whispered, "Lock, track, split arrow." Releasing the bowstring, the silver arrow vanished into the wormhole in an instant. In the depths of the vast ocean, on a remote and desolate island, a group of peculiar beings was scouring the area. They were an unusual race, with dark purple spider-like legs extending from their backs and their bodies covered in thick fur. They rummaged through the island, searching for what they called treasures. "Master, we found a spirit fruit." "Master, there's a century-old herb here." The searchers frequently shouted with excitement, presenting their findings respectfully to their leader, a formidable being with crimson spider legs sprouting from his back. However, as the leader inspected the herbs brought forth by his subordinates, his brows furrowed, and disdain flickered across his face. "Just worthless junk. We've been searching for days, and there's not a single decent treasure. Are all the real valuables in Xia Nation? But that place is completely inaccessible now." As he grumbled, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Gradually, a spatial vortex began to take shape. This was a construct created by Xin Yuanli, though to these unaware beings, it was an entirely unfamiliar phenomenon. "You, go check it out," the leader commanded, casually pointing at one of his subordinates. Without hesitation, the chosen being soared into the air. However, just as he approached the vortex, a dazzling silver light shot out with frightening precision, piercing directly through his forehead. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before losing consciousness and crashing heavily to the ground. What was even more terrifying was that, after penetrating its first target, the silver light split into dozens of arrows, surging with unstoppable force toward the remaining beings. "Enemy attack! Be careful!" the leader roared, mustering all his strength to conjure a defensive barrier. Yet, it was futile. Mu Xingchen's arrows effortlessly pierced through the defenses, striking with deadly accuracy and ending the lives of every single one of the beings. The leader fell to the ground, his face etched with unwillingness and confusion, unable to comprehend who had attacked them or why they had been killed, even in his final moments. The silver arrows darted among the lifeless bodies, as if searching for something. Before long, they gathered a dozen spatial rings, whisking them away into the mysterious vortex. Meanwhile, above the Ice Emperor Palace, Xin Yuanli took the blood-stained spatial rings and casually tossed them to Ziyue. Turning to the 12 divine generals, he said, "Did you see that? You all need to learn from Xingchen. Stop thinking only about fighting and killing all the time. If we rely solely on the income from the Cold Ice Pavilion, the Ice Emperor Palace's vast estate will eventually run out of resources." "Understood. We will remember this," the group replied in unison. "Good. The banner has been raised for you on the battlefield. Now, set off." Xin Yuanli gestured with a wave of his hand. With Ziyu's assistance, Li Mingho, Feng, and the others led their respective teams into the spatial vortex. "Yunli, next location?" "Yes." At this moment, everyone on the blue and white star was gripped with unease at the unfathomable and godlike methods of Xin Yuanli. "Wow! The Ice Emperor Palace's reach is unbelievable!" Exclamations of amazement echoed across the blue and white star. The spectacle of Xin Yuanli taking the enemy's head from a million miles away sent chills down the spines of all the remaining forces in the area. The representatives of various factions no longer displayed their previous arrogance. In their panic, they scrambled to contact their clans, desperately pleading for teleportation channels to take them back. But it was too late. Those who had retreated earlier had done so swiftly because their teleportation channels had long been prepared. For those who hesitated, constructing a teleportation channel at the last minute was clearly an impossible task. While Mu Xingchen continued hunting down alien intruders in the vast seas, other members of the Ice Emperor Palace had already dispersed to take action. Over the skies of the Western Federation, near the Statue of Liberty, a massive spatial wormhole suddenly appeared. A dense crowd of figures poured out, blotting out the sky. At the forefront of the group stood Gui Miao, her green curls swaying in the wind. Once everyone had gathered, she gave a stern order. Divide into groups. Each team will consist of 100 members, with at least 50 of them at the Niechao realm. The locations of the aliens are marked on the palace's internal network. Engage as soon as you spot the targets. There will inevitably be casualties in this battle, but every alien killed will be rewarded handsomely. If you encounter powerful enemies, call for reinforcements immediately. Do not act recklessly. Your lives are more important than saving face. Understood. Tens of thousands of voices responded in unison, shaking the heavens. The teams dispersed quickly, employing a straightforward and aggressive strategy. Whenever they discovered traces of the aliens, they would swarm and attack without any regard for the honor of unknown combat. In comparison, Zifeng's team appeared much more polite. They would first send a group of burly men with broad shoulders and amicable smiles to reason with the aliens. Once the friendly negotiations ended, the scene would be left in chaos, littered with blood and destruction. Meanwhile, Zifeng and his team would stride away with their spoils of war, ready to hunt their next target. Feng Ying's methods, however, were far more ruthless. He employed the silent death melody, causing the aliens to perish silently in their sleep. This ability to infiltrate and manipulate dreams was so chilling that even Zifeng and his companions couldn't help but express their disgust, calling it excessively brutal. Meanwhile, She Nan Ji and Shanhaiguan moved like two shadowy figures, flitting between major cities. They were the infamous assassin duo of the Ice Emperor Palace, known as the Twin Stars of Shadows, always operating solo. They assigned their subordinates to other divine generals, not only because leading a team would hinder their own combat efficiency, but also due to a wager between them. Whoever eliminated more alien targets during this judgment mission would earn a reward from the other. This evenly matched pair had never determined a clear victor over the years. This time, the competition was less about the reward itself and more about settling their rivalry once and for all. In contrast, Ming, Mo Yan, and Tong Yuan carried out their mission methodically, leading the Ice Emperor Palace members through the Western Federation to locate and eliminate hidden targets one by one. Over a renowned city in northern Russia, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. Two graceful figures hovered midair, surveying the scene below. The luxurious manor beneath them was now engulfed in flames, littered with corpses, and the ground was soaked in blood. Hongwan, keep up. Next target. Ouyang Yu's cold voice rang out as her figure darted into the distance. This marked their fifth target in northern Russia. Hong Luan sighed inwardly as she followed, resigned to cleaning up after Ouyang Yu, who had claimed all the action and left her with none of the thrill of battle. At the same time, deep in a desolate jungle of ancient Egypt, the sound of flesh striking flesh echoed relentlessly. A mutilated alien corpse was hurled out from the woods, landing heavily onto a towering pile of bodies. Yushan, bring me 2 more. This one didn't last long enough. Li Mingho's voice called out from within the forest. Got it. Yushan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, responded weakly. He rose and approached a massive cage forged from flames. Inside the cage were dozens of aliens from 3 different clans, survivors of the 5 clans they had encountered upon arriving in ancient Egypt. The other 2 clans had already joined the mountain of corpses. As Yushan stepped into the fiery cage, the aliens inside trembled as if they had seen the devil himself. The gruesome corpse pile outside was a grim preview of their fate. Every clan member taken from the cage had met a gruesome end. They stared at the approaching Yushan with terror-stricken eyes, their faces etched with fear. Stay back. Inside the cell, a bruised and battered man from a foreign tribe, covered in red hair, retreated step by step, his voice trembling as he threatened, "If you kill me, my father, the king, won't let you go. He's a half-saint." This threat only ignited Yushan's fury. In an instant, he teleported right in front of the man, grabbing him by the collar with his thick, powerful arm and hoisting him off the ground. "A prisoner dares to threaten me? Let's see what happens if I deal with you first," Yushan sneered coldly. "So what if your father is a half-saint? Let him come down here to save you if he even dares." Ignoring the man's futile struggles, Yushan dragged him out of the cell. With a few precise taps on the man's body, he released the restraints that had sealed his powers. However, as soon as the foreigner regained his strength and tried to fight back, Yushan easily overpowered him and sent him flying into the depths of the forest with a single kick. Soon after, the forest echoed with heart-wrenching screams and the dull sounds of blows landing. Moments later, everything fell silent. A broken, lifeless body was hurled out and landed heavily atop a growing pile of corpses from the same tribe. Next, Yushan barked, continuing the grim cycle. He had once asked Li Mingho why they didn't just eliminate all the foreigners at once. Li Mingho's response had left him both amused and exasperated. Where's the fun in that? You saw how they treated the people of Lanbaxing. Sure, they aren't from our Xia kingdom, but we can't let them off so easily. And as for executing them quietly in the forest, this is being broadcast worldwide. Too much blood and gore wouldn't be good for the kids watching. Glancing at the mountain of corpses, Yuan stifled a laugh. If it weren't for his rigorous training, he might have burst out laughing then and there. While the warriors of the Ice Emperor Palace hunted the foreign tribe, two imposing figures hovered above the skies of Xia capital, watching everything unfold. Though they stood at a modest altitude, an invisible barrier concealed their presence, making them undetectable. Ao Tsang turned to the elder beside him and asked, "Ancestor, why did you bring me to watch this? Xuan Li's men are strong, but they pose no threat to our ancestral dragon court." The elder, Ao Li, gazed intently at the projection of Xuan Li, golden ripples flickering in his eyes. "Ao Tsang, from now on, do not address Xuan Li so casually by his name." "Why not? Then what should I call him?" Ao Tsang asked, puzzled. "Do you know him, ancestor? But haven't you only just awakened recently?" Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ao Li's eyes seemed to contain entire galaxies as he spoke after a long pause. "By seniority, you should call him uncle." The revelation struck Ao Tsang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in shock. "How is that possible?" Ao Tsang stammered in disbelief. "You said I was born 10,000 years ago, with a seniority ranking among the highest in the ancestral dragon court. He's only in his 20s, not even a fraction of my age. Why should I call him uncle?" Ao Li replied calmly, "It's true that you were born 10,000 years ago, and your seniority is indeed high. But 10,000 years ago, he held your dragon egg in his arms. He even gave you your name. 10,000 years ago, he held me?" Ao Tsang murmured to himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. The revelation hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily unable to process it. "Ancestor, who exactly is Xuan? Why did he hold me 10,000 years ago, yet now appears to be this age and have this level of strength? Could it be reincarnation?" Ao Tsang stared wide-eyed at Ao Li, desperately seeking an answer. Seeing Ao Li nod gently, Ao Tsang instantly lost his composure. "I can't accept this. Until today, I was calling him my brother, and now I have to address him as uncle? How am I supposed to face him from now on?" Ao Li said coldly. "You're this reluctant to call him uncle? If you knew who he was in his past life, you'd probably feel honored instead. Ancestor, who was he in his past life? Why do even you hold him in such high regard?" "He is the person you admire the most," Ao Li replied slowly. Ao Tsang was momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. "Ancestor, are you saying uncle is the Ice Emperor Han Yan? Your change of attitude is quick, isn't it? Already calling him uncle now?" Ao Li shot him a glance. "Shao Tsang, I've never seen this side of you before. I was just joking with you." Ao Tsang replied with an awkward laugh, then listened intently as Ao Li began recounting the secrets of Xuan Yuan's past life. Meanwhile, the battle above the Ice Emperor Palace was nearing its conclusion. With Xuan Li's wormhole assistance, the alien forces on the small island in the ocean had been completely eradicated. Mu Xingqian, Ziyue, and Yun Li stood respectfully on either side of Xuan Li, their eyes fixed on the surveillance screens before them. The number of displays had already diminished by 2/3 and was rapidly shrinking, with each disappearance signifying the annihilation of an alien faction. "Too slow," Xuan Li suddenly remarked. Yun Li, inform them to pick up the pace. There are still other matters to attend to. "Understood." Yun Li immediately relayed the message to Feng and the others through the internal network. "My lord, shall I step in?" Mu Xingqian asked eagerly, ready for action. Xuan Li focused on the screen showing Ming Hao, then raised his hand to conjure a spatial wormhole. "Xingqian, destroy Ming Hao's prison and give him an arrow while you're at it. Everyone else is fighting, and he's just having a good time over there." "Got it." Mu Xingqian's lips curled into a grin. He first shot a small energy arrow through the wormhole, then drew his bow with both hands to form a far more powerful energy arrow. He knew full well that Ming Hao's strength was extraordinary, and an ordinary arrow wouldn't pose any threat to him. So, to deal with Ming Hao, we must increase firepower. A silver arrow shot through the air, carving a sharp trajectory in the void before vanishing into a spatial wormhole. On the other side, Ming Hao was leisurely toying with a red-furred alien creature. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. The sense of danger snapped him out of his playful mood. With a single palm strike, he killed the alien in front of him and casually flung the corpse out of the jungle, scanning his surroundings warily. At that moment, a silver arrow tore through the void, hurtling straight toward the flaming cage Ming Hao had conjured. Yuan, who was guarding the cage, immediately stepped forward, his massive axe slicing through the air with terrifying force toward the arrow. However, just as the axe was about to hit, ripples spread through the surrounding space, and the arrow reappeared behind Yuan, continuing its trajectory toward the cage. Yuan did not attempt to block it again, as he had already recognized the identity of the attacker. Boom! The arrow struck the cage, unleashing a powerful explosion that obliterated all the remaining alien creatures inside. No, my toys. Mu Xingqian, what are you doing? Wanna fight? Li Mingho roared at the sky in anger. In response, an even larger silver energy arrow descended from the heavens with overwhelming power. Li Mingho's pupils contracted as he shouted, "You bastard! Mu Xingqian, are you trying to kill me?" Despite his protests, flames of destruction erupted from his armored fists as he stood his ground to meet the energy arrow Hedon. The moment they collided, the explosion of energy shook the heavens, and a sea of fire engulfed the sky. When the flames finally subsided, a disheveled Li Mingho emerged, still fuming. "Mu Xingqian, who gave you the authority to attack me? Don't forget about the lords earlier. It was I who gave the authority. What, do you have a problem with that?" Xuan Yuan Li's voice suddenly echoed across the heavens, cutting him off. Li Mingho's face turned bright red as he hurriedly explained, "No, I don't. Lord, don't misunderstand. If it's your order, I absolutely have no objections." Yunli and Ziyu watched Li Mingho's current pitiful state, their amusement evident even behind their masks. Their barely contained smiles caused countless young SP viewers to feel a surge of excitement, some even letting out howls of laughter. "Li Yong, there are still 7 factions in northern Russia that haven't been dealt with. You have half an hour to eliminate them. If you fail..." Xuan Yuan Li paused. "You like sparring partners, don't you? Well, what a coincidence. I've been feeling a bit idle lately, and my hands are itching for some action." Li Mingho broke into a cold sweat at these words, forcing himself to respond, "Understood." He turned and called out, "Yushan, let's go. Time to get to work." But in the next instant, a pitch-black wormhole suddenly appeared, swallowing Yushan whole. Xuan Yuan Li's cold voice followed. "For this mission, you are to act alone. Yushan and the other members will come with me." At that moment, Li Mingho was filled with regret, wishing he had prioritized completing the task rather than indulging in his games earlier. But it was too late for regrets now. With a heavy heart and a bitter expression, he flew toward his target at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone in awe. Good times always seem to pass quickly. In just half an hour, the cleanup operation on the Blue and White Star was nearing completion. The first to return to the Ice Emperor Palace were Ouying Yu and Hong Wan. Leading their team, they stepped through a spatial wormhole and landed steadily in the palace. Close behind them was Liming Hao. The moment he emerged from the wormhole, he collapsed in midair, gasping for breath. During those 30 minutes, he had tirelessly rushed between 7 locations, each time forced to fight at full strength to finish quickly, fearing the punishment of Xuan Yuan Li if he failed the mission. "Lord, the mission is complete. Within the 30-minute limit," Liming Hao reported, still panting heavily. Xuan Yuan Li nodded slightly, "Cutting it close, but you managed to finish." He then gestured, "Yun Li." Yun Li immediately understood and conjured a glowing green energy filled with vitality, channeling it into Liming Hao's body. In an instant, Liming Hao regained his strength and stood up, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Lord. Do you understand why you were punished this time?" Xuan Yuan Li asked in a calm tone. "I understand, my lord," Liming Hao replied with his head lowered. "I should not have been negligent during the mission, nor taken the opportunity to amuse myself with the alien races, neglecting my duties. My actions brought disgrace to you and the Ice Emperor Palace in front of the entire world." Xuan Yuan Li's voice turned icy. "As the Sun Emperor of the Ice Emperor Palace, every move you make represents the palace. Even if your actions were supported, you defied my orders. Are you telling the whole world that I, Xuan Yuan Li, cannot command my subordinates properly?" Liming Hao immediately dropped to his knees. "I admit my fault and am willing to request punishment in the ice prison." "Please, my lord, quell your anger." Xuan Yuan Li raised a hand, helping him up with a wave. "The ice prison won't be necessary. Just this one incident, let it happen again." "Thank you, my lord." Liming Hao bowed once more. "Return to your post," Xuan Yuan Li ordered, turning his attention to the screen in front of him. Only 2 images remained, displaying the last 2 alien groups yet to be eradicated. Meanwhile, among the citizens watching the live stream, discussions buzzed. "Why is there no sound now? Yeah, why did Lord Ri suddenly kneel down, looking so terrified? This must be classified information. We're lucky to even see the footage. Move aside, I can read lips. Let me decode this for you. Brothers upstairs, watch your words. If the Ice Emperor's palace doesn't want something known, prying into it might cost you your life." "Life? I'm not afraid of." Before the speaker could finish, they vanished without a trace. Why stop mid-sentence? Probably got caught and silenced. "I told you to be careful, but no one listens." Geez, the Ice Emperor's palace is terrifyingly powerful. As Xuan Yuan Li reprimanded Li Mingho, Yun Li decisively cut off the sound from the screen projection. Matters concerning the Ice Emperor's palace were clearly not meant to be shared. Meanwhile, in the sewers of a western city, A raccoon cat tribesman from the northern region of the Central Star curled up in a dark, damp corner. Covered in filth and reeking of stench, he paid no mind to his condition. His dark feline ears stood erect, swiveling constantly to catch the faintest sounds. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed above. He held his breath, concealing his presence with all his might. Then, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The ground cracked open, and a pair of crimson eyes peered down at him through the fissure. Got you. Hiding underground. Little raccoon cat? Ming Yu's sinister grin spread across his face, his voice chilling and menacing. The raccoon cat tribesman let out a terrified shriek and fled deeper into the sewer. Trying to burrow away in front of an earth element user? Bold move. Ming Yu slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a terrifying energy blast that sent the tribesman hurtling into the air. With a heart-wrenching scream, the last of the foreign tribes on the blue-white star was obliterated. Soon after, the 8 divine generals returned to the Ice Emperor's palace through a wormhole to report back to Xuan Yuan Li. My lord, the mission is complete. Return to your posts. Ziyue, what are the casualty reports? Ziyue's expression was grim. In this battle, we lost 817 comrades, with 987 severely injured and 757 lightly wounded. The staggering numbers shocked everyone present. Even with such overwhelming superiority in forces, the losses were still devastating. Xuan Yuan Li's gaze darkened. Ensure the fallen soldiers' families are well taken care of. They must live the rest of their lives without worry. Afterward, Yun Li restored the sound to the projection and delivered a second major announcement to the entire planet. The Ice Emperor's palace would relinquish its control over the Noman's lands, forbidden zones, and beast dens within the Xia Kingdom's borders. The announcement plunged the human race into silence, while the beast tribes erupted in wild jubilation. After Yun Li finished speaking about the second matter, the ruler turned to Xinyuan Ying, his brow furrowed tightly. Xinyuan, what does your son mean by this? Why would he lift the Ice Emperor Palace's supervision over the beast caves? However, upon seeing Xinyuan Ying's equally perplexed expression, he immediately changed his tone and said, All right, Xinyuan, you don't need to explain. I already know what you're going to say. Xinyuan Ying's face showed a hint of embarrassment, clearly indicating he was unaware of the situation. This news quickly caused an uproar on the internet. Countless discussions and debates emerged. What's going on? Why did the Ice Emperor Palace suddenly make such a decision? What does Xinyuan Li mean by this? They clearly have the strength to protect us, yet now they're stepping back? Amid the heated arguments, some rational voices surfaced. If it weren't for the Ice Emperor Palace, you'd all have become food for the alien races by now. Some even provoked others, saying, I'd rather pledge allegiance to the alien races. This immediately drew furious responses. Come on, give us your location. If I don't take you down, they'll take your last name. While the online debates raged on, an unexpected gathering was taking place within Beast Cave number 001. 10 Beast Cave rulers hovered in the air. These were the sovereigns of Beast Caves, number 001 through number 010. Hours earlier, they had been inexplicably transported to the territory of the Flood Dragon Emperor. Just as tensions rose among them due to the sudden teleportation, a projection displaying the Ice Emperor Palace suddenly appeared before their eyes. As they watched, seeing the figures that had once suppressed them annihilate alien races across the continents, they couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. They assumed this was some kind of warning from Xinyuan Li. But when Yun Li announced the withdrawal of supervision over the Beast Caves, they were left utterly stunned. After a long silence, one of the Beast Emperors could no longer contain his excitement. Heavens, is this real? Are we finally free from those demons? His voice was filled with incredulous joy, a testament to the deep psychological scars left by the 12 divine generals. However, the Flood Dragon Emperor remained cautious. In a deep voice, he interrupted, Snake Emperor, don't get ahead of yourself. Things might not be that simple. Let's wait and see what the Ice Emperor Palace has to say next. A Beast Emperor, having taken human form and appearing as a composed and solemn middle-aged man, spoke slowly, Yes, let's first see if they have anything else to say. I don't believe they would let us off so easily. I have a feeling there's a greater conspiracy at play. As soon as his words fell, the previously agitated Beast Emperor gradually calmed down, refocusing his attention on the scene before them. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of Shanhaiguan, in front of a misty, spirit-filled waterfall, a snow-white ape stood silently. It rested on a wooden staff etched with mysterious patterns. Though it exuded no detectable aura, an inexplicable sense of unease emanated from it. In its chaotic pupils, the reflections of Xuan Yuan Li and his companions flickered. After a long pause, it murmured softly, Ice Emperor, what are you planning? Why do I feel like you're preparing to leave? Is this part of some early arrangement? In a shadowy, damp ravine somewhere in Kunlun-Su, a sudden and violent tremor erupted. From the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly opened, followed by an earth-shaking roar. Roar! The sound carried a deep, suppressed rage, shaking the stones loose and filling the air with dust. Ice Emperor, I refuse to believe you'd let the Beast clan go so easily. You must be plotting something. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll make sure you pay the price, growled the massive beastly figure, its voice seething with unrelenting hatred. At that moment, a sharp screech pierced the sky, and a massive, ferocious bird circled above the ravine, craning its neck to inquire, "Second brother, are your injuries healed?" The colossal beast in the ravine grumbled in reply, "No, I just got woken up by you all talking about that bastard Ice Emperor." During the ensuing conversation, the ferocious bird tried to persuade its second brother to abandon thoughts of revenge, reminding him that the Ice Emperor had single-handedly injured all 10 of them in the past and had grown even stronger since. However, the beast in the ravine remained steadfast in its desire for vengeance, despite being well aware of the vast disparity in strength. After the bird left, the massive beast muttered to itself, "That sixth brother is getting more and more disrespectful toward me. Speaking of which, when should I tell him that my injuries have already healed?" It turned out that this so-called injured second brother had long since recovered. He was merely using his supposed recovery as an excuse to avoid Xuan Yuan Li. At this moment, high above the Ice Emperor Palace, Yun Li was closely monitoring reactions from all sides through a screen. Observing the flurry of comments, she curled her lips into a faint smile and chuckled softly. It seems many people have objections to the Ice Emperor Palace's decision. With a composed expression, she continued her announcement. However, this is an irreversible fact: the Ice Emperor Palace will no longer control or restrict the ferocious beasts within the beast caverns. Pausing briefly, her tone suddenly turned icy. But this does not mean the beast clans can act recklessly. Starting today, all forbidden zones of the beast caverns within the borders of the Xia Kingdom must adhere to the new regulations of the Grand Xia. New regulations? What regulations? Confused voices rose one after another among the crowd. Yun Li gave them no time to think further, her voice rising sharply. "Next, I will announce one final, crucial matter. From today onward, a new system will be implemented in the Grand Xia." Her expression turned serious as she declared, "This is a set of rules jointly established by the Ice Emperor Palace and the Grand Xia authorities. All beings within the territory of the Grand Xia, whether human or beast, must strictly abide by them. Those who refuse and act recklessly will face the amicable education of the Ice Emperor Palace. As for the consequences, you may refer to the fate of those alien tribes today." The entire nation held its breath, afraid to miss a single word. Yun Li began to recite the new regulations. Article 1. Within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, anyone or any ferocious beast who harms unarmed, ordinary citizens shall be executed without mercy. She continued reading a full 100 rules in one breath, with the final one stating, "The Grand Xia authorities will restructure the enforcement hall and incorporate members of the Ice Emperor Palace to jointly maintain law and order within the Grand Xia." When she finished, Yun Li exhaled lightly and said, "This is just a brief outline of the new regulations. The full details can be found on major official websites. Now, they'll give everyone half an hour to discuss and post comments on any platform. I will select the 3 most popular comments, and the Ice Emperor herself will personally respond to them. Let's begin." With an elegant gesture inviting participation, she flashed a captivating smile. This announcement immediately caused a massive uproar across the Xia Kingdom. The internet exploded with chatter. What the hell? The Ice Emperor Palace and the authorities teamed up to draft new rules? This news is way too sudden. If you ask me, this is clearly the handiwork of the Ice Emperor Palace. These clauses all bear their signature style. Exactly. There are so many unreasonable points in this. Nonsense. These new rules are clearly beneficial to ordinary martial artists like us. Are you big family clans feeling threatened and trying to smear this? Debates raged on, with opinions clashing and voices rising in a cacophony of arguments. "I recognize them," someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. "These are the same people who were badmouthing the Ice Emperor Palace before, and now they're here again. They are the disgrace of our human race and should be expelled." "Exactly, it's them," another voice chimed in. "I propose we add a new rule. Execute those traitors who slander De Xia while enjoying its protection." The crowd buzzed with discussions. "Do you think the De Xia faction will act against our nation in the future? Right now, it seems like he's the most powerful person on Blue White Star." "Take out the word seems," someone immediately retorted. "He is the most powerful human on Blue White Star." After half an hour of commotion, Yun Li lightly tapped the void, and green energy condensed into 3 rows of text in midair. First row: why are the new regulations of De Xia being announced and implemented by the Ice Emperor Palace? What role does the Ice Emperor Palace play in De Xia? Why were the previous rules suddenly changed? Second row: how will foreign nationals in De Xia be dealt with if they violate the new regulations? Third row: Were the opinions of the Zulong court sought when drafting these new regulations? If the Zulong court refuses to comply, how will Xia respond? These are the three most discussed questions in the past half hour, Yun Li said as she stepped aside. Now, let the Ice Emperor answer them. Xuan Yuan Li glanced at the questions, his expression calm but exuding an invisible authority. The first question is simple. The new regulations were jointly decided by the Ice Emperor Palace and Xia's officials. As the most powerful human on Blue White Star, I have the authority to establish and announce such rules. This is a notification, not a discussion. Before asking such questions, you should first understand your own position. As for the second question, he continued, the new regulations originally applied to the entire Blue White Star, but out of goodwill towards Xia, they were adjusted to apply only within its borders. However, anyone who steps into Xia must abide by them. Otherwise, his tone was calm yet unquestionable. I don't mind adding a few more states or islands to Xia's map. When he reached the third question, Xuan Yuanli's rare smile shocked the 3 sovereigns and 12 generals standing nearby. Uncle Lai, he suddenly looked up at the sky, his voice echoing across Xia. This third one isn't really a question, is it? Before his words had fully settled, the sky changed color. Golden light burst forth from the horizon, spreading across the heavens. A ferocious golden dragon head slowly emerged, its roar shaking the skies. Of course not, a majestic voice boomed. The Zulong court fully supports all decisions made by the Ice Emperor Palace. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.